Rain to take down that Pokemon and put Christian Labella to 2 prizes.
Now, this is crazy. The math works out perfectly where now this 10 damage left over, Adrenabrain will send 30 damage there, and then you have 240 HP remaining, which coincidentally is enough for Blood Moon. However, Hedrick recognizes that he has no way to win this game despite being able to pull that off, and Christian, with that triple Monkey Dory play, walks away the winner of Game 2.
Astounding.
Astounding is correct.
The Professor Turo scenario to pick up the Monkey Dory back into the hand, replay it back down onto the bench, resetting its ability, and then Night Stretcher to find the dark energy. Absolutely unexpected, and it just put a crazy checkmate in play.
Yeah, with the energy switch, with the Turo, everything combined perfectly after an Iono as well, I think, was played. So pretty crazy to see. I think we are seeing how both of these players are so good. So let's take a look at what happened in this game too, because it felt like it was over out of the blue.
And we were talking so much about how these players will surprise you with plays that you didn't consider or lines you didn't consider. And it seemed like Andrew Hedrick was also caught off guard. But after this play, using the Phantom Dive, taking the knockout, setting up some damage, retaining that Duskull as well, Christian Labella wisely went after it, because this is the big damage modifier that was allowing Andrew Hedrick to control the flow of the game and take knockouts as he pleases. And here's a replay, folks, of that beautiful Monkey Dory play. Adrenabrain, Energy Switch, Adrenabrain, sending all this damage right back over to take down Dracloak.
Yep, I mean, triple Monkey Dory out of the blue is something that you can dream of, right? But the cards combined perfectly. That's part of why you play the Energy Switch, part of why you play the Professor Tour. We've seen Energy Switch combined with Monkey Dory quite a bit, right? Even in Gardevoir decks, now we're seeing it in Zork, which has always played the Energy Switch, but getting that triple Monkey Dory was so clutch and completely wrecked any hope Andrew had of closing out that game. And now we have less than 10 minutes to see a winner for this game. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get past the threshold with so little time.
It really depends on how valuable these match points are to the players. This is a wide field. We're just kicking off phase 2. Some players might think, oh, well, you know, I can take a tie here. This is fine. I'm getting a lot of practice for this matchup, maybe preparing for top 8. And then other players might try to just go all in and say, I'm going to try to just be very aggressive, hope that my opponent bricks, or try to be ahead on prize cards, try to close it out before it is too late.
And I mean, both players have probably faced off multiple times. They seem very friendly towards each other. They might have some sort of like agreement on whether, like, because a tie puts them both in a very awkward spot. They're trying to get to the asymmetrical top card. It almost feels like a loss for both of them in a way.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we're going to see both players try to get past some sort of threshold as quickly as possible in order to try to determine a winner.
With Dragapult, Dusknoir, we know they can take tons of prizes all at once, and Zoroark can't kind of start the aggression off. It needs to kind of soak some damage, roll with the punches a little bit before it can start counter-striking. But it's just going to be a classic setup. Nest Ball, Artisan, Monkey Dory, has 2 Zorua and the attach return and a pass. It's over to Andrew Hedrick. Starts with Dreepy in the active. No Badoo seeing just yet. And with Artisan, is going to grab that Duskull. I don't know if it's worth it for Andrew Hedrick to attach and retreat into a Badoo at this point, but he's going to find it anyway.
Yeah, we're going to see the body. We have Hilda for a potential energy. We also had Ultra Ball for Latias, but with so little time left, you probably don't want to bench Latias and give that Dark Week two-prize liability to your opponent. Now, Christian, seeing that Hilda probably makes him very happy because he has triple Zoro in play, and he also is holding Zerno for triple Zoroark EX next turn. And he already has the Artisan to start the aggression. So I think we're going to be off the races here in a very different game from Christian this time around.
Also sees the Hilda doesn't pick up Neo Upper Energy, picks up a Psychic Energy as well. Normally that wouldn't be too big of a tell because you're going to discard it anyway. But then we know that Andrew Hedrick has it in the prize cards. Badoo comes into the active spot with the Jamming Tower, tries to start the item lock, and Christian Labella firing on all cylinders. Has Cyrano for the triple Zoroark EX. It's going to have 3 trades as well. A lot of card draw.
Now that loss of the Artisan, though, could make it difficult for Christian to get a... Never mind, there's the Artisan already. Okay, so both players just having the perfect turn one. I guess Andrew's start was actually pretty bad. When you're having to use Hilda as your turn one supporter, when you want to use it later down the line to get your evolutions, to get your new upper, you know you're in a little bit of trouble. And this is definitely very good here for Christian. Already has the perfect setup, just found the energy as well to keep attacking. Discards the Iono because he doesn't want to help Andrew, knows that his start was pretty bad, and discards the counter catcher for the last trade, knowing he's going to be very far ahead this game for the most part.
As you draw cards with trade, you see more cards to discard for your other trades, and there's a clean knockout, takes down the Badoo. This is our first time that Christian Labella started to become very aggressive. I don't know if that's just the adaptation or if it's the circumstances of the timer, but Badoo goes down, and Andrew Hedrick still at a very pitiable board with just one Dracloak evolving up and Duskull in the active.
And see, Ultra Wall probably going to go find another 3P. We could see Artisan for another Body to try to slow this down. I think this turn we're going to need to see a counter catcher play from Andrew to try and strand something in the active. Any of these Pokemon could work and just try to ease off the pressure that Christian is already applying with that Zorg and with that Ents Reshiram.
Yeah, I do like bringing perhaps the Reshiram to the active spot, just because if there is a a Zoroark there, perhaps it's just an attach and an energy switch to keep that attack going. But after the Ultra Ball resolves, he does indeed find Dreepy, as you predicted, Pablo, and then shuffles. It's going to be a cut from Christian Labella, and Vezendipity enters play. First, it's going to be Professor's Research, however, to discard. I think that was the final card in the hand. Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Draws up to 7, and then 3 more will flip the script. 10 cards to put something threatening together to hold back this onslaught now that Christian Labella is kind of unleashing this new aggressive side of the deck we haven't seen yet before in the set.
Very nice follow-up for Hedrick here. Christian discarded the Iono, probably expecting his opponent to not have a great hand. And all of a sudden, Andrew has 10 brand new cards to work with off the top. Still has the Recon Directive available to him as well for 1 extra card. Now, the question is, there's no more room for Budew or Latias, right? I mean, for both. So now you have to make a choice. Do you go for the Budew? And if you do, then you have to pay an energy to retreat. And doesn't seem like we found either energy or counter catcher. Oh, we do have energy, but we don't have counter catcher, so there's not going to be any way to slow down this org. We could potentially, or we could have not anymore, retreat into the Vezendipity to tank a hit perhaps, but it's not looking great for Andrew, and he's going to be down another prize card next turn.
Decides to attach to the Dracloak, and then Buddy Poffin for the Dreepy. This is a solid board. This is a great setup in any other circumstance, almost as Dragapult. But when your opponent is being aggressive, this is where it gets dicey. It's going to be Dusclops evolving in the active spot. We'll see if Andrew Hedrick is going to use Curse Blast just to put something in the active spot. But no, just wants a little bit more HP there, just to hold back the tide.
All right, we're going to start off with trade number 1. We're probably going to be able to trade 2 more times before we commit anything else to the board. 2 minutes on the clock. Is that enough time to take 6 prizes at him here? Especially if Andrew chooses not to evolve or not to attack into a Zorg. I don't know. I don't think so, but we'll have to see. I mean, it's on Christian to make things happen.
Yeah, it's just going to be Christian Labella on a hunting expedition, trying to take down as many Dracloaks and Dreepies and Ghosts as possible. And of course, the Dusclops in the active spot is a great bait by Andrew Hedrick. Please knock out this Ghost because you know it's very threatening. I'm trying to protect my Dracloak over here so I can have an attacker. And I think that Christian Labella is willing to accept these terms.
Yeah, seems like he's okay with this. Now going to be 2 prizes ahead, has a Turo in hand in case there's any sort of trapping shenanigans to try to slow down. If you get Iono, then you have triple Zoroark to back that up. So things are looking pretty good. I think the last piece I would love to see is maybe the Pitcher TX has less than 200 HP, so that would be a big liability. So perhaps that's not a great idea.
Yeah, it doesn't have a gusting effect to bring up the Dracloak, and we know that Andrew Hedrick does not have rare candies. So now he is going to put the Dracloak in the active spot.
Yep, 1 minute on the clock. So I have to imagine Andrew's going to end up being turn 0 and Christian will be turn 1, aiming to maybe hope for another prize card taken. And we'll have to see if that affects anything at all. But yeah, Andrew Hedrick 45 seconds. Can he do any magic like Christian did last game with a triple Monkey Dirty? Is there any possibility here?
I mean, the only magic that he needs is some way to extend the timer. If he had more time, more turns in this third game, I think that he would still show us something, because Christian Labella just has Zoroarks and is just kind of swinging for the fences. This opens up a lot of opportunity for Dragapult to get very devious, start stranding things in the active spot, moving damage counters around, setting up multi-prize turns, but it's just going to be a close out of this turn as we go to 10 seconds remaining, and then Christian Labella being our final turn of the game.
This feels like game one in the sense that if Andrew pulls this off, I'd be very surprised. Like, all seems to favor Christian at this point in time. He's ahead in prices. He has a pretty solid setup. But Andrew won game one despite many things going against him, right? So I would love to see a full conclusion of this match in particular. But now we are officially on overtime. We have 10 minutes on the clock maximum for both of these players to conclude the current turn 0 and the final turn 1 by Christian Labella.
And you mentioned how Andrew Hedrick was kind of able to flip things over in game number 1. Christian Labella certainly did that in game number 2 with the triple Adrenabrain. And so in game number 3, is it whoever's behind is actually favored?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's why we saw Christian not take a knockout on a Budew in the very beginning, right? There's actually a benefit to being a little bit behind your opponent. Like, you don't want to be 4 or 5 prizes behind your opponent, right? And having a mountain to climb in order to catch up to them. But being 1 prize behind, having Counter Catcher activated, and having your Iono be a little bit more powerful, all of those can definitely benefit in many, many situations. And even not taking a knockout means your opponent doesn't get extra prize, extra draw cards, sorry, from Flip the Script. So there's a lot of things that come into play when choosing to take or not to take a knockout.
And finally, Andrew Hedrick decides on the line of play. Dragapult evolves in the active spot. Night Stretcher to pick up the Psychic Energy that was discarded earlier for retreat cost long ago to attach to the active. And finally, an Iono. Christian Labella is going to get 4 cards, which, again, one of the big benefits of the Zoroark EX is that trade engine. You don't mind your hand being disrupted as much. You know you're going to draw into something similar or something useful. Finally, Andrew Hedrick also responding with Flip the Script to draw 3 more after this supporter was played.
And did find Counter Catcher, so if Andrew's going to finally get some prizes and get something on the board, it's going to be through that Counter Catcher. Taking down Monkey Dory, taking down Reshiram, could take down both if he chooses to use Curse Blast and put 5 damage counters on the Monkey Dory. But with the Artisan being played, or being in play, Reshiram can be found unless Andrew has the second copy of Jamming Tower in his hand, which of course he does. So yeah, I mean, getting an attack off by Christian could be a little difficult. We're just going to see the Monkey Dory getting attacked here.
Yeah, I like taking down the Monkey Dory because moving that damage around was how Christian Labella was able to take those multi-prize turns, was able to keep up in this race. I wouldn't be surprised as well if it's a Phantom Dive with all the damage going over to potentially Reshiram.
I do see a Boss's Orders, I think, in Christian's hand, so he will be able to take that 3rd prize card. I wonder if that's going to lead to some sort of like resolution where Christian is far enough in the game where Hedrick would consider giving it to him. We'll have to see how this plays out and if we have a winner determined in this overtime.
Right, just making a strong enough case, certainly, that, oh, well, I've got Night Stretcher, I'm getting my Reshiram back, I'm getting my Monkey Dory back, or what have you. And I think that both these players are skilled enough to sort of extrapolate the game from that position.
Now, the dream scenario here for Christian would be another double Monkey Dory turn by sending damage to this Duskull and knocking that out, now that there's going to be 6 damage counters over on his side of the board. If Andrew spreads them, though, that's impossible. And I guess another dream option would be finding Petron DX plus the Binding Mochi, which is already on Zoroark, plus the Boss's Orders to take down the Fezandipity and take go down to 2 prizes, or instead of 3. So we'll have to see what happens here in this final overtime turn 1 that we are about to see.
Yeah, based on the prizes right now, this is not a deck that's built to take 4 prizes in 1 turn, certainly, but Christian Labella is going to put as strong of a foot forward as possible and see if he can make a case for why he should take the win in this matchup. It's going to be Cyrano being discarded to trade, and all 3 trades already used. Christian Labella using those rapidly to have a full suite of what cards are in hand. Take a look at all the resources available and craft this play. Now remember, folks, even though Christian Labella does have the final turn of play, there is still a hard timer here. 5 minutes left to put all of these pieces together.
No Ultra Ball or Nest Ball found for the possible Petron TX knockout on the Fizandipity. We're going to see an Ents PP up. We do have Monkey Dory. Do we have Turo? Oh, we have Turo and Energy Switch. So I think we might actually... Oh, no, there isn't 6 damage counters that we can send to the Duskull now.
Very true, yeah, because there's 5 on one and 1 on the other.
So Andrew splitting up the damage. Picture perfect. We're going to see 3 damage onto a Dusclops. Seems like we're just going to see a knockout right now. And that's going to be the last thing we see here at the table. We'll have to see what happens after Adam.
Yeah, players are always trying to play their hearts out, especially here in Pittsburgh, where they want to get a really strong start to kick off their seasons here for the first regional in the NA region. Finally takes the knockout on the Dusclops, and that's going to be end of the overtime turn. And we'll see how this goes through. Andrew Hedrick has a beautiful board, has Dragapult all set up and ready to go. Fezandipity to draw some cards. Still has a Duskull that can maybe distribute some damage with another Cursed Blast if there's access to Dusclops. There's also still Dracloak that can see a few more cards to Dracloaks, and Artisan. So I'm wondering now, players just having a quick discussion. Seems like they do have some sort of understanding regarding who's actually ahead, who's actually favored, who's on pace to win this. If Andrew shows, okay, well, I've got Iono in hand, I can set you down. And, of course, Christian's going to say, well, I've got trade. And you talked about it earlier, Pablo, right? There's...
But it's just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Volchua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the Wish Cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Pittsburgh, of course, the Bridge City, and our players are making their way to top cut right now in Phase 2 of this Regional Championship. The competition is heating up, but right now, my name is Juan Schusseldan, and I'm joined in the lounge with Kyle Saberhaus and Chip Ritchie. How are we feeling about Phase 2?
Feeling great. Yeah, we saw some really fun Pokemon yesterday out in the field. So many other exciting games as well, and really cool stories coming into today. Liam Halliburton entered the day undefeated, and he has kept that trend up, winning his first 2 rounds. He is currently 11-0, leading the pack here in Pittsburgh with his Ends Zoroark EX deck.
Yeah, you don't need a lot of attacks in order to win in the TCG, I guess. You just use Ends Reshiram over and over again, maybe sprinkle in a Maractus if you want, but it is all you need, and the matchups are lining up so well well for him. Gardevoir's all over the place, lining up for that potential asymmetric cut that we have to look forward to here in Phase 2. A lot of great names popping up. We're talking about players from 10, 15, 20 years ago that are going to be gracing us with their presence here soon. It's unbelievable to see. They just can't go anywhere. They're always coming back.
Yes, once you start playing the Pokemon trading card game, you're just in it for life, right? No, but I'm so glad people are finally respecting Gardevoir after how many championship wins. It's finally time for Zoroark, possibly. Time to play some Dark Pokemon, that's for sure. But yeah, how about right now we go ahead and check out the rest of the schedule, though. 2026 season, a lot of tournaments to be played. It's just the start. I love seeing this when it's still colored in. That's so much potential for the future, right? For the season.
All the hopes and dreams are still alive for this point, and it's all leading up to the Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco next August. That's what we're all working towards to get there.
Yeah, starting with the Bridge City, and we're going to take a pretty long bridge there in TBA World to get over to the World Championships.
That's for sure. A lot of things to get excited for, but of course, let's go ahead and check out, what our players are competing for. What do you win when you play in these tournaments? How do we make it to the World Championships? And of course, it's those championship points.
Yeah, these points are key in order to get yourself that qualification, but also really nice for travel awards, travel stipends to future international championships. Those international championships pay out tons of championship points as well, so really great snowball effect. If you have one really good tournament at the start of the year, you can snowball that into a really solid top 135 placement.
Yeah, and a lot of players, they're going to be content with whatever showing they have here to start things off, as you can see the breakdown all the way down to over 1,000 players here for you. You can still earn championship points now. It's great for everyone who's trying to get a little momentum under their belt and get the ball rolling. You have this chance to just build on that and potentially get yourself in that 135 conversation.
No, definitely. And man, what a time to be alive, where we're awarding championship points to that 1,000th player. I remember times when we didn't have 1,000 players.
That's when I was winning.
Yeah, I think the first regional championships I went to had like 250 people at it. Now, if you finish in the top 250, you're in the top like 15% of the whole tournament.
Yeah, it's amazing to see our game grow and all that. But you know what? I want to go pull it back to this tournament. What's happening right now. There was a lot of fun stuff that happened yesterday in Phase 1 of the tournament, and I want to check out a couple of fun clips. And of course, one of them has to be Aban. Aban has just been on such a hot streak, and he just won the Monterey Regional Championships just a couple of days ago. And right now, he's looking to do it again, all over again here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he turned the heat off a little bit, added in the Jellicent, and added this extra layer to his deck, but it didn't stop him from coming up with amazing plays here. We saw in Game 1 closing out with that Mew, copying the Dragapult, taking 3 prize cards, and then jump straight into Game 2 with the exact same plan, really disrupting a broken board on the other side from Brook. Just one Dreepy over and over again, finally one final Pokemon, but you can see games on board. Mew is copying once more and taking all these Pokemon out.
Yeah, and Aban has had a great start to the day here as well. He's sitting at a 9-2 record currently. He actually just defeated Andrew Hedrick in the last round, so he's sitting in a great spot to try to make another deep run here.
Actually, you know what? We're talking so much about Pokemon action. I'm really, really excited. It sounds like our players are already ready on this stage, but let's go ahead and check out the format video before we head over there.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top-cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And we are on the stage, folks. The players are set up and ready to go, ready to jump into this match. We've got Bradley Curcio on the left side playing Gardevoir EX versus Austin Ellis on Flareon EX. We'll see if the deck that I believed in for this event can pull it through versus one of its, on paper, hardest matchups.
This is your moment to shine, Adam, yeah? Represented by Austin. Could see Flareon. I mean, if you've made it this far in a sea of purple, in a sea of Gardevoir that we have seen so far out there in the field, doing so well, I'm sure Austin has already played and beaten a few Gardevoirs along the way. So one more time, why not?
The matchup is a little bit weird just because usually Gardevoir gets that late game disruption. If you don't have your Hoot-Hoots properly prepared, your ability to find a knockdown to get those final pieces you need to close out the game, that's where Flareon is going to struggle. The early mid-game should go smoothly, but the late game is when Gardevoir is going to shine and try to bring back the game, if it ever falls behind at all. Recently, Gardevoir decks have begun to tech in Bravery Charm, so this does throw off some of the math that this deck does like to rely on and take some of these early knockouts as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of these decks, as you mentioned, are almost like polar opposites, right? Guardy gets stronger as the game advances, whereas EVBox tends to get a little bit weaker as the game advances. It runs out of Crispins, it loses energy alongside some KOs, loses its Sparkling Crystal, which is so essential to its core strategy. And I think one important thing to note here is that there's no Sylveon EX in Evolution. Sylveon EX used to be like a big part of all sorts of Terra Box decks and Evolutions decks. However, for Sylveon EX to really be effective and have a one-hit KO potential against Dragapult, you need Lily's Clefairy EX down, right? So if that's already going to be down, might as well use Lily's Clefairy EX itself. And the Angelite attack, of course, is very powerful, but it wasn't enough to beat Gardevoir, so now they're trying to go with that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Now we are seeing the prizes. We see few key Pokemon prized for Bradley, and that Pheasantipity being prized for Austin could definitely cause problems here.
The Pheasantipity is your key to keep up your momentum in the mid game and just get a little bit of extra card draw in the late game. Hopefully in the middle of the prizes it will come through when it needs to, but Bradley is not going to be under a lot of pressure, to be honest, to be aggressive. You want the Flareon deck to take some prize cards, maybe activate some counter catchers, and just focus purely on your setup. This is going to be an interesting game, essentially, where Austin has to pick his targets correctly, right? Knowing, do I go after Monkey Dory here? Can I bother to take out a Curlia? Do I even bother delaying the Gardevoir? I know that in this matchup, right now, Gardevoir is not really running a lot of Drifloon lately, so maybe trading up that one prize Pokemon, taking 2 prizes, might not become a factor, but we also know that Jellicent has been lurking in these recent Gardevoir decks. We saw Aban's list and phase one, and at the show open. But getting right down to the table, Bradley Curcio kicking things off with Monkey Dory in the active and an Earthen Vessel, discarding a Psychic Energy and searching the deck for 2 more energy to go. I love the addition of Earthen Vessels in this list. Players have been increasing their counts recently, trying to get as much energy in the discard pile as quickly as possible. Austin Ellis, meanwhile, with Fan Rotom in play, is going to have immediate access to Fan Call and really get this deck up and running.
Bradley starting with his ace spec in hand.
Ooh.
It always feels super broken when you start Secret Box in your hand. And now Bradley, like I was wondering why he was putting some of the cards at the front of his deck, like the Technical Machine Evolution and an S-Ball, and that's because, yeah, we have access to that secret box immediately, and that's going to give him a very powerful setup. He's going to be able to get 2 Ralts on the bench thanks to Nestball and Artisan. He's going to be able to guarantee a supporter for his next turn, as we see the discard of 2 Psychics and Pheasant Dipty. Now, he can't use Technical Machine Evolution right now, of course, and he will not be able to have a guaranteed energy next turn. He'll have to hope to draw 1 off of research if he intends to use it with his active Munkidori. But I think the trade-off is definitely good, and the other cards in his hand were quite essential overall in needing, in pulling through with this. And he has the Darkness Energy to go with it as well, so he's basically guaranteed a turn 2 Gardevoir EX at this point in time.
Has already set up the deck for the initial deck search, searching for the Earthen Vessels, prepping for the Ace Spec, prepping to grab off of the Artisan, all in one go, and then is going to shuffle the deck thereafter.
Yeah, turn 1 Secret Box almost feels too good. I think when Secret Box came out, not too many people other than Henry Chow really paid attention to it. And now Secret Box is all over the place, and it's like the Ace Spec for Gardevoir and many other decks. Even we've seen it being tried in Golden Go decks as well, instead of Energy Search Pro, which is crazy to think about.
And now that we're over to Austin Ellis' side, this is an interesting conundrum. With Fan Call, you know that you're just going to get the Hoot Hoots, there's no threat of Noctowl, and Austin Ellis actually only has 1 copy of Io in the deck. So that means that there's a chance that Bradley, even grabbing all those things off the secret box, is very confident that these cards are going to remain in the hand. Typically, when it comes to these disruptive supporters, you don't want to play them early on when you're playing these Flareon lists, these Noctowl lists. You need to keep all of your resources in the hand, and that's more of a late game, just comeback potential. If you are behind, if you need to buy yourself just a little bit more time, maybe after benching a Hoot Hoot, to get that extra turn to evolve it into Noctowl, play that Iono, maybe set your opponent down to 2 or 1 card.
Yeah, a well-timed Iono can be the difference between winning or losing a game, and since we only have access to 1 copy, that's going to be very crucial, Adam. Now, we have another almost picture-perfect start here for Austin. We had the in-hand Cyrano to search for 3 Pokemon EXs. We have the Air Zero Underdepths to go along with that search for Artisan with the Eevee. We have the free treat with the Latias, we have the triple Hoot Hoot, and we have the Sob. So what a turn 1. I don't think you can ask for better. And the fact that there was no Noctowl searched for probably indicates that there's already a Noctowl, or at the very least an Ultra Ball, in the hand. Now, if it was an Ultra Ball and Austin is caught off guard by like a 20 damage by an item lock from Frillish, that could be a problem. However, he did use Sob, and that means the Munkidori in the active spot will not be retreating this turn.
And that is a perfect outcome that Austin is willing to take, right? Even though you're putting damage on the Munkidori, the internal range is going to put it right back on your side, lowering the chances of Frillish being able to take away your use of items is what Austin is trying to play around. A full spread of cards on the other side, right? With Wellspring Ogerpon now in the active with an energy attach, threatening potentially a Torrential Pump next turn. 3 Hoot Hoots to back all of this up, and 2 Eevees. Now, don't get too ahead of yourselves, folks, right? When you're looking at the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, you're looking over at Bradley's side of the board like, oh, there's no Shaman. This is going to be a great Torrential Pump. You have to be careful, because if you're shuffling the energies back in the deck, maybe you aren't getting energies established for your Flareons or other attackers after the Wellspring Ogerpon. Your best bet is maybe to try to take down 2 Curlias, right? But Bradley knows I just have TM Evo, and then I can just evolve right into the Gardevoir EX now. So I don't even know if Torrential Pump is going to be the best option here.
Yeah, denying a Ralts when there's already a Gardevoir in play, not that big a deal. Even the active Pokemon, because Adrenabrain was utilized, has 110 HP, so you're not even KOing the active, so you need a combination of like an Energy, a Boss's Orders, and a Sparkling Crystal to even get the maximum value of Torrential Pump here. So picture perfect start basically for both decks, but in this situation I do think Gardevoir has an advantage. One of the big issues for Eevee, the Eevee's deck, is the fact that 310 HP of this Gardevoir is a little out of reach, right? Flareon EX has no way to increase the damage output that I can see in this list. You have to like hope they attack with Gardevoir EX and there's some residual damage from Psychic Embrace or something to be able to take a knockout with Carnelian's 280 damage. So it's going to be very tough. But we are seeing that Jewel Seeker for the boss's orders and the Sparkling Crystal. So we are going to see a 2-price knockout. I think it's either the Ralts plus the Frillish or the Frillish plus the Monkey Dory with the Darkness Energy. And yep, those are the choices right here.
Yeah, but boss's orders bring that up. It's a beautiful play, trying to get not only the item lock out of the equation, but the tool lock also matters, right? Turning off the Sparkling Crystal, making it so you can't attach Air Balloon or something like that that's in the deck. And even though Austin Ellis has to go a little bit out on a limb, this is still a Pokemon in the active spot that needs to be dealt with. Bradley Curcio promotes Gardevoir EX, still has access to Psychic Embrace, of course. If there's another Darkness Energy for Monkey Dory, can move that damage over and take the knockout with Miracle Force here to keep up with this prize race.
Bradley definitely in a lot of trouble here. His Pheasant is in the discard pile, so he won't be able to draw any extra cards with his current hand right now. There's no supporters at the moment. We do have Mew EX being searched for, so I guess that's our best hope at this point in time. The Screamtail also hit the discard pile off of that Ultra Ball, so a lot of Pokemon going down. I think we might end up attacking with Gardevoir EX here in this situation, which leaves it a little vulnerable to the potential Carnelian. However, because the Sparkling Crystal is here, there's no way to get 3 energies on a Flareon EX in a single go. And Bradley definitely knows this. He'll know what he's up against. He'll know what sort of possibilities Austin has. So yeah, we're in for a treat. And oh, okay, the Clefairy EX actually. I think the Clefairy EX will be able to do enough damage to take down this Ogerpon thanks to the Area Zero Underdepths, increasing the bench size.
Now, Lily's Clefairy EX, folks, because of its Fairy Zone ability to make Dragon Pokemon weak to Psychic, we often forget that if there's a full bench, it has that beautiful Full Moon Rondo attack. You can just punch something if you'd like, and brings up EV-EX besides. Going to take 2 damage here, and I love this as well, right? Because the EV is going to be the next attacker. The EV-EX is still worth 2 prizes, has 200 HP. It's an easy knockout. You already know Wellspring Ogerpon is not really going to be a threat. With Sparkling Crystal, it can sob for free, but that's just giving you free damage to send back with Monkey Dory. You are now forcing Austin Ellis to evolve this EV on the bench and just try to pull off a Burning Charge. Hopefully there's a Crisp in there to get the Burning Charge, at least to get a little bit of chip damage and distribute some energy elsewhere.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, I don't think there's a way to 1-KO this Clefairy back. Even with its measly 190 HP, there's nothing that can hit hard enough to take it down. We don't even need the Bravery Charm that we just searched for at this moment. But yeah, things are looking actually very good for Bradley, and he found an Arven off of that restart draw from Mew, being able to find more Darkness Energy for his Monkey Dory on the bench, send even more damage, and perhaps take an extra prize card on this Rotom that is already damaged. And if you sneak a couple extra prize cards that way, all of a sudden you don't need to KO 3 Pokemon EXs, you just need to KO 2, and you get a few extra resources down the line with that.
With all of the Noctowls on the bench, having to bench the Latias EX, these are a lot of vulnerable Pokemon that give up prizes easily. And Bradley, as long as the stabilization happens, will be able to have his pick of which Pokemon he wants to knock out.
All right, seems like it's going to be Gardevoir, the Pokemon of choice, to take down this EV-EX. It's not going to be Clefairy, being extra cautious, make sure that there's no way the Clefairy EX goes down in this upcoming turn. Another thing Bradley knows is that Austin probably doesn't play a counter to his own Area Zero, right? Or there might be a copy
of Gravity
Mountain. Okay, so maybe Bradley doesn't know exactly that. The odds of that being available to lower the bench size to make Clefairy less of a threat might not necessarily be there. And I think even if both players have 5 Pokemon on their bench, Clefairy gets up to 220 damage, I do believe. And that's enough to take down a lot of the basic EXs. So Clefairy actually being very key, despite not for the weakness part, adding to Psychic weakness to Dragon-type Pokemon, but because that Full Moon Rondo attack actually does a lot of damage too.
And this is sort of the conundrum of the matchup we're seeing on full display here. You want to go for an early Torrential Pump, you assign your Sparkling Crystal, but you don't yet have Flareon down. You don't have an additional attacker to take over after Wellspring has done its initial duty. Use that Torrential Pump and shuffled energy back into the deck. Thankfully, Austin still has a Terra Pokemon in play, can keep using Jewel Seeker. He's going to need to find a Crispin here, and we see Terra Orb already being played, looking for Flareon. Has to evolve up this Eevee and try to get a different attack. I don't know if Austin Ellis or if it's even worth to bring up this Monkey Dory or the Ralts just so that Burning Charge takes a prize. It might be better to just do a significant chunk of damage to the Gardevoir EX in the active spot.
We're going to see the Crispin be found by the Jewel Seeker. We're going to see a Nestball probably grabbing that Terrapagos, but Terrapagos is not going to do enough damage to that Gardevoir to take a knockout. And if we play Crispin at him, we are not playing Boss's Orders, and we are tied in prizes. So Counter Catcher is available in the list, but it's not active right now. So best we can hope for is an attack into the Gardevoir and hope we can finish it off at some point, perhaps with Torrential Pump later down the line.
Mew EX onto the bench, and Crispin searching the deck for 2 energies of different types. One goes to a Pokemon directly, the other one goes in the hand. And the shorthand, of course, is essentially both are going to go onto one Pokemon. But Austin Ellis kind of going on a different path. Attaching both to Wellspring, Ogerpon. This does unlock Torrential Pump once more because the Sparkling Crystal remains. Latias EX can retreat from the active for free due to its own Skyliner ability, and another Torrential Pump will go through.
Now, I see Austin has access to Iron Bundle, but there's no bench space for it, I don't think. We're just going to see a Torrential Pump for 100 damage to the active that is currently missing, and 120 damage to the benched Ralts. To need that damage onto the active, though, it's not just a snipe damage to the bench. So the active Gardevoir should have 130 damage on it.
Yeah, they'll definitely get around to that eventually. After the turn is resolving, probably just making sure that I see Bradley just making sure that the energies are being shuffled back in, and there's the damage assigned to Gardevoir.
I think Bradley had Rare Candy, Gardevoir, either he top-decked one of the 2 cards right now, but now that Ralts is gone, that Gardevoir, if it gets taken down, it could be a little problematic. So I have to assume now we're going to see that Clefairy be the attacker of choice. That way, if Gardevoir goes down, you still have a Clefairy powered up to potentially take one of your last prize cards.
Yeah, it is always unfortunate to have these awkward spots. The Eevee did not even evolve into a Flareon here. So there is a world where, once again, this Wellspring Ogerpon isn't able to just keep taking prizes now that there's a lot more HP in play on the bench on Bradley's side. And when you're continuously having to use Crispin to make up this, I want to say, tempo loss, essentially, of not being able to attach additional energies with Burning Charge, losing the energies you have in play due to Torrential Pump's effect. And when you're playing Crispin, you can't play Boss. And if Bradley can consistently put something in the active with enough HP that's not going to get knocked out by Burning Charge or Torrential Pump, the prize mapping becomes incredibly awkward. Austin Ellis is at 3 prize cards remaining. Even if Gardevoir goes down, it's still going to take a couple turns potentially to find another knockout, something strong enough to even threaten the Clefairy or the Mew EX on bench.
Oof, this is a tough spot for sure for Bradley. There was no target for that Artisan. There was no Ralts left over, no Frillish, no Monkey Duries even. Does have a nice stretcher to get back a Pokemon. Or there might have been one target, I think. Okay, there is a Frillish left. Okay. So, can fill up the bench, can take a knockout with Clefairy. I don't know if you want to risk the knockout with Gardevoir. Now, by playing the Artisan down as well, Austin was able to discard that previously damaged Rotom. Therefore, that's no longer like an easier option to take a knockout somewhere down the line. So I don't know how, if like as Bradley, how do you approach this? If you attack with Gardevoir, it's definitely risky. You did discard some of your opponent's bench Pokemon. You will be knocking out the only Terra available as well, making it harder to Jewel Seeker next turn for your opponent. But do you do it with Clefairy, the lower HP Pokemon that could get return KO'd by Terrapagos? And if, well, there's no way to Briar and Crispin the same turn, because the Sparkling Crystal is not available, so we can't take 3 prizes in a single turn. There is a copy of Briar in Austin's deck.
I actually, I think I like your line, Pablo, of just attacking with the Clefairy, forcing Austin to find that line. With no Terra Pokemon in play, it's very difficult to properly retaliate. And even if Austin takes 2 prize cards, you're on 1 prize remaining. I think that gives you plenty of time to just bring up Latios or Mew EX as your final 2 prizes. Bradley Curcio sees it here. He's going to assign 2 Lily's Clefairy EX. And with the benches filled up the way they are, plus a little bit of help from Adrena Brain, that is perfect math.
Yeah, Full Moon Rondo doing 200 damage with the Adrena Brain, moving that 20 off means you have a fully healed Clefairy EX in the active spot. Hitting for 190 is not easy for Austin. He's going to need an Area Zero, a Crispin, a Terrapagos EX, and 2 more benched Pokemon. So it's going to be a little tough here to pull that off. Not impossible. I do think I saw a Nest Ball in the hand, and that can give you the Terrapagos, but if you don't have a Noctowl, then you're in trouble. And if you Nest Ball for Pheasantipede to draw 3 extra cards, all of a sudden you need to evolve the Eevee in order to have a Terra Pokemon available for you. Otherwise, Jewel Seeker doesn't work. So,
oh my goodness. I think that is Austin really going to have to go for that flip the script and hit Flareon or Leafeon if it's that bad.
He has draw with Mew. I see he has a Nest Ball. He has the is that
Fan
the Gravity
Rotom
Mountain?
and Gravity Mountain, yes.
Oh, okay. So Gravity Mountain is not a good card to have here. Yeah, it's going to be Fez into Mew. We know that a Flareon and a Leafeon were discarded previously right there. He chose not to evolve the Eevee when he had the possibility, so that might end up costing him. And that's part of why Brad KO'd the EVX. That's a Terra Pokemon as well, right? So by KOing that EVX over the Sparkling Crystal attached Ogerpon, made it so that he limited the potential damage from Austin and also eliminated that possibility. Now, 1 card off the top with Restart. Couldn't tell what that was, but now this Pheasantipede item has to be the best Pheasantipede in the history of Pheasantipedes.
Okay, let's see it, folks. 3 cards off the top. Needs a Flareon,
Briar,
Crispin,
and
just another energy.
Energy, all right. That means, I mean, I don't think we can even attack this turn. There's just nothing we can do. We can't draw any more cards. We can Crispin, but there's no attacker that we actually have. And Bradley's just going to have a free turn at this point in time where he's able to pressure, he's able to heal his Gardevoir EX further. He's able to, I mean, if he gets a second Monkey Dory, he could just KO the 50 HP EVX and KO the active Mew EX as well, or KO the active whatever is in front of him.
Absolutely. This boosted evolution Eevee has low HP, but it makes up that detriment by being able to evolve immediately while in the active spot. Austin Ellis has left this vulnerability on the bench, is forced to retreat into the Hoot Hoot. The Pheasantipede did not come up.
We have the Monkey Dirty, we're missing the Dark Energy, and then we can Adrena Brain twice to KO the Eevee and attack the active for game. So Bradley just needs to find the Darkness Energy at this point in time.
We just saw 1 left in the deck, I think, through the search.
Yeah.
Maybe there's an Earthen Vessel, maybe some way to grab it.
There's an Ultra Ball. We're going to thin that last routes remaining. We have Earthen Vessel available. I mean, a Night Stretcher would also do it because you can just retreat this Dark Energy from the Clefairy, pay that retreat cost, and then get back the Dark Energy, go into the Gardevoir, and he has a Research, and his deck is looking pretty small at this point in time. There's a Research. Let's see if we hit the Darkness Energy for game.
Darkness Energy or Night Stretcher takes out the Eevee and sets up the 2 prize knockout.
I think we saw the Night Stretcher. Maybe not. No,
oh,
there's
it's a counter
Super Rod.
catcher.
Yeah, Super Rod and Counter Catcher. No Darkness Energy for Brad. So we will not be able to close out this game at this point in time. Now, I have to wonder, do you just pass here as Bradley? Do you choose not to take a knockout? I mean, I don't think Eevee decks would have a way to take a 3-price turn, especially not with the current board. So I think
it's specifically with Briar, right?
I
that was
love
drawn
this.
last turn.
Yeah, Briar, but then if Bradley takes a prize, then he's no longer at 2 prizes, so Briar wouldn't work. But this, just like, okay, blocking you from the item cards, you can't play Night Stretcher, you can't play Ultra Ball. I know your hand's not very good.
Yeah, you'd have to take the knockout with a Terra Pokemon, and that means that you'd have to play Crispin to power up this potential Flareon.
Exactly.
It's not even a Flareon in play.
If the energy was on Eevee, perhaps it would be a possibility, then you can evolve, attach Briar. No, that's not. No, that doesn't work.
Yeah, Burning Charge doesn't do enough damage.
You take two. You take 2 prizes, and you still need 1 more. So, but the item lock here is like, okay, I don't need to take a knockout. I don't need to be aggressive. Your bench is full. I know you don't have Area 0. The TM devolution is not gonna matter whatsoever here anymore. So I'm just gonna Oceanic Gloom, 20 damage. It's a stronger Itchy Pollen, and we're good to go. Yeah, I win next turn.
And Austin Ellis, unfortunately, you know, had to lean very heavily on Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, wasn't able to accelerate enough energies into play, have these Flareons as backup attackers.
Yep.
Has not shown the Gravity Mountain yet this game, which is very important. If Bradley hasn't sniffed this out yet, it is such a key tech card to lower the HP of Gardevoir EX, maybe get that knockout down the road here in Game 2 or Game 3. But Austin Ellis has certainly, hopefully, you know, really played this matchup before and has learned a lot about this game and is hopefully can make these adjustments and reapproach the Gardevoir matchup the way it needs to be done. Taking out the Frillish early, I think, was correct, but taking that other turn of not evolving the Eevee, discarding the Flareon EX, it just ended up not being enough, and the prophecy came true of once you get to that later stage of the game, Flareon struggles to put the pieces together and keep up that pressure.
Yeah, we saw Austin get very far ahead in the early game, right? Applying a lot of pressure with that Wellspring Ogerpon, taking those double knockouts on the Sparkling Crystal, playing the boss's orders to take down the resources that Bradley had. But as the game went on, Bradley's deck got stronger. Austin's just like he had no energy on board. He lacked a Terra Pokemon. I do think not evolving that Eevee is probably something that he would have liked to do. I mean, Leafeon has merit in this matchup, so perhaps because he didn't know which one he wanted, Flareon or Leafeon EX, he held off on evolving to still keep the option open. But overall, Gardevoir can have a lot of control on how many energies they have in play in many situations. And since you can't Crispin and Boss at the same time, it's just really hard. Even if there's like 5 energy on a Screamtail, and you could possibly KO Gardevoir EX that has 10 damage on it by doing 300 damage thanks to 5 energy in play, realistically, you can't do that out of the blue. Especially, or you can only do it if Flareon EX has attacked a couple times and has gotten a few energies on the board, right? So maybe we need to, despite, like if Wellspring's not gonna deny the Gardevoir, then you might as well just go into the Flareon and have a much stronger board because you know the disruption is coming at some point.
If Bradley didn't get that TM Evo and have immediately the Kirlia into the Gardevoir, it would have been a much better start. But Bradley starting with Frillish in the active, this is going to make things very difficult. And Secret Box, once again, the most powerful Gardevoir EX start right now.
The raw Secret Box in back-to-back games when you're on stream. Like, that's some plot armor right there, Adam.
And I already know that Flareon EX is not as valued in the metagame because of this difficult Gardevoir matchup. But when you're playing against a Gardevoir player with plot armor, we're getting completely new territory here, Pablo.
Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir is just so strong, right? And then, like, the deck is built to have these strong starts, and we're just seeing Bradley get this back-to-back raw Secret Box, and, like, you generally can't ask for much more. And it's even stronger against decks such as Evolution, such as Raging Bolt, such as Golden Go, which play very little or no hand disruption whatsoever. So even though, because like against, in a mirror match perhaps, or against Dragapult, there's a high chance your hand just gets Iono'd away and you lose your TM Evo to the bottom of the deck, you lose your supporter, and you have to work with a new, fresh set of cards. But against these sort of decks, you just know you get to keep your cards and you can plan exactly what you want to do next turn as well. So this is just looking very, very strong here for Bradley. Now, is there anything priced that could potentially hurt him? There's no Curious price, there's no Gardevoir's price, there aren't any rare candies priced either, so nothing stopping the Gardevoir EXs from hitting the board next turn.
Thankfully, Austin does manage to get this nest ball before the item lock comes through. You can grab Fan Rotom. It can use its Fan Call ability on the first turn of the game to search for 3 colorless Pokemon that have 100 HP or less. This covers your Hoot Hoots, your Noctowls, and your basic Eevee, right? This is the one with boosted evolution. There is a second Eevee in the deck, has an attack that also lets you search your deck, but I think Austin needs to be aggressive here. I love getting potentially, if the hand allows, the boosted evolution Eevee, grab a Latias, retreat into this Eevee. It can evolve immediately the turn it comes down when it's in the active spot. Get that Flareon. Potentially, there's so much to ask.
Yeah,
Is Sparkling Crystal there? Get an attached return, get a Burning Charge, get some attack onto this Frillish.
The Sparkling Crystal is in their hand, actually. Could we see that? I mean, Austin didn't go for the boosted evolution Eevee. He went for the Colorful Friends one. So, but yeah, we're seeing an adaptation already. We're just not going to go for the Wellspring Ogerpon early. We don't have that opening, it seems. We are holding an Ultra Ball, which Austin knows that Bradley has the technical machine evolution in hand, and a research, but nothing guarantees that he's going to use it. If Austin doesn't play the Ultra Ball right now and commits to the evolution in hand, and Bradley gets a strong enough draw to where he can just Oceanic Gloom, or even finds the Jellicent EX and TM Evos with the Jellicent EX in the active, that could put a lot of trouble for Austin. Chooses to go for the Latias EX, so does he have a Terra Pokemon already in the hand?
I didn't quite get eyes on it. After Ultra Balling for the Latias, I thought that Austin would retreat the Hoot Hoot, maybe put Fan Rotom in the active, trying to preserve this Hoot Hoot to guarantee you have Noctowls for down the road. Just, if there's energy, maybe just threaten with the Assault Landing. Frillish with that 80 HP, however, you can't take that knockout, but Bradley is just off to the races here. Artisan and Professor's Research discarding that Devo to draw 7 more cards. Kirlia and Gardevoir now in the hand.
That's an awkward find, right? Because if you evolve into the Kirlia, you want... Well, I guess you can still do it. There's no pieces prize, so you can get another Kirlia and a Gardevoir EX out. But I think the key card here is the fact that Bradley found that Jellicent EX. So he can TM Evo with an item lock happening on Austin. That's like the dream, right? That's combining Oceanic Gloom with the Technical Machine Evolution. So no items, no tool cards. Thankfully, Austin did play the Sparkling Crystal before this took place. You see the Artisan for the Monkey Derry, and now we're going to see the Technical Machine Evolution for Kirlia and for Gardevoir. Once again, picture perfect start, and it's all thanks to that secret box in hand. Now, okay, Austin does have a Cyrano in hand, so he can make something happen. He can get that Flareon out, and he can start powering up other Pokemon. But is there even anything to power up at this point? There isn't.
After Eevee evolves into Flareon, the only other thing that could potentially be powered up, you try to find that second Eevee EX, but that's a vulnerability on the bench, certainly with only 200 HP. I don't know if Austin is going to try to find Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. At this point, I feel like the time is past.
It's too late. Yeah, it's definitely too late. We have to try to go up in a more EX versus EX playthrough. But yeah, we have Noctowl, so we can search for Earth Zero. We can find the Eevee EX. We can find the Flareon EX. We can power that up, but as you mentioned, the 200 HP is just so low overall, right? It's
if Flareon is evolved from the Eevee on the bench, right, and then energy is attached to Eevee EX, there is also a world where Austin uses a Crispin, has the Sparkling Crystal on Eevee, uses the Carnelian attack.
We just played Cyrano, though, so we cannot play Crispin.
Of course. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So now the just one step behind then with these energy attachments.
And Austin just made a huge mistake. He evolved into Noctowl before evolving into the Flareon that he just searched for. So Jewel Seeker doesn't work. And so now we don't get a Stadium. We don't get the AVX down. We don't have anything in our hand. And yeah, at this point, I think even Brad told him, like, nope, sorry, you can't take it back.
Austin is breaking my heart. Okay, let they who have not accidentally evolved their Noctowl without having a Terra in play cast the first stone.
We have all done it. We have absolutely all done it, and it's really unfortunate to see here on the stream. I mean, when the stakes are so high, right, the pressure is definitely on these players at the table. They're both very close to top cutting as well with that 9-1-1 record. So it seems like the pressure might have gotten to Austin, and it's like you're planning so many things with your hand that having a slight misstep like this one ends up being extremely, extremely costly.
Yeah, that's such a massive miss sequence, unfortunately. It seems like just doing two actions, just one before the other. Generally, things like that don't even matter, like, oh, evolving my Pokemon here and there, but absolutely devastating. Misses the attack here, is still going to remain under item lock because of Oceanic Curse. Jellicent gets to attack in the active, and I guess the only silver lining is that Gardevoir does not run Gusts, generally speaking. So it's just going to be a hoot going down.
Wow, what a crazy turn of events. We see the Latias get put up in the active, and the card off the top is, I couldn't tell. No, I can't tell what it was. I know we have a Mew EX down. We have Gravity Mountain as well. We can Artisan, maybe for a little bit of help. Okay, we have the Iron Bundle. So Iron Bundle will allow Austin to play item cards, but does he even have any good item cards to play with at this point in time? Does he have an Ultra Ball for another Noctowl to compensate for what happened in the previous turn?
And this is putting Austin onto this very thorny path now, saying, okay, well, now I need to use Iron Bundle to get the Jellicent out of the active. You bring up a Monkey Dory. Austin can now use items, get this turn set up the way it needs to be. Burning Charge can finally take a knockout on Monkey Dory, accelerate some other energies into play, but now you're only taking one prize card. 18 minutes left on the clock, by the way, so a lot of game needs to be run back for Austin Ellis to remain in this one.
And we see the Ultra Ball discarding that EVX that we searched for, discarding the Gravity Mountain as well. This is definitely going to find a Noctowl, but is it a little too late? That one misstep that we had, evolving the Noctowl one step too early. I mean, sure, now we can search for Crispin, and I mean,
and this is one less Jewel Seeker you're going to have for the late game where it is of utmost importance.
Yeah, one Hoot went down, another unfortunately evolved and did nothing, so now we're down to the one Noctowl, and this Noctowl, along with the Mew EX that's left over in the hand, basically has to carry Austin through the whole game against a fully set up Gardevoir deck. There's two Gardevoir EXs in play, there's a Monkey Dory already, and there's a Jellicent, making things even more annoying for Austin.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, you know, the Hoot could have just been retreated and just put Fan Rotom in the active, and you try to preserve that Jewel Seeker for later on in the game. Pheasantipity EX is grabbed, needs to see more cards off of Flip the Script. Now that you've used the Iron Bundle to get Jellicent out of the active, Oceanic Curse is not active right now. Use your items, use as many as you can. Try to get some sort of established base. The bench is currently full, has Area 0, pardon me. So now Mew EX is in play. Hopefully there's a second Eevee to come through and receive some energy from Burning Charge.
All right, we do find Fez here. So we have a plentiful hand, and we're not under item lock, so I think we definitely need to stretch her back the EVX and power up through Flareon EX's attack in order to get some energy onto the board. Now, seems like it's going to be Iron Bundle instead to continue to free us from the item lock. We have another Nest Ball, okay, so that can get the backup Eevee.
Okay.
There we have it. Now, the issue with this backup Eevee, though, is the fact that it has 50 HP. Yeah, and then Austin reconsiders. 50 HP is like the perfect number for the double Monkey Dory. And even if the active goes down, which it probably will, finding another Monkey Dory is usually quite easy, right? So
yep, Artisan, Night Stretcher.
Yeah, and if you commit energies to that, then it's even worse at that point in time. Oh, but...
And no energy attachment to actually to make the Burning Charge happen.
No, the Crispin was not played. So what was the supporter? I didn't notice a supporter being played. Okay, so we're gonna be a bit more passive, which with the time dwindling down, I think that plays really well for Brad overall. Like, he's under no pressure. There are a few energy. There is at least, I think, one energy in the discard pile. The R0 does get countered, so Fan Rotom and the two Noctowls going away now and going back down to 5 benched.
Who actually decides to get rid of the Latias EX. Wants to preserve Mew, Wellspring, and Bundle. The Fan Rotom was in the active spot after all. But, yeah, just a really devastating turn of events for Austin Ellis. Missing that one Jewel Seeker the window of opportunity to swing into Jellicent, get some momentum built up in this game is just completely gone. Austin just fighting on the back foot now, trying to make a plan happen, trying to get an attacker powered up, and the energy just isn't there. Whenever your opponent's forcing you to play other supporters that aren't Crispin, the deck loses all semblance of threat.
Now, the one key piece missing for Brad were like energy in the discard pile. He now has 2 Psychics in the discard pile. He can start getting some damage into play with Psychic Embrace. He can also do more damage now with Jellicent DX if he so wishes. And he can double Monkey Dory if he needs to. We could just see the Monkey Dory take the knockout onto this Van Rotom. I don't think we will. I think we're definitely going to see the Jellicent DX take this KO, deny the items, and at the very least, force Austin to use the Iron Bundle if he wants to play any item cards next turn.
And also, we have to remember as well, Pablo, now that the Area 0 Underdepths has been bumped, there is no room on the bench for a Hoot Hoot. So Austin Ellis is probably going to have to use the Iron Bundle to move the Jellicent and bench a Hoot Hoot. And if and when Flareon EX uses its Burning Charge attack to deal some chip damage or try to take a knockout, that accelerated energy just has to go to Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, I suppose. If you want another attacker, maybe it goes on to Pheasantipity if you want to go fancy with Cruel Arrow. But all the recipients of this potential energy have incredibly low low HP.
All right, Wellspring got promoted.
But Latias EX was sent to the discard
instead
pile.
Of the Mew EX, which had free retreat. So, I mean, are we going to try a Sob strategy onto the Mew EX at this point in time?
If you have the energy attachment for Sob, I would rather just go for Burning Charge, I feel.
I mean, Austin has to be playing. I thought like he'd for sure just go for Carnelian to take a knockout on the Jellicent DX with the Crispin.
Yeah, that same play from earlier does come full circle.
Crispin, actually, he just threw the Crispin off of the Mew EX. So something happened. I mean, he must have just not grabbed the Crispin that he originally had with the Jewel Seeker. I must have missed that. But yeah, we're going to go for the sub. And we're going to take our time, right? And this definitely plays against Austin. Like, he's the one that needs to win this game. And 20 damage is just not going to cut it. Now, Bradley is put in a weird situation where he can power up the Mew in order to copy Torrential Pump. But then that's going to shuffle the energy back into the deck and therefore will not make them available for Gardevoir EX to attach to other Pokemon if the Mew goes down at some point, or could keep the Mew locked for even further. Although he's not forced to do the 120 damage to the bench, right?
That
he
is
could
true.
Just Torrential Pump 100, Torrential Pump 100, and call it a day. So we'll have to see how Bradley approaches this sort of like awkward lock, soft lock situation, if you will.
Yeah, I do love that you call that out as well, Pablo. The shuffling the energies back in the deck is optional for Torrential Pump to do bench damage. You can just use it as a standard attack to deal some chip to the active spot. Meanwhile, Bradley, after powering up the Mew, has 2 Monkey Dories with 2 Darkness Energies, can send that damage over to the boosted Evolution Eevee, the 50 HP on the bench to take another prize card if he so chooses, and it's all in Bradley's court. Do I even want to give my opponent the ability to draw cards off of Pheasantipity, or do I want to just move damage all around while my Mew is sub-locked and set up something really fancy?
Yeah, it seems like Bradley's just going to play the sub-lock game as well. And now there's 100 damage on this Wellspring Ogerpon. And if they sub, then they can send the damage back. And then they can use Torrential Pump and take a 3-price turn onto these 2 guys. Or, actually, if you put enough damage, if you put 6 damage onto the Mew EX, you could actually take a 4-price turn copying your opponent's Torrential Pump as well.
And that would be a fantastic finale to this game. We know that Gardevoir is a great deck in the metagame, has a fantastic matchup versus this Flareon box. This is a deck that has a lot of utility, great against Golden Go and other decks in the format, but when you're up against the heavy hitters of the metagame, when you're in phase 2 of a regional like this, 9-1-1. Austin Ellis obviously has been doing things correctly throughout the day. Hard to say how many Gardevoir decks that they've hit so far, but Bradley's putting up a show right now, folks. Has the threat of Mew EX, has Jellicent, double Monkey Dory. I can't ask for a better Gardevoir EX board than what I'm seeing right now in front of me.
Yeah, you're going to sub, I'm going to sub. You're going to sub, I'm going to sub. And yeah, I mean, I think Bradley can win the game next turn if he has enough. Oh, maybe I think he might be 10 damage off, actually, from winning the game next turn. Double Monkey Dory would put 6 here, but if he does Torrential Pump, he's 10 damage off, so not quite there yet. And now the Leafeon EX threat is here, doing 60 damage for every energy in play that your opponent has. So now Leafeon EX is currently doing 360 damage. Is missing that second energy, and we actually can't retreat the Wellspring because it got subbed against us.
Right.
So we have no way to move that just yet. So it might not come into play, but if you get Curlless against Leafeon EX, you can really get punished with that Verdant Storm attack, especially as a Gardevoir player.
And Austin does have one copy of Professor Turo's Scenario in this deck. Hoot Hoot is on the bench. It would feel a little bad if you needed to Jewel Seeker to grab that supporter. And I think you'd really love to save this Hoot Hoot for the finale. If Austin is somehow able to close out this game, make the comeback happen, the Hoot Hoot on the bench needs to be there for the final Jewel Seeker for the coup de grace.
All right, we do have access to a Professor Turo for Austin, so maybe he can save this Wellspring if it doesn't get KO'd. If Bradley just chooses to go for like a slower, okay, I'll just sub you back, send the damage back once again, and set up for that game-winning play afterwards. He might not have enough energy actually to pull that off. Is he getting, I don't think there's any risk of getting decked out either. And he just wants to make sure like he doesn't get trapped or something completely. But yeah, I mean, the pressure is on Austin to try to finish this game and close it out. And he's still at 6 prizes remaining, which doesn't help his case.
And furthermore, with the Verdant Storm attack, you ideally want to combine that, maybe take down a Gardevoir, use that big burst of damage on something that really matters. And if you're leaving a Mew EX, then it's going to just copy the Verdant Storm and KO you right back.
Okay, we do have the Torrential Pump, taking the knockout, taking a 3-prize turn, going down to 1 prize card here for Bradley. Now this will give Austin a lot of extra cards with the Serendipity. Potentially Mew has the Iron Bundle, which he really prioritized this whole game, but he's down 6 prize cards. There's no damage on the board for Bradley. His Gravity Mountain is gone. And now, because Mew used Torrential Pump and shuffled the energy back, there's only 4 energy in play. Therefore, you're only doing 240 damage with Leafeon instead. Or I guess, yeah, you're right. There's 5 energy, actually. So that's 300 damage. That's still not enough to even KO a Gardevoir EX.
Not enough. And I think that earlier in the game as well, Austin Ellis was forced to discard that Gravity Mountain. So you can't reduce the HP of Gardevoir as well. Really unfortunate to lose that important damage modifier for this matchup. But finally, Leafeon EX enters the active spot, has 3 energies attached for Moss Agate, just 230 damage.
And you heal 60 damage, 100 damage, sorry, from all of your Pokemon. There was no damage to be healed. So sure, we take 2 prizes. We can't really KO this Leafeon EX at this point in time unless we get triple Monkey Dory off, but with the 3rd Darkness energy on the Gardevoir, that's impossible. But if we just have Screamtail could just close out the game against this Mew EX quite easily. And I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see the Super Rod for the Screamtail. We're going to see the Artisan getting that back. I think once again, it might be the energies that's stopping Brad from winning this game. 3 just got shuffled to the deck. We will be able to use 3 to retreat.
Jellicent is a big boy.
Yep, and there's a Screamtail. Do we have enough energy, though, to take a knockout? There's 4 and the 20 damage. Yep, onto the Mew EX from the Adrenabrain. 180 damage exactly to allow Brad to close out this round 12 game.
And Bradley Curcio takes the win completely unfazed. This was just another job that needed doing to him.
Another day in the office for Brad, just completely dismantling this Eevee box deck. And we did see that misstep that happened with the Flareon and the Noctowl, unfortunately. But I mean, how much of a difference would that have made? It definitely would have allowed Austin to apply a lot more pressure, be more aggressive, like basically get on the board, right?
Yeah.
Attach energies, get another Eevee powered up, have 2 threats. But yeah, I mean, the sub-log almost worked against him at the end there.
when playing this matchup, there's so much intricacy around the macro of how to approach the matchup. Your prize map not only needs to be figured out pretty early on in the game, but it can just change on a dime depending on the torrential pump. If the sparkling crystal and some easy knockouts are being offered to you, maybe you try to take it. There was that potential here in the first game after that first torrential pump, and then Bradley takes the knockout on EVEX. A second torrential pump happens, and we were a little bit worried that there wasn't going to be enough resources for Bradley to even keep hitting, or if the Gardevoir was going to be ending up as the main attacker and be vulnerable in the active spot, but Blue Scafari comes through, just keeps cleaning up attack after attack, taking prizes, and then in game number 2, Bradley gets Jellicent EX down, keeping Austin under his thumb, and then that unfortunate misplay with the Flareon not able to use Jewel Seeker, and Austin trying to buy time with Sob, but with so many Monkey Dories sending that damage back, you're playing perfectly into Gardevoir's hands at that point, and although Leafeon EX showed up in the 11th hour, it simply wasn't enough.
It simply wasn't enough. I can't say it in a better way, Adam. It was just, the board was dismantled. In the first game, there were no energy left to apply pressure with anything, and in this second game, we just never had any sort of real threat on the board, and with the loss of Gravity Mountain, Flareon was just not going to cut it. And we had an opening, I think, at one point to like use Crispin, power up for Carnelian, and take a knockout on the Jellicent DX and establish ourselves on the board. But Austin chose to go for the more passive route of going for the soft block, trying to get a tricky play going. But it just, he then was finally able to get a lot of energy into play, get both Leafeon and Flareon EX powered up, but it was too little too late at that point.
Yeah, I do wonder if that turn with the missed Jewel Seeker, if that was going to be the Carnelian turn. It is still a little bit iffy because you want to try to weave in a Burning Charge or two in the early game to have some bonus energy, to have multiple Flareons potentially set up or other EX Pokemon set up to attack. If you go for Carnelian, then Flareon can't even attack on the next turn. So that's where you're looking for switching outs, Turo, Air Balloon to maybe reset the Flareon. Still so much to be analyzed for this matchup. It is very underexplored, but the matchup is just so difficult on its face that it feels like it's not worth it to invest. Austin Ellis, however, 9-2-1, a very respectable record here in Pittsburgh. He made it to phase 2, and losing to Gardevoir, a matchup that players kind of expect you to lose, can't feel too bad, and hopefully Austin can kind of shake off the tilt and remain focused and keep up these clean plays moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing to take from here. Is like, okay, we had that small mistake throughout this match. It was a tough match anyways. Not sure if that would have allowed me, like it definitely would have allowed me to put up more of a fight in the second game. I wasn't able to, so just shake it off, focus on the next round at hand, and try to, I believe X2-1 could still be live for asymmetrical cut at some point. I haven't done the maths yet, but in some tournaments it might be, so just gotta keep on winning, keep on trying to get to those high placements, because there's still plenty to play for, right? Championship points and money-wise.
So many players have shown up here to the Pittsburgh Regional Championships to compete for these prizing and the championship points that are on the line, and not to mention, of course, the direct invite to Worlds. I actually want to take a closer look at the meta game that we've seen at this tournament. Gardevoir EX has been incredibly dominant. If you go back for the past few tournaments, it's been Gardevoir versus Gardevoir or Gardevoir versus Dragapult, and the numbers from phase 1 sort of reflect that. Very even, very close distribution of these top 2 decks. The jury's still out on whether or not we can combine Gold and Go archetypes together to give it an artificial boost of representation in the meta distribution, but Raging Bolt showed up beautifully as well in phase 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, Raging Bolt has been doing quite decent despite the sea of purple that we have out there with Gardevoir. Now, Gardevoir is definitely dominating the top tables, just as it dominated the numbers in this phase 1. So many players with Gardevoir made it through to phase 2 as well. And Dragapult is there. I think Dragapult is clearly the deck that wants to stand up to Gardevoir. I think many players on paper are saying, yeah, Gold and Go beats Gardevoir. I think if that was the case, we would have seen it more at the World Championships, like more evidence of that. We would have seen more evidence of that this past weekend, and we would be seeing more evidence of that right now. If Gardevoir is so dominant, and if some of the best players in the game are playing Gardevoir, if they were going up against some very good players playing Gold and Go, I think we would be seeing a much more even spread amongst the top tables between those two decks. But despite on paper Golden Go being a tough match for Gardevoir, despite Gardevoir not playing out a single way to one KO those Golden Goes, it's just not enough apparently. Is there even anything that can take down Gardevoir at this point?
We are putting all of our hopes on maybe Zoroark at this point. Maybe Charizard. Players seem to have been scared off of Grimmsnarl. If we take a closer look at the Phase 2 numbers to see how these decks converted to the latter stage of the tournament, Gardevoir EX, much higher representation, pulling ahead of Dragapult, still trying to keep up in the numbers. Raging Bolt, surprisingly, kind of jumping ahead of Golden Go, depending on how you slice the numbers.
Yep.
But still a fantastic deck. And I think when we look at everything in front of us for this meta breakdown, the main theme is consistency, and as you've put it, Pablo, the ability to take multiple prize cards in one turn, somehow being able to manipulate the prize trades in your favor is the key to success in the Pokemon TCG.
I think a big thing that Gardevoir also has going for it is that there's not a single Dark-type Pokemon within this top 6, right? And any of these decks are not playing any Dark-type tech, so Gardevoir EX essentially has no weakness, whereas that used to be the case for Dragapult, but when Lilith's Clefairy EX came out, it just completely turned the tables into Gardevoir's favor, and now the Stage 2 that does have weakness is a lot weaker to the Stage 2 that doesn't have any weakness, and that's probably part of the reason why Charizard is being held back. There are a few Ogerpon decks out there, the Teal Mask, the Iron Leaves, even the Galvantula, all those Pokemon can deal effectively with Charizard, but there isn't an easily accessible Pokemon such as Clefairy, such as Galvantula or Teal Mask that can deal with Gardevoir, and that's one of its strengths. Gardevoir itself is a very sturdy Pokemon, a very sturdy attacker, and with double or even triple Monkey Dory sometimes, like the self-damage becomes extra damage and you get to heal, so this deck just has it all.
I fully agree. In the past meta, we've seen cards be added to the game that are sort of a one-size-fits-all tech. Lilith's Clefairy certainly does that for Dragapult. And back in the Mew VMAX days, we had Drapion V that you could slot in as a Dark-type attacker to take some knockouts. But Gardevoir EX reigning supreme, and the players that have committed fully to this deck and learned it in and out are being rewarded in spades. But hey, if you want to take a break from Gardevoir and Dragapult, we are not the only broadcast happening this weekend, folks. We do, of course, have VGC and GO here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. These games have also been growing right alongside us. And from what I've heard, Pokemon GO and VGC have both seen some meta shakeups recently. Players continuing to innovate on both sides of these games.
And you know, something that I love to see is that when sometimes some Pokemon appear in all 3 games or in a couple of games, I'm seeing a Dusknoir over on the Pokemon GO side, which is a very relevant Pokemon for us, right? But then we've never had a good Tinkaton or a good Cradily over on the TCG side, whereas we're seeing this over there as well. We do have Blood Moon Ursaluna that we share with the GO. We've never had a good Pelipper, I don't think, in the TCG. So, and I'm sure they have the same sentiment towards us. They're like, why are you using a body, right? Like, that's a baby Pokemon. Nobody needs that. So I love, like, when we share Pokemon across all pillars of Pokemon. Yeah. And then when there's also, like, we look at their very unique Pokemon with like, oh, that's really cool. We never get to use that. And they probably look back and they're like, oh, that's really cool. We never get to use that.
I know, like, oh, Jellicent? Like, actually insane Pokemon choices. But it's a great way to enjoy. Yeah. Look at all 3 games. Your favorite Pokemon hopefully is represented somewhere. I did see Marowak, of course, over on Pokemon GO because my favorite's Cubone. So there's always going to be something for everyone, folks. And if you are still dedicated to Pokemon TCG, don't go anywhere because Swiss Round 13 is up next.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah! So excited! What are you going to get at the Pokemon Center? I'm going to get the Jigglypuff. What are you going to get? I'm going to get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh!
tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokémon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Aw, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Sou Gabriel e eu nasci em São Paulo. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Pikachu. É meu Pokémon, um dos Pokémons favoritos meu. Eu jogo bastante com meu irmão, ele sempre me ajuda nos treinos. Competitivo, os 2 primeiros anos ali foi mais na brincadeira, aí depois umas pessoas vieram falar com a gente dos torneios maiores e a gente foi acabando entrando nesse lado competitivo do Pokémon TCG. Já fui em 3 campeonatos mundiais, em Londres, no Japão e no Havaí. Uma das memórias favoritas foi quando eu ganhei o Mundial do Japão, em Yokohama. Foi incrível lá. Porque é o maior torneio que existe no Pokémon Mundial e no Japão, onde foi criado, é melhor ainda. A estratégia que eu usei para esse torneio não era ser muito agressivo, meu deck é mais calmo, passivo e esperar meu oponente começar a ação para eu voltar e finalizar a partida. O deck que eu escolhi era o Charizard Pidgeot, ganhei o regional de Joinville anteriormente ao Like, então só mudei 2 cartas e vim com ele. A minha última final do Like, ano passado, foi um outro formato. Eu acho que foi uma partida bem parecida, era uma partida entre 2 decks pau a pau e veio para quem comprou melhor. A parte da jogabilidade que eu tento melhorar sempre é o nervosismo, que minha meta é acalmar tudo, mas sempre tem aquele friozinho na barriga antes das partidas, que às vezes acaba também fazendo eu errar. Acho que é muito bom estar na final, a sensação de chegar longe.
You could hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again.
No último turno da partida, não tinha mais o que ele fazer naquela situação do último turno, então dava pra ver que já tava o jogo na mão. Essa sensação foi incrível, sabe? Que todo o nervosismo que eu passei durante o jogo acabou, foi um alívio.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível. Sim, não tem muito o que falar porque eu tô sem palavra praticamente. Olha, não podia ser melhor, né? Significa muita coisa, que por ser minha última temporada de sênior, também meu último internacional no Brasil, gostaria muito de ganhar esse torneio e acabei ganhando. Eu vejo como mais um título que vai me dar confiança para jogar aí os próximos e conseguir mais título por aí. O conselho que eu daria para os treinadores de Pokémon é treinar bastante, que não consegue chegar numa final e ganhar sem o treino, sem um preparo bom. E também olho de inspiração o Thor de Recleve, que é um dos melhores jogadores aí, se não o melhor, do Pokémon TCG, e o Azul GG. Ganhar o 2º Mundial significaria muita coisa para mim, que indo para Master, os torneios vão ser maiores, a dificuldade aumenta. Eu acho que os outros treinadores têm que me considerar como uma ameaça, porque já vim aí de muitos títulos, ganhei os 2 internacional no Brasil, o internacional no Londres e o Mundial do Japão. E fui bem no Havaí, então tem que tomar cuidado.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Gumi. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's black and white, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in black and white too are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a completely horrible ratio.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. Our trading card game regional championships here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Just a couple of Swiss rounds remain before we find out who is going to be making it into Top Cut and who is still going to be alive for the chance to become the regional champion this weekend. And Liam Halliburton is making a name for himself this weekend. He's the big story, 12-0 going into this round. Already confirmation he has tied Bradley Curcio at table 1, so those players more than likely going to be in a good position to make it into Top Cut. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse for the next couple of Swiss rounds as we whittle things down. Kyle, how we feeling, man?
Yeah, this is always one of the most exciting times for a tournament here. Down to the nitty-gritty, got to get those last few match points to lock things up, and for Liam, it's Cinderella's story for him, just running absolutely over everyone, 12-0, and then he sees a Gardevoir sitting there for him that he gets to bring into the Top Cut now. Yep. It's got to be a great feeling.
And I'm sure Bradley is very fine to take that intentional draw. That is really what has propelled Liam's tournament run so far. It seems like is just the amount of Gardevoir players he has hit on his rise to the top right now. So he's sitting at 12-0, but let's take a look at the rest of the standings here heading into this last Swiss round. This is after Swiss round 12. There it is, Liam, and then Rahul Reddy following up behind with the 10-1-1 record. Bradley Curcio, who we just saw on stream in the last round, also with the 10-1-1 record.
Yeah, there's a lot of notable players to check out here as they're trying to close out on those few last match points that they can earn here, get into the top 8, and it's a lot of Gardevoir. A lot of Gardevoir, as we mentioned, that Liam is excited about. But that was also one of the interesting points that we had Aban bring up earlier on stream the day before, was he was expecting this after the Monterey victory and seeing what happened in Frankfurt as well. That list had so much success, so they went and made it a change and added the Jellicent. But there was this second route you could have taken to just go full dark and join the dark side with Liam. And there's a few other players that are trying to make it there with Enzork as well.
Yeah, there's some other Enzorks out there. There's also some Marnie's Grimmsnarls. It really, this tournament feels like a story of the Gardevoir decks versus the Dark decks. And then you've got Dragapult sprinkled in there, of course. Plenty of Dragapult players still in the mix. This is after round 12, so we've got round 13 coming up very soon, and then also round 14. Players are likely going to be looking to get to an 11-2-1 record, 34 match points to make it into our asymmetrical Top Cut. Here are the notable matches out on the floor. We already mentioned Liam Halliburton and Bradley have tied, getting themselves up to Bradley 32 points. Liam already well locked with 37 match points. And then looking at the rest of the matchups out here, some really interesting stuff, but I'm excited for our feature match. JW Creewall up against Rowan Stavenow.
Yeah, two amazing players. We see them so often at the finals of regionals playing it out. We've seen the chopping from JW as he earned his 3rd regional championship, and he's going to try to do it once more here now with an interesting deck. We've been wondering where it's been on the graphics.
Yes.
But it's been in his hands, and he's a pretty capable player.
It's been a pretty steep decline for Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX as far as the play rate goes. It was really popular at NAIC. It was expected to be one of the big decks. Then only one of them made top cut at the tournament. At the World Championships, people thought it would have a chance to bounce back. It was only 5% of the meta, and then here at this event, it did not even make it into the top 6. This has become a very low play rate deck, which is kind of surprising when you consider its place in the meta. It's really solid against Gardevoir, and its ability, Punk Up, so powerful, searching your deck for 5 Darkness Energies. As JW chops his way into this next game.
He's ready for it, and Rowan's not going to back down either. He's been at these tables plenty of times, a world champion in the junior division, and he just continued to play out of his mind for the last 10 years, and he is doing it once more here with the Dragapult EX. This has become a pet deck for him, as it gives him so many opportunities to show what he's made of. He can play from behind and have those comeback victories. He's played against so many amazing players throughout his runs at NAIC and Worlds, and now he's off to start another great regional run here. And you have to go through JW. It'll be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, Rowan has played a lot of Dragapult this past couple of months, ever since rotation. He was one of the early adopters of the straight Pult deck, no Dusknoir, no other partners, just Dragapult, Monkey Dories, and then a couple of other annoying cards with the Badoos and the Maractuses in the mix. But he's played other partners as well. He's got Charizard in the mix. He had a solid finish at NAIC with Dragapult Charizard. His testing group had a really good conversion rate. I know there was a few of them in the top cut. But now he's paired it up with the good old classic Dusknoir, something we always expect to see paired with Dragapult at any given event.
Yeah, Rowan does not mind playing from behind. We see this very often, and he's made some considerations to that with his deck list, with the third copy of Counter Catcher, prepared to give up that opening prize or 2 with the Badoo, and then if your opponent ever plays around that, you have a hefty 2-2-1 Dusknoir line to work with.
Prize cards going out for both of these players. There is one Counter Catcher in the prizes for JW. He does play 2 copies. There one Technical Machine Devolution. He also does play 2 copies, a Monkey Dory, and then 1 Iron Bundle hiding in the prizes for him.
And on the other side, Rowan with that 1 copy of Dusknoir that he won't have access to, the Pheasantipity, which he'll see by the time he starts losing some prize cards, you'd assume, and not too much else to worry about there, so we might have some fun, friendly Pokemon here.
Looking forward to this match. 2 top-tier players. We're in for a treat here in this one, Kyle. The fist bump extended. Let's get into this Swiss round 13 match. JW kicking things off with the draw for turn. Monkey Dory is the active Pokemon on his side. Badoo is the starter for Rowan Stavino. Right away, JW kicks things off with the bench of the Snorunt, and Frostlass is a very important card for him in this deck.
Yeah, we've seen the lines start to shift. Mike Ellis with that incorporation of the 2-3 line of the Frostlasses. It's just so important to see this Pokemon. And it's difficult to find, as you can see how easy it is with Marnie's Grimmsnarl to search out all of those Pokemon as you're looking through. You have your Spikemuth Gym searching out, helping you find some additional help. But it is hard to find Frostlass, so you got to beef up the numbers a little bit.
And it's going to be even harder as JW has used his first Ultra Ball and his only Ultra Ball that he plays in his list on this opening turn in order to get probably a Impidimp into play, a Marnie's Impidimp. So his access to Frostlass will more than likely have to come through the use of Technical Machine Evolution. Searching the deck now, taking a moment to check the prize cards, a very important skill in the Pokemon TCG, making sure you know what you have access to and what you do not. Just shaking the head back and forth, a little unsure about what he's got available, what he does not.
Yeah, very important to consider the lines and see what you're able to set up on this opening turn. The bigger the bench that you have, the more likely you are to have one of those larger setups and set up all these extra Pokemon. You're trying to lean into your Marnie's Grimmsnarl early occasionally and just put a lot of pressure on your opponent. It just depends on the matchup though, and if you sense any weakness on the other side, you have this chance to be very aggressive.
Off of the Ultra Ball, it does appear that the Impidimp will be the grab placed directly onto the bench. Off the discard, was that one of his Counter Catcher going down?
Oh, we'll find out soon enough. Could be a copy of Night Stretcher, but who knows?
It does look like it is indeed Night Stretcher and Ultra Ball, the 2 item cards being discarded, as well as one Pokemon, I believe that Maractus. Is that a grass type? No, yes, it is the Maractus, and now a pass over to Rowan to kick his turn off Looks like he's got a Nest Ball. That'll at least find him a basic Pokemon. I don't know if I noticed a supporter in this hand, though.
Yeah, I haven't taken a look just yet, and you get nervous. At least there is a way to look through the deck on this opening turn, get some counts, realize that the prize cards are not too bad here, but you need a setup. There is an Impidimp on the other side, and things pop off fairly quickly for JW if he sees any trouble.
The Dusknoir being prized definitely could cause problems for Rowan. It's really one of his only ways to reach for a one-hit KO on a quick Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So if JW goes aggressive, Rowan may have a hard time getting established.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's really tough to establish how much damage you need to take down 320 hit points on the other side. Trying to work in the math and come up with a solution with your own Monkey Dory pushing damage over, it just takes turns that you don't typically have.
Rowan now taking a moment to check his prize cards, making sure he'll know what he does and doesn't have. The Dusknoir, the Pheasantipity surely being noted. Also, a boss's orders in the prize cards all the way up at the top of the prizes. That is something that could be a factor for sure. He does play the 3 counter catcher, as you called out, but 2 boss's orders are the only copy. So if he ever gets ahead on prize cards, he may only have that 1 gust option.
Well, see what else the hand has. Oh, it looked like potentially 2 or 3 basic energy to go along with this. Not ideal.
This is a pretty common situation, I feel like, for the Dragapult players, though. You don't have a great opening, but you've got Badoo. You get a chance to slow things down, get established. So Rowan will be thankful to hang on to that Itchy Pollen for the next turn. He does at least have a Dracloak waiting in the hand to try to get some draw power moving forward. And no, there is a Professor's Research, but it does come at the cost of discarding 2 counter catcher.
It may have paid off there. There's a little more help to work with the Buddy Poffin, and I think a Night Stretcher there too. So finding some of this Pokemon, or maybe that energy that you may need to close out on an attack lined up. And double Duskull would be the play here if this is the search. That might lead to some aggressive plays for Rowan down the line.
It certainly could, but he'll land on a Dreepy +1 Duskull here for now off the Buddy Poffin. This is a slower build of Dragapult. He does not play any rare candies, nothing like the Tord Reklev build that we saw last weekend with 4 rare candies in it. He's aiming to take things a little slower. That second Duskull coming down from the hand and Itchy Pollen, 10 damage, and JW can now no longer play any item cards, but does have a Frostlass in the hand.
Yeah, that 3rd Frostlass helping out there now, finding 1 copy of that here. And this is tricky. We see no energy right now, and if the supporter doesn't help out, getting the evolutions in play, you are on a clock. You could quickly see the Dusclops leaning in, starting to put some pressure onto this Impidimp or the Frostlass, and knockouts start to fly pretty quick.
Iono will be the supporter for turn, sending both players' hands to the bottom of the deck at the beginning of the game here. They will each get 6 new prize cards. There's some Nest Balls, which normally would be nice to get some Pokemon in play, but JW is able to at least find a Marnie's Morgrim, so he can start to evolve up this Impidimp, and I do see a Spikemuth Gym in play. So now the question becomes, is it worth putting it in play now? Get yourself another Impidimp, or does he hold off? Wait, hold it in hand to ensure that he can find Grimmsnarl.
Right, and that's where we'll see what JW's strategy is for this game. Are you trying to go wide or tall? Because wide gives you a little more longevity, but tall can be pretty aggressive. And if your opponent is already throwing away all these resources like counter catchers, then maybe you don't have to worry about if you go aggressive.
Attachment for turn of the Darkness Energy to the active means JW can move that damage counter off of his Monkey Dory with that Adrena Brain ability, and is going to choose to pass, allow himself to build up a little bit of damage onto this Pokemon. And we already see that Freezing Shroud ability of Frostlass taking effect during Pokemon Checkup. Each Pokemon with an ability, except for Freezing Shroud, takes 1 damage between turns. Combos extremely nicely with this deck.
Yeah, and especially with how early this Pokemon has come out, you see this is the only way that Rowan continues to play the game. He has to evolve right into all of these abilities with the Dracloak. And, I mean, of course with Dusclops, but that just means you'll see that use its ability soon enough. But as the damage starts to build up, the knockouts get that much easier.
Hilda's played as the supporter for Rowan, searching the deck for an evolution Pokemon and an energy card, grabbing out that Neo Upper Energy, which has become one of the more powerful A-Specs for this deck. There's been such an interesting story of the A-Spec cards that Dragapult decks have chosen to play. For a long time at the start, it was Sparkling Crystal. Then people moved to the Unfair stamps. But now Neo Upper Energy has emerged as the go-to option.
Yeah, it's been a really nice inclusion. The energy count has started to go down at this point. You're also spreading resources, trying to include an energy for Monkey Dory, Blood Moon Ursaluna, whatever it may be. You just want to have this one Pokemon that can come out of nowhere and take a big KO, and this is where he's at now. And this is the spot where you see the Neo Upper and you think, oh, this Pokemon could be in for a world of hurt, but it's just the one copy of Boss's Orders from JW that he's trying to avoid.
Itchy Pollen from Rowan, 1 damage counter to the Monkey Dory. Freezing Shroud ticks up a damage counter onto each Pokemon with the ability. JW will get on the offensive here, using Adrenabrain, moves 3 damage counters over to Badoo. He strikes first. He takes the first prize cards, and he will strike once again here. Spikemuth Jim able to grab out the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and I think he knows that this Grimmsnarl is going to be safe. There was no evolution of a Dusclops next turn. He has no worry of a Dusknoir coming into play. Rowan is not playing Rare Candy.
Yeah, he has a few turns now with this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. You see the punk up. I'm just waiting to see from JW any hand signal or something. He usually, I mean, he's chopping, but can he rock out for us as we take this knockout and set up for what looks to be a pretty solid start here?
I think those are pregame and postgame antics. During the game, JW is absolutely dialed in, locked into the moment, and he's ready to get swinging with this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. What other follow-up does he have in the hand? Looks like nothing, but he'll be content with this situation. Shadow Bullet, 180 to the active, taking a prize card, and then 30 damage to the bench will tick up a little bit of damage onto the Dracloak.
Yeah, this is a beautiful situation for JW, because not only does he have the aggressive approach here with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl attacking in, starting to clear off this board and thin down what Rowan has available, but this avoids any more item lock for the foreseeable future. JW has plenty of resources he needs to start using to have some way to close out this game after Marnie's Grimmsnarl takes another shot here, but after that, you're going to see plenty of Pokemon to work with.
Buddy Poffin fetches out one more Dreepy from the deck for Rowan here. He's promoted his Dracloak with the Neo Upper Energy. Have to assume that means that a Dragapult EX is incoming. A replacement of the stadium. The Jamming Tower comes down. More than anything, just limiting JW's access to the rest of the Pokemon in his deck. He's got this Grimmsnarl set up, but he's going to need to start to reach for some other Pokemon into play on his future turns. There's 6 cards drawn here for Rowan, 4 cards for JW. What are you seeing, Kyle?
That was a spicy draw. Not only does he find Monkey Dory, he has the Luminous Energy to go along with it, saving some of the damage that's building up on his side, but with the Neo Upper Energy attachment on the previous turn, he's well inclined to do that here soon, and he can start spreading some damage over, maybe manipulate these numbers to a point that JW's not happy.
Did he have a Dragapult EX off that Iono?
There is, it looks like second card is Ultra Ball, so maybe looking for fodder or the card itself here.
2 more cards seen off this Recon Directive, yet another Ultra Ball, and that third and final copy of the Counter Catcher. Now, what should Rowan's strategy be here as far as dealing with the Frostlass? Is it ever something that you consider enough of a threat to use Counter Catcher, go after take out of play to limit JW's damage manipulation? Or is this a situation where Rowan wouldn't mind taking advantage of some of that damage with his own Monkey Dory?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at with it, is I think Frostlass may be a little beneficial here at this point. You're going to evolve through and not have to deal with too much damage building up on your side, but you want just enough to play with and take knockouts. You're not worried about JW using Counter Catcher and manipulating these knockouts. Boss's Orders will be hard to find, so as the damage builds up, you're not worried about KOs.
Off the Ultra Ball, Rowan does find his Dragapult EX. That Terra Pokemon Stage 2 now into play. Adrenabrain is being used by the Monkey Dory, but which Pokemon does he want to move the damage counters off of? It looks like it will be at least some from the active. You do get to move up to 3 damage counters. He will choose to move all 3 to the benched Monkey Dory, and this is going to line up extremely nice with a Phantom Dive.
Yeah, this works out very well. It's there was the question mark of if you needed to move all that damage or if you want to save a little bit, but when you see Marnie's Grimmsnarl attacking for 180, you might as well just push this damage off the board. Frostlass would have cleared it up, but you have a 10 less damage now on your Dragapult as it's setting up for some game-ending damage on the following turn if JW doesn't start rolling.
Rowan places 5 damage counters on that benched Monkey Dory, 1 on the Frostlass. Then in between turns when the Freezing Shroud kicks in, JW's Monkey Dory does go down to the Freezing Shroud. Now a ton of damage on his active Grimmsnarl. He is going to need to try to establish another Pokemon of sorts. Artisan is put into play so that can find Impidimp. There's also Buddy Poffin that can start to get some more snow runs going.
Yeah, this is just not where you want to be as he has the way to set up and now go wide. He's walking right into all of the damage that's compiling. And with Dusclops, Monkey Dory, and Dragapult with clearly another attack ready to roll on the following turn, there has to be at least a 3-prize turn set up for Rowan here.
Yeah, the early game was looking really solid for JW, but Rowan was able to get established. Dragapult up and running, still 300 HP remaining. JW is going to be looking to find an answer here. Now, he does play 2 copies of Rare Candy, so with these 2 Impidimps, yes, Rowan can deal with one of them, the combination of Monkey Dory plus the Phantom Dive, but without access to his Dusknoir, he won't be able to deal with both of them.
Yeah, it's just not where you want to be, and as the damage is building up, would love to see the Monkey Dory. We see this with the Artisan now, pulling before the Iono, and gives him a little more chance to find Dark Energy itself. So he has that attachment for the turn, can activate and use that Adrenabrain and start to help out with his numbers on the other side.
Yeah, if he finds a Darkness Energy here, he'll actually be able to KO the Dracloak on the bench for Rowan this turn with the combination of Shadow Bullet plus the 30 damage of Adrenabrain. And it does look like a Darkness Energy was found.
Yep, that helps out greatly. And looks like he also found Secret Box. It's not exactly the space you need it for, but maybe that follow-up turn that you mentioned where as long as one of these Impidimp is available after the KO of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Rare Candy would be much easier to find in combination with Spike Move. That Pokemon's right back ready to roll.
30 damage healed from the active Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX and placed onto the benched Dracloak, and it will be a KO of that benched Dracloak while stacking a bunch of damage onto this active Dragapult EX. I do believe... yeah, that should be right. 200 damage now on the Dragapult and a draw for turn from Rowan. The Freezing Shroud during Pokemon Checkup, placing damage counters onto both players' boards. Now Rowan looks like a Night Stretcher, Buddy Poffin. There's a Luminous Energy. What do you think you'd like to see established from Rowan here this turn?
Yeah, it's tricky when you see that you have 3 prize cards remaining for JW. Plays that incorporate the Dusclops are a lot harder to do now as you already have this heavily damaged Pokemon in the active spot. The removal of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl has to be priority #1, but afterwards, if you're not able to set up a double KO on these Impidimps and clear them out, you have to be prepared for that knockout to come right back at you.
Rowan uses Buddy Poffin, finds nothing off of it, but this does provide a shuffle of the deck from the Iono that was used last turn. This will mean that he'll have access to some of those cards that were put on the bottom potentially with the incoming Recon Directive or with his own potential supporter, which looks like it is incoming with this attachment of the Luminous Energy to the benched Dracloak. The question is, Research Iono? He looks like he has both of them and will choose to go for Iono.
Yeah, and without the Dusclops being used there, it's still going to be 3 cards for JW. And that damage is starting to make me a little nervous. With the Adrenabrain, I'm thinking you have to move this off of a Pokemon like Dusclops here soon because the damage could compile. Monkey Dory and a Shadow Bullet pushing over to that Dusclops. You might be looking at 3 prizes soon.
This is a scary spot for JW to be in. This Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX is going down. He only has 3 cards in his hand, and he basically has to find Rare Candy and Marnie's Grimmsnarl right now.
Well, with Secret Box moved to the bottom of the deck, it makes you feel even worse about your chances. Rowan has to think defensively here. Which damage is the most important to preserve? Hit points on the Monkey Dory, a little higher, but maybe a more valuable Pokemon.
Looks like it'll be a 20 move off of the Monkey Dory and 30 placed onto the Frostlass. Now that is a prize card that Rowan can take here by KOing the active and KOing the Frostlass. That is a 3-prize turn. Rowan all of a sudden jumps ahead 2 prizes to 3. This does activate the potential of counter catch for JW. What does he have off the Iono and the draw for turn? There's an Arven. And Arven does lead to a Rare Candy Grimmsnarl play. Arven for Secret Box. Secret Box for Rare Candy plus the Spikemouth Gem. That's Rare Candy Grimmsnarl.
Okay, he's found that, but this is the problem that we've run into. As Rowan removes the Frostlass from play, there's not enough damage on board to move over with the Adrenaline and take out a Pokemon like that Dusclops in combination with the Dragapult. He saved himself with the removal of all that damage.
Secret Box is brought to the front of the deck right away with the Arven. Looks like the tool card grab could be that Technical Machine evolution. I think we're a bit too late in the game for that to have any sort of impact. Those will be the cards grabbed. No Frostlass, no extra damage, more than likely going to be applied for the rest of the game from Freezing Shroud. It feels unlikely JW would find an opportunity to establish another Frostlass.
That's a little late for evolution. I started to consider devolution for a second now.
That's a good point.
Without the rare candies featured on Rowan's side, you could limit a lot of attacking power. It'd just be dragon headbutts coming from Dracloak or having to incorporate one of these other niche Pokemon.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for Rowan, right? Because if he uses Technical Machine Devolution, the Dragapult EX gets bounced back to Rowan's hand, and then that Dracloak would be KO'd, so it's only 1 prize card as opposed to the 2. So JW has to weigh that as an option here. What's more valuable, the prize cards that he would take for KOing this active, or is it better to keep Rowan off of Dragapult EX and give himself more of a chance to re-establish his board? I gotta feel like it's the latter.
Right, you just buy that additional turn, and you can see the math building up on that side. If the maximum amount of damage available is only the 70 from Dragon Headbutt and then 200 later on, yes, there is a Dusclops, but there's 1 extra turn for JW to steal a prize and avoid Curse Blasts.
I do believe that is Rowan's 2nd Jamming Tower hitting the discard pile, so JW has won this stadium battle. That means Spikemouth Gym will be in play more than likely the rest of the game. No, looks like only 1 Jamming Tower in the discard pile for Rowan. Nope, now 2 has been ticked up. And Punk Up being used from the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, pulling up to 5 Darkness Energies out of the deck, placing them onto JW's Marnie's Pokemon however he would like.
Yeah, he's got everything he needs here. Now we will find out what is the most important to JW. Do you want that prize card, or do you want those 2 prize cards, or do you want that turn? That turn is looking pretty juicy here.
Yeah, the options are definitely out there for JW. Which route will he go? The Devolution is certainly at least in his mind. He grabbed it off of that A-Spec of choice, the Secret Box. He's debating the attachment. What's he need more, the prize cards or the time?
Nah.
He can't quite decide yet, Kyle.
It is nerve-wracking. He will commit to the play. It does not look great for your prizes, but it is so nice for your peace of mind.
Devolution will be used, bouncing the Dragapult EX to the hand, bouncing the Dusclops, bouncing that Dracloak as well. Rowan will not have a way to do a meaningful attack this turn. He does promote the Dreepy with that Luminous Energy attached. Draw for turn now.
Oh, we're knocking on the door of Blood Moon Ursaluna plays here with the 2 damage that's already on the Dusclops. Could be pushed over 5 damage with the Curse Blast. That's 7. You'd be, what, 10 short of a KO on a Marnie's Grimmsnarl there with 310 damage. It's right there, but he just doesn't have it. 1 other damage counter would be able to make that happen.
Imagine if he had left that Frostlass in play.
Yep. It's a lot to think about here. Halucha, that damage counter doesn't work.
No, it only goes to the bench. You can't ping it onto the active. Yeah, the Ursaluna was a real option here, but it's going to be just a little short with that Blood Moon attack.
So many cards to work with. He's looking at a massive hand. One of the most important things of playing Dragapult is all of the options that you give yourself
Now, he could get Dusknoir, right? He has taken it off his prize cards, so if he has a way to get Dusknoir and Blood Moon Ursaluna in this hand.
It'll have to be next turn. It was Devolution.
No, oh, you were right. Yeah. The Dusklops, of course, got devolved as well, so that is not going to be on the table. So what does he do here? He put this Pheasantipity in play.
Yeah.
So that is a target for JW to potentially close out the game. But actually, JW, I don't think, can even reach for a knockout on Pheasantipity next turn without extra damage counters built up. So Rowan here may have bought a turn if he just doesn't extend too much here, doesn't put any damage in play on JW's side.
Yep, you're nailing it here. This is exactly what he has to consider. That one damage counter on JW's side is the only thing that's slowing down this Pheasantipity from being KO'd on the other side. If the boss's orders was available, you could take that Pokemon off the board. This is what Rowan has to think about as he's burning through these cards. Could be Iono waiting for him. If it's boss, you can't have the damage in play.
Right.
So much to think about. And you know what? I was thinking about this, and I was a little scared to throw it out, but this could work.
Yeah, a great turn here to sneak in an extra Itchy Pollen. Now, well,
think about it.
It's probably not a great turn, actually, because if he puts Badoo in play, he loses to boss. Because JW can just boss plus KO the Badoo while it's on the bench, right?
Yes.
Or an Iron Bundle that JW also plays in his list. So Badoo could be a risky move here and could actually even be game losing for Rowan. He's going to hold off for now as Blood Moon Ursaluna does hit the bench.
I mean, you're just thinking of how do you get 10 extra damage in play? It would be right there on the Grimmsnarl. You'd be playing around the one copy of boss to do that. You avoid... Well, you don't have to worry about Secret Box. That was already played, but you give yourself that chance. He's going to take the risk. He says, I don't think you have the boss's orders. It's going to be the Iono down to 2 cards. There will be 3 cards separating JW between a win and a loss here in this first game.
A 2-card draw for JW plus a draw for turn. If he finds boss's orders, he will win the game. Rowan will take a moment to use the Spike Myth Gym. He doesn't have any Marnie's Pokemon in his deck, but this provides a shuffle of the deck. So now he has a chance to draw maybe a card he would rather have in the future. Promoting the Badoo. If JW Kreewall can find a Iron Bundle or boss's orders, he will win this game.
Well, even Iron Bundle wouldn't do it just yet. He has he could stick
he
the
can push
heavy
a
hit points in the
two-prizer.
active. But yes, the boss's orders could close this thing out. Damage pushed over. Weakness established. Where's the boss?
Draw for turn. Counter catcher not active. And no boss's orders in the hand.
Oh, it is getting close here. And I don't know about this for JW.
Wow, and I think the boss was the next card. The next card on top of the deck, one single card away from closing out the game this turn. But instead, he'll have limited choices. If he just swings with this Grimmsnarl, things are going to line up for Rowan to close out the game with a Blood Moon Ursaluna's Blood Moon attack, thanks to that seasoned skill ability and the combination of Cursed Blast.
Yeah, is there a single prize Pokemon you feel comfortable leaving in the active spot in this situation? I don't see it. Spike Move into Impidimp for even a Corkscrew Punch would have been something interesting to see, but he might just feel comfortable with the heavy hit points in the active, hoping to avoid the Dusknoir. It was an Iono turn. Rowan with the shuffle from the Spike Move, clearly saying, what I need is at the bottom of my deck. I need this shuffle. Hopefully I can re-find my Dusknoir.
If JW attacks here as well, it activates Pheasantipity. Flip the script.
Right. That Pokemon is terrifying to think of.
It also puts 3 extra damage counters in play for Rowan to use with his own Monkey Dory next turn. But the problem is that JW is just living on a top deck right now. If he just passes, which it looks like he is going to do, Rowan's moving quickly here. He's got Research in the hand,
all the
7
supporters.
cards. I think if he finds a Dusknoir here or an Ultra Ball, he will have the KO lined up. There is the Ultra Ball. Dusknoir should be in the deck. He can use this Ultra Ball, find the Dusknoir, evolve up from the Dusclops, Curse Blast, 130 damage placed on the active, and then retreat into the Blood Moon Ursaluna to use Blood Moon for the game.
Yep, he's going to show a few different ways to get there. He's got the knockout, and Rowan Stavenau holds on here, avoids the boss, and takes a Game 1 victory here against JW.
What a nail biter. So close. There was that potential of the boss. That would have been such a sick moment for JW if he had found it, but it was just one card short. He had a really aggressive start, but Rowan was able to slow the pace of the game. Just that turn or two of the Itchy Pollen was enough to slow things down, get him established, and get his Dragapult EXs into play.
Now let's take a look at how we got here. It was a wild ride, an aggressive start here from JW. Activated just with this smaller board setup, one Frostlass enough to get the ball rolling, and the Marnie's Grimmsnarl attacking through, taking some prize cards, but Rowan was unscathed, found his Neo upper with the Hilda and held on with this attack. Really started to set up some pretty great math for himself.
There's a lot of really cool turns for both of these players here, multi-prize turns, taking out benched Pokemon with some sniping attacks, but ultimately Rowan was able to find Ultra Ball off Professor's Research for 7, and we're getting right into our second game here. JW has chosen to go second, sending Rowan the first turn, and he finds a pretty nice opening here. Buddy Poffin searching his deck for 2 basic Pokemon, 70 HP or less, putting them directly onto the bench.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to give this opening turn over to Rowan here, and he has the Buddy just left shaking your head, wondering what could have been if it was a slower turn, and instead, you'll have a pretty solid setup to go along with this. And for JW, you need a little help here. You have 4 copies of Arven. This is why you choose to go second. You want to see a TM evolution and get the ball rolling.
Now for Rowan here in these early turns, it'll be interesting to see which Pokemon he starts to prioritize quickly. Oftentimes, you want to try to get some Dreepies down so Dracloaks can become a real option for you later, but there's other things for Rowan to try to balance here.
Yeah, when we saw this with Rowan on the first game, he went with the double Duskull setup and a little less heavy on the Dreepy line, as it's important to have a way to combat one side of this deck. If you can go strictly after the Marnie's Grimmsnarls, the Impidimps, what have you, or if you take out those Snorrunts, if you make this deck have only one strategy to work with, either attacking or spreading, it is not nearly as helpful.
So he's going to go with the more options versus just filling the board with some potential Dracloaks here. 1 Dreepy in the active, 1 Duskull, and 1 Badoo on the bench. Itchy Pollen surely going to be a part of his game plan here in the early turns. We'll see if he's got anything else. An Energy Attachment surely would be nice. Get something in play so that you can move this Dreepy next turn, or maybe lead to a Monkey Dory attachment on a future turn as well. Each Energy Attachment very, very vital.
Wow, yeah, this is pretty great. Has the attachment for turn, has both Pokemon with Dreepy and Duskull, and a Research to follow this up. JW needs a nice turn. He starts it off with the Nest Ball and the Energy.
And another thing here for JW is he needs to go quickly. Just under 20 minutes left in this round. If he wants to win 2 games here and get himself 3 match points this round, he is going to need to make sure to fly, and he is doing just that. Not even taking time to check the prize cards, recognizing the situation. Nestball finds a Snorunt, Iono for 6 new cards. Both players able to find it, and he does have a Marnie's Impidimp to put down off of this.
Yeah, finds Arven as opposed to the TM evolution, but has Ultra Ball, so we could set up another Pokemon now, but may just hold on to that. If you need Arven for the full setup, a secret box play, you'll need some fodder in your hand. Can't throw away those cards.
Pass of the turn over to Rowan. Looks like he's got another Dreepy to put down into play. Jamming Tower being placed, and Luminous Energy onto his bench Dreepy, and this probably signifies a supporter of some sort incoming soon.
That hand setup means Research. It is going to lose a little bit of help there with the Night Stretcher, the boss's orders, 1 copy of that Dragapult, so maybe finding that Pokemon down the road would be a little trickier.
Yeah, worth noting, Rowan does only play 2 Dragapult EX. He does have access to the other one. The second one was not prized. Oh, yeah, small issue here. He evolved his Dracloak into the Dreepy. He evolved the Dreepy that had just been put into play this turn, used the Recon Directive.
It's a little trickier when one of them has an energy on it.
Oh, yeah. So the game state here is going to be a little damaged. Rowan attached an energy to the Dreepy that was already in play, or was not already in play, but just had gotten the energy attached. Now, technically, he has seen an additional card, gotten more information, right? Or has he not used his Recon Directive? No Recon Directive was used, confirmed now by production. So no Recon Directive, so no harm, no foul here at the spot.
All right. Have me sweating. Don't need those mistakes here, and thankfully both players able to work through that quickly with the help of our judges.
Yeah, good catch by our judges for sure. And the Recon Directive looking at the top two, adds one to the hand, sends one to the bottom. What will be the choice? Looks like he's got another Night Stretcher for next turn. He's going to retreat this Luminous Energy off of Dracloak and Itchy Pollen incoming.
Yeah, and this is the best place to be for Rowan, not only in this game, but in this match. He has already seen over 30 minutes fall off of the clock here. His opponent with a slower setup. It's Arvin now into an Itchy Pollen. It has to be the TM Evolution here to get the board set up, and it's just Impidimp waiting.
Yeah, only the one Impidimp available, but a key note here, Kyle, that Jamming Tower being in play means Technical Machine Evolution is not live. You could attach it. It wouldn't get discarded.
Yeah.
But he cannot use that evolution attack, and he does not have a replacement stadium. He does not have a Marnie's Morgrim. That means he is left with just an Impidimp in play.
Yeah, Frostlass, the double-edged sword now, building up damage. Yes, Monkey Dory will be able to move this over at some point and help out, but you have to think that for Rowan here, that damage will come back to bite JW. He can push this over at some point. He's got turns to build up Dusclops. There's only 3 Pokemon staring him down between 3 match points moving on to this next round here. It's so close that he can already taste it, and he's pulling the Dragapult out now.
Evolving that Dracloak up into the Dragapult EX, attaching the energy for turn. And now a choice of the Itchy Pollen. Has not played a supporter yet either. Looks like there's a boss's orders in his hand. He could boss the Impidimp and just go for a Jet Headbutt, take the KO, get that out of play. But then you do open up the items. We know JW just grabbed that Buddy Poffin, and JW will attach the Technical Machine Evolution as he top-decked Professor's Research, discarding the hand to draw 7, looking for a replacement stadium here. He doesn't find it, but he does at least get that Marnie's Morgrim into play, which can lead to a potential Grimmsnarl on the next turn.
Any help here from the prize cards?
Looks
does
like
find a Pokemon.
I think it was a Darkness Energy.
Oh
actually,
no! Yes, yeah.
Take. No, did take the take the Impidimp off the prizes. And he will just pass. The damage will tick up. That Technical Machine Evolution does not get discarded with the Jamming Tower being in play. And now an energy attachment from Rowan leads to Dragapult EX being powered up, ready to go. Easily able to attack. Buddy Poffin and Nestball both being played here, just more than likely thinning those out of the deck, thinning them out of the hand. But one basic Pokemon could still be grabbed.
This will be the Nestball.
Yes, nobody Poffin for the Pheasantipity, but Nestball is live for it. And with JW taking a prize last turn, Flip the Script is available for Rowan. Can only use it when a Pokemon was KO'd during your opponent's last turn. Rowan will be able to draw 3 cards.
Yeah, pretty unique situation here now. I think the boss's orders was still a card in hand, so wants to use Flip the Script first, even though Iono's waiting for him, because there's a chance you could run into the perfect cards, but instead, play a little safer, see some resources. May not be a turn where you see the Impidimp and the Morgrim KO'd, but if you have the counter catcher to go along with this, it opens up a lot of different avenues.
It does find another Dracloak. Is going to use Flip the Script to draw 3.
Those aren't it.
Here is the Recon Directive. It does have a Dusclops in the hand, and there is a pair of counter catcher found.
Yep, Ultra Ball, also a card found, so removing a portion of this deck. The 2 combo pieces of Frostlass and Marnie's Grimmsnarl are the reason why this deck works so efficiently. If you can remove one portion, especially if it's the attacking side, you feel pretty great.
I mean, is he not going to just KO both Morgrim and Impidimp here? That's an option as well, right?
That's where I'm at. You have to just remove one piece of the puzzle. If you aren't attacking with any of these Marnie's Pokemon. How do you clean up here with just Monkey Dories and Frostlasses against 320 hit points?
And off of the Ultra Ball, he actually finds another Dusclops, so he could get a bunch of damage into play here if he would like. Kyle's over here with his fingers doing some math, trying to line things up.
He can leave him basically with just Frostlass at this point. Monkey Dory can also be KO'd here with the double Curse Blast. It's
this is looking like a powerful turn here for Rowan Stavino.
Yeah, with the damage, the 50 over to the Impidimp, 50 onto the Monkey Dory, bringing up the Morgrem. You can KO both those Pokemon. Let Frostlass even help out too, but he's going to play it slower.
He is going to play it slower. That is interesting. So he had it on the table to take out both the Morgrem and the Impidimp, but by putting both the Dusclops into play, he's guaranteed to be able to find a Dusknoir next turn to be able to one-hit KO a Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
And this sets up for game-closing plays on the next turn, as it's not often that you see both Dusclops in play, but just a copy of Night Stretcher and a Dusknoir leads to a full decimation of this board. There cannot be another Pokemon in play if you're able to use both of those.
6 damage counters placed onto the Frostlass. JW wouldn't mind finding a Monkey Dory, I'm sure, here to try to remove a little bit of that, but even if so, it will lead to a Phantom Dive still being able to KO. JW is moving quickly here. Does look like the Nest Ball will find that Monkey Dory.
Yep, moving 30 damage over. The Pokemon are just slightly out of range of KO here, even with the inclusion of Frostlass, adding 10 extra damage. So instead of going after a Pokemon like that Dusclops, just pressuring over onto the Dracloak, maybe forcing that evolution a little early and avoiding some additional draws. But this is just where you have to be as JW. You have 12 minutes, and you're working through not only this game, but trying to get to Game 3.
I do believe we need some Shadow Bullet damage on the bench, so we'll get that sorted here shortly. Or no, yeah, he didn't. He moved 30 over from the Frostlass, and yeah, he needs to put 30 on the bench from the Shadow Bullet somewhere.
Yep. Assuming that would be over to the Dracloak, just to make that Pokemon forced to evolve this turn.
I don't think that's right, but
no, it needs some damage.
Seems like our players think it's right, so we'll get it sorted out here shortly. But I do believe there was damage on it. He moved 30 over to it with the Frostlass, and then 30 to the bench, right?
Yeah, there was a Monkey Dory move, and then there was also Shadow Bullet.
Yeah, okay.
Added. There's not enough 30s.
There we go. We got it sorted here. 80 damage now on the Dracloak. After a little bit of pushback from the players, but, you know, we got it sorted. Now, on Rowan's turn here, I mean, so many options are available, Kyle.
Yeah, yes, he has 5 prize cards remaining, but as far as ways to close the game out, he's staring at all of them right now. The Dusknoir found here, you can take that Curse Blast onto the active Pokemon. You have a way to take this only attacker off the board. You're just a little damage short of KOing the Impidimp here as well.
But he's got a couple ways to get that just 1 damage counter he needs. If he has his own Monkey Dory with a Luminous, that's a way. If he has Hawlucha, that's a way as well.
Yep, and if all else fails, if you see the worst possible cards, he still has Night Stretcher, Dusknoir. He can make this Pokemon go away.
And that's exactly what we'll see here as the Night Stretcher does find the Dusknoir. Another powerful Cursed Blast lined up.
And this is the beauty of this deck as well. For Rowan, as he uses these abilities, he's just giving prize cards over to JW and setting up for Iono. Even if something good was on this board, he could just put him on the worst hand possible.
I think he's going to leave JW with just a Frostlass in play here.
I like it. Yeah, it just seems pretty great here. This Ultra Ball, if it is, that's the Hawlucha lined up. There's 10 extra damage, or the Monkey Dory moving over if the energy's there too. This is decimating.
Yeah, there is also a world where he could KO the Frostlass, but I have to imagine the Impidimp is the more threatening thing. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to just go Rare Candy into Grimmsnarl. However low the chance would be for him to find it, why give that opportunity?
Yeah, I'm a little better with the Frostlass ticks on my side of the board. I can take a little extra damage at this point in time.
And with your Monkey Dorian play, it's honestly not a bad thing to see.
Yeah, thank you. It'll help me KO you soon enough. Yeah, this is really starting to lean over to Rowan's side. He's got everything going his way. JW, yes, he has a couple pieces that can help him out in situations like this. There's Blood Moon, Ursaluna, but as long as Rowan plays around with his prize cards, maybe even going down to just one here isn't the worst case scenario.
3 damage counters placed on to that Marnie's Impidimp on the bench, and then the Phantom Dive will KO that Frostlass. He's actually going to leave him with no.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, yes, there we go. That makes a little more sense. It's, you could run into some crazy situations. Pheasant Dippity pulling up, drawing more.
There should be more damage on this Frostlass. I believe it should be 50 because there was 30 on it, right? He'll put 4 onto the Impidimp to knock it out. And then, yes, there's the last 2 on the Frostlass. Draw for turn from JW. Nothing really working for him. He sees the writing on the wall, and Rowan Stavino gets a 2-0 victory here in Swiss Round 13.
Wow. I mean, that was something else. So fun to see from both of these players. A nice back and forth. For JW, I mean, the setup wasn't always there, but he put on a great show. Rowan, masterclass. Badu, slowing things down, waiting for that perfect turn, and then just picking this deck apart.
Yeah, and I think that this is a matchup to show a good reason why the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck has decreased in popularity a little bit. Sure, you can beat the Dragapult decks, but when they've got so many options available, Monkey Dory, Hawlucha, Dusknoir in the mix as well, Blood Moon Ursaluna even being included here in this list, there's just too many options for the more streamlined build of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl decks to deal with.
Yeah, that's just so much working in Rowan's favor. He made a great match of this. Let's check it out one more time. See how Rowan earned these 3 match points.
And JW was able to be pretty aggressive here in this first game. Rowan slowed things down with the Badu, but it was JW being the aggressor, taking the first knockout with a Shadow Bullet, but Rowan was able to create extremely powerful turns with Phantom Dive, spreading damage, taking multi-prizes in a single turn, clearing Frostlass out of play. And there was an opportunity here for JW. This Technical Machine Devolution play, really smart, slowed things down for Rowan, but JW was unable to find the game-winning boss's orders off the draw, and Rowan was able to piece it together.
Yeah, about 20 cards left in deck. JW saw 3 of them. It looked like he needed 4 to get there, and it would have been a completely different match. Instead, now we move to game 2, and JW, he was staring down quite a hefty board pretty early on. And for Rowan, this is just where dreams come true. Dusknoir, Night Stretcher, Dusknoir has all of the pieces. It is Frostlass against the world. It's not going to get you where you need.
Yeah, not going to be quite enough as Rowan chops down JW to propel himself forward here.
His own finisher move.
At the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Yeah, great setup for Rowan. I actually saw he posted last night. You know, he was feeling great. Just wanted to avoid the Gardevoir decks, and I'm sure he was happy to see the pairing against JW. It meant he would not have to face a Gardevoir this round.
Yes, and he's avoided that for now. We'll see how that fares for him in the rest of this tournament. It looks like it is certainly going to happen soon enough for him. There's a lot of that, but this is a spot where we probably will say goodbye to Marnie's Grimmsnarl. I'm not sure if we have another one.
Yeah, there were 2 players that were still in contention, so it's going to depend on kind of this last round. What has happened if Marnie's Grimmsnarl is still in the mix to make it into Top Cut. We do know at least one Dark deck, though, with Liam Halliburton at 12-0-1 right now. Looks like Alex Szymanski got a win in the last round with his Terra Box deck. He's moved to 11-2. What'll be interesting in this next round is going to be, are these 33 match points players going to just take that intentional draw, get to 34 match points, lock up an asymmetrical top cut finish?
Right, and for some of these players, that'd be pretty fantastic. They'd be building on some great results here. Whew. There's some great names here that are lined up for the win and in potential here too. This is going to be an amazing closeout here to our Swiss portion of Phase 2. So many exciting decks.
It does look like Aban Ahmed has gotten to 11-2 off of his Monterey win last weekend. And are you seeing what I'm seeing at tables 5 and 6, Kyle, where Riley McKay was the winner of the last round, moving to 32 match points?
And who's that other guy? The maybe
Justin Neudorf. gets to 32 match points, is there a world where we see a World Championship Finals rematch on the winning end?
It is staring us in the face. There's no way that they don't get paired here. It has to happen. If we see that game, we are in for an amazing treat here.
Now, Bradley Curcio could throw a wrench in that plan because he also has 32 match points. Okay. So we'll have to cross our fingers and see if we can get that moment featured, because that would be a really cool story to follow. These two players just playing each other in the World's Finals and then facing off again at a win-and-in not too long after.
Yeah, there's still some other really cool decks that have already gotten past that 33-point threshold, moving into 34. We see some Ogre Pond decks. We see Golden Go here too. So it will not just be all the Gardevoirs versus Liam. There's certainly some fun decks that will be sprinkled in there too. And this is quite a list. Some amazing accomplishments here, even as we move down through some of the later tables.
Yeah, going to be a lot to follow here as the tournament continues to propel itself forward. And I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top. It is certainly positioned nicely for Liam Halliburton with his choice, because it seems like there will be plenty of Gardevoir in cut, but there's a few other decks hanging around. Golden Go EX making cut. It looks like the Terra Box deck is going to be locked up for cut as well. Some Dragapult Dusknoir going to be on win-and-ins this round, as well as many, many other players.
Well, another player that will be vying a spot is our winner of this round, who is ready to talk with Wancho. Love to hear from Rowan and see what he has to say about that matchup and the tournament.
Thanks, Kyle. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by the last round's winner. Very commanding win, by the way. Rowan Save now. Rowan, what a match. What's going through your mind right now?
I'm just pumped to be here. I love being on stream. There's a lot of people who support me. And they cheer for me, and it makes me really happy to be able to get on the stream, play well, win as well, of course. Yeah, I'm just super happy to be here, of course.
And you put on quite a show. I'm sure all your supporters out there were glad to see that match, because you gave us, what, a nail-biter in Game 1, Iono, just hope the boss is in there and we can close things out. And then going into Game 2, where, oh man, I'm just going to leave the explaining of Game 2 to you, because that was quite the turn. Probably the most explosive turn this entire tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, the most amount of damage in one singular turn this entire tournament. You know what? Let's just talk about that right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. We got the replay here. Yeah, I felt like on the turn before, I just didn't have an incredible Phantom Dive. Usually when you're blowing up your Duskulls, you want to be completely board wiping your opponent. And I couldn't kill all of JW's Morgrims, Grimmsnarls, and whatnot. So I decided to just wait. I felt like he didn't have the means to knock out my Duskulls, and I would be able to evolve them on the next turn. I knew my hand was broken. I think I had like Dusknoir, Dragapult, Countercatcher. I don't know what my cards were, but I was very confident that I could get multiple Dusknoirs going. And if I did blow them up too quickly, JW could gain access to maybe some Countercatchers, and he can make a Grimmsnarl. And when I have no Dusknoirs in play, I can't really deal with a 300 HP Pokemon. So it was really important that I held the Ghosts, went for that delayed board wipe, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like not that many players out there really have, the patience, the control. I know I wouldn't. If I have those Duskulls and I see a couple of baby Pokemon I want to take care of, the Dusclops, excuse me, it's time. Yeah. But no, you're thinking multiple turns ahead. You're thinking what your opponent really has, and it's a read as well, right? You're thinking maybe, he doesn't have it. If I don't give him prize cards, if I don't take prize cards, he has to have boss then, right? It's
really hard to have boss.
Yeah, and again, double, then again, after that very calculated play, it was so amazing to watch. A singular turn deciding the entire match. And what hurts too is what JW was still at, 5 prize cards?
Yeah.
5 prize cards, you pop 2, destroy his board, put him down to 3, then hit him with another Iono. He has a Frostlass with 40 HP left.
Yeah,
what can you do?
No.
But man, you definitely showed why Dragapult is one of the best decks right now.
Of course.
So let's dissect that. Why Dragapult for this tournament?
Well, I tend to gravitate towards decks that draw a lot of cards. Throughout the past year or so, Mew VMAX, Genesect V with the Fusion Strike system, that was insane. Refinement Curlia, Shining Arcana Gardevoir, those have been cards I gravitate towards in the past. And in this format, it's pretty much just Dracloak and Zoroark and Golden Go. And of those, I think Dragapult's the most versatile. You have a lot of options. The deck pressures this board wiping mechanic, which we saw, while also pressuring your opponent. If they bench too many Pokemon, you can decide to not kill anything, right? Maybe they have a Fez. You hit it for 200 with the Dragapult because they think you're going to blow up all the Dusknors, get the Fez down, and then you just don't blow up your Dusknors. You put down the Fez, right? It's very hard to play against, and that's why I love it.
Yeah, that gave me some flashbacks there. Just filling up your board and just Dragapult doing 200 plus the 60 spread, but that not taking anything doesn't activate a lot of my cards, especially the Pheasantipity, and suddenly I'm stuck. Yeah, there's a lot of modes. There's a lot of modes. Are a little bit traumatic there for me.
No, that's all good.
No, but again, very, very commanding showing. May I ask though, this seems to be Gardevoir's world, right? It just won the World Championships. It's won what, everything? I think like, literally just everything.
Yeah.
What's the game plan against Gardevoir?
There are game plans. There's not good ones. They usually revolve. Actually, there's one good one, which is I just blow up a lot of Dusknors, kill all the Ralts before they can get a Gardevoir out. That one actually works pretty often. I think like maybe 30–40% of the time, right? They don't have a Dracloak, they don't have a Zoroark, they don't really draw cards. Get the Jamming Tower down there, block the TM Evo,
Yeah, okay,
Maybe they just can't play the game. That's the plan. I have beat quite a number in this tournament. I think maybe 4 Gardevoirs.
4 Gardevoirs.
Yeah, and my loss is to Gardevoir. I played against Henry Chow, and he tore me to pieces.
If there's one Gardevoir you're going to lose to, it's probably Henry Chow. But hey,
fair enough.
Positive record against it. That's looking good. Yeah. That's definitely looking good. Great game plan. I mean, knock out every Pokemon seems to be a good game plan in any matchup.
Can't be bad, right?
Yeah, definitely. If any deck can do it, again, it's Dragapult. I'm just going back to that turn. I did the math. I think you did like 590.
Yeah, something like that.
550 total damage. 550 total damage.
Yeah.
That's a spread deck. You're supposed to be a spread deck. But 200 plus 60 is supposed to be, but wow, yeah, again.
Sometimes you just blow everything up at once. Works pretty well.
Very, very cool. With that, again, you're very, very close now to making it to possibly our top cut or asymmetrical top cut. So again, best of luck with that. What's going through your mind right now though? Like, how are you mentally preparing yourself for like the last round of Swiss?
I don't really know. I'm not fairly battle tested. I've played a lot of these tournaments. I'm just excited to play. I don't feel particularly nervous. I feel like the more wins I get, the deeper into the tournament, the more relaxed I get, the more confident I am. So I'm feeling good. I'd love to dodge Gardevoir specifically with the Jellicent. I think is really bad for me. If they don't have the Jellicent, I feel pretty good, but if they have that Jellicent, the item lock is quite brutal. So hopefully I can dodge a few of those, and you guys will see me here again in a few rounds maybe.
I would love to see that. Again, more explosive turns, more action. Definitely. Again, just a masterclass again of Dragapult.
Thank you.
Amazing games. With that, just last couple of questions. You're very, again, great Dragapult player. Any advice you can give out there to any aspiring Pokemon player?
Yeah, I think my biggest piece of advice is just to play as often as possible. And if you're really trying to improve at the game, I think the best way to do it is play like the same matchup maybe 4 times in a row. Really get a sense of the patterns of the game, the stuff that's happening every time, the stuff that's making you win and lose, and really reflecting on that. I think that is how most people get good at anything, Pokemon or any other skill. It's just practicing and reflecting.
I like it. I like the repetition of specific matchups as well. You mentioned 4 games at least.
Yeah, I think 4 games. It depends. Some matchups are a little more straightforward. Some are a little more complicated, against like the spread decks. I would say for me, like Gardevoir, Grimmsnarl, those ones get complicated. I've played those ones a lot more than say the Goldengo or Raging Bolt matchup. So.
I like it. Targeted training.
Yeah.
Great advice. Anyone who you want to shout out before I let you go?
Oh, so many people. Definitely my mom, my dad, my brother. I know they're at home watching me right now, cheering me on. I couldn't be where I am today without them. My travel squad, Nathan, Nick, Rob, and Rob. Those guys are a riot. So happy to be here with those guys. They're probably out there watching too. And I think those are leave it at that.
Great to hear.
I'll also shout out my sponsor, Cans & Games. I play there every night, Friday League, and I make my YouTube videos there. So they treat me well. There's a lot of great people there. And if you're from the Toronto area, come play Cans & Games Friday Night League.
Very, very cool. That must be a very tough local to win.
It actually is. It's amazing practice.
Okay, yeah, I bet. With that, again, thank you so much. Congratulations the last round. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament. With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk, though, for more Pokemon action.
Thanks a bunch, Juancho, and congratulations again to Rowan on his victory, moving now to a great position here for the tournament. He's going to be eyeing up a spot in our top cup potentially if he can get a win in this last round.
Yeah, it's what everybody wants to see when they get down to these last few rounds. Do I still have a chance? He went through a great player just now. He's got his eye on the prize, trying to avoid Gardevoir. We'll see what he gets.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be at 32 match points, so regardless, he's going to need to play the next round. No chance to ID. 34 match points is going to be what he needs. But yeah, a great showing. Juancho said it a couple times, masterclass on the Dragapult deck for sure. Played extremely well and clean. I always enjoy watching Rowan's games. So yeah, we always want to be hearing from everyone watching at home as well. Be sure to be interacting with us over on social media using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We've got a couple of posts we can share from those of you who have been tuning in throughout the weekend, or those of you here in the venue here, as Bennett has made day 2 with Conkeldurr. And I also, little update to this as well, Bennett is actually, I want to make sure, yes, a 31 match point record right now, 10-2-1 with Conkeldurr. So he's going to be on a winning end. There could be a Conkeldurr in our top cut this weekend.
Yeah,
Kyle.
there's a few matchups where Conkeldurr feels pretty strong. We were following along with his story. Was running into some golden goes. I'm like, that math checks out for you pretty well, and it's working great for him here. Wouldn't that be something? We saw a little bit of it last week in Europe, and sure enough, we are back, and there's a chance that this could be in the cut.
It's always funny whenever these decks pop up at tournaments and have like a top 32, top 16 finish. We see them on stream. It's like, oh, that's cool. It's funny. You know, we get to see the cool deck in action. But this one's actually had a little staying power, you know, coming over here to America as well. Bennett choosing to pick it up, and he has had a deep run regardless of results here at this point.
Yeah, so exciting. And this was really cool to see when we started off our stream match here in day number 2. We had the dream team here with a good old pupper.
Shoutouts to Kuzan making his cute face known up there on the stream. Love seeing him walking around the venue always. And yeah, our great judges as well, taking care of things for us at the table, making sure that everything is lined up nicely. And our players are, you know, sharp and on top of all those damage counters, and especially important in matchups like the one we just saw.
Yeah, it's not, the dog is not 5 feet tall, by the way. It's in a backpack. It's the cutest thing to see in the venue, and we love always having Kuzan up there on the stream for us to give us a little extra help. Nice to have some extra eyes.
Extra eyes, absolutely, making sure that things are all in order. Was a great one, Kyle. Looking forward to our last Swiss round of Phase 2 coming up very soon. Swiss round 14. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm joined here with Kyle Sablehouse. We've got a little fun Who's That Pokemon game for you. Are you ready, Kyle?
Let's give it a shot.
All right. So what we're going to do is I have zoomed in pictures of different Pokemon cards. Kyle, these are meta cards, by the way. And you just have to tell me who's that Pokemon, and you'll get a point. You know, if you don't get everything, I don't know if you're just look at me here. I'm just kidding.
I'm nervous.
You got this. All right, help me out, Kyle.
All right.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. Star looks like a wing. Pikachu.
What? It's Gardevoir EX.
I rarely see that art. There's like 5 other arts you could have went with.
Kyle, this is the most popular Pokemon in our metagame right now. Winner of multiple regional championships, and you got it wrong.
Is that the one they use?
Maybe, who knows?
All right, give me redemption.
All right. Okay, this much.
Yeah, that's some Dragapult EX. We got that.
Okay,
that's an art I'm used to. Min rare. Why do I want to say Raging Bolt? Raging Bolt. Yeah. I have no confidence. What do you mean? What? Alolan Executor.
You got Raging Bolt.
I don't. You can't give me like a little bit of his head or something. I just get his chest.
I gave you Raging Bolt.
All right, fair enough. That's familiar. That's Charizard. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I'm a little too confident on this, so it's probably gonna be wrong now. It's Enzorark EX. Okay, yes, let's go. I shouldn't. All right. I don't love this. Purple. Fun. Miraidon. Yes.
Good job. You got more than I thought you would.
That was so much better than I thought I was gonna do.
To be fair, I gave you Raging Bolt and you didn't get knocked out. It was a little, but good job.
Maybe I didn't have a Terra in play. Okay, I was just prepping.
Oh, that's right. There's no Terra in play, so knocked out. There's no Jewel Seeker, obviously. Just making the correct plays. Anyway, thank you so much for playing, Kyle. That was a ton of fun. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
My name is Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, 1 game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. So in my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokémon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8 to 9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be. So going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in and the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mass Ogre Pawn. So you play a plethora of Dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Are we going to see this? We're gonna see swinging speed. What's the flip? Tails!
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight like lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Cutter of a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like that was my chance, and I was just right there, and that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. And my mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her. Like, she would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
We're back, Pokemon fans. One more Swiss round here for our Pittsburgh Regional Championships. One more round separates these players from the top cut phase of this event, where we will be seeing who our potential champion may be. Only one player can be left standing after things are all said and done. And it's looking like it could be a pretty big asymmetrical top cut, up to 13 players potentially. Lots of exciting action still to come. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Kyle Sablehouse, and we're excited to take you through it.
Yeah, this is something else. Just looking at some of the pairings that we have here for this final match of Swiss rounds. Some big names facing off, a lot of interesting decks to look at, and a lot of considerations when you think about what we have in front of us for the next 50 minutes plus one turn. This could be some ties, could be some gentlemen. There could be all sorts of things going on here to see what we come up with for our top cut.
Yeah, you never know kind of how things end up shaking out in these last couple of rounds. You kind of, when you're in this situation, you want one of you to move on to top cut, but also at the same time, if you tie and get top 32, you still get $1,000 bucks. Yeah. So
top 16's not the worst. Too, for some of these players. It's I mean, 32 points and you're playing. You kind of want to just hang on.
Yeah, we're getting things sorted here with our last feature match. We've also got this last round. A lot of really key things are going to be happening out in the floor. We were really kind of crossing our fingers we were going to see the Riley McKay, Justin Newdorf rematch.
Maybe later.
Maybe later in the tournament, because they did not pair into each other in this last Swiss round, but there's a chance we could still see it happen in our top cut.
Okay, all right. A little foreshadowing for the people. I like that, Chip. There's a chance. Two great players in a table 3 and 4 trying to make their way in. I mean, the whole rest of this bracket that you see here, there's how many tables are in contention at this point? 11 trying to get the job done. So a lot of notable games coming up here, and the matchups are pretty unique too.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting decks out there. We mentioned the Conkeldurr player who is still in contention to make top cut. That's a thing. We got Inzork leading the way from Liam Halliburton. We've got Alex Szymanski with his Terra box deck as well that's doing really well. He'll be able to ID this round into cut. So we do know 4 players who will be locked in. Liam Halliburton and Destin Hatcher will more than likely ID at the first table, putting Liam up to 38 match points, Destin up to 34 match points. And so that'll be 2 players locked in, or excuse me, Destin up to 35 match points. And then at table 2, Alex Szymanski playing against Aban Ahmed. They will be both IDing to 34 match points.
Yeah, presumably that would be pretty nice for those players. And afterwards, it's a lot of play-ins. And that's when it starts to get spicy, as you start to consider how many people could make it into the cut here. If it is 13 players, we see all of these winners move forward, then the asymmetric cut gets a little more unique there too, as those players who were at 33, 34 points now, are they going to be playing on that asymmetric bubble point?
Right. And that is another conversation, like, do I play it now? You know, if you're Alex and Aban, you know, you could play now to try to avoid having to play in the asymmetrical cut, but also if you just ID, there's a chance that you avoid it as well, depending on how many people make it in. There's a lot of things to weigh whenever deciding to make that intentional draw or not in this final round.
Yep, lots to consider here as we move towards our final game here of Swiss. This is where everything comes down to it. Players playing for a lot of prestige, $10,000, the World Championship invite, and
yeah,
stipends galore. There's everything to think of here as we start this fresh young season.
So much on the line still at this point. Let's look at the notable matches this round and which one of them we will be featuring for our last match on the broadcast until Top Cut. It looks like we will be having Lance Bradshaw up against Michelle. And out in the field, tons of great names. We mentioned Riley and Justin. Didn't quite get that World Championship Finals rematch, but they're playing at tables right next to each other.
Yeah, that's a comfortable spot for them now here, playing once more in a big tournament, looking to eye up another Top Cut here. Rowan and Brad, both featured on the stream here today, will face off. One of them potentially moving on. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, we saw both of them earlier on. Only one can continue forward in this tournament, though. We've got Dennis Peroff and Adam Kalamat both playing against each other as well. Solomon Surge and Zach Cohen, and then Simon Feng and Anil Sani all wrapping things up. And this is just a few of the players who are in contention for Top Cut. Not even listed here are those players who are intentionally drawing in: Liam, Destin, Alex, and Aban. Lots of great names already making their way into cut here for this event.
Yep, also players like Rahul and Arjun playing in their game as well. There's a few other big games still playing that we just couldn't feature here, as there's just so much to think of as we move into what could potentially be a top 13 cut here.
Yeah, and then at table 11, Bennett McKinney and Calvin Connor are also facing off. That's a big one there, with Bennett, of course, on that Conkeldurr. We saw him tweeting at us earlier on, and now he finds himself at a moment where he could defeat a former regional champion to get into cut with Conkeldurr. But Cal is going to make everything happen to try to ensure that doesn't happen, right? He's going to try to be a two-time regional champion.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have to flip a coin this time. It's, it's a little different battle for him this go-around.
Lots of exciting matches, lots of opportunities to still see some great Pokemon being played as the venue halls start to sparse out a little bit as the tournament goes on. There's still lots happening. You see tons of players participating in side events. Our VG tournament, I believe, is wrapping up as they're getting into their Top Cut. Pokemon GO as well, whittling things down in their double elimination bracket. And we are in our final Swiss round for Phase 2 here for the TCG tournament.
Yeah, you see a few more players start to migrate over to the stream station. Check out some of these games as we start to close out on the tournament. See who will win, and not only just in the TCG, but alongside our other games that we have here in the venue. It's always a great time in these last closeout moments. Who's going to be the champion, as you can see all your favorite games crown a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 regional champions being crowned this weekend, just in the Masters division, but let's not forget as well, juniors and seniors competing as well in both the VG and the TCG competitions. Lots of fun things to follow there as well.
Yeah, there's just always so much to do here. It's a little unfortunate for us that we have to be at the desk, but you know what? We wouldn't rather be anywhere else. This is our favorite place to be, checking out the action and share this moment with you as we see who will be moving on into the Top Cut. There's it's just so many great players, a lot of opportunities here now, and I'm ready for some gameplay, Chip.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to get into these games and see how things are going to resolve here. Lots of interesting matchups, of course. Lots of unique decks, but then also still a lot of what we're used to. Plenty of Gardevoir and plenty of Dragapult here. And you got to feel like one of those 2 decks is probably the favorite to take the whole thing down.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you think about it too, with Liam's run, I don't know if we can get through this end Zoroark. It has been so impressive. Yes, there are a lot of Gardevoirs and other decks that are joining along, but could be his tournament. We'll see as we now have 2 players joining us here on the stage. So we are ready to get underway with another great match.
Yep, we're going to have Lance Bradshaw on the left. Of course, Lance is the Senior Division National Champion in the United States back in 2015. He's had a couple of solid top cut finishes as a Master, but yet to get that statement win in the Masters division.
Yeah, he's also really enjoyed playing this this Dragapult deck. It was a little funnier to watch him play it earlier when it featured Lance as a card to help him. He got to do a little role playing for the people, but he always finds a way to make it to these top tables, usually in the earlier stages of the tournament. But he is now pushed through, and he is here with one final match waiting for him.
And on the right side of the table, we've got Michel Giraldi, going to be playing Gardevoir EX, and this is a matchup we're just so used to seeing at this point.
Yeah, we were looking forward to it with the potential of our rematch of the World Championships. We've seen this so often, but it's because it is what we are going to see always with this format. These two decks are so prominent, so powerful, and they're always in the hands of some of the best players here.
We're getting things sorted out for our game to get underway. It is Lance on the left, Mikel on the right side of the table. It is going to be that classic matchup at this point, Dragapult EX and Gardevoir EX. I don't think that it'll be the last time we see it for the rest of this event as well.
Yeah, this is something we are very used to. I'm sure both players have seen plenty of each other throughout the tournament. And we are down to one more match. Let's see these prize cards, and I'm getting nervous. That's a full Gardevoir line and a Super Rod. That's another Ralts. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. That is 2 Ralts in the prizes and a Bravery Charm and a Gardevoir and a Curlia.
Chip, that's a 1-1-1 line.
That is a whole evolution. It's a 2-1-1 line, brother.
He's got a 1-1-1 line left
available.
In his deck. That is gross.
Yeah, going to be limited options here for Mikel as far as getting Gardevoir EX into play. Over on Lance's side, it's not too bad. Turo Scenario, an interesting card. We don't always see that in Dragapult, so that being prized, you know, maybe that comes up at some point. Did prize that Pheasantipity EX, but really nothing too bad.
Yep, it is the 2-2-1 line of the Dusclops, so one Duskull could slow things down as far as explosiveness here, but I'm sure you see what's going on the other side of the table, you will not complain.
Looks like Mikel is going to kick things off for us with the Monkey Dory in the active spot. Dreepy in the active for Lance. And just a pass from Mikel. No Ralts. No way to get into a Curlia on the next turn. Lance here, let's see if he can take advantage of this opportunity. Looks like he's opened up with Brock's Scouting in his opening hand. That could be a really strong turn 1 supporter. A really versatile supporter as well. You can search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution Pokemon and put them into your hand.
Yeah, it's either expensive Buddy Buddy or Bad Hilda. But you know what?
But the versatility.
That's the options. We love options here, and that's what Lance is all about. Give yourself a chance to play the game, and he's doing just that. Well, we do not see that on the other side from Miguel. It's not going to happen, and he doesn't even have the information that Ralts is in the prize cards, 2 of them, along with the other resources there. It's just double Monkey Dory and waiting to see what's going to happen this time as your opponent is going to set up right in front of your eyes.
Off the Brock Scouting, it looks like the grab of Badoo immediately and the Latias, so Itchy Pollen more than likely incoming. I think that's a Master Ball Badoo. Got to respect the flex there from Lance. He's lining up an Ultra Ball as well, so this could lead to another Dreepy here with a pair of Iono going down.
Is that the most disrespectful Ultra Ball when your opponent goes double Monkey Dory and you go, yeah, I'm going to Badoo lock you and never lose the prize race?
Yeah, this is not looking good as a setup for Mikel, especially with the 2 Ralts prized. His only outs to getting a Ralts into play are going to be Artisan and just drawing into it naturally.
Yeah.
And that's 3 cards.
With a V1 and the 2, yeah, it does not line up very well here. And once that happens, you have to imagine that Lance will have something online. Yes, he's buying time right now with the Badoo, but as you build up on this board, the research in hand, the Ultra Ball as well, there will be a Duskull next turn, and that means you could take this Ralts off the board at some point.
Mikkel is going to get a little aggressive here with the attachment to the Monkey Dory, so a Mind Bend will KO this Badoo, and he does have an INO. Was obviously not able to play that on the last turn, but that is 1, 2, 3 items, one supporter, another supporter, and another item card. Nest Ball, normally a great way to get Ralts into play, but not able to do that here with that Itchy Pollen lock. He will strike first here with the KO. Mind Bend takes down Badoo.
Yep, quick prize card. And sure enough, finds a piece of the puzzle. That Ralt's the most important thing to see right now. And for Lance, the double Iono discard, maybe not feeling as great here, as you don't have a way to disrupt this hand. And probably item lock would be really helpful to avoid some more of these cards coming out.
Yeah, Lance has kind of put himself in an interesting spot here. He didn't play Iono last turn, right? Which I don't hate, because Mikkel did nothing.
Sure.
But at the same time, he missed an energy attachment because of that slower paced play, deciding to go with the Itchy Pollen, deciding not to refresh Mikkel's hand. So now he's going to be playing a little bit of catch up here.
Yeah, I do like this from Lance. Had the choice to go with the Ultra Ball, find a card like Badoo, and make sure that the item lock is there. There's always a world where your opponent just does not find the energy, and you can hold on to this Monkey Dory for a little while. But instead, you have the resources, you have the Iono to shuffle the hand, and now you refill the hand once more with these 6 cards and the Drag Cloak using Recon Directive, but he has not found any help. Okay, last card is Buddy Buddy. That's a little better.
Does have the Buddy Buddy and also has Recon Directive still available. Another key find for Lance before the Iono was the Jamming Tower. That can slow down the Technical Machine evolution plays for Mikkel on this next turn.
This hand is not nearly as great over on Mikkel's side. It's
that Ralts he just found went back to the bottom of the deck.
Yep, this is not as pretty. Looks like maybe there's a supporter to go along with it, but going to be looking at the top of the deck for some help, and your friend isn't there.
Lance uses Buddy Poffin, finds himself a Duskull and the Badoo to keep that lock up if he so chooses. Uses Recon Directive now, peeping the top 2 cards of the deck. Looks like in hand his only real supporter option to advance his hand next turn at the moment is Hilda.
Yeah.
So that could play into whatever his decision is going to be here. He will choose to keep a Dreepy, and that will be put into play right now as well.
2 copies of Hilda to work with. So yes, this will be slower and more fair, but maybe that's all you need at this point. You're facing off against a couple Monkey Dories, and sure enough, the copy of Artisan found there might unlock a little more help.
Yeah, what a nice draw. This guarantees that a Ralts will be found from Mikkel. He also has Professor's Research, which he will use to discard the hand, drawing 7 new cards, and does find the Technical Machine Evolution. With the Artisan coming into play, it does also remove that Jamming Tower, so Evolution is online to get into a Kirlia here if he so chooses. And he did have Gardevoir EX off the Research as well.
Start to get nervous when considering what else you can do with this turn. Yes, you can have that one Kirlia ready to roll, but you're still staring down an opponent that can move this Badoo, lean into this Dracloak, and they're not too far away. Just a counter catcher with that early prize card taken means that Kirlia is wiped off the board, and you're right back where you started again.
Mikkel here using the Artisan, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon that does not have a rule box, putting it directly onto the bench. Is going to bench the Ralts and just go right into that Monkey Dory, going aggressive, keeping up the pressure with the KO here. Attaches the Technical Machine Evolution? No. Interesting that he's choosing to retreat into this Monkey Dory as opposed to just leaving the other one active. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm not seeing much from it. It's another Psychic Energy into the discard pile. If you're concerned about having the 3 energies ready for the Gardevoir, maybe this retreat in combination with the following Psychic Energy retreat guarantees you that for a Gardevoir attack, but other than that, it's still the same amount of hit points staring you down.
And there is a pretty big opening here for Lance. There is a world now where he will be able to take this Kirlia out before it has a chance to be Gardevoir.
Yeah, not much else needed, but these are not the cards, as it's still Hilda to help, and we don't see Counter Catcher just yet.
Yeah, I think he needed a Dragapult or a Dusclops or a Ultra Ball off of that Recon Directive and did not quite find it.
Boss's Orders was in hand too, so just any piece that could have found the additional damage would have got the job done on Kirlia, but a little short with the Jet Headbutt, and now has to switch over the pace to this Hilda.
And we heard Rowan talk about this in his winner's interview last round. So much of this matchup is going to come down to keeping Gardevoir out of play, and it does look like he actually does have the Dusclops.
Yeah, I thought it was Dusknoir. It is Dusclops, so that works out great. You can push this damage over to the Kirlia, and well, this is the spot you find yourself in fairly often against this deck, is you have additional damage to move. Just throw it on Kirlia and avoid Monkey Dory spreading it your way.
Cursed Blast, Dusclops gets KO'd. Mikkel gets a prize card, but at what cost? And it is going to be the cost of his only Kirlia going down here. Phantom Dive places the 6 damage counters and also gets rid of a Monkey Dory with the Darkness Energy in the active spot.
Yes, just the one copy, and that's where when you mentioned the retreating, yes, in the worst case scenario, if your opponent just doesn't have very much, you'll hold on to an energy and it won't hit the discard. But this way, you don't even have the energy attached and you're even slower. You don't even have the Mind Bend here to confuse the Dragapult and slow things down.
This is going to be a tough road for Mikkel to come back from. Now, Lance does play the Hawlucha, so Hawlucha will be an option now for him to try to get rid of the next Ralts that comes into play, which is what Mikkel is now eyeing up off the Ultra Ball being used at the moment.
Yep, always important to consider what pieces you have to handle this. If your opponent cannot set up on their side of the board, then you don't have much else to worry about. There are copies of Bravery Charm in this list, so a little extra hit points for a Ralts could help out if you're looking at the damage from Phantom Dive going into the bench, but you still have to be nervous of Boss's orders.
And it looks like that is what is the choice right now for Mikkel, as one Bravery Charm is at the discard pile, another one is in the hand. So he's really all in on putting the Bravery Charm on this Ralts. Lance not having Boss's orders in hand, and then hoping to find Rare Candy into Gardevoir on the next turn. And Kyle, I do believe you mentioned something about a certain boss hanging out in Lance's hand.
Oh yeah, the big bad boss is waiting right there. And this was something I was also curious about too, is the Bravery Charm can either help out with the Ralts, forcing the Hawlucha play from your opponent, or if you have the Bravery Charm on your Lily's Clefairy, just the energy attachment here is also a little bit of a problem for Lance.
We do see Night Stretcher grabbing back any Pokemon or basic energy card from the discard pile, putting it into play, and that is going to be a pair of Ralts coming down, so increasing Mikkel's chances of getting Gardevoir EX into play. Is he going to be able to get established here?
Chip, I mean, this is the worst case scenario. You see the Night Stretcher, you can find the Ralts, but you also wanted the energy attachment for your Lily's Clefairy, so you'd threaten the KO. Now you have neither of those, and this is a Hawlucha in hand with Boss's orders. You can put the damage onto both of these Ralts, bring one up, and remove them both from play.
Keeping Mikkel off of Gardevoir for the entirety of the game, ensuring no Lily's Clefairy attack is a threat because of the lack of attachment last turn. Lance has got to feel like he's in the driver's seat here.
Yep, slow and steady, throwing away Turo, throwing away Ionos. You're not taking damage, and you're not going to be going down on the prize card race here. This is a very comfortable place to be.
Recon Directive looking at the top two finds an Ultra Ball, and it looks like another Professor's Research potentially added to the hand. One of those two cards could be useful. Looks like it will be the Ultra Ball going to the bottom. Research added to the hand. You ever seen that artwork of Professor's Research before, Kyle?
You know what? Don't test me, Chip.
You already went through it with Wancho?
At least it's not Pikachu this time. This is the great play here that we see. Boss's orders, pull up that Ralts, have the additional damage, put a damage counter on whatever you need to. I assume Lily's Clefairy would be fine, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're moving to game 2.
Mikkel recognizes the situation with that boss from Lance. No shot that he's going to be able to fight back in this one. Lance gets a 1-0 start to this winning in game.
So comfortable, had everything rolling his way. That is the power of this deck. You have so many different options. The item locking can be so helpful, and for Miguel on the other side, you've looked at those prize cards. I don't even know if he got to look at the prizes the way the hand played out, but it didn't work.
Yeah, it just was a disaster really for Mikkel from the beginning. A slow start, the bad prize cards, and it all combos together for a game 1 loss. But he is certainly not out of it. On paper, this matchup should be solid for the Gardevoir player. If he can just get established, get a Gardevoir EX into play, he's got the power of Lily's Clefairy, he's got the power of Mew EX, and he's even got Drifloon featured in his deck list. That's a name I've not heard in quite some time.
Yeah, well, every time we bring it up, it's not relevant, but it is a card now that you have to consider. It's a sneaky way to bring up a lot of damage. The interaction of this card with Jamming Tower has really been a reason why we don't see it too often.
Right.
There's a few interactions that we haven't had to look at in a while here, though. Lance features Shaman, and Mikaela has the Screamtail.
Right.
So some other plays that you may be more comfortable leaning into, trying to remove your cloaks and slowing down this race, they might not be there either.
Mikaela will be going second here in game number 2, choosing that as his option, which of course is going to be the move for so many of these decks that rely on evolving and getting set up. They just want to increase their chances to find a bunch of Pokemon on turn 1. Buddy Poffin, Brock Scouting for Lance, whatever it may be. Arven increases all of those outs as well, of course. Mikaela will be going second, and Lance has started Badoo. Mikaela has started Pheasantipity.
Oh, boy.
Already a rough go of things, and Lance has that Buddy Poffin in the opening hand.
Yep, it does not feel much better than when your opponent lets you go first and you're holding that resource. Find all those Pokemon, get the ball rolling, see what's in the prizes, and it's a little different this time around. A lot of ways to manipulate that 10 damage for the Ralts, no longer there.
Yeah, no Hawlucha available, no Monkey Dory as well for Lance this game. He's going to be reliant on his Dusclops and Dusknoir for the most part as far as getting extra damage counters into play. That Turo hanging out in the prizes once again as well. And Lance does play 3 Dragapult EX, so only one being prized, not too big of a deal.
Yeah, one of the Q plays you see when you feature the Turo is actually reusing the Hawlucha when your opponent is struggling with that final damage counter of the Ralts. And he doesn't have either of those plays now. And I guess if you're going to lose one, you might as well lose both.
And this is a full board setup here for Lance. 2 pair in play with the pair of Dreepy and the pair of Duskull on turn 1. Can't really draw it up much better than that.
Yep. For Mikaela, it's not what you envisioned, but honestly, this is okay because you get to go second. You look at your hand, you're not item locked, and there are cards that are playable this time around.
Yeah, this is honestly not too bad. Obviously, Pheasantipity as the starter, not ideal, but he's got Professor's Research in hand, and I also saw Kyle and Earthen Vessel.
Yes, and that can be one of the more difficult pieces of this deck when you're playing against item lock. Finding the Psychic Energies for the discard pile. If you see those early on, you have a chance to use Psychic Embrace, keep up in the exchange, but there's not much else to hold on to with these prize cards. That's both copies of Night Stretcher.
Yeah, 2 copies of Night Stretcher and one of the 2 rare candy in the prizes, one of the 2 counter catcher in the prize cards as well. Really not ideal for Mikaela. Those Night Stretchers not being available, that could be a big deal.
Right, the early KOs on the Ralts, the researches when you don't already have the evolutions in play and you just have to keep pushing through. These things can run you into some trouble here, but it is Arven now, and TM Evolution, no Jamming Tower. We'll see some evolutions going.
Yeah, he'll be able to get really nicely set up here. Is going to eye up Secret Box as well. Go ahead and guarantee a bunch of energy in the discard pile, I have to imagine.
Yeah, and more so the most important thing, you have the follow-up supporter to go along with this. The hand was completely shot after this and now has the Psychic Energies for the mid-game that he has and will continue to play the game after Curly has hit the board.
A really smart use of the resources here from Mikaela. Discards the Technical Machine Evolution, which I think you would look at and say, oh, he obviously wants to use that this turn. And he's still going to.
Another one.
But he's going to use the one that he gets off of this Secret Box.
Yep, works out so well. Thinning is winning, and you're using all of these resources as optimally as possible. You never want to see this card at the later stages of the game. So throw one away quickly. Use this one here now. You have everything you need. A few energies to go along with it, too. As far as this looks, this is pretty solid turn 1.
Can even get more energy cards available through the use of an Earthen Vessel here. There's a second Ralts able to be put down. Looks like Artisan or Darkness Energy are going to be the choices for a discard with the Earthen Vessel. I think I would like to see Mikaela use the Earthen Vessel here now because he should be anticipating getting item locked.
Right, and seeing those energies feels good. You have the way to build this hand back up later with the research, so both Psychics makes more sense here, as you'll lose both of those either with the retreating or with the discard of the research.
The Psychic Energy attached to the active Pheasantipede. Evolution announced as the attack for turn. Both Curlia being able to be put into play. This is looking so much better for Mikkel, and already this game, I think, if we're doing percentages or something like that here, I mean, it's swinging pretty solidly into Mikkel's favor already.
Yes, without the gimmicks, this is something that we saw with, from Rowan's interview. You need to remove both those Pokemon quickly and to have a fair chance in this game. But they evolve. If you see the Gardevoir early, it can be frustrating. The item lock not doing nearly as much for you when you're trying to buy time.
Lance leads off his turn with a Hilda, searching the deck for an evolution Pokemon and energy card, adding them to the hand. This is, of course, a great way to find out that A-Spec Neo Upper Energy, but also get a streamlined setup of Dracloaks into play.
It just feels a little too fair at this point. Your opponent was sneaking evolutions onto the board while throwing away psychic energies. Meanwhile, it's just the single recon directive. There is an Ultra Ball in hand, but just not enough fodder to use that and still have something to play with on the following turn. So needs a little more help.
Is going to be looking for it off of Recon Directive, peeping the top two cards here. There is a Dragapult and an Iono. Both cards I think he'd like to take.
Yeah,
Only gets one, though. Have to imagine Iono has got to be the grab. His hand is just doing nothing.
Yeah.
No, he's going to send it to the bottom, keeps the Dragapult.
I think this means you can't use the Ultra Ball yet. You'd have to save that for Pheasantipede later.
It looks like he's going to, though, Kyle, and just get another Dracloak into play here.
I mean, burning through resources. Wants to find something a little more helpful than Iono. But you know your opponent's sitting on research energy. It's not a bad time to use Iono.
You can't use it this turn, though, right? Already used the Hilda to get this Dracloak into play, so gonna just rely on the fact that he'll have two Recon Directives to hopefully find him a better supporter for a future turn. And Hilda is at least an option that will lead to a Dragapult attack next turn. Worst case scenario, he's gonna keep up this lock, though, with the Itchy Pollen. And a draw for turn from Mikkel is the Shaman. Not super useful in this matchup. Happy to send it to the discard pile. And Professor's research used to find 7 fresh new cards. There is the Gardevoir EX. Plenty of energy cards already in the discard pile. Monkey Dory found, and a Darkness Energy as the 7th and final card.
That's the spicy one there. That opens up a world of pain. You can not only get these energies accelerated with Psychic Embrace, but you'll have 30 damage to play around with, even taking out the Badoo and then having a fresh attack into one of these more valuable Pokemon.
Yeah, and that is a question, I suppose, here for Mikkel. What's better is to set up damage onto Pokemon for the future, or just take out this Badoo. We'll see which route he goes with, but that was an excellent find there. The last 2 cards from the research were the Monkey Dory and the Darkness Energy. He does indeed take this KO onto the Badoo. Lance happy to send up the Duskull here, and that will now go down to a Miracle Force.
Yeah, with the 10 damage on the Pheasantipede, Bravery Charm protecting this Pokemon seems pretty helpful too, avoiding the 200 KO that was easily in range later on in the game. But there is a big Pokemon in play. That Gardevoir EX, 280 hit points remaining, and the Lance is holding on to a little bit of help, but not enough to take this Pokemon out just yet.
Yeah, not going to be able to quite get there. A Cursed Blast would be 50 damage, then a 200 damage attack from a Dragapult EX leaves the Gardevoir EX with 30 HP. Cannot quite get there. Lance is not playing any copies of Rare Candy in his deck, so no way to get a Dusknoir into play.
And what about this, Chip? The hand's very low for Mikkel. What if you use the Counter Catcher onto Pheasantipede? Because it's preserved its hit points, you don't actually see a knockout yet. 210 damage on this Pokemon. You don't have the energy to retreat. you buy an additional turn that you really need.
Hit it for 70 with the Dragapult.
Hit it for 200.
Hit it for 200. Yeah, sure.
Who cares? You might just stare this Pokemon down once more and see a completely wasted turn.
And honestly, a really cool play for Lance could be to hit this Pheasantipity for 200 right now and then put Jamming Tower into play later. Mikkel, of course, could just move the damage off of it with the Monkey Dory, but it forces him to move it off of the Pheasantipity as opposed to healing his Gardevoir EX.
Right, and that just opens up for Dusclops to get you there on the following turn. And you get the same play that you saw with the Badoo, where it gets knocked out, then a new Pokemon's brought right into the mix, taking more prizes. Does Lance want to do this here now?
Is going to choose to bench the Shaman here at this point as well, and you've called it out nicely here, Kyle. Counter Catcher brings up Pheasantipity EX, boosted HP thanks to the Bravery Charm. Lance trying to just buy a turn here by hitting this Pheasantipity and hoping that it sticks.
Yep, safety first, not always best. It held on, but this is not what you want. You need this Pokemon to move. Is there an energy here? There's 5 cards.
He doesn't have an energy just yet, but there is Professor's Research. There is Iono, so he'll find a lot of cards here this turn, Mikkel will. But let's keep in mind, it does have to be an energy card. He cannot find a Night Stretcher because they're both in the prize cards. He's already used 2 of his 3 Earthen Vessels, so there is a chance he could find an Earthen Vessel to get there. 3 outs in his deck. He's going to research. There's not that many cards left. I got to feel like he's got a decent shot to find it.
Yeah, a lot of help there, but also a Psychic Energy would be the most important because then you could use the Lily's Clefairy as an attacker as opposed to the Gardevoir here. What do we see? 7 cards halfway through, he's getting the Psychic.
Yes, found the Psychic and also found the Earthen Vessel, so plenty of ways to get whichever energy type he would prefer here. Also found his other Gardevoir EX, which is really nice. That'll boost the Curlia's HP up, make it a Gardevoir, of course, make it so that he cannot be cleared of both attackers next turn.
Well, even though Knockout is available, Dragapult is going down. 2 prize cards will remain. Still some math that needs to be settled. Monkey Dory pushing damage off the Pheasantipity to protect from the inevitable Jamming Tower, we'd have to think, along with the Jamming Tower that slows down the Lily's Clefairy.
Ooh, and here with the Mew EX, this is going to basically be checkmate here from Mikkel. He's going to clear both the Dragapult and the Dracloak out of play thanks to Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. Lance sees the writing on the wall. We're going to game 2.
That is the favorite way of a Gardevoir player to close things out. It lines up so well, genome hacking into the best attack in the game. You don't need it on your side. You've got weakness doing the job for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Mikkel forces us by finishing that game 2 into a game 3 situation here on the winning end. And as Lance, I mean, he just wasn't able to execute his real game plan of keeping Gardevoir EX out of play. You can just see how big of a difference it makes if the Gardevoir player gets established and set up in this matchup.
Yeah, completely different game this time around. Cards were flying. We're going to skip a lot of what happened, but it was important to see that TM evolution on the opening turn there for Mikkel, and it lined up into this. You have the Gardevoir attacking through. The energy is found off of the Professor's Research, and the genome hacking lines up perfectly into Phantom Dive, along with Monkey Dory clearing out that Dracloak and Dragapult. There's no resources left to win a game.
And now there will be plenty of time, I feel like, for this third game. Both those games went pretty quick. Our players are both playing at a really nice pace as well, which I always love to see here on our featured matches. And there's so much on the line for either of these players. They're sitting here at this point with 31 match points each. A tie puts them to 32. There's a chance they make it into the top 32 with that record, but they're both looking for the title. They want to make it to cut. They want to get into that single elimination bracket, and they want a chance to become the regional champion.
No better start to your season than taking down a regional championship. You have one opponent staring you down to at least make it into the top cut here now. One final game for these players. Who will earn 3 match points and go into the top cut?
That is the question. We will see if these players can find the answer for us. Setting out those prize cards now. And it's time, Kyle, for Game 3, Round 14. Here we go. Mikkel is going to kick things off. Does start that Lily's Clefairy EX, and not much else. I don't see an out to Ralts. There is an Ultra Ball, okay, but that is not the card you generally want to be playing to go find Ralts on turn 1.
Yep, throwing away some resources. They're not going to help out too much here. Fez and Shaman are down, but the Ralts is found, and there's a couple copies of Professor's Research hanging out in the hand. So next turn, we'll have a little bit of play, but this isn't what you want to see. Lily's Clefairy is a very valuable resource. Just one copy of Ralts in play now, and your opponent going second is going to set up that item lock, you have to imagine.
Does just kick things over to Lance. No energy attachment for turn, so that is a little bit of a miss there for Mikkel. And let's see what Lance has got lined up. He does start a Dreepy. Looks like a couple of Ultra Ball in the hands.
Yeah, double Ultra Ball Iono. Losing out on the energy attachments would be the move here, unless this Ultra Ball was for a useless Pokemon and then another Ultra Ball played. But I don't think you need to do that. Maybe just guaranteeing the Latios and the Badoo would be enough here.
And that is a little rough here for Lance. A pair of Dracloak in the prize cards. We've seen in these Dragapult decks how much of a hindrance that can be to these players' setups. Having to go out of your way to find them with supporters like Hilda or Brock scouting as opposed to just drawing into them naturally limits your plays so much.
That's exactly what I was thinking here, Chip. It's so unfortunate when you use those supporters as the only way to build up. It's too fair. You can't play fair Pokemon against Gardevoir. You need advantages. You need to draw into these resources and have a chance. So how do you start to turn the tides? Well, at least you have item lock.
Yeah.
Got Iono. See where it goes.
And that is going to be what Lance is crossing his fingers for, the item lock options as the energy is attached to Dreepy here. Iono putting both players' hands to the bottom. 6 cards apiece here at this point in the game. Looks like Lance did already find a Buddy Poffin and that Latios.
He found the Latios itself to go along with this, and then a Buddy Poffin at the tail end of this hand. He then has the Ultra Ball to go along, find the Dracloak on the following turn, and he will have a full setup with item lock with energy preserved.
Wow, what a turn here for Lance. What a draw from the 6 cards. Couldn't really draw it up much better. Looks like just over 21 minutes left. I don't think the clock will be a factor here, Kyle. I think we're going to see a complete third game.
Oh, cards will be flying around here. Maybe not on Mikkel's side for a little bit with the item lock, but Lance is in this game now with a really nice find on the Iono.
Yeah, and the item lock is going to be huge here because Mikkel, off of that Iono, drew a bunch of energy cards, drew an Earthen Vessel, drew Arven for Secret Box, but he can't play any of them except those energies.
Oh, hey, Artisan. That's a card you can use.
Artisan's not too bad, and the Arven can, of course, lead to the Technical Machine evolution, so this works out pretty nicely for Mikkel, honestly. We'll be able to establish a pair of Kirlia potentially, but as we look at the prize cards, one of those 2 Kirlia is hiding out.
Isn't that always how it goes? It's just waiting for you there, along with a Gardevoir and a Night Stretcher, just so many resources that you'd like to see for later on if the pressure is going to be on this line, and you know it will be.
Artisan does find a second Ralts. If Mikkel had the other Kirlia, it would actually be really nice here because he could get into a Gardevoir EX this turn, but unfortunately not going to be the case. Has to just go for Arven. He's going to take the Ultra Ball. That could find Gardevoir, but you have to assume the Itchy Pollen Lock is going to remain active.
It doesn't hurt to have a little wishful thinking. Another energy next turn. Lily's Clefairy could take a really over KO there on the Badoo, but you have Kirlia. You're moving through this game. You're not looking at any knockouts on the next turn from Lance. It's not a rare candy style, but it certainly could be devastating. But as we know with the prize cards for Lance, every Pokemon that wants to join the party is waiting in the prizes. the whole stage 1 flurry is sitting there.
He does have an Ultra Ball, and he's got Professor's Research and Neo Upper Energy, so this will establish a Dracloak. It will lead to a Research to hopefully find another one. Not too bad for Lance, even with 2 Dracloaks being prized.
I'm not sure if that's the Pokemon that you want to evolve there, though. You have the Neo Upper. If you evolve the other Dreepy, you can play that on that Pokemon, and at least have the Dragapult ready to go on the following turn without having the energy ready.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to draw a bunch of cards here with Recon Directive and Professor's Research, but you never know, right? Why go out of your way to evolve this one whenever you could evolve the one that's going to get a Neo Upper Energy before this research?
Yeah, with the prize cards the way they are, Dracloak is going to be hard to find.
Right, he's going to have to either find just the one that is remaining in the deck or one of his Ultra Ball, and he's already used an Ultra Ball as well. There's another Dreepy found off of Artisan. Of course, used by both players here, Stadium cards can be. So Mikkel was able to use it nicely on the last turn, and now Lance is happily able to take advantage of it here. There's Research, the clean 7 cards. Now being drawn into Lance. Does find a Hilda, so that can get a Dragapult next turn, but does not find another Dracloak. He does find that Jamming Tower, maybe a little late for that card, something he'll probably want to hold on to for the future of this game.
All right, once you miss that initial portion where you can avoid the TM evolution, you're then holding onto it for that big turn to take away the Bravery Charm's additional hit points. So save that for another day. You've got the Badoo item lock. Maybe a little bit of a safety net there with the Neo Dreepy and trying to avoid any KOs, but it's a long way away. It would have to be a pretty impressive showing from a Screamtail here, and under item lock, it's tough to do.
And this is going to be a huge turn for Lance. He is definitely holding his breath right now, hoping that Mikkel does not find a Gardevoir EX. We know Mikkel did not play a great supporter last turn, just had to go for the Arven, use the Technical Machine Evolution. So maybe Mikkel doesn't have a Research or Iono. Maybe Mikkel doesn't have a Gardevoir EX with the Ultra Ball grab last turn. He, of course, can't play it thanks to the Badoo's Itchy Pollen. So now, if Mikkel does whiff on the Gardevoir EX, that opens up so much play for Lance next turn.
Right, and these Pokemon are going nowhere at that point. The hit points remain the same. There is no other Curlia. There is no other Gardevoir, especially with the one in the prizes. If you don't see this one in the deck, you are potentially taking both these Pokemon out next turn with the Dusclops' help. Counter Catcher can activate, and you can clear them easily. That is pass of the turn.
Wow.
Big play here for Lance. Can he find the resources now?
Yeah, this is going to be a huge opportunity for Lance. If he can find a Counter Catcher here, he could clear both Ralts and Curlia out of play.
That's a Counter Catcher.
And he finds the Counter Catcher in order to piece that combo together. Does he have...
It's all there. Hilda, Energy, Ultra Ball, Counter Catcher. Any way you want to cut it, he can make it happen with the Dusclops.
He does discard the Fire Energy, but that's not too big of a deal. He knows that Hilda will grab another energy card out of the deck here. And this Ultra Ball can grab Dragapult EX. Could even grab another Dracloak and just use Recon Directive. He's got the pieces guaranteed. He's got so much play here.
Yeah, and using the Dracloak makes a lot of sense as well. You could use that and maybe find one of the 2 pieces from a Hilda that you'd already be looking for. If you're already content with those resources, just search out a different Pokemon and it'll be waiting for you next turn.
We can give just a couple of updates from the floor as we are getting through this turn here from Lance. Liam and Destin did ID as we anticipated. Alex and Aban did ID as we anticipated. And 2 players have already won their games to get to 34 match points. Solomon Surge takes down Zach Cohen, and Rahul Reddy takes down Arjun.
Okay, few more players on 34 match points. We have one more waiting at our table. Who will it be as Lance is pulling ahead with this play? Hilda with the energy. Luminous energy stacking up is kind of weird.
It does not quite work out.
Getting nervous now with the Fire Energy discard. There better be something else there.
Does he have another basic energy in the hand?
Okay, good.
He does. Okay, Psychic Energy is available. Of course, Luminous Energy provides an energy of any type, but only as long as the Pokemon it's attached to does not have another special energy on it already. Halucha's Flying Entry will put 2 damage counters onto 2 benched Pokemon. The promotion of Dragapult EX Phantom Dive takes out the Lily's Clefairy, the biggest threat in Mikkel's deck, and also the Ralts. That is a huge jump ahead here for Lance. Mikkel is going to be left scrambling to get reestablished, and I don't even think Mikkel has a supporter card, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, even if you had that, look at what you'd need to do here with the Night Stretcher and the prize cards, a Gardevoir and a Curlia as well, and Iono, which would be a great card to see as your opponent goes down to 2 prizes remaining. So much of what could help you here is not available now. And yeah, no supporter to go along with this. Has all the ways to put these energies in the discard pile, but no accelerating for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, Mikkel is going to have to play through a Super Rod at some point in the mix in order to get these powerful Pokemon back. Not only the Gardevoir that, or the Curlias that just went down potentially, but that Lily's Clefairy EX, one of the strongest options in his deck as well.
Well, this is where we see that there wasn't much else from Lance's side as far as that big setup went. He had to go for the Dusknoir as opposed to the Dracloak. So if we see the Mind Bend take a Confusion into the mix here, there's no real great attack lined up. But could you see a world where Lance plays the Professor Churros on the Hawlucha after some retreating or something? There could be some crazy plays where you could just clear all this off and win the game.
Yeah, he could attach that extra luminous energy to this active Dragapult, retreat it into the Hawlucha, Turo pick it up. Now, I think, did the Turo get discarded from Lance earlier in this game? That may actually already be in Lance's discard pile. No, it is not. It was discarded from a previous game, so the Mind Bend will stick the 60 active, and Lance has to find a way to navigate the situation. Does he have that Turo, Kyle? That would be the best card to find here.
Right. He's got so many helpful cards in hand, but I don't think we see that just yet. Still dealing with how to retreat through this. Doesn't have the other Dragapult ready just yet. If he sees that, he'd feel very comfortable.
He's got a couple of recon directives. The first one doesn't find a Turo. The second one, though, still available. He's seen quite a bit of his deck here.
It's research. He's got plenty of professors, but not the ones he needs.
He's going to retreat his Luminous into Badoo, and he's just going with the Itchy Pollen here.
Yeah, not a bad line. The only thing that you're truly fearful of at this point is Rare Candy Gardevoir, and if Itchy Pollen buys you that one turn, may as well go for it. Burn all of these resources. You don't need to see them because they are not Boss's Orders, Dragapult, or the Turo.
Yeah, this game is looking really good for Lance. He's not going to take a prize card this turn, but he's going to still control the pace of the game, and he has 2 prizes remaining. That Mew EX on the bench could be a live target in the future for a potential game-winning play in combination with Jamming Tower. The second recon directive being used, has to consider for a moment which card he will take. Adds one more to the hand here. And Itchy Pollen is incoming. And it'll be up to Mikkel to find a way to get out of this spot. And, I mean, if there was a world where Mikkel could get Curlia into play, plus TM Evo into Guardy, that's a line. But the problem is that a Curlia is prized and the other one is discarded, and all his ways to get the ones back from the discard pile are item cards, and he won't be able to play them.
Yeah, even if you had it, the other Night Stretchers and the prize cards, you'd need both copies to get that done, and all of those pieces are gone now. It is such a slow approach.
Yeah, Lance tried to evolve this Dracloak here, unable to do so because it just came into play this turn. So now back over to Mikkel, who does have a Psychic Energy. A Bravery Charm can go on to the Screamtail, but that's it. Restart for 2, looking for some help, and does find Professor's Research.
Yes.
But what does this lead to?
Yes, it finds you the Iono if you can hang on for one more turn, but there is no hope for this Ralts at this point for any evolutions with the Itchy Pollen in play. You can knock that Pokemon out, but then you open up bench spaces. As Indipity draws, there's double Recon Directive, and one of the best attacks in the game staring you down. Just 10 damage away from clearing the game, or Boss's Orders on that Mew with the Jamming Tower.
Mikkel has so many great options for attackers. Lily's Clefairy, the Mew EX, but all of them are rendered useless if you can't set energy cards up onto them with something like Gardevoir EX. And Lance is going to be sure to get rid of this Ralts here this turn.
All right, over to Lance. 2 prize cards remaining. Plenty of ways to get the job done.
Yeah, and
I have it just yet.
I already see Boss's orders, Kyle, and that could be all he needs. And if he finds Jamming Tower, Boss's orders is actually just win in hand right away.
Yeah, he could close out on the Mew. Instead, there is the Monkey Dory with a Luminous Energy, 10 damage moved over to the Ralts is just a cleanup here, and he's got it all. Lance Bradshaw, 34 points, and finding his way into the top cut.
Wow, what a game, what a finish. And you can see the strategy here for the Dragapult players in this matchup. Deny Gardevoir EX. Sometimes it's hard to do, but things did not set up well for Mikkel in either Game 1 or Game 3. We saw how dominant Game 2 was for Mikkel, but just did not quite get that same setup in 1 or 3.
I'm really excited to see what Lance can do with the rest of this tournament here now. Looking at this deck list and some of these inclusions, the Professor Turos could be so fun with a lot of these cards, and he's got some unique inclusions as far as the Shaman. Let's see how we got here. What a set we had in our final Swiss round.
Yeah, a 3-game set as well. It was a slow start for Mikkel, no Ralts. Had to get aggro with the Mind Bend, not usually a place you want to be in. And Lance was fully able to capitalize, spreading damage with the Cursed Blast and then taking big KOs with Phantom Dive.
Yep, closed out on the Monkey Dory. We saw that line with Mikkel to lose the energy. It avoids the Mind Bend situation, and we were ready to jump into another game fairly soon after that.
And that's exactly what happens, and it was a different story in game number 2. Mikkel able to get Gardevoir EX into play. You can see just how dominant that card is in this matchup. Taking multiple prizes quickly thanks to the Adrenabrain of Monkey Dory as well. Lance had to go for a little bit of a stalling play, try to stick the Pheasantipity active, but it was not enough as the genome hacking was able to copy Dragapult EX's attack for the win.
Yep, got us into this Game 3 situation. Lance saw some amazing cards off of an early Iono. It led to a perfect setup. Double Dreepy, Latias, and Badoo overcoming some prize cards, and then finding the closeout play here with Monkey Dory pushing the damage over and a clean sweep of 2 more prize cards to take the match.
34 match points now for Lance. Bradshaw finds himself in another top cut. And will he be able to propel himself forward here in this event? If he wants to come away the champion, he's probably going to have to take down another Gardevoir or 2 to do it.
Yeah, well, maybe this starts to give you a little more confidence. He's got some help here in the list. We see some of these plays, some of these card choices. I feel like they could be pretty beneficial. The Jamming Tower is a great inclusion. We've seen some players leaning over towards an additional copy, so curious to see how that works too, but this could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Shaman that he plays, I feel like can make a big difference as well. One of the strategies for Gardevoir, once they get established, can be to just try to use that Scream Tail, target down those Dracloaks before they can become Dragapult EXs. Might be something that Lance is able to prevent by using that Shaman.
World Championships, we saw targeting down the Dusclops line and avoiding some of those big KOs where you can remove both pieces of a more established Gardevoir line. So a lot to think of with that. Lance, considering it all, maybe he's taking some notes over these last few tournaments and he's ready to roll.
Yeah, he's locked in, ready to roll for sure. And it's going to end up being a pretty interesting top cut here. I feel like, you know, there is the potential, of course, of the Conkeldurr in our cut. We'll have to see if that comes true. It's going to be close here. You got an update for me over there?
Yeah, we do. It looks like Rowan Stavino did not make it through. Brad Curcio. So we will see Brad Curcio's Gardevoir EX moving through at 35 match points. Looks like we have one other one. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, it does look like Cal Connor was able to defeat Bennett McKinney. So Bennett, unfortunately, of course, was that Conkeldurr player. So the dreams of Conkeldurr making top cut have unfortunately come to an end, but still a really sick tournament run for Bennett. Probably going to end up in the top 64 with 31 match points.
And for Cal Connor, this is just another dream situation. Makes it into another top cut now, playing a great deck. He's got potential to run the table here. He's got a lot of mirror matches likely looking in the face. But
that's what I'm seeing here, looking at these decks. Gardevoir. Oh, there's Gardevoir. Okay. Oh, Dragapult. Gardevoir. Okay.
What's this one? Gardevoir?
Gardevoir,
That's
yes.
good.
So we'll see a couple of those. Looks like it'll be probably 4 Gardevoir in our top cut. Probably going to be a top 11 or 12, something like that, with ASIM coming into the mix.
Yeah, and a few other games still closing out. We do not have a result for either Riley or Justin's game yet. So if you're looking for that rematch,
yeah,
hold your breath. We'll see.
Yeah, not too long, though, because who knows how long these last couple of turns may take. But looks like we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players. 10 players right now locked in for cut, with 2 matches still outstanding.
Yeah, it looks like we have a conclusion with Simon and Anil. Simon taking the win there with the Dragapult. Very cool to see. And
yeah,
another one of those matchups.
Another
leaning that way.
Yeah, another Dragapult taking down another Gardevoir. So Dragapults are finding a way here in this last Swiss round in order to limit the number of Gardevoirs we'll see in top cut.
Well, I'm sure Liam's watching and sweating a little more. I mean,
yeah, it's true.
He does enjoy both matchups, but I'm sure he has one that he'd prefer a little more.
Yeah, he's definitely rooting for all of these Gardevoir players to just destroy the Dragapults so that he can find all of them in top cut with his Inns Zoroark deck, which to me I think is the most interesting story from this event.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, he's the only one that we see so far. There were a couple that were hanging on, trying to find that last matchup or two to stay in the mix, but it's a polarizing deck, not only in the way that it plays the game and the attention that it draws, but the matchup spread that we see. It cannot handle a lot of these early aggressive decks that we saw start to dissipate after the first phase of the tournament. But once you get to this undefeated portion, you're just staring down a lot of great players playing the classic decks you're expecting.
Kyle, I think Wancho is standing by with Lance Bradshaw, our newest member of Top Cut. Let's hear what he has to say about his finish.
Thanks, Chip. Wancho Sadana here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, Lance Bradshaw. Lance, that was quite the game. Again, you're playing Dragapult DX, you're facing down Gardevoir. That seems like a tough matchup. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, my worst match. My losses throughout the tournament have been to Gardevoir. That's the first one I beat. So when he flipped over his whatever it was to show that he was playing Gardevoir, I was like, but we got there in the end, so.
Yes. I mean, again, that's one of the tougher matchups, but I feel like, yeah, if you're able to just take control of the board, anything can happen. And if anything can take control of the board, it's definitely some Dragapult DXs. Now I want to ask you, though, you're guaranteed into Top Cut. Again, congratulations. What's going through your mind now, though? Now, how are you mentally preparing for Top Cut? And by the way, this is one of the biggest regionals of all time.
Yeah, making Top Cut feels great. It's been a while. I made no Top Cuts last year, which was the worst season I've ever had, so I kind of had to take a step back, so it feels really good to be back. I do know there's a lot of Gardevoirs in Top Cut, though, so not feeling that great about Top Cut, but we'll see.
Is deck you're feeling like you want to dodge?
I think so. I don't know how the Zoroark matchup goes, but I assume it's not too bad, so it's really Gardevoir that I want to dodge.
Makes sense. Well, we talked about what you want to dodge, but what do you want to face?
I don't have any overwhelmingly good matchups, I don't think. Poltnor mostly just has 50-50, maybe a little favored, and then it's Gardevoir's the outlier, where it's just pretty bad. So I don't know if there's anything in particular to face, just not Gardevoir.
All right, anything but... Yeah, again, very successful so far in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. I want to know, though, why we chose Dragapult for the specific tournament and how we prepared leading up to the tournament.
Yeah, so the reason I picked Dragapult is going into Worlds, I tested a lot of Dragapult and I just put a ton of time into the deck, and I didn't really have time between Worlds and now to test, so I just figured I have the time in the deck, I just want to play that. That's all that I really am comfortable with right now, so.
No, that makes sense. If you already put the time at Worlds, it definitely should carry over since this is exactly the same format. Makes a ton of sense. With that, just a couple more questions. Successful tournament. Any advice you want to give to anyone aspiring to be a Pokemon player?
Maybe just don't give up, right? Last season, I was feeling really down on myself. No Top Cuts is the first season I ever had with that, so I was kind of debating if I wanted to continue with Pokemon. Maybe I wasn't good enough anymore, but making Top Cut again has really reaffirmed to me that I'm still good enough, so just keep your head up.
I'm glad you did not give up. It's very great to see you here in the Top Cut. Last thing, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, whenever I do these interviews, I always shout out my AP statistics teacher from high school. I haven't talked to him in like 8 years, but shout out Mr. Moser. I hope you're doing well.
out Mr. Moser. All right, thank you, Lance. Best of luck again in Top Cut. With that, we're going to throw a desk, though, for more Pokemon action.
Thanks a bunch, Juancho. Yeah, I really hope that shout out gets back to Mr. Moser.
He's got to be watching. Come on.
Yeah, you got to hope for it. You got to hope for it. Well, as we are wrapping things up here, getting through the rest of the tournament, final updates does look like it's going to be a top 10. So that means there's been a couple of ties here in the last round.
Oh.
Justin Newdorf, and it does look like Riley McKay both tied their matches. Riley up against Tristan and Justin up against Youngrong. So not going to see that World Championship final rematch like we hoped, but still some more matches out there being played. But it looks like top 10 is going to be our asymmetrical cut.
Maybe they can play it over there in the side table or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Give us a little show on the side.
A little feature, exhibition, so to say, right?
Until then, I'll be content with a top 10. That's exciting to think about for us here, and maybe a little more reassuring for some of our players at the top tables, as they now don't have to think about as much of that asymmetric cut.
Yeah.
It will only be the 2-table playoff there instead.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been a great start so far here in Pittsburgh. A great way to kick off our 2026 season, and there is so much more exciting action still to come this year as we lead up to the World Championships. If you find yourself near any of these cities in the coming months, definitely be sure to check out the Pokemon tournament that will be happening there. Milwaukee and Las Vegas next up on the docket for us.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun to revisit some of these cities and see some new ones for the Pokemon community as we move towards Las Vegas, revisit Seattle, which feels like a long time coming.
Yeah.
And maybe a few more surprises for us down the road.
Yep, of course, all leading up to the 3 ICs. We've got Sao Paulo in Brazil, we've got London over in the UK, and New Orleans here in North America. It's become a great stop for us the last couple of seasons. Very much looking forward to NAIC, and then all coming to a head at the Pokemon XP and Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco next August.
Yeah, we're filling out venues now, Chip. It's looking pretty great as the Pokemon community continues to support itself, build up even further, and start to fill out not only as our competitors do, but also all the fans around the world too.
Of course, at each of these events, there is so much on the line. When it comes to the prizes, lots of cash up top, lots of championship points as well, and tons of Pokemon TCG boosters, $10,000 for first place at any of these regional championships.
Yep, all the boosters to go along with that too. Pricing goes very deep, especially for the Masters division. Takes the sting out of some of those ties in the last round, that one loss that haunts you.
Yeah.
You get to bring a few $1,000s along with you, carry that on to the next tournament, maybe into your next deck, as we've seen a lot of blinged out players here moving on. So a lot to look forward to as you play through these regionals.
Yeah, and of course, these prizes and the points that you earn can lead to future awards, to future international championships, depending on your placement for each of these qualification periods, for LAIC, EUIC, and NAIC. And then, of course, the World Championships at the end of the year. Players are able to earn these awards to help them continue on their Pokemon TCG journey.
Yeah, really great to see. Just continuing to help out all of our players that are doing the work, getting these accomplishments. Maybe they don't have that Worlds figured out just yet. They got second place. They end up with a bunch of top 8s, but they get all of these travel rewards, and then they can use that to get to some of these larger major events.
Yeah, and then it's more of an opportunity to continue to make a name for yourself in the community. You know, someone we always mention when it comes to these travel awards is Brent Tonneson. I think he's earned like 30 travel awards in his Pokemon career or something like that. Just continues to snowball them time after time, and he has become one of the game's greatest players at the moment.
Yeah, and it's so fun for us, especially with, stories like him. We always wondered, what if you give him a chance to play at this tournament, would he be able to see those results? Started using those stipends, had some additional funds, takes it over to Europe and wins a regional, and we're like, okay, we see what you're doing. Then gets a second place at the IC. We're like, oh, all right, calm down. You're doing a little too much for us. And he's been playing a lot of the North American events, and it's always a blast to see him.
Absolutely. We love getting to feature Brent. He's a great player and a great opportunity to see some high-level Pokemon TCG gameplay, which is really all we're here for. You know, we want to see the best getting to show off against the best and see who can come out on top at the end of the day. Well, we're getting things ready for Top Cut very, very soon. It's going to be a top 10 more than likely. You're going to want to make sure to stay tuned. We're going to take a quick little break in the meantime while we get that bracket sorted. We'll be back shortly.
The first Pokemon game I ever played was probably Pokemon Diamond version. That was probably around 15, 16 years ago. Mew is my favorite Pokemon. No real reason, just it's always been my favorite. The farthest I've ever traveled has probably been to Australia for OCIC multiple times. At this point, I just look up to the player base in general. It's inspiring seeing us grow so much. I probably prefer to travel by plane than by car if possible. During events, I'm really just too busy to eat consistently, so whatever's there. This is a controversial take. My favorite region is Hoenn with all the water. It was just my favorite game in general, so I played Emerald a lot. It was just my favorite region. My favorite city, at least recently, has been San Antonio. It's been really nice there every time we go there. It's very walkable, lots of stuff to do. Probably an alternative most of the time. It's my favorite. Outside of Pokemon, my favorite hobby is probably like very casual bowling with friends.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't gonna work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
That would be Fire Red. Fire Red. My brother got Fire Red, and that was my first game, and it was super duper fun. Oh my goodness, yeah. That's good memories. My favorite Pokemon is probably Psyduck. Maybe a bit of a basic answer, but I really like how he just kind of has an empty look in his eyes. He's really cute, and you know, they're printing a playable one, so maybe I'll play it in my deck one of these days. Farthest I've ever traveled to get to a Pokemon event is probably Sao Paulo for LAIC during this season, 2024. I've never gone sort of north-south before, but yeah, it was a pretty long flight. We went overnight, and yeah, it was a really fun tournament too. I look up to a lot of players. I mean, I really look up to Tord Reklev. His consistency is just off the charts, and it's something I strive to achieve every tournament. I look up to Azul Garcia-Griego and Ian Robb a lot. We all played together in the New England area around 2010s, and when I was thinking about getting back into the game, I still saw them winning tournaments. So I was really inspired by the fact that they were still competing, even though, you know, I hadn't spoken to them in forever. So that sort of motivated me to try to get back into the game. And lastly, I really look up to Andrew Hedrick. I think he's the best player in the world right now. My favorite Pokeball. This is not something I've ever really thought of before. I was the kind of kid who would always try to catch everything with the Pokeball, like even the legendaries. So I'm just gonna go with the Pokeball here. I get sort of anxious sometimes, so I usually eat after the event. So I don't like to eat during the event day, but when I finish, you know, going out to like Korean barbecue or something, especially if everyone's doing well, is a really good time. I'm a huge fan of vanilla ice cream instead of chocolate ice cream. I don't know, I really like chocolate itself, but chocolate ice cream just never really sat that well with me. I will say that like the swirl, I would pick over vanilla a lot of time though. I like the variety, but if I had to go one or the other, I'm picking vanilla every time. Favorite city I've been to for a Pokemon tournament? It's gotta be Toronto. It was my first time going to Toronto this year, and I had a really good time. I was staying with some of my good friends, Raymond Long, Michael Long, and we just had a really good time. I wish I could have explored the city a little bit more. I guess I'm sort of biased towards the tournaments that I go to during like break time, so I can stay a couple extra days in the city. That's when I really get to have fun. Ooh, right now, my favorite type of music, I don't know, I listened to some like R&B recently, and yeah, pop, rap. I'm not too picky, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of music just in general, I guess. The basic answer. I don't know, it's hard because I really have fun playing Pokemon these days, but you know, I really like going on walks, and you know, I'm really into like school. I like playing other video games too. I'm trying to get back and play some of the Pokemon games as well, you know, outside of Pokemon cards. I don't know if that counts as outside of Pokemon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. This has been a fantastic tournament, and we are closing in on locking in our asymmetrical top cut. My name is Adam Skarzek-Watson on the desk with Pablo Meza, and we're here to kind of set the stage and, you know, relax with you while we're still waiting for these final matches to get locked in. There's still a few match slips out. We're figuring out not only who made it into the top cut, but also how the seeding is going to go and what those matchups will look like soon.
Now we have the asymmetrical top cut that we are waiting to happen, to have the final word on what the bracket will look like, who will be facing off for those final spots in the top 8, and what matches we will be taking a look at as we eventually crown a winner here today in Pittsburgh.
If you've been paying attention to the broadcast so far, you know that, of course, Gardevoir and Dragapult are doing fantastic in this tournament, but we've also got some Zoroark finally rising up through the ranks. This is a deck that is meant to counter Gardevoir, of course, but does struggle when early on in the tournament it might hit some more aggressive matchups. We know that Golden Go is out there, Raging Bolt is out there, Joltik is out there, these very aggressive decks, and sometimes the Zoroark players can dodge through them, and maybe, well, it's a certainty at this point that there will be plenty of Gardevoir in the top cut for Zoroark to feast upon. We'll see if that properly lines up. There are some other decks, of course. I had the incorrect read that Shaman would be a little bit more popular this tournament, and I was a little bit down on Terrabox. I felt it would give way to Flareon EX, still working with that same Terra idea, having some use of Torrential Pump, but with just a more aggressive game plan. However, Terrabox seems to be also in a very strong position here for asymmetrical.
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought about the Shaman and were in this weird cycle where Terrabox did well, so people assumed they would, or many people assumed they would.
Yeah.
Shaman would be added into lists, and therefore Terrabox wouldn't be played. But then if Terrabox is not going to be played, then maybe you just skimp on the Shaman. So they skipped a couple steps, and we ended up in a Shaman-less metagame where Terrabox was able to do really well, and even Wellspring in those evolutions deck, right? It's like, okay, you have the extra firepower of the evolutions, but you still get to keep the option of Wellspring Ogre to prioritize taking those extra prizes each turn and try to slow down Gardevoir and Dragapult. But so far, it seems like the real answer is Zoroark. I think Liam Halliburton went completely undefeated, 12-0-2 today. Not a single loss, and the two ties are probably IDs in round 13 and 14. So
oh, yeah, of course. Once you're doing that dominant in the tournament.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you were saying it like, I don't know if he faced any Raging Bolts or Golden Goes in his run. The deck definitely can go up against them. It's just not easy to do so. But it's not like they flip over the Gimmighoul and you shake their hand because the game's over, right? So, despite that, you mostly face Gardevoir and Dragapult, you're in for a good time. And I think Liam has had a pretty good time this weekend.
And we have to remember as well, Zoroark EX. For those of you who maybe missed the evolution of the deck that happened for the World Championships, it's kind of got a fresh coat of paint. You're using the Zoroark EX as a draw engine. That was sort of its original claim to fame. People started to lean a lot more into the Darmanitan, taking advantage of the lack of bench protection. But now it's a nice hybrid. Trade gives you a beautiful draw engine, and we're going all in on just En's Reshiram. The En's Darmanitan having to evolve the Darumaka, giving up that bench space for it, ended up being too clunky, too inconsistent. So many players tried to make it work, and it seemed like it was going to be decent for a while, but it's proper to just say, I've got the darkness type attacker that I can hit for weakness into Gardevoir, and just a solid revenge attack using that En's Reshiram, and that has just been the way to foil your opponent taking easy lines and easy prizes. I think the breakout star, ironically, for this regional specifically has been the Dusknoir line. I don't know if it's just a fluctuation of the metagame or just the Dragapult players ascending to a next level of play, but I don't think I've ever seen such intricate plays and fixing of math in combination with the Dusknoir line and also Monkey Dory to take some fantastic multi-prize turns from Dragapult.
Curse Blast definitely opens up so many interesting and intricate plays, and it's like balancing the resource of you get that huge damage burst of 5 or 13 damage counters anywhere you want, at the expense of a prize card, right? But sometimes you can use that prize card that you are giving your opponent to your advantage, or if you map things out correctly in your prize mapping, it doesn't matter if your opponent ends up with 2 or 1 prizes remaining if you end up winning the game, right? This is something that I always try to emphasize to players. They're so scared of their Pokemon going down because that's how they lose the game, right? But realistically, your Pokemon will be going down because your opponent is also trying to win the game. But as long as they only take down 5 of them and not that 6th crucial prize to win the game, it's completely fine. Let your Pokemon get taken down, put up their fight, and as long as it's part of your plan to lose that Pokemon and have exactly what you need afterwards, then you're good to go. You don't need to beat an opponent 6-0 in prize cards, or you don't need to stop them from taking prize cards that specific turn. They're just gonna do it the next turn anyway. You might as well get the maximum value out of your resources, out of your setup, and try to get across that finish line, which sometimes can be very tough, but I feel like if you're always thinking about how to win, you will find an eventual line on how to do it.
And you brought up a great point there as well, Pablo, right? When you know your Pokemon are going to get knocked out, that's just part of the game. Yeah. But when you can control when those knockouts happen, you are able to set up more frustrating Ionos for your opponent. The counter catchers come online when your opponent might not be expecting it, and this can make or break a matchup. And as we head into the asymmetrical top cut, and then perhaps even the finals of this tournament, we're going to see players being very specific. It's so devastating to make a mistake and have something counter-catchered up, saw blocked, locked in with Maractus or something like that. And suddenly, when you are about to really pull the trigger, start building up tons of momentum for yourself, really putting some tempo and pressure on your opponent, and they just, counter catcher. It's right back to business. Counter catcher, Night Stretcher, I got my Badoo back. You thought you broke the item lock. Too bad, you've only set yourself further behind. Now I get to set up even safer because it's harder for my opponent to knock out this Badoo a second time. And it is a terrible fate that I think we've all fallen victim to, I think at least once or twice.
Now, you know, there's one thing that I think we have yet to see this weekend that we have seen in the past that is very exciting, and that's confusion flips.
Oh,
yeah,
true.
Mind bent by Monkey Dirty. And you would say, like, well, I mean, there's not, like, if it's coming down to a point where you need to confuse your opponent's Pokemon in order to stop them from attacking, you're probably in trouble, right? And most of the time that will be true. However, at the highest level of the game, when skills are so evenly matched, games might come down to just a coin flip because one player did everything they could in their power to win a game and the other did everything in their power as well. And it might just come down to a single coin flip. And we had some very exciting ones like back at NEIC, not this season, but the previous one with Andrew Hedrick against Stefan Ivanov. Like, those confusion flips, it might seem like, oh, the game came down to that. Where's the skill in that, right? But it's all the previous actions that led to that point where both players made so many good decisions that it comes down to a literal coin flip. And I think that's something that we haven't seen so far between yesterday and today in the stream matches we've had. But I'm feeling like with so much Gardevoir, we are bound to see a crucial mind-bent confusion coin flip at some point throughout the day. And I'm excited for that. Those like tension moments of the die rolling through the table and then falling because we're not very good at rolling die and then we have to re-roll. Yeah, I love those moments.
And a player that is willing to take those bold risks, right? To say, I'm not in full control of this play, or I have to take this line that has a strong upside of putting me in a dominant position, but has the vulnerability of giving my opponent a devastating counterattack. And I mean, we saw it in the finals of, I remember it was you and I in the casting desk. I forget the event, but it was, I believe, Andrew Hedrick on Dragapult. There was that big play. He went for an early, like, rare candy Dragapult, wiped out the opponent's board.
Oh, that was, it was against Henry Chow, right?
Yeah, that's right. And then he was opening himself up to the Lily's Clefairy counterattack, and it was right at the final turn of time. If this play paid off, he was the winner, but there was that specific line that he opened himself up to, and Henry Chow was able to pull it out.
Yeah, research into Candy Guardy, Stretcher, back the Clefairy. It was a crazy turn of events for sure. Hedrick getting like the perfect hand to pop off on turn 2 with Dragapult Dusknoir, and then Henry immediately responding with the perfect combination of cards of our research, where I think there was even a judge shuffle involved, right? The deck got shuffled by the judge, and then it was like, okay, the judge has determined our fate. Either Henry wins this turn, or Andrew ends up the winner. And that was the first finals that Henry lost, which is crazy to think about, because it was his 4th finals appearance that season, like last season alone. And now he's already made a finals appearance last weekend in Monterey, which he lost to a deck that was like its creation was attributed to him, but he ended up losing to his own creation. And he didn't have such a good run this weekend. He made phase 2. I think he was out of contention for Top God by like round 11 or something, but still, like,
yeah, and Aban is carrying the torch, certainly, of the new version of Gardevoir, who had just beaten Henry Chow, so I think he's still in the running. And I'm actually getting word that the bracket is now ready. We're over here reminiscing. I'm really curious about whether or not our viewers at home want to see just a one-sided stomp, or if they like it when the game is also super close and comes down to the wire.
Okay, so we have Liam Halliburton and Brad Kershaw should be seeds number 1 and 2, I believe, in the bracket, heading into top 8. And then we have the asymmetrical matches are Alex Szymanski against Simon Feng and Calvin Connor against Solomon Surge. And then we have Rahul Reddy against Lance Bradshaw, and then Destin Hatcher against Aban, last weekend's regional winner. So wow, what a this is 10-player top cut, not bad.
The players here we've already seen most of them on the stream. We know that their decks are locked in. They are feeling very good about themselves. Liam Halliburton is the hope, I think, of a lot of people right now, just to see someone break the streak of Dragapult and Gardevoir, especially winning every major event right now.
Now, it does seem like our next stream match will be the bottom match. It will be Destin Hatcher against Aban Ahmed. So we're going to be able to feature an already 2026 season winner from last weekend. We're going to see him in action with his new take on Gardevoir, which I do believe is different from what he ran last weekend.
And this is the big claim to fame for Gardevoir. Not just that the fact that I think the player base of this deck have been running it for so long. You have this months and months and months of experience and reps on the list, but also its ability to continuously be flexible and innovate and sway with the metagame. And now, whether you're predicting something more aggressive or more passive, now Gardevoir has access to a lot of new tools from Black Bolt and White Flare, and it's still a solid take no matter what your feelings about the metagame are. If you are skilled enough at Gardevoir, I don't think it's ever an incorrect pick.
Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir just has it all, right? Extra prize cards through Munkidori, healing. I think Munkidori is just so incredibly good because it heals and damages at the same time, right? It's like, you could say like, well, Potion also heals you 30 damage, and sure, it does. However, Adrenabrain is just that much stronger, being able to go on the offensive with a defensive asset. That's just incredible. And then having that extra coverage with the Mind Bend Confusion in a pinch, Munkidori just feels like it does it all. And I was thinking the other day, like Twilight Masquerade, when it came out, it wasn't deemed like this amazing set overall. Dragapult, when it came out, felt a little mid because you had Regidrago V-Star.
Oh, yeah.
Teal Mask Ogreborn, of course, did make ripples in the metagame, but after rotation, Twilight Masquerade has so many metagame viable cards. Even Conkeldurr is from Twilight Masquerade.
Oh, that's true.
And then you have Munkidori, you have Teal Mask Ogreborn, you have Secret Box, you have Dragapult, you have Darkcloak, which is even an engine in some other decks. So yeah, I mean, Twilight Masquerade, I think, as we go deeper into other card releases or set releases, Twilight Masquerade cards just keep getting better and better and better. Blissey, Milotic, like all of these have been competitively viable decks and are still legitimate by today's standards.
Yeah, the mixture of not just good competitive cards, but cards for every Pokemon fan has been, a balance that we're all trying to strike. And, as we head not just beyond this tournament and all of the sets that we're going to see, this is, I'm almost picturing a moment where we look back on this tournament. Oh, do you remember, Gardevoir versus Dragapult? That was just a matchup that was all over the place. And the meta is going to be completely different by the time we get to San Francisco, ladies and gentlemen. So just enjoy it while it lasts. If you like Gardevoir, just get it while the getting's good. Dragapult might still be around for a while yet, certainly. Yeah. But I'm always excited for whatever new decks our fans and competitors cook up and bring to these massive events, because as they get bigger and bigger, we get more competitors, more people coming, and that's just more chances for the underdogs to rise up, the unknown players to make a name for themselves, the innovators to show up with something that might not be on everybody's radar and do incredibly well with it.
And you have to wonder, what's going to be the next, duel between the two titans of the metagame, right? Right now, it's Gardevoir versus Dragapult. That's a big story with Dragapult, unfortunately, coming up short every single time. But what's next, right? Eventually, when Gardevoir leaves the format, is it going to be Dragapult against something else? Will there be enough Mega Pokemon released by then that there will be a Mega Duel that will be dominating the format? There's so much excitement. And there's, with all the new sets coming out, there's so many cards we don't know that will be viable by San Francisco. So yeah, Worlds 2026 will definitely be an exciting time, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Adam, let's bring it back to Pittsburgh. I do have a question for you. Where is Gholdengo? It's the #1 most popular deck. If you combine all Gholdengo variants, it's the most aggressive deck. It's Iono proof basically, and it's nowhere to be found at the very top, I think, today. Maybe one of the players is playing it, I'm not exactly sure, but in terms of raw numbers of how many decks, how many Golden Go decks are being played versus how many you see at the very top, that conversion rate is not looking very good.
Golden Go is another deck that I think just falls victim to being so strong on paper, and it just gives you this maybe overinflated confidence in the deck, where when you win, you win. Like, I feel as though the deck runs very hot and cold. Like, when Golden Go is behind, if it stumbles during its setup, it just struggles to find cards. I think the big caveat is the fact that Golden Go doesn't run a lot of search. It's just draw, draw, draw.
Yeah.
And in the Pokemon TCG, your ability to find the right card at the right time can make or break not just your game one, but just maybe making the comeback in game number 3, being able to do that in time before you get a tie. Or if you miss a beat, even if you are able to find those cards next turn, you lose your momentum. That's
a little too late, yeah.
Exactly. With an aggressive deck, once you start taking prizes, you have to keep taking prizes. If you stop to take a turn off, if your opponent's able to Iono you and you don't have superior energy retrieval, or you want to boss something up, but you have to play Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking to draw a couple cards instead, it just gives your opponent just a little bit of breathing room. And you'd think it wouldn't be too big of a deal, but at this level of play, certainly players are experts at not only forcing you to take your foot off the pedal, but taking maximum advantage of those brief windows to breathe, reestablish their board, or just make it incredibly awkward for Golden Go to operate. I still think it's a beautiful deck. It's fantastic. It has such great tech with Genesect EX. It's the best it's ever been. But
still comes up short.
It's a little too honest. Like you were kind of talking about, Pablo.
A one-trick pony.
It's trying to go for Togekiss, get some extra prizes, things of that nature. But Togekiss, even if your Togepi, your Rare Candy, and your Togekiss don't end up in the prize cards, it's still a coin flip.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just on paper a deck that has a favorable Gardevoir and a favorable Dragapult. Like, how is that deck not shining in today's day and age after Worlds? Like, it's shown at Worlds, of course. Piper Lapine got that top 8, could have probably gone farther. But then what happened in Monterrey? What happened in Frankfurt? What happened today? Are they at the very top? Did they come close? Did they lose win and ins? Like,
I think, too, as well, Golden Go is just more vulnerable to sort of these oddball decks than Gardevoir and Dragapult are.
True.
You get sniped by random Cornerstone EXs and things like that that really give you a hard time, and then Golden Go's trying to tech versus these odd rogue decks that can give it a hard time, and it makes their matchups versus the top decks a little bit weaker. And I know there's a lot of Golden Go players in the audience right now, here in the building right now, and I'm going to give you your credit where credit is due. I think that maybe people haven't believed in the deck as long as Dragapult and Gardevoir have been around. So there is an argument to be made that Golden Go just needs to have more research done. Maybe we accept, okay, I'm losing to weird rogue stuff, but I'm doubling down on beating Gardevoir. I'm doubling down on beating Dragapult. That's pretty much what Liam Halliburton has done for this tournament, and it's worked out.
It's worked out beautifully for him, having that bye in today's symmetrical top card, being the first seed. He won a regional. I don't think he won last season. It was 2 seasons ago. And he's a former senior world champion as well. So that's going to be, I mean, he definitely has all the merits and all the positives in the making for a very good legacy in the Masters division, right? And doing so this weekend, he just needs to keep getting those Gardevoirs going his way, and yeah, he's in for a good time for sure.
When you're so high ranked in the tournament, you have towards the end of the Swiss rounds to maybe just take some IDs, some intentional draws, and say, yeah, okay, enjoy your time in Top Cut. I'll come collect my win a little bit later. We'll see if that subtle strategy comes around to reward him later on. But finally, we are getting down to the table, folks. We've got Aban Ahmed versus Destin Hatcher.
Destin Hatcher, first time ever on stream. Not sure how long he's been playing, but I'm sure he's very excited to be making it this far. And yeah, I mean, speaking of, he's actually playing Golden Go Togekiss. I was not aware that this is a deck that he was playing. And I mean, if you're picking Golden Go, you want to go up against Gardevoir, right? Like on paper, should be a good matchup. However, Jellicent and Frillish have something to say for their name, right? Like, that's a way you can slow down Golden Go with that item block. That's something very difficult for Golden Go decks to deal with. And I think initially when Black and White, the Black Bolt and White Flourish set came out, Jellicent was all the rage, and therefore Golden Go was adapting by playing 4 Boss's Orders. Since Jellicent didn't have that true, full-blown impact in the metagame, Golden Go players have been cutting a little bit on their Boss's Orders count, and they're down to 3, which is still a very healthy and a very high amount. However, it is a little, it's 25% less, right, than 4.
Very true.
And therefore, having it at the right time to play around that Jellicent DX and make sure you have the resources to beat out and attack anything else can be a little difficult. And not to mention that the Frillish is just a hard item lock, right? And it has more HP than Bodyu, and therefore knocking it out requires 2 energies instead of just 1, which Levincia does provide, and that's very, very crucial. But if there's a Bravery Charm on top on that Frillish, all of a sudden now you need 3 energies. So that can be a very good late game strategy that we might see Aban utilize in order to give himself the best chance in this matchup in particular.
And as we've discussed Golden Go, I am so excited for Destin Hatcher to show us how it's done. For a player to arrive at a tournament, make it all the way here to top cut, and with a deck that everybody agrees is good, but hasn't been able to consistently find that success. There has to be some layer of the game plan, some extra level of sequencing that Destin is tapping into to have these draws come out on top. I think that is the key, and something that you are a huge advocate for, Pablo, is you can make all the right plays, but the ordering of those plays do matter from time to time to maximize your chances of getting that boss's orders, or having enough energy, or trying to go out of your way to get extra energy.
Already we see Jellicent DX in the prize card, so one of the crucial pieces that Aban will need in order to counteract those superior energy retrievals will not be accessible. A Gardevoir EX being prized is also sometimes makes things awkward overall, as well as that dark energy can sometimes make it difficult to have a double Monkey Dory in play, impossible to have a triple. And now over on Destin's side, he does have 1 Golden Go EX prize, not a big deal. 2 Buddy Buddy Puffins could be a little problematic if he doesn't have a strong start. Like, the odds are reduced that he has a strong start, and I'm seeing his hand and it's actually not looking too great. But most importantly, that second Lightning energy being prized makes it so that Levincia will not be as effective as he would like it to be in order to take KOs without needing to worry about the item lock, right? Which, as we see, there's a Frillish right here.
Aban Ahmed starting Frillish in the active spot. Destin Hatcher able to start with the Gimme Goal. 2 Buddy Buddy Puffins in the prize cards. Hopefully 2 Gimme Goal can still find their way onto the bench. That's still more than enough for the modern Golden Go setup, where Genesect EX can enter play, use its metallic signal to find the Golden Go EX, evolve up, start drawing cards. Aban opening with an Earthen Vessel. You discard 1 card from your hand, search your deck for up to 2 basic energy, and this is a perfect opportunity to read into the deck, see what's missing, see what's in the prizes, and adapt accordingly. Aban already recognizes that Jellicent EX is prized, might lean a little bit heavier into this Frillish, perhaps attaching an early Bravery Charm as you predicted, Pablo.
Yeah, that Jellicent EX being prized is unfortunate for him, as Destin's hand is actually very, very awkward. Only has a Cypher Maniac to really try to get something going, so if there had been the threat of a turn 2 knockout with Jellicent DX, that would have been really, really problematic. But Aban will not have access to that, so item lock is pretty good, but it's less effective in the beginning of the match. You want to really have a hard item lock going against your opponent once there's a lot of energies in the discard pile, once some resources have been utilized, and you're able to lock out your opponent from the game. So we'll have to see how both players approach this with awkward starting hands and a bit of an awkward pricing for Aban.
Yeah, Aban not being able to see too much of the deck, not too many actions taken, an energy attached to Frillish, and a route on the bench. This is probably the best outcome for Destin. Certainly has an energy to attach to Gimme Goal, but just a Monkey Dory on the bench goes for Call for Family.
Yeah, gonna get another Gimme Goal down, most likely. Already had a Golden Go in hand, so we don't need Genesect just yet. I honestly think we might see a few Call for Families being utilized if Aban is not able to, like, apply too much pressure or whatnot. we might just see like a couple gimme goals established, or even the Genesect next turn. We'll have to see. Now, the Darkness energy, of course, you wish it was on this Monkey Dory and you had a different type of energy available. For that, there's only one copy of Dark Energy, so there won't be multiple Monkey Dory uses by Destin in this game. However, he does have Professor Churro, so we could see a clever play of double Monkey Dory usage. If you use it, pick it up, bench it, recover the Darkness, and use it again, which we saw very effectively being utilized by Christian Labella, right, in that really clutch triple Monkey Dory turn. Not quite available here, but double Monkey Dory is something that is not something you expect from Golden Go, but it's certainly possible.
And when Gardevoir has a sort of a weak start, that is your opportunity to try to get established, put on some pressure, but Destin needing to take a slower turn as well. Call for Family gets a second Gimme Ghoul, 2 Buddy Buddy Profits, once again, folks, in the prizes, so lower chances of being able to get a wide bench established. However, with 1 Golden Go EX in the hand, Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking in the hand, the next turn is already positioned to be very explosive, but the ball is in Aban's court going into the deck now with Arven already eyeballing the secret box, the key to the best of the best Gardevoir turns.
Yep, Secret Box, just such a good card overall. I wonder if there's enough pieces in Aban's hand to pull off like a turn 2 Candy Gardevoir here right now. And is that something you would consider and just going aggressive with a Gardevoir? I mean, Aban saw a very underwhelming turn by Destin. No supporter use, no Cypher Maniac, just an attach and a call for Family. However, because there is a Golden Go and there is a Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, Destin could respond with a 1 KO on that Gardevoir EX. So I don't think you want to be too overzealous here. If you're Aban, you want to have a stronger turn set up and have a stronger board so that when something eventually gets KO'd, you're completely fine. And when you're having an item lock on the active, you probably are in no rush.
Yeah, I agree that that would be one of those kind of riskier plays we've talked about, Pablo. If this was game number 3, maybe that it becomes a stronger consideration to go all in on a Gardevoir, try to be aggressive and just wipe out Gimme Ghoul. But it's still game number 1. Aban feeling very comfortable in this matchup still. If he wants to take a slower turn, this could just be a classic TM Evo, maybe an Oceanic Gloom to get an item lockdown and proceed from there.
Right, so we're going to see how we sequence this out. We want to get more energies into a discard pile. We have the Kirlia ready to go. TM Evo is tempting, but also give Destin items next turn. So, oh, actually, there's no TM Evo in hand. It got discarded. No, we're just going to see no cards being played that were found from the secret box. We're just going to go for an Oceanic Gloom. No item cards being played. And, yeah, pretty good.
So now Gimme Ghoul can evolve up after the shuffle. Everything is all ready to go. Golden Go in the active spot. Players just verifying that the turn has passed properly.
Yep. Not sure what was the discussion there, but so far so good. We have Cypher Maniac, we have Arven now. Not very useful. And yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. The item lock stops any sort of energy Search Pro that could be utilized, even Earthen Vessel. So Destin might just have to grab, 2 raw energies, which, they're not enough to take a knockout. I don't know if there's an energy in the hand. If there is, then
I didn't have eyes on that.
Yeah, if there is, then we have knockout. If there isn't, though, we are doing 50 damage to this Frillish. I'm guessing there is one.
Cypher Maniacs. Oh, would you look at that? 2 energies on the
surprise.
top. And there's a fire energy in the hand.
All right, so we do have the knockout. Very nice start here. 20 damage, not too relevant. Doesn't really, with Aban's like very slow setup, there's no real threat of this Golden Go going down. You take down the Pokemon that's giving you a hard time with the item lock. So far so good. Slow and steady for Destin. Very slow and steady for Aban. We'll see how he responds. He definitely needs to make something happen here. As we see the Ralts getting discarded. The 3rd Ralts is priced, Adam, so we're not going to see a backup Ralts, and that's an opening for Destin here.
Yeah, Aban working into a awkward board state, to say the very least. One of the understatements of the century. Earthen Vessel does find 2 more Psychic Energy. Aban with Ultra Ball looks to be grabbing a Gardevoir EX, evolves immediately. Psychic Embrace is online, but not enough damage movement to augment Miracle Force's damage to take down Golden Go EX. Aban might just be putting as much HP as possible in the active spot, recognizing that Destin has had an awkward start from here, had to go Cypher Maniacs for 2 energy, might recognize that. I don't think that Golden Go can take the knockout here regardless. Artisan also entering play, plus Iono. After this shuffle and draw, Aban will have many more options, 6 cards drawn to the hand, plus Artisan to find another basic for the bench to take over for Gardevoir. His best case scenario is that this is able to hang on in the active spot, but if it goes down, there will be no more Ralts to take its place.
All right, so we do see the Ultra Ball probably grabbing, yep, the Frillish, and then we can Artisan for Monkey Dory. I think Aban's strategy is going to be item lock the whole game. Right? And if you're under item lock the whole game, you don't have to worry about Energy Surge Pro. Destin will probably never accumulate 6 or 7 energy to knock out the Gardevoir EX on the bench. And it's going to all be about a damage spreading strategy onto the various Golden Goes and Gimme Goals that are in play. And then you have a big technical machine devolution turn where your opponent just cannot do anything at all.
That is right. Aban is on the technical machine de-evolution. It's going to be a massive play later on in the game. If Destin is under item lock, this is also taking away Nest Ball to find Genesect, to find Golden Go. The draw engine is also being restricted. And we kind of talked about this before the match started, Pablo. If Golden Go, because it cannot search for the cards it needs, if it's forced to just draw, especially early on in the game like this, the deck is still quite thick. The chance of getting exactly the card that you need, and you might get a great card, but if it's an item, oh well. Genesect EX, however, is found. That means that Golden Go EX can be thin from the deck, and another Genesect EX.
Genesect can't find a basic Pokemon. We cannot grab Genesect off of Genesect. It has to be only evolved metal-type Pokemon. Good catch there by Aban.
Genesect EX's metallic signal still so massive for getting these Golden Go EX into play. Right now, I believe it's just the 1 Gimme Ghoul that's able to evolve. The other 2 are fresh, if I'm not mistaken.
I do think that is correct. Yep, 1 from Artisan, 1 from the hand. And yeah, I mean, the 30 damage on the benched Gimme Ghoul, I think it makes it very clear how Aban is going to approach this. And very, very luckily, he found the Super Rod, so he's going to be able to resend the 2 knocked out Frillish. If this Frillish is even knocked out, back to the deck, we'll be able to utilize Artisan to get them back and just keep doing 20 damage bit by bit, along with a little bit of help from Monkey Dory. And I think one thing really going well for Aban that Destin might not realize until it's too late is the fact that his darkness energy is right here, right? So therefore, he will never, ever be able to use Monkey Dory because he will never be able to recover that darkness energy if he's never able to play item cards. And therefore, he doesn't even have like this defensive measure in sending damage back of the damage that is being sent his way because of that crucial decision. And also, if he could send damage, a little bit of damage back to the Frillish, right, then Destin only needs 1 energy to take a knockout instead of 2. So I think that's a big thing going against him and might ultimately be his demise. And
yeah, retreats both energy off of Golden Go and an attach to Gimme Ghoul with Air Balloon. Still figuring out a way to chain as many proper coin bonuses as possible. Plenty of energy in the discard pile, but Frillish is going to make sure they stay there.
Yeah, I mean, this just plays main issue for Aban right now is that he wishes he had double Frillish to be able to retreat between each one of them and be able to send more damage and more damage with Monkey Dory over to Destin's side. But I mean, he's going to be pretty content by going slow and steady, 20 damage, eventually 50 damage, and have all these Golden Goes and Gimme Goals damaged enough to where Technical Machine Devolution just wrecks Destin over.
Yeah, Destin has been in the unfortunate scenario of needing to attach non-metal energy to these Gimme Ghouls and to these Golden Goes in order to use their attacks. Grass Energy now stranded in the active to activate minor errand running to search for some energy. I like the concept behind it, but Aban is responding immediately with Iono to shuffle those energies, put them on the bottom of the deck. Second Monkey Dory now entering the bench. And just going to take a quick stock of the deck while he's still in there from Artisan. Is there enough darkness energy for this Monkey Dory? Just taking stock there. Plenty of psychic energy in the discard pile. Hopefully soon there will be a way to recover the second Frillish.
And this metal energy is now gone forever, right? It's just, if Aban never doesn't not use Oceanic Gloom, I can't see how Destin closes out this game. And yeah, you get to attach energy. Aban even checking the HP of the Gimme Goal. Like, if there was ever a tell, Adam, on what your opponent is planning to do with regards to his damage output, that's the tell. Your opponent's checking which Golden Go is evolved from which Gimme Goal, and that's a telegraph. Like, that's a huge billboard of, yeah, I'm going to use Technical Machine Devolution eventually. I just need to make sure all the HP is correct on each of your Gimme Goals.
And immediately when it's Destin's turn, uses Metallic Signal to look through the deck. This will also activate a Shuffle to get some of those energies back into the top and middle of the deck. Hopefully we can draw with Coin Bonus. There's not as much pivoting here. Air Balloon was pre-attached to Genesect EX, of course, so that this doesn't get stranded in the active spot. This is another caveat to matchups like this, where players would like to use the Air Balloon on Golden Go EX, keep pivoting, getting 4 cards instead of just 3 cards with the Coin Bonus. But you have to outplay what your opponent might be able to punish you with.
Oh, this is crazy good from Aban. Like, I think even I was like surprised at the discard of the Ralphs, right? Like, on paper, why would you not want to have the backup possibility of a Gardevoir getting into play eventually? And Aban is just so confident that this one Gardevoir is just never, ever going to go down, because the Frillishes will always be available, and he's just going to item lock for the whole game. Like, the only time he's not going to use Oceanic Gloom will be if he whiffs a way to recover Frillish, or if he uses Technical Machine Devolution to wipe out the whole board of Golden Goes, not leaving anything for Destin to attack with, and therefore winning the game the turn after.
So Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking is finally found after 3 coin bonuses are used. And it looks like this is just going to set up draws for the next turn. The 4th Golden Go EX for Destin Hatcher is in the prize cards. So this is just setting up for down the road.
Yep. Pretty, I mean, we're doing a lot of actions, right? But Destin has to be thinking about, okay, you have no way to attack your opponent's hand, right? So as long as the band has ways to recover the Frillish, like, how do you stop the...
Oh, checking again.
Yeah.
Turning on that neon sign for the EM Devolution, making sure the time is just right. Earthen Vessel getting a few more energy down. And then once these Gimme Goal get knocked out, that's not only your attackers down, that's your draw engine down. Aban going to get some prize cards, potentially jailbreaking the Jellicent EX, and then you don't need to worry about using Oceanic Gloom for the item lock. You can just have Jellicent sitting in the active spot and dealing respectable damage in its own right.
Now, Aban not happy with something he saw from the prize cards. Might be the Jellicent. He has his sheet on the floor, interestingly enough. Make sure no one takes a look at it. And yeah, we just get the Night Stretcher and the Technical Machine Devolution. Like, that's gotta be Destin's first signal of like, okay, well, maybe I'm just never gonna be able to get past this Oceanic Gloom. And I think, like, Aban is just gonna try and throw 6 Frillishes at Destin before he commits to anything else.
Yeah, I still love this play. This was something you already set up, right, Pablo, of being able to use Psychic Embrace to attach energy to Frillish, retreat it, and send that energy redirected with Adrenabrain.
Yep, all that extra damage is very, very nice. Gives you extra damage counters. Like, even, the retreat cost of Frillish working in Aban's favor, and Destin realizes what's happening, and he's gonna scoop and move us on to game 2, where he will be the starter this round, it seems. Now, yeah, I mean, 6, what do you do against 6 Frillishes? It feels almost impossible. How do you approach this strategy as Destin? Do you just ignore the Frillish and accumulate resources in your hand and then try to go boss KO the Guardy?
No, Gardevoir, he played, I think, Iono almost every turn. It was like Arven, Iono, Arven, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And the big window of opportunity that he had, where Aban was off to sort of a shaky start, was just not able to be met with the most explosive setup. We know that Golden Go has a insane turn 2 when it gets set up. These new versions of Golden Go aren't running like TM Evo anymore like some of the other ones are, and you're relying on Genesect. And if the Buddy Poffins don't end up in the prize cards anymore, we can get a bunch of Golden Goes right away, a bunch of card draw right away. Maybe that aggression can overcome the Frillish.
And we saw that first early knockout on the Frillish, leaving your opponent with a single Kirlia. That's always very enticing, but then Aban was able to just get anything he needed and had that backup Frillish, got the Gardevoir EX, was so confident that the Gardevoir EX was never getting KO'd that he just discarded the extra rolls, which was surplus at that point, and Frillish after Frillish, Oceanic Gloom. I mean, is this the reason why Golden Go is just not having the most success so far? You run into double Frillish, and what do? They're just so much tougher to take down than Bodius.
Yeah,
right?
and I focus so much on Golden Go just not being able to draw its outs in sometimes the mid-game or late game, but because you know specifically how the Golden Go EX deck operates around superior energy retrieval, around Energy Search Pro, any sort of ability to disrupt those items or just put them under Badoo or Frillish is so devastating. Getting into game number 2 of the top 8. Destin Hatcher is kicking things off with Togepi in the active spot, also plays a Nest Ball.
Yeah, the game is starting. We have Destin playing this Nest Ball, getting a gimme goal, and okay, so I'm trying to think of ways of like, how do you adapt, right? We want players to adapt. How do you adapt to what your opponent did the previous game? Like, how do you stop your opponent from just doing exactly the same thing? And the one, like, why is stopping item cards so important? Because your opponent has to discard those energies and then they can never get them back. So you need to power up an attacker that will not need that constant energy discard, that will be a threat once it's powered up on its own. And you know what that Pokemon is?
What is it,
Adam?
Pablo?
It's Pheasantipity EX. I think Destin's best approach in order to counteract and force Aban to play a more regular game and not be punished so much is to not overextend on the bench and have those Air Balloons ready to go for eventually when Aban tries to slow this down, and just commit 3 energies to a Pheasantipity EX and just start taking things down. Even if it's in the active, you don't need to take 1 KOs. You also don't want to give your opponent extra damage that they can send back. Just save your Darkness energy as much as possible for your Monkey Dory so that you can heal and pressure with Cruel Arrow. That's the one way you can play around this potential strategy. I mean,
an incredibly out-of-the-box play,
yes,
and that's how you have to think in the Pokemon TCG at this level. When your opponent's presenting such a confounding riddle, how do I get out of item lock? How do I play around Oceanic Gloom? You've got to dig deep and rely on Pokemon you otherwise normally wouldn't. In the first game, Destin Hatcher had to have these awkward energy attachments of Grass Energy, Darkness Energy on the Gimmighouls, but instead finds the Metal Energy, gets that set up on Gimmigool. Instead, Genesect EX using Metallic Signal to get some Golden Go EXs for next turn. Togepi is unfortunately just chilling in the active spot. We'll see if Aban wants to take this down or if he will relax. I don't know, how much do you even respect Togepi in this matchup, I wonder? Just sitting behind a Scream Tail that can slap it a couple times, maybe you're fine.
I mean, the likelihood of it getting set up next turn is very low, right? With no Golden Goes, with no Cypher Maniac, and if you're going to keep your opponent under item lock, there's no Rare Candy, and therefore it's just never hitting play. Now, the strategy that I mentioned, I mean, I don't even know if that's possible. It's just coming up on the fly. Unfortunately, though, Destin did prize both the Dark Energy and the Pheasantipity EX. So even if he wanted to try that, that's not possible. The second best case scenario is possibly power up the Genesect EX. But that requires 2 Metal Energies, unlike Pheasantipity, which requires 3 colorless energies.
Right.
It literally could be any energy, but it's going to be some out-of-the-box thinking. We also have the non-EX Golden Go that we could try and utilize. It gets a first powerful hit, then it's only going to do 30 damage, but then it can do 100 damage, shuffle itself back. So if your opponent's only doing 20 damage, you're under not a lot of pressure. or Destin might just try to rely fully on Levincia, getting back the Lightning Energies, which he did prize one once again, so we won't be able to see the 2 energies back, just the 1. Just trying to come up with ways in which you can counteract the constant flow of Oceanic Gloom. Now,
precisely. That's a high-level adaptation that Destin Hatcher is going to need to make. And after using the Earthen Vessel to get 2 Psychic Energy, discarded a Gardevoir EX, Abonamed ditching the rest of the hand with Professor's Research.
That's 2 Gardevoir EX in the discard pile. 1 right here, and 2 Rare Candy, as well as a Kirlia. And the other Kirlia and a Night Stretcher's prize. What the heck was that, Professor Research?
I've seen Henry Chow get punished in this exact way, right? Being able to send your Gardevoirs to the discard pile early, recover them with Night Stretcher when the time comes to evolve them. But the inability to find the second Night Stretcher can heavily delay access to Gardevoir EX. Maybe Aban is recognizing, well, Frillish is going to do so much heavy lifting. I have all the time in the world to get my evolution line established, even using the Ultra Ball to discard a Ralts to get the Frillish down, not prioritizing that Pokemon at all. Oceanic Gloom is on the menu, and we'll see if Destin Hatcher heard you through the ether, Pablo, and can make the adjustments that are required for this matchup. Metallic Signal to open the gate, and Golden Go EX ×2 added to the hand.
I mean, Aban really had no other choice but to research or risk getting benched out. And it's like, if I hold these cards and I lose the game, then what was the point of holding him anyways, right? So is able to find that Herballoon very luckily. There's only 1 copy. Is able to get that item lock going, which if without the Herballoon, it would have taken 1 more turn, even given Destin the option to play item cards this turn, maybe even get to that Togekiss. That would have been pretty fantastic for him, but just gonna see an attached retreat, and that Frillish is gonna get dealt with immediately. And now Aban's board is looking very bleak. Last time it was just a Kirlia, and then all of a sudden we had a pretty good board of Gardevoir and Monkey Dury. This time around, it's not going to be that great overall, though, as we see Levincia recover 1 Lightning Energy. Do we have a second energy in hand? We should, right? We played Energy Surge Pro last turn.
And with Cypher Maniac's code breaking, Destin Hatcher is going to establish some more card draw, important cards to draw for next turn, is eyeballing Gimmighoul and another Cypher Maniac's code breaking. You love to see this. There is no other Gimmighoul in play, so if this Golden Go is able to be dealt with or just can't take knockouts, it will be useless, but it is always going to be a way to draw cards at the very worst.
I mean, Aban right now threatens a Slap for 30 or an Oceanic Gloom for 20. So this Golden Go is as safe as it's ever going to be. We see the first knockout, and I think Aban might get rushed out of this game after that horrendous research, which didn't lead to too many things. Choosing to discard that Ralts as well, so no chance of a Gardevoir. So many resources down already, and it's only Aban's second turn, basically.
Yep, and this is what happens with a deck like Golden Go EX. You're trying to put on pressure early, not take your foot off the brake. Abonamed forced into an awkward position. Every deck in the game can find these weird starts, these awkward hands, making hard decisions, as you said. Other players might take the risk of holding all those cards in the hand, not going for the big discard on research, but Aban trying to fight back now with his back against the wall.
I think Aban just played Arven, hoping to grab Secret Box and do other stuff, but Secret Box is also priced. I don't know if he was very thorough with his price checking this time around. So now he has to choose between, well, he has to grab something to grab basics, which is just Nest Ball. Yeah, and then his hand is just not very good afterwards. I think if you were going to stay in this game, you had to, like, Iono, but now the item lock will be broken. Destin should preemptively play a Superior Energy will get a lot of these resources back so that they can be utilized for future item lock situations. And could even go bosses orders, knockout, whatever, gets benched this turn with that Nest Ball. Aban definitely against the ropes here in a very bad situation.
And Nest Ball finds the second Frillish. That, unfortunately, isn't in the prizes. It turns out that that is Gardevoir's worst matchup, Gardevoir v prizes.
Yeah, and we just see the attach of the Darkness Energy, the Bravery Charm, and the Pass. So this is a huge opening for Destin. Like, you don't have to deal with the Frillish right now. It definitely would be a good idea. Aban is probably trying to play to, like, lone Jellicent EX in play now, and that way it can never be bossed away to reactivate item cards. So if Destin overextends this particular turn, on his resources and doesn't KO this Frillish, he could be in a lot of trouble. So Aban, even against the ropes, trying to figure out his best possibility every single time.
Aban Ahmed setting a trap, basically. If Destin Hatcher makes one misstep, doesn't properly have the ability to not only expand energy, but recover other energies in reserve, it could spell disaster if you find yourself with not enough energies to KO Jellicent. Another Cypher Maniac's code breaking being stacked as well.
No attempt at trying to find the boss's sword, or I mean, maybe it just wasn't found. So we are going to have single Jellicent EX in play. And if Destin doesn't preemptively recover a lot of these energies, like that Pokemon alone could just clean up the board if there's never anything else benched and Destin doesn't find enough resources or enough energy left over to close out this game. This could be a very perilous trap that Destin is walking into.
Levincia does grab Lightning Energy, both Lightning Energies being expended, and there's so much energy in the discard pile, Pablo. Aban Ahmed immediately goes for Iono, Jellicent EX evolved and in the active spot. One Darkness attached and the Bravery Charm, no longer providing bonus HP, but it doesn't matter. Jellicent EX with its 270 HP is a lot of energy that Destin will no longer be able to find due to the Oceanic Curse.
Now the big card missing is definitely the Artisan. Levincia will provide 100 consistent damage for Golden Go. So we do get the first prize card here on that Gimme Goal for Aban that will free up something that wasn't the secret box. I couldn't quite catch what he grabbed there. So very perilous situation here for Aban. Destin does have 100 damage each turn, so he can 3-hit KO the Jellicent EX no problem, until Aban finds a counter to that Levincia. The other Levincia is at the very top of the prize cards for Destin, and there's a good amount of energy right here. So another risk is also, like, if you evolve this Gimme Goal into Golden Go, you can no longer play your balloon, right? Because that's another benefit of the Oceanic Curse. Tool cards are stopped, so if another Golden Go gets promoted to the active, then you need to find another Metal Energy to attack with. So oof, very perilous situation here. Energy off the top, though, is huge.
Metal Energy in the hand. Have to attach this to Golden Go. Cypher Maniac's code breaking is being used. And the coin bonus of the active Golden Go. Remember, the active Golden Go draws 2 cards. Bench Golden Go only draw 1 card.
I think that's game, though. Destin does put 2 energies at the top, has Levincia for 2 Lightning, does have 6 energy in hand, and that's going to be the KO on Jellicent EX for 300 damage, and we're going to a game 2.
This is ridiculous. Aban had a massive research, discarding so many important resources early in the game, and tried to pivot to the Jellicent as a way to claw back. Immediately cut off the Gardevoir line completely. Wasn't trying to recover the routes, wasn't going to lean into that at all, and his final folly was the inability to remove Levincia. Gave Destin access to some consistent energy and damage, and even though there was the worry that without preemptively recovering energy from the discard pile, the Jellicent would reign supreme, it didn't come to pass, and now we are in game number 3. Golden Go EX trying to stay alive versus Gardevoir in top cut. This is Golden Go, the challenger, versus a regional champion already this season on one of the best decks of not only this season so far, but last season.
This game was crazy, Adam, and yeah, really showing why Golden Go is so good. That coin bonus, that 1 energy coin bonus found, allowed Destin to get those 2 extra energies with Cypher Maniac and just get things going. Aban had that very difficult research that he had to use, got rid of so many resources, got the lone Jellicent EX in play because Destin didn't knock out the Frillish in time, and it just wasn't enough. There were still just enough energies left over in the deck for Destin to close out and get that KO. So now it all comes down to this. Whoever wins this will advance to the top 4 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. We have our prizes being placed. We have Pheasantipity once again hiding the prize card, but this time for both players.
And without Fezandipity EX, when one player takes a knockout, it's going to be difficult for the player that has their Pokemon knocked out to keep drawing cards and make a solid comeback. Destin Hatcher once again starting with Togepi in the active, and Aban Ahmed now with Monkey Dory, a piece that was missing from the last game, being able to move some damage around, setting up multi-prizes. The ability to snipe multiple Gimme Ghoul in one go is so important. Taking a closer look at Aban's prize cards, Fezandipity already in there, as you said, Pablo, but also missing a rare candy, an Arvin, an Earthen Vessel. These are cards that are important for early aggressive starts, but as we've seen so far in Game 1 and Game 2, Gardevoir is more than happy to take this one slow and steady.
And you know what's not in the prize cards and already in the starting hand? Adam, take a wild guess.
Is it Secret Box?
It is. How do these players keep doing it? Starting raw Secret Box in your starting hand. The one copy. Wizardtort Reckless struggled to find his ace spec last weekend to win a game, whilst his opponent started raw Secret Box on turn 1. And here we have it yet again. Is that the recipe for success, Adam? Find your ace spec on turn 1.
It's not just finding the ace spec, it's finding specifically Secret Box. Henry Chow showed us the way. You discard 3 cards, and it is the perfect, you know what's inside the Secret Box? The perfect Gardevoir turn. You open the box, and it's there, beautiful for you. And even if you don't use it early for a fantastic setup, some fancy evolution turn or a big combo, just in the mid-late game, it's still great for putting Psychic Energy in the discard pile, finding the right supporter that you need at that particular moment, grabbing a clutch Bravery Charm. Secret Box does it all, and it's one of the reasons Gardevoir reigns in this metagame currently.
Now, it seems like Aban will be holding that Secret Box this turn for now. Just played that Artisan, figured out some of his prize cards, probably noticed that the Fezandipity was not available, but did notice that the whole Gardevoir line was available, both Frillish are available, the Jellicent DX is available as well, and no energy in hand is unfortunate. I think we might see the Secret Box get utilized next turn to grab the Air Balloon, grab the Earthen Vessel, and just start getting, like, once you have the double Frillish ball rolling, especially if you manage to slow down your opponent after this first turn, which you don't know if it's going to be powerful or not, then you start worrying about powering up the Gardevoir, shuffling between the Frillishes. But right now your priority is just make sure that Destin gets this turn of items and this turn only.
Destin is in an awkward position of needing to navigate the threat of singular Jellicent, the threat of just a standard Gardevoir idea, maybe the Screamtail coming through, multiple Monkey Dories, or just, oh no, where do I put my air balloons? How do I activate with my energies? It's so devastating where Destin Hatcher can make a mistake and not even know it yet, depending on what strategy Aban is going for, depending on the draws across the table from his opponent. What strategy are you going to go for in game number 3? There's still 40 minutes left on the clock in game number 3, so these players have plenty of time to think about their moves, and it's going to be a duel of play and counterplay as these players thin cards down, try to draw these outs, and set up the best plays they can think of.
This Frillish has to be your first indication, right, of how Aban is going to try to play this game out. So you have to wonder, if you don't want a repeat of the first game, how do you adapt? And, I mean, Fezandipity's priced once again, so that strategy is just not going to work. I think Destin has like 3 or 4 superior energy retrievals in his hand already, which are great cards, but not great when you're under the item lock for pretty much the whole game. Now, we do see a Secret Box. Aban trying to figure out what to discard, what resources he can spare in order to be able to afford this, because Secret Box is pretty good, but it's also a very costly card. You lose the Secret Box and 3 other resources, so a total of 4 cards in exchange for 4 more cards.
Yeah, gives up the Ralts and a Night Stretcher. This is another heavy indication about how Aban wants to play this one.
Yeah, Night Stretcher. I mean, losing the Ralts, as you mentioned, Gardevoir not a priority in this matchup in particular, it seems. But losing the Night Stretcher means potentially 1 less Frillish, and that could be a big deal. That's 1 less way to recover the Frillish if they get knocked out, which eventually they will, right? The item lock is a little weaker when there's all the energy still available for Destin for the whole game. Of course, he has the Super Rod and he has the second Night Stretcher. Can he find them in time to always have the lockdown? Clearly, Aban is confident that he can.
Yeah, Aban is maybe reconsidering the discards here. I don't know exactly if it's locked in, but there's double Iono if you're really wanting to keep the Night Stretcher, if double Frillish is the truth. But it's going to be Earthen Vessel, Artisan, Arven, and Air Balloon.
Yeah, pretty good choices. That does mean the item lock will be happening. And it's very interesting to see Air Balloon in a deck like Gardevoir, where you have like essentially free energy attachments. You can always pay for that retreat cost. It really only matters sometimes on the Serendipity, which you can't Psychic Embrace into. But the Air Balloon opens up the possibility to get that turn 1 item lock, because if you don't start Frillish, it would be impossible to get there. But thanks to the Air Balloon and Arven, of course, or Secret Box, you are able to pull that off.
And building around how powerful this has become is important. So many decks, right, knew right away that Badoo was going to be so strong, and many decks adapted to being under item lock. But Badoo is kind of meant to be just early game only item lock, to slow down your opponent from getting too powerful of a start, putting on too much pressure, and then you eventually pivot away from Badoo and begin attacking. But the beauty of this deck is it can now has access to this completely new way to play of going fully in on Frillish and Jellicent and having just pure item lock up all the time.
Oh, very interesting choices. I was definitely very surprised at grabbing the second Earthen Vessel off of the Arven after you already grabbed one from Secret Box. And now we're discarding the Nest Ball instead of the TM Evo. So, I mean, clearly Aban knows exactly what he's doing. I was sure we were going to try to set up. Yeah, I think. Yeah. There we go. That's.
Ooh, yeah, are they gonna let him? Are they gonna let change it? Okay.
So I was not confused. That was definitely a mistake. He meant to discard the TM Evo, but now he's already searched for the energy. So I think the discard is committed. I don't know how the judges will rule it, but yeah, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, okay, he's clearly here. He's the better player. He knows what he's doing. However, it was definitely a mistake, and he's trying to...
Just explaining to the judges what he's grabbing, decides to grab Nest Ball and TM Evo rather than Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, that was definitely a very messy combination and sequencing of cards and trying to shortcut things.
Yeah, it looked even to my eye, it looked like he was discarding the Nest Ball to Earthen Vessel.
That's definitely what happened. That he put the Nest Ball under the Earthen Vessel,
but he wants
and then
to discard TM Evo.
But you want to discard TM Evo. Now all 3 cards are in the discard pile for some reason.
So,
what is happening?
So what Aban wants to do is discard TM Evo with Earthen Vessel to get 2 Psychic Energy and then Nest Ball for Frillish.
But he discarded the Nest Ball instead, which is a mistake for sure, because he wants to keep the item lock, and the TM Evo is just not going to be useful. He has Artisan, he can get the second Frillish, or the route. Now he can't afford to get both of them, right? I think you wanted both. Now, he's also eyeing up the Jellicent EX, so maybe he had something in mind with that. I do think the Oceanic Gloom would be a lot stronger than the Jellicent EX, which can get ghosted away, and then you're back with items for a turn. But yeah, that was a weird sequencing. I mean, I think Aban is just thinking so far ahead that he made some missteps with the correct sequencing, because he grabbed a second Earthen Vessel off of the Arven, because he was probably thinking about playing the Earthen Vessel. He had Earthen Vessel in his mind, like just so many things. But
all right. So it looks like this is what Aban wanted to do. Had to explain the sequencing to the judges. There was a lot of cards kind of piled out, and just clarifying where everything came from.
Yeah, maybe he did want to use the TM Evo, and he did want to discard the Nest Ball instead. I'm honestly not sure that went down. Only Aban knows exactly what he was trying to plan. Maybe this is improvising with the item log. I mean, Jellicent EX is still pretty strong. Not as strong as the constant Frillish log, which is permanent, though.
The Frillish idea is very strong with Gardevoir. Perhaps after looking to the deck, wasn't confident he'd be able to get all of those into play all at the same time. However, Jellicent EX, still a great way to keep Destin Hatcher contained while Gardevoir evolves up, and suddenly we're pivoting into a more standard idea. I think in game number 3, with plenty of time on the clock, Aban is recognizing, well, seeing that my opponent has had awkward starts now 2 games in a row, I can perhaps try to go aggressive from here. Artisan for Gimme Ghoul, certainly. Metallic Signal for the Golden Goes, and it's going to be another pass. Iono immediately from Aban, putting those found cards back into the deck. This doesn't matter as long as Metallic Signal is constantly available, but there's still only a few cards available to draw with coin bonus from Destin. And as Aban continues to lock down, thanks to Oceanic Curse remaining in the active spot, Kirlia is in a position to evolve, and after the Iono resolves, Earthen Vessel's picked up, discards a Psychic to pick up 2 Darkness, and now Frillish and Monkey Dory are coming to call.
Yeah, Frillish getting established, probably to have the backup for Jellicent EX for when or if it eventually goes down. I don't know if we had Gardevoir EX available. If we do, then that allows us to establish Monkey Dory and attach for turn to knock out the active to Psychic Embrace. We're not going to be able to do that, so it's just going to be a solid power press for 80 damage. Get that Togepi out of play, so no threat of Togekiss. But once again, the boss's orders opens up a ban to free Destin from the item lock and be able to play cards like Energy Surge Pro and just get another knockout potentially. But with no Gardevoir EX on board, that's less enticing, if you will.
Oh yeah, and there's the Golden Ghost still on the bottom of the deck, of course, from the Iono. Going to pick those up with Metallic Signal, and also the opportunity to look through the deck. Artisan is used, another Gimme Goal enters play, so the one that is above this can still evolve this turn. Just keep track of that one that is fresh. Now, important to note, folks, that the active Golden Go EX does not have a Metal Energy attached to it just yet. Still going to draw 2 cards thanks to coin bonus. I believe I saw Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Yes, so everything can come together this turn. We'll see if enough energy can be scavenged up for Jellicent EX to go down. This is without tool cards, without items. We'll see if Golden Go can do it plainly.
7 energy is a big ask, Adam. You need the metal for the Golden Go and then 6 more to take down the Jellicent. That's so huge. So I wonder if, do you commit to getting a little bit of damage with the Levincia and the lightning energies, just like ping essentially this Jellicent, or do you put Boss's Orders and Energy Surge Pro to the top, pass the turn, and therefore, even if you get Iono'd, you're guaranteed to find all your energy and have a way to activate that Energy Surge Pro.
I like that line.
Boss.
I like that line, having the boss and the Energy Search Pro. Getting the energies out of the deck is part 1. And then being able to use them smartly against the Jellicent EX is typically the way to go. But Destin wants to go aggressive, is saying, I don't want to go around Jellicent EX and have this constant threat. I want to go straight through. If you look at Aban's discard pile, it's very hefty at this point. I believe he still wants more, only down to 1 available Night Stretcher. So if Jellicent EX goes down, could breathe a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, for sure. The threat of Jellicent EX would probably be a ways away now. This also could be playing into Aban's plan. Like, you had that awkward turn, all of that confusion, but if you force resources out of Destin, right? Like, if he does spend those 6 energies to knock out the Jellicent, and then you switch it up and transition into the constant Oceanic Gloom, which is permanent item lock for the rest of the game,
right?
Then that's a lot less energy that Destin will have to knock out those follow-up Frillishes later down the line. So that could be part of Aban's plan. So he's actually inviting the KO, inviting Destin to overcommit and just go hard to knock out this Jellicent EX, and that's a lot of energies that will not be available later down the line.
And the idea now being presented is with 1 Frillish already on the bench, a Kirlia on the bench, this can evolve into Gardevoir, 2 Monkey Dory as well. The pieces are all in place for the damage to just constantly be retreated and moved over. This same lock, this cycle that caused Destin to concede game number 1, but Destin is sticking to his position. Finds Monkey Dory off of Artisan, also has the non-rule box Golden Go as well, pulled from Metallic Signal, and a Gimme Ghoul on the bench. It can evolve up into this if he so chooses.
Yep, there's a triple Golden Go actually in play. We're going to start drawing some cards before we commit to a supporter. That's an energy found off the top. That's 2 already. Needs 2 more in order to knock out the active Jellicent, and I do believe he has a Cypher Maniac available as well. Body buffing off the top, that's not going to be too useful, but with Cypher Maniac, that guarantees the next 2 energies, and that guarantees the knockout.
Beautifully done. The Jellicent EX goes down, and we'll see if Aban has the resources in hand right now to spring the trap. Fezandipity EX is in the prizes for Aban, so that's a little bit less resources to see, but if enough time has passed, enough cards have been drawn, we could see again, once more, Gardevoir EX being evolved from Kirlia, Night Stretcher being used to recover Frillish, and the cycle will be complete. Levincia also entering play. Darkness Energy attached return to Monkey Dory to send some of this damage back.
I think we're going to be 1 energy short because we attached to that Monkey Dory. Now we have 3 in hand. That's 150 damage. Even with the damage from Monkey Dory, that's just not quite enough to knock out the Jellicent EX. 1 energy short. Was this a misstep or was this intended? 20 damage away. I mean, unfortunately, since Destin can never out Monkey Dory Aban at this point, if Aban heals 30, then you can never get that like mid-turn KO and then attack into something else whilst freeing yourself from the prize card. So was this darkness, or did this darkness energy accomplish enough? I mean, it's slowing down the TM Devo play for sure, which is very important. But yeah,
counter catcher, check in the gimme goal HP.
Aban is actually ahead in the prize card, so he cannot play counter catcher just quite yet. Checking the gimme goals for sure. So the active Golden Go will have a little bit too much damage for Aban's purposes, but that's still fine, right? Like, what you need is the item lock in play. You need a Gardevoir down eventually to get a little bit of extra damage. You want a second Darkness Energy. And what you really, really, really want is make sure that you're able to find Night Stretcher and Surprod to just keep the Oceanic Gloom for the rest of the game.
And Destin Hatcher has played this one as a player that is the aggressor, right? The challenger, the underdog, certainly going up against Gardevoir. Against a standard list, maybe something from before the advent of Jellicent EX, you still had a decent shot to just kind of start hitting things, but this item lock adds a new dimension to the matchup that Golden Go perhaps is just a step behind its preparation for. We've already seen some decks adapt with Iron Bundle. Golden Go EX might just be one step away from going there, but plenty of energy on Jellicent, powering up the Power Press when it has additional energy attached. That attack does even more damage. Golden Go EX hits the discard pile along with the metal energy attached to it.
Interesting that we didn't see the damage from the Monkey Dories go to like any of the benched Golden Goes. It was just all piled on the active, and then the active was knocked out completely. So a little bit of a shift of gears for Aban, maybe trying to make Destin feel confident that there's no TM Devo play. Maybe Aban's just trying to play a more standard game, but with no way to one-kill the Golden Go. Like, entering a prize race against Golden Go doesn't feel that great. Although Aban is down to 3 prize cards, so maybe you just try to target down the Monkey Dory and try to target down the Genesect. That could also be a game-winning plan.
Yes, I do like holding on to the energy because now Destin is still heavily pressured without being able to bench another Gimme Ghoul or something. You just keep moving damage over instead to set up the potential, the threat of a 3-prize turn.
And you know what? With 2 metal energy in the discard pile, I mean, that actually works out pretty well. But we see the boss's orders. We see the one weakness of Jellicent EX, the fact that Oceanic Curse doesn't work if the Jellicent EX is not active. So now Destin can play tools and stadiums to his delight. Tools and items to his delight.
Tool Scrapper gets rid of Air Balloon. Air Balloon is attached to Genesect EX on Destin's side. Nest Ball being opened up. But while you have access to items, this is where the Energy Surge Pro and the Superior Energy Retrievals need to come through.
For sure, Destin might have not been aware that the Fezandipity EX was prized. And unfortunately, yeah, we see a shake of the head. So no access to Fezandipity EX, unfortunately, to flip the script. I think he can play item cards, but he doesn't have a single Superior Energy Retrieval in his hand, so he might not even be able to take a knockout this turn.
Levincia is going to get some Lightning Energy. Another knockout could be taken. This is Destin's final attempt to maybe get Fezandipity out of the active spot, out of the prize cards. And try to get some flip the script to get a little bit more help with this bench spot.
There's no Superior Energy Retrieval. We're not going to be able to attack this turn. The 3rd metal energy is prized. 2 metal energies are in the discard pile. So this boss's orders did absolutely nothing. I think even bringing up the Gardevoir would have been better because Aban doesn't have any Psychic Energy in his discard pile. So getting that out of the active could have been a little difficult with all the psychic energy on the bench. But now that boss's orders basically let Destin play an Earthen Vessel and an Air Balloon, and that was it. No more help for him, and the metal energy being prized is just really putting a dent in his plans. He has to follow up boss's orders next turn, but then he still has to draw the Superior Energy Retrieval, and if Aban catches on to the fact that there was no metal energy found from the Earthen Vessel,
right,
and there are two right here, if he announces Oceanic Gloom, the game is over.
This is the macro, right? We've talked so much about Aban setting up these pitfalls, these traps. You can step on something, paint yourself into a corner as the Golden Go player in this matchup. And there's so much to consider about making a play that might come back to haunt you later on in the game that Destin neglected the fundamentals. Didn't realize that Pheasantipity and the metal energy was in the prize cards, and now the Reaper has come to call.
Aban, okay, I thought he was not going to be able to use Oceanic Gloom because he attached for turn to the Monkey Dory, but he does have research, so he can get that psychic energy into a discard pile. Oceanic Gloom could be the end here. If Destin, if Oceanic Gloom gets announced, the game is quite literally over, and we see the double knockout on the Gimme Goal that has 50 HP with double Monkey Dory, another prize card taken. We see the Psychic Embrace on the active. Are we going Jellicent or are we going the Frillish? Oh, we're going Jellicent. Dang.
Jellicent EX comes into the active spot. It does still have item lock, people. Oceanic Curse, but it is an ability. It's a passive effect. So Destin still has outs to get another boss's orders, move this out of the active spot and hang on, maybe get that Superior Energy Retrieval. Aban had the opportunity to completely lock down this game, keep Destin from ever being able to attack ever again. But the Oceanic Curse gives him another lease on life.
And there's the game. The Aban advances to top 4. Masterfully played there. The item lock was just too difficult for Destin to handle, and that metal energy in the prize cards along with the Pheasantipity meant we couldn't search for the metal energy, and we also couldn't draw into one of the Superior Energy Retrievals, which is what you want to do when you play that boss's orders, right? Maybe played a little bit preemptively. You wanted to draw first, see what your options are, and then commit to the boss or commit to something else. But it was like fighting uphill for Destin pretty much the whole series.
When you're playing against Gardevoir, it's always going to be a tricky matchup. Even if your deck is favored, that's only on paper. You still have to execute appropriately. And when you're playing against one of the best Gardevoir players, this guy hangs with Henry Chow at the top tables. It's a completely different matchup. If you were here for the beginning of Phase 1, yesterday's broadcast, this was a massive point that we drilled home, that there's standard Gardevoir players, and then there's an upper echelon of Gardevoir players that will force you to play lines and aspects of the matchups that you might not even have dreamed of.
Yep, and I mean, Oceanic Gloom pretty good against Golden Go for sure. That alone, I mean, or the item log, I mean...
Once you see this happen to you, it completely fries your brain. Now you're considering some ridiculous item locks and pitfalls and looping game plans that you can't just punch your way through like Golden Go wants to do.
Very well done by Aban. And I mean, Destin did everything he could, right? Tried to get the Levincia going, to have those extra resources, was able to find those 6 energies in Game 2 to piece out the full knockout and take us to a Game 3. But Aban didn't have to discard all the resources of the research on turn 1. Had a pretty stable game plan throughout the whole game, and the item lock was just too harsh on Destin, along with that artist Levincia into Monkey Dory play. I think that was a little too defensive. If he had knocked out
the darkness energy.
if he had knocked out the Jellicent EX right there, we might have been talking about a completely different game at that point.
Yeah, when you take down the Jellicent EX, you're buying yourself so much breathing room.
Yep.
Sure, there's going to be the Oceanic Gloom potentially coming through, but you're forcing your opponent to find the Psychic Energies, the Night Stretchers, in order to make that play happen. And at the end of the day, you still have access to tool cards. So you have Air Balloon. This is giving you extra pivots into additional coin bonuses and maximizing your percentages. The cards you're able to see, making sure that the cards that you do see have a higher likelihood of being the ones you want, is foundational to success in the Pokemon TCG, especially here in Phase 2 of regional championships of the modern era.
Yeah, I mean, these tournaments are getting more and more and more competitive as we go along. We're seeing the extremely high-level plays from all sorts of players. And I think the skill is just, on average, just increasing with every tournament we get to see. And you see, like, these very advanced level plays. These players are basically predicting the whole game from the very first turn. By discarding the Ralts, you know, your Gardevoir is going to be alive the whole game pretty much. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, you have to make such a call.
Yeah.
What a call to say, I'm leaning into this strategy. I've already calculated that this is going to work, and I'm forcing my opponent to deal with it. Can you deal with it is the answer. The question you have to ask your opponent over and over again.
Yep.
Do the stuff that frustrates them the most until you eventually win the game.
And yeah, I mean, what's stopping Gardevoir? Like, if Golden Go touted as the Gardevoir counter and Jellicent not being as good, I mean, it's not Jellicent, it's the Freelish, right? Jellicent is pretty good. The permanent item lock from Freelish is even better than a permanent item lock from Budew. For these Gardevoir decks, they can just do it all. So is Gardevoir the only thing that can stop Gardevoir at this point in time now?
Once
Zork.
more we cry. Liam Halliburton, save us. Ends Zoroark, still the final matchup that people claim is good into Gardevoir. And don't forget, Shaman not yet on the menu. Terrabox still maybe being able to find some angles with Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, and there are perhaps a couple of those. We'll double check, you know, the brackets, and maybe we'll get a closer look at the deck lists that each player specifically is bringing as we head deeper into the tournament, into our top 4. But it's still anyone's game, and at this point, I think that players would be happy, or even our audience at home would be happy just to see something that is not Gardevoir versus Dragapult. But even if it does end up being another finals between these two beautiful decks, we know that that matchup is still great and very intricate to see from both sides.
Now we do have an update on the bracket, right? We have the result that we just saw Aban defeat Destin. We have updates. We see Simon Fang defeated Alex Szymanski in that asymmetrical top 16 cut, advancing into top 8. We still have Calvin Connor against Solomon playing, but we now have defined top 8 matches. Liam Halliburton against Simon Fang. Rahul Reddy advances into top 4, joining Aban. And then Brad Kershaw still waiting for his opponent. So I think we might be seeing our other top 8 match happening soon, Adam.
Great to see. We know that Brad Kershaw is on Gardevoir, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep.
Lance Bradshaw, we just saw on stream, was on Dragapult. Rahul Reddy is on
Gardevoir. So no surprise there, right? Gardevoir defeating Dragapult. That's the story. That's been the story since April, basically.
Gardevoir is the way to beat Dragapult, and Dragapult beats everything else, including the stuff that's supposed to beat Gardevoir.
Now, exciting matches coming up. I think it's definitely going to come down to Zoroark possibly stopping down this Gardevoir onslaught. And then, is there really no other deck? Like,
I know, if we want to get an idea of who is going to take down Gardevoir, it's going to be our next match. We're going to be looking at Simon Fung versus Liam Halliburton. So stay tuned for that. We're going to go to a quick break, get these players in position. We'll see if Zoroark can keep our spirits high. Catch you then.
Hello, Pokemon fans!
We're live once again here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and I just have to say it is my honor to introduce to you our world's finalist, Justin Neudorf. Justin, how are you feeling after the World Championships?
I'm feeling amazing. It was just truly an honor to compete in the arena, and I had a ton of fun playing.
It's amazing to hear. You know, you're coming from the World Championships, now you're here in Pittsburgh. Are you feeling good about this tournament?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm running back the same deck again, and I just feel like it's in a very good position still in the meta. I'm also expecting for this tournament, I think the meta might evolve a little bit too with all the Gardevoir winning. I'm expecting a lot of the Gardevoirs to get teched, like Goldengos might cut their Pult techs and add Tool Scrapper in and stuff like that, and a lot of stuff like that to hopefully just make the matchup a little bit better for my Pult side.
I like it. Yeah, we've had the World Championship since then. Also in this format, we've also had 2 other regional championships, and I like what you're saying. Yeah. Gardevoir maybe has a target in their head, but you know what? That means it leaves you open with your Dragapult to maybe do some damage, right?
Yeah.
Love to hear it. Can you tell us, now I want to know about your World's journey. What was it like playing on stage? You were probably one of the first 2 masters to ever play on that arena. What was that like?
It was honestly amazing. Basically they first pulled us to the back, and then they got us dressed and ready to get on, which was really exciting. And then playing on the arena, what my strategy was, I just treated it like a normal match of Pokemon, because that's literally all it is, and we get to love playing Pokemon, and that's that was my favorite thing. And just doing that in the huge stage was truly an honor, and I really enjoyed it.
I love it. Seeing you run through that stage, going there, I was like, oh, this is a man to root for. No, very exciting, very exciting. Tell us about that finals match. I know you didn't win, but tell us a little bit about it.
So yeah, basically, it was a Dragapult Dusknoir versus Guardy, and that matchup's slightly unfavored for me. And Riley's list played 4 Munkidori with the 4 Dark Energies, and that's very powerful for me because my deck aims on dealing a lot of spread damage, and Munkidori just sends it straight back to my side, and I'm like, oh no. So he's able to make a very good play in game 1 with Lily's Clefairy to just take out my Dragapult and then get rid of the Badoo with Munkidori. So that was basically game 1. And then in game 2, I tried to make I had a really good playing come together, but one of my Duskulls were prized, so I wasn't able to unfortunately make my playing come together where I was trying to go board wipe him, which is the best play in that matchup because when they have Guardy EX out, they can basically do whatever they want. They could do the play he was gonna do is he was gonna do Mew EX and then copy my Genome Hacking, which is 400. And then they can copy my Phantom, right? So I get the 6 damage too, and they can use Munkidori to set that up. So they can be able to just eliminate my Dracula 2 with the energy, and then they can get Badooed anytime, and I'm like, this is just too broken. I can't do anything. But yeah, that's about it, the matchup. But it was my first one I hit in the tournament. I had a little bit more success with the matchup at NAIC when I had the Luxurious Cape in my deck because I was able to throw that on my Badoo to avoid the Munkidori KO. He was able to pull off very well both games. So, yeah. That's pretty much how the matchup goes. And if you can wipe them, you're good. If you can't, it's gonna be tricky.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. Luckily, it's the only one you faced in the tournament. Unfortunately, it had to be in the finals. No, but still amazing showing. 2nd place in the World Championships, and I believe this was your first year in Masters, correct? Yes, first year in Masters makes it all the way to 2nd place. I think it's safe to say you have to be the Rookie of the Year for the Masters division anyway. Amazing deck, amazing deck. With that, going into this tournament, did you do any preparation as well, or you're just rocking the same 60?
So I'm playing the same deck again, but I practiced a ton in the tournament to just see how I would go. I practiced a lot of Goldango because that deck would be a very good call, and that Raging Bolt matchup was too tricky for my liking, so I went off that deck. And I also just felt like Bolt gives you the best agency over the games, unlike any other deck can, because you have the Recon Directives to draw a lot of cards. You got your Pheasantipity, flip the script to draw even more, and you have Researches and Iono, so you can see a ton of cards. And I don't think any deck in the meta besides Zoroark has potential to see that many cards all at once. And Zoroark already has a pretty bad time into Bolt, and in matchup into Bolt pretty sketchy too, because you don't have any Dusknoir, you only have Munkidori to manipulate. So that was my thought process. I tried a lot of stuff, but I'm just I know Bolt the best, and I decided to stick with Comfort for this one because I just hope it pays off.
Love to hear it. Another thing I know you for, besides being 2nd place at the World Championships, is you're probably one of the highest ranking Pokemon trading card game live players. You're always the basis. I think you're always at the 1900s, give or take. Does playing Pokemon trading card game live, did that come into play at all going into Worlds? Was it good practice?
Oh, 100%. I tried to grind many games as I possibly could and just play Pokemon because I felt like I made a lot of edits to my deck too from playing the PTCG live process. Originally, my first version of Dragapult played 2 rare candies. We saw Tord play 4. I played 2 in my first one because I thought it was pretty good, but I realized that the rare candies were pretty hard to find when you needed them exactly. And with a lot of candies, it means you lost like tech for like Jamming Tower and other cards like Hilda, and you need those cards in order to beat most of the matchups like Goldango, which is stuff I was expecting for Worlds. So I decided not to play it, but then I kept editing my deck a ton, and I was able to eventually land on the 60 that came out to be my Worlds deck, and I just felt like I was deciding between Brox and Hilda at the end of the day, and I decided that the second Hilda is like slightly better because you're able to get the energy, which I was having a huge issue with testing and NAIC too without energy search. I struggled a little bit there to find my energy, and that like let me like a little super far behind on games. But with the Hilda to just find your Neo upper, it's just like it's super duper powerful, and I felt like it was a very good call for the tournament.
Yeah, great call, great call. With that, just a couple more questions. How did you celebrate after getting second place at Worlds?
So my local store and sponsor, Player One Services, threw a cake celebration, and shout out to Owen's dad, Clifton. He was the one who organized it all, and it was really nice because it was a surprise. I was not expecting it at all, and it was super duper nice of him for doing it all for me. I was really appreciated, and it was super duper kind of him for doing all that for me.
Love to hear it. With that, last question for you, just what advice would you give out there to any aspiring Pokemon trainer?
I would say just find a deck you're comfortable with and play a lot on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, and also like don't be afraid to like lose games and make misplays, because the most important thing every time you lose a game is to learn from your mistakes and then make sure you don't repeat them, and you can just as long as you don't repeat your mistakes, you'll find success with the deck that you play eventually.
Love to hear it. Great advice, my friend. Thank you for the interview. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much. With that, again, ladies and gentlemen, our World's finalist, Justin Neudorf. But with that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to our Trading Card Game Regional Championships here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Over 2,000 players entered, and now simply 8 remain with the dream of becoming regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse, and we're going to be taking you through one more top 8 match as we continue to work our way through this event.
Bonus Pokemon. Yeah, this is how it works out sometimes with the asymmetric cut. We've got games ending early, starting late, whatever it ends up being. It means you get more action here, and we are in for an absolute treat. 2 great players here now in the top 8. One player truly undefeated, pushing their way through with one of the more unique decks of the field. It's going to be an absolute doozy.
Yep, we're going to be showing Liam Halliburton up against Simon Fang. Of course, Liam has been one of the big stories of this event, going undefeated in Swiss, like you mentioned, a couple of IDs to get his way into cut, but with his Ins Zoark EX deck, a deck that was really kind of a surprise choice for the World Championships. Didn't really have much staying power the next couple tournaments, but Liam decided to stick with it. I know he played it at Worlds as well, really believes in it, and is proving here that it's got some legs to stand on. Simon Fang on the other side of the table is going to be playing that classic Dragapult EX deck with the Dusknoir line.
Right, maybe not as lined up as Liam would have liked to see with some of the Gardevoir players still around. Well, he's got some good news and some bad news. Bad news is, great player in front of him playing Dragapult. If he gets past this, it is all Guardy all the way.
And that's what this Ins Zoark deck is all about. It's about trying to counter Gardevoir EX, the best deck in the format, the deck that has won more tournaments in this post-rotation meta ever since the Atlanta Regional Championships last year than any other archetype. And Liam decided this is the deck that he wants to play, but he has got his back against the wall here because this Dragapult matchup can definitely be tough. Liam, of course, is the 2022 World Champion in the Seniors Division. He also won the Regional Championships in Orlando back in 2024. He's had a lot of great accomplishments over the last couple of seasons, someone I always enjoy watching play. Simon Fang, his opponent on the other side, a player with some other solid Regional Championship finishes, and now he will at least add a top 8 finish at this event's Pittsburgh Regional Championships to his accolades, and he's looking to make that a champion title.
Yeah, and I mean, all of these results were just in the past year alone, so just think about what you can do as you continue to build with that momentum, taking out a player of Liam's caliber and the rest of the players that are still left in our tournament. Some huge names to really continue to build his legacy.
And like you mentioned, Kyle, it's looking like a lot of Gardevoir on Liam's side of the bracket if he can just get through the Dragapult deck of Simon. And this matchup, it's definitely one that Liam doesn't love to see, but he's got some plays.
Yeah, it can be an interesting back and forth. There's this opportunity that you have where you can spread the damage around, maybe knock out a couple of End Zoroark at the same time, but you're always a little susceptible to walking into that Ends Reshiram. You don't want to see Powerful Rage taking a big KO.
Liam's gonna have a mulligan here, it looks like, so Simon's gonna start with an additional card as well. That's another extra boost to this opening here. Now for Simon, he's playing a deck that we've seen lots of, Dragapult TX, a deck that can struggle with Gardevoir, but if you look at the rest of the decks in the metagame, I mean, there's a reason this deck is still so popular.
Yeah, if you can't force weakness on the most impressive Pokemon in nearly the game with this Phantom Dive of Dragapult EX and how it's been taking over all these tournaments, you're probably a pretty good deck. And it is tough for Liam. He's dealing 170 consistently with Pokemon like Monkey Dory helping with the math. It can be a 3 attack exchange there sometimes, so you have to be careful with how you attack into this Pokemon.
So as these players are continuing to set up, Kyle, is there anything in either of their deck lists that's really standing out to you as outside of the norm, or is this all stuff that we're kind of used to seeing?
No, I mean, fairly typical here. And when you see that you have that 2-1 copy of the Toad Scroll for Liam, you think of a lot of other matchups, but it still can come in handy. Some of the lists, we've seen of only a few Night Stretchers. This is a full 4 for Simon, so could see if a card hits the discard pile, might be gone for a little longer than you expected.
Yeah, the Toad Scroll may be playing a surprise factor in this specific matchup. Prize cards going out for both of the players. The one Cleffa prize for Liam and his Pal Pad. Not too bad outside of that. Over on Simon's side, looks like he will not have his Pheasantipede EX. Looks like his one of Professor Turo's Scenario. And I do see that pink card there, Kyle.
Yeah, Chip, you gotta say, the Neo Upper, that is tough to see. At least it's at the bottom of the prize cards. But establishing those energies early, especially with Illuminous already in the prize cards, could be a little tricky. Only 7 to work with, so 5 left.
Right. Yeah, only a few energy cards. Those attachments are going to be really, really important for Simon. And then also, if he wants to retreat and attack with a Badoo early, making sure it's through the use of Latias EX as opposed to having to discard an energy. All things we'll keep track of as this game plays out. The players have flipped over their active Pokemon. We're getting into this game. Simon Fang on the right, Liam Halliburton on the left. Liam does start with that Ends Reshiram, the mainstay of the deck, the Pokemon that you will be using Night Joker to copy. And Simon Fang starts off with a Dreepy and an Ultra Ball.
Well, one thing that you see with Simon, yes, he does have an okay start there. Dreepy, likely a second Dreepy to go with this. Double Dracloak, energy to go with it. So many nice things, but discarded Psychic Energy before he got to look in the deck and see that there's 2 other energies in the prizes. Not the best thing to see, but you still have some time before Night Stretchers are shut down.
Yeah, still there's 2 Luminous Energies. Still there's 1 of each of the basic energies. And as you mentioned, once he starts taking prize cards, that Neo Upper will be one of the first ones that he grabs. So it's just about finding the energy attachments early. Is he going to be forced to play Hilda in order to find those energy draws? Or is he going to draw into them naturally? It'll be a little bit tougher, that is for sure. He's checking his prize cards now, making note of the Pokemon that are prized, but of course also those energies as we called out, checking for the supporters and all of that stuff as well. Another thing to point out for Simon as well is he did prize a Counter Catcher. He's got 3 copies of the card in his deck this weekend.
Yeah, we've noticed while watching Liam, he does not typically like to go up in prize cards in any matchup, plays very conservatively, but that's the beauty of playing this deck on the other side. You have Duskulls, Dusclops, Dusknoir. You can force the prize exchange to your opponents so that you can use those cards.
Fire energy attached to the active Dreepy and a pass of the turn from Simon back now to Liam to kick off his very first turn of this top 8 set. Simon, worth noting, did just come off of an asymmetrical match where he was able to take down Alex Szymanski. Alex, of course, playing his Terra Box deck that he played to the top 32 finish at the World Championships. Simon Fang was able to come out on top there, and then he's thrown right into the fire here on the big stage up against Liam, who's had a little bit of a break the last hour or so.
Has he played Pokemon the last 4 hours?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's been a nice day from Mr. Halliburton.
One of the boosts whenever you start 12-0 in a tournament. Liam here will kick off his turn with one of the best cards in the standard format to see in your opening hand. Buddy Poffin searching his deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon. 70 hit points or less, putting them directly onto the bench in Zorua as a pair. Will be grabbed, placed directly down. Looking, of course, to get at least 3 of those Pokemon into play on this turn if he can.
Yeah, solid start here. It looks like Iono also in the hand too. May have some other options, but ultimately you've done what you've needed to accomplish. Set up some Zorua, have a chance at one of those really clutch plays that we've seen with the Serrano. Just flooding the board, trading through, and building up a massive hand.
Liam now checking his prize cards, making sure he knows what's available and what is not. Looks like Artisan will come down. That can grab that extra Zorua out. One thing I'll be interested to see is how does he balance the bench between getting Toedscruel in play? Does he even want Toedscruel in play in this matchup? And then how does he also balance getting his Monkey Dories into play?
Yeah, you have to consider a lot of different factors. If you're more worried about the additional damage that can come down, if your opponent gets aggressive with a Dragapult, then yes, you're going to want the Monkey Dory to help push some of that damage away. Maybe set up so that your Pokemon have a little more long standing. If not, just play the resource game, include that Toedscruel, single prizer. Sometimes it's just not worth your opponent to go after.
Cyrano played as the supporter for turn for Liam, searching the deck for 3 Pokemon EX. Of course, finding 3 in Zoroark EX. And the draw for turn for Simon Fang. He's able to make something happen here. He's got an Iono.
I mean, that's pretty gross when your opponent just throws 3 evolutions into hand. You can just send them right back down.
Right away, sending those 3 in Zoroark EX to the bottom of the deck. Simon, though, thankful to just simply find a draw supporter, as he did not have much to work with. He was able to get that energy attachment to his active Dracloak. And looks like he's got a Badoo in the hand, so Itchy Pollen is on the menu if he'd like.
Yeah, found that energy with the Night Stretcher, cashed in on that early. Buddy Poffin, along with this Artisan, leads to a pretty solid board state. Everything that he's working with, you could include the item lock, slow things down, and then build up on these evolutions. The prize cards, they weren't a problem. This could be a pretty full ghostly board.
Speaking of the ghosts, the Artisan brings 1 Duskull into play. Buddy Poffin will find a second alongside a Dreepy. There's also 1 Badoo in the deck, but 1 Badoo in the hand as well here for Simon. And he's yet to use a single Recon Directive, shaping up for an excellent turn 2.
Things are going his way, and you don't need to ask for too much more. The damage right now that you see in front of you doesn't seem all too relevant just yet. Yeah, there's a world where 70 looks nice and you can clean it up with a Dragapult and take that Reshiram off the board later on. But if you can lock in items on a recently Iono'd board, or Iono'd hand, maybe that's better.
Definitely could slow Liam down quite a bit, which is what Simon will aim to do. First Recon Directive used. Looking at the top 2 cards now, choosing 1 to add to the hand. Looks like a Dreepy and a supporter card were the choices. Second Recon Directive now, 2 more cards. One of the things that separates Dragapult from the rest of the decks in the format is its ability to just cycle through the deck like this. Some of the best draw power available in the format. Looks like Badoo will come down from the hand. A retreat from this active Dracloak into this Badoo, and Itchy Pollen is underway.
Yeah, very nice to see. Not much worried about the damage. You're just trying to buy some time here. Already with 2 Dracloaks, but the real mess is looking at next turn. When you can evolve these cards, continue to build on this board state, and start to eye up some knockouts here. It's difficult to set up a pretty established board here for Liam. He has to go with just Hilda for the single Zoroark now, and trades have to build into multiple Pokemon.
Yeah, much weaker than the supporter he played last turn, which yielded him 3 in Zoroark EX. He'll have to settle for just the 1 for now, but 1 trade is online, and I'm having flashbacks to 2018 because Zoroarks tend to find other Zoroarks.
We'll see. There was a shuffle, so now they're not at the bottom anymore. We could find additional traders.
So interesting to note, Liam is going to trade away that Toedscruel. Does that give you kind of a key into what his plan is for the matchup?
Yeah, if you're avoiding that and you're more concerned about the hit points and spreading that damage, you don't have to worry about the 60 damage onto an end Zoroark and then leading into a double KO or 4 prize card exchange. If you have double Monkey Dory set up at any point, that 60 damage just gets thrown right back the other way.
Item lock being very useful here for Simon as Liam is forced to just pass. Now 1 recon directive utilized. Professor's Research and Luminous Energy. The energy card will be chosen for Simon. Now 1 more recon directive. And the question is going to be for Simon, when does he choose to pounce? When does he spring the trap? When does he start swinging? Or how long is he content to just continue to keep the item lock up?
Oh, I can't tell who's the better trader at this point. I kind of want to give it to Simon as he's seen so many resources. On top of this, also has the Hilda in hand. So you can have 1 more recon directive, also access to a Dusclops. You can slow things down 1 more turn with the Itchy Pollen, and then things really start to line up.
If he gets double Dusclops in play right now this turn, he is going to be feeling really, really nice about all the different options he can go for on the next one. Playing the Hilda, searching the deck for an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. I didn't see a Dusclops in the deck, so does that mean he's got both in his hand already?
That would be an embarrassment of riches. I think we're pretty close to a point like that. Yeah, I don't see a single Psychic Pokemon left there.
Looks like 1 Dusclops has hit the discard pile, but with the 4 Night Stretchers that Simon does play, perhaps one of them can be found to bring back. So 1 in the hand, probably 1 is in the discard pile. If he can get both of them in play, he'll be feeling great.
Well, not too far off of this. Still has Recon Directive to look a little further. Ultra Ball in hand too, but don't need to thin out just yet. We'll see if he wants to make that choice.
Does not look like there is a Night Stretcher in the hand currently for Simon.
Yeah, we saw 1 used earlier on for the Psychic Energy, but still plenty to work with.
3 available, and I think probably the card he would most like to see here off of Recon Directive. Takes a card right away. What was he able to find? It is an Iono.
Okay.
So only 1 Dusclops, but not too bad. That still leads to a Dusknoir on the next turn, which opens up lots of possibilities. And he is evolving to Dragapult. He's attaching an energy. Are we going to see Simon go aggressive and start getting in there with a Phantom Dive?
I mean, you rarely see evolution without attacking on that turn because you want to use the recon directives as often as possible. But sometimes it is just to preserve hit points. He's leaning on Dusclops.
And this could be really nice. He's got a couple options here. He could take out one of these Zorua, or he could take out the Monkey Dory. Looks like Zorua will be the choice. That does yield a prize card for Liam. It is an Inzork, so he'll be happy to see that. But Simon is going to get in there with the Phantom Dive, KOing this Inz Reshiram and placing 6 damage counters onto Liam's board however he would like. Now, do you expect to see Simon spread this damage out, or is he going to overstack the damage onto the Inz Zorua?
You could go either way at this point. It's with the Monkey Dory in play, you tend to want to see the damage spread about, but I suppose if you think you can have your Monkey Dory right back in play, you can move it again.
Now Liam here left with a question of how to proceed. Promoting this Inzork EX seems like a solid start. And then having to get back the Inz Reshiram will be a big piece for Liam this coming turn. He does promote that Inzork, taking stock of Simon's discard pile, and he will kick this off with a draw for turn. He's got access to Artisan. He's no longer item locked. He can use any of those item cards, and yes, thankfully for Liam, was able to find Inzork EX off the prize cards.
Yeah, he's got 1 in hand, found 1 off the top deck. He's got plenty of ways to draw through. Artisan for likely the second Inz Reshiram. And all the pieces are there to start attacking in, deal 170. You have Monkey Dory to push damage around 2 and avoid those numbers where an opponent's Monkey Dory leaves you at a 3-hit KO.
Liam is also behind on prize cards now, so we know that he'll have access to Counter Catcher if that's something he wants to work into the mix. I have to wonder if he's a little nervous about the Duskull on Simon's bench. That is Simon's realistic only way to push for a KO on an Inzork. Is Liam going to make the call and be confident that Simon does not play Rare Candy? That's the question.
Right, and you have to run through the odds there at that point. A Dusclops along with the Dragapult and a Monkey Dory Luminous Energy is the only way you're getting to that 280 threshold for an Inzork knockout. You're asking a lot of your opponents, but maybe you just avoid all of that and clear 1 piece off the board.
Trade number 1 gets rid of the other Toad School. No Toad School will be the choice for Liam here in this game. Nestball able to grab out Pheasantipity EX. Since Simon took a knockout during his last turn, Pheasantipity EX's Flip the Script ability is online, able to be used. One of the strongest cards in the format. So many decks play it, and for good reason. 3 cards added to the hand.
Yeah, just any way to continue to bolster your approach here. Huge hand to work with, even though it's just 2 and Zoroark in play. He's building up on that even further. Finding a lot of supporters for later turns. This turn might be a little more simple.
There's an energy attachment to the active. Night Joker able to be used. He does have Boss's Orders as well. Doesn't even need to have Counter Catcher, though he does have that as well. Will use the Boss, and indeed, Duskull is what he is most concerned about. Taking that out with the Night Joker, copying the Virtuous Flame, 170 damage, times 2 for weakness, more than enough.
And safety first, Monkey Dory sneaks in the 30 damage onto the Duskull before the KO to clean up the board a little more and avoid any knockout on Zoroark this turn.
And for Liam here as well, by moving that damage onto the Pokemon he was going to KO, he ensures that Simon cannot reach for a knockout and cannot utilize his own Monkey Dory in any way possible. Simon now does promote the Badoo with that free retreat, one of the nice little benefits of that 30 HP Behemoth in the active spot, that little free pivot option, and tons of cards to work with on Simon's side as well.
Yeah, big hand. No more ghost pieces, just some fair Pokemon now with the Dragapult. Hawlucha for additional damage, but doesn't line up too clean just yet.
The only thing that the Hawlucha can really be used nicely for here would be to ping 10 damage onto Pheasantipity and knock that out this turn. And that sets up Simon to go for like a 2-2-2 prize race situation. And that could work for him, to be honest. Hit the Pheasantipity for a 1-hit KO, and then 2-hit KO and Zoroark EX to close out the game. The only problem here, Liam does have 2 copies of Professor Turo's Scenario.
Yeah, walking into that would be trouble. You could play down another Duskull and maybe set up that combination on Dusclops into Monkey Dory, bring up the Ents Reshiram, take that off the board with the Monkey Dory for the final 2 prize cards. But when you're playing this game against Liam, and it has to be Boss's Orders as opposed to Counter Catcher, it's a lot more to ask of your deck.
Neo Upper Energy was found off the prize cards and now attached to Dracloak. Flying entry from the Hawlucha will ping 10 damage onto Pheasantipity and Monkey Dory. And Boss's Orders is in the hand. Does Simon want to target the draw power potential of the Pheasantipity EX? The answer looks like is yes.
Yep, to just avoid putting damage onto the end Zoroark. You cannot walk into Powerful Rage. You just want to take these prize cards as you can. Maybe this is that spot, though, where you can try to make the math work out for you so that the final 2 prize cards are a little more easier. How do you do it? You go after the one that doesn't have any dark energies.
Phantom Dive, 200 damage, 1-hit KOs the Pheasantipity thanks to the help of Hawlucha. And now 70 damage on the benched ends Zoroark EX. Liam happy to promote the clean one with the 2 energy cards, and looks like he's got that secret box in hand. He's got access to basically everything in his deck if he wants it. Through the secret box, through the trade, through the Artisan, he can do whatever he'd like this turn.
Yeah, the answer has to involve some form of multiple Monkey Dory, pushing damage over, cleaning up your board to avoid these 2 prize cards, and disrupting the hand for Simon. Need to only see 2 cards in there, so these recon directives can only build up so far.
Artisan finds the second Monkey Dory. That is now put into play, looking to get a couple more Adrenabrain online, boosting the damage as much as possible here. Something else for Liam that he could always work into his prize map is the fact that that Badoo is sitting on Simon's bench. That's a free prize card basically whenever he would like it. He's going to go for the Counter Catcher, take out this Dracloak, gets rid of that Neo Upper Energy, taking out a Recon Directive and an Iono to combo with this play, sending Simon's hand to the bottom of the deck, and he will only have 2 cards going into this important turn.
Yeah, slowing things down, but especially reducing that hand size for next turn with 1 more Recon Directive off the board. That's 2 less cards to consider for Simon to build up that final 2 prize cards. Building a little more now with this hand, with the trade, holding on to that resource, and now you just got to thin out so that you have a couple good cards to clean this game up.
Using Buddy Buddy Poffin here, not for any effect other than to shuffle the deck. Wants to potentially have access in the future to those cards that were put on the bottom with Iono. A couple of trades utilized now, thinned out of the deck, gets rid of that Pecherons, the Cyrano, cards that are no longer useful, and that's what makes this deck so strong. You can fill it with consistency cards like the Cyranos, the Buddy Poffins, and then you're happy to just discard them with trade later on.
Yeah, Chip, what do you think about moving the damage over to Dracloak on the bench, keeping that 60 there, pressuring your opponent to force an evolution? It can be an oddball spot as you're trying to take these last 4 prize cards.
Yeah, there's actually a world here where Liam, if he does put the 60 on the Dracloak, he could win the game next turn by KOing Hawlucha, KOing Badoo, and KOing Dracloak, never having to get through a Dragapult EX. It's a lot to ask for. It may be unlikely, and because of that, it looks like Liam is not going to do that. Just putting all 6 damage counters onto this active Dracloak. Wants to limit Simon's access to his own Monkey Dory. Values that a little bit more. I would have maybe been tempted to go for the cool double Monkey Dory win next turn, but I won't fault him for it.
The flair is cool, but also winning is cool. And Liam does a great job of that. He is down in the prize exchange, but that is as intended, as now his counter catchers do just that much more to help him out. And as you move the damage off of this Pokemon into the active spot, you just know that your opponent, if they ever were to have a relevant attack with the Dragapult's Phantom Dive, that 60 damage will always be available for you the next turn.
Simon here has Boss's Orders, Iono, and a Night Stretcher as his 3 cards in hand. What plays do you see available to him with this combo of cards?
Slowing down, moving a Pokemon to the active spot and trying to bide your time is
It's
tricky.
tough to do when your opponent's got 2 Zoroark in play.
Yeah, they can draw a little bit. The hand is the lowest it's been in a while for Liam. Only 5 cards remaining, but you just anything that you try to lock in the active spot. And Zoroark and Air Balloon could solve that. A Turo scenario. There's so many answers that just disrupt slowing things down in that fashion.
And then you also have to wonder how useful would an Iono be whenever Liam's got 2 Zoroark in play as well. Here's a Recon Directive. That does find the jamming tower.
This changes things too. If you can counter Stadium and knock out the Ents Reshiram, maybe that resource could slow things down. 0 attacks available if Liam doesn't have the direct answer to put an Ents Reshiram back into play. You could slow things down there.
And the Duskull will be an option here, it looks like. Puts that onto the bench, puts a little pressure onto Liam, makes the threat of Dusclops real on the next turn, pushing for a big KO. Liam looks like he feels pretty comfortable in this spot right now. Would you be feeling comfortable in his shoes?
Well, you download as much as you can in this spot. You don't want to give away any information as you have 5 cards in hand. Your opponent still hasn't made that choice yet of if they want to disrupt your hand. So just freeze and take in as much as you can here. You see the boss. Now you have a sigh of relief depending on what the hand looks like. He's got Air Balloon, but Jamming Tower is in play.
Boss's Orders does indeed bring up that Zoroark EX. No way to pivot that at the moment. It'd be good if we could get track real quick of how many Professor Turo's scenario are floating around in the deck. There's none in the prize cards. I didn't notice one in the hand. Has he discarded one at any point in this game?
Not to my knowledge, but that would be very important. There's still, what, 5 cards to be seen with the top deck along with double trade here. Plenty of ways to get out of this, but this is a risk you take as Simon.
Confirmation, no Professor Turo scenario in the discard pile, and Liam is moving pretty quickly here.
Oh, you put the damage on. They can't do that. There's energy switch, damage move by Monkey Dory onto the Badoo, and that is a powerful rage for a monstrous KO on the Dragapult.
Yeah, Liam having the perfect answer, his one of energy switch in hand, able to power up that Zoroark in 1 turn. Maybe a card Simon wasn't totally sure if Liam had or not, but he had it, he had access to it, and he's able to get a win in game 1, and he is now 1 game closer to moving on to top 4.
Yeah, that is such an impressive play. You think, what do you have available in this matchup? 170 seems to be the continuous number that you have to sprinkle in. But sometimes the door opens up and you can take advantage.
It was off to the races here in this game. Simon slowed things down a little bit early, but went aggressive, took a KO. and started putting the pressure on Liam to respond. Liam was able to deal with the biggest threat on the board, which is funny to say when it's just a little Duskull, but it ensured that his Zoroark would hang around.
Exactly. When you avoid the 280, the numbers make so much more sense. And for Liam, it was all defense all the time, using Munkidori, taking any time there was more than one damage counter on a Pokemon and throwing it onto the active for a KO. And for Simon, that just meant that there was no additional damage to work with. Even if he found Munkidori Luminous, he could not push damage over, had to attack into this Zoroark and hope this was the right turn.
Yep.
It was not.
Indeed, it was not, and that is a KO and a Game 1 win for Liam. Now, heading into this second game, Simon will have the choice of getting to go first or second. I have to imagine second will be the option here, giving himself more of an opportunity to get set up and hopefully stifle Liam's setup a little bit as well.
Yeah, the one thing we missed last time, although the setup was very strong, was missing out on an additional Dusclops. If you have both of those Pokemon to work with and you set up for the double Dusknoir, you feel really good. This also feels pretty good.
Yeah, opening up with Secret Box, turn 1, going first. That is what dreams are made of right here. Liam is going to be able to fill his board. Buddy Poffin for a couple Zorua, Artisan for Zorua, and then Secret Box can grab you a supporter. Cyrano sounds pretty good next turn to me.
I like that a lot. And the prize cards to go along with that, just one copy of Enzarua. You can work with that. This will be a very solid setup and forces Simon to have the Iono to go along with this. We'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, nothing really too bad in the prizes, honestly, for Liam. One of his 2 Air Balloon, but he does play 2. One of his 2 Counter Catcher, but he does play 2. So not going to be too upset about any of those cards. And those are nice ones to honestly draw as the game progresses as well.
Exactly. Those are the spots where maybe that one additional energy that you need, you don't have to worry about that because retreating would be available and then drawing through those last prize cards. Sometimes that Counter Catcher is all you need to close things out against an aggressive opponent.
Buddy Poffin found for Liam and played right away. A couple Zorua will hit the board. And Artisan could grab a Munkidori, but with Cyrano added to the hand, I have to imagine the board of 3 in Zorua feels a little bit better.
I don't fault him there. Just trade is pretty strong. You need to see these resources, and this puts so much pressure on your opponent. We see the energy attachment with the air balloon to go along with this. You're potentially attacking on turn 2. It doesn't seem like a Liam kind of play, but I like it.
Yeah, and I wonder if that is going to be his move. Will he get aggressive and try to take advantage of the fact that Simon usually here wants to play things slow? It's not a very slow start here, though, with a bunch of Dreepy and a Dusclops, and he does have an Iono to go with it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any way to search out Pokemon. They're all there already, but the Iono waiting there. The hand is small, but it is triple trade, so get rid of it.
And with Artisan in play, Simon, off of this Iono, can guarantee Badoo is an option if he wants it.
Yeah, nice to see there. Waiting to use the Artisan afterwards. Could see that Duskull or the Badoo, then search for the other remaining Pokemon. Fill this board up.
Why not find both? Who needs Artisan?
Well, maybe we have some fodder for discard later on if you want to grab the second Badoo.
Yeah, and that's honestly a nice thing with this deck. Sometimes you have a hard time choosing what to discard with Ultra Ball. So if he can pull the Badoo out of the deck with this Artisan, now the one that he found in his hand, easy choice.
Yeah, makes it for a nice Ultra Ball down the road. But this is great. This is what he's been waiting for. It looks very similar to the opening game. However, prize cards not as bad to go along with this, and we could see a lot more Ghost setup.
Yeah, there's nothing terrible in the prize cards. He does only play 2 Dragapult EX, so one of those being prized, not great. Obviously, the Neo Upper Energy is a little tough, but if he can just get his energy attachments as things go along, he should be okay.
Yeah, and that's just completely dependent on Liam at this point. You see the energy on the active Pokemon. It's not like there's a Latios in play or anything like that. This should be your retreat. You don't have a read that Neo is not there, but if you're just knocking out wherever the energies lie or not leaving energies on board, how do you come back as Simon? You always are going to telegraph your next play.
Yeah, I actually wonder if it would be worthwhile for Simon to go out of his way here to find Latios after checking his prize cards now and seeing that the Neo Upper is prized, valuing keeping the energy card into play. Looks like that won't be the choice as the deck is being shuffled. He may not have a Nest Ball or Ultra Ball in hand to go after it, even if he wanted to, or he may just value this board, and this is a very powerful board state.
It's everything you want, minus an energy, but you take it at this point because you could have plenty of recon directives. Liam Halliburton, you have Artisan, you're shuffling up that Serrano, but do you have a way to continue on with this turn? Can you build up the trades?
Artisan is able to grab out that Inns Reshiram. Now all he's looking for is a Zoroark and an energy if he wants to start attacking. He actually could get a knockout with Scratch on Badoo if he wanted to, just saying, you know, 20 damage plus moving 10 over from the Monkey Dory. That does get there.
Take that.
We actually saw Gabriel Fernandez using Scratch in his World's Finals match, trying to break the Resolute Heart ability of Pikachu EX. But that's not going to be the choice here for Liam, as he does trade away a Buddy Poffin. And if he can find just a Darkness Energy, he can start attacking.
I mean, plenty of great cards to see off the top two. Energy and Artisan, not exactly what you need, but can still do some work.
Yeah, no additional Zoroarks, which I'm sure Liam wouldn't have minded to find, but in this situation, in this game, when he goes first, it seems like he wants to start to be the aggressor. He will use Night Joker, copying Virtuous Flame, and take a KO.
Yeah, this will be fun to watch, to see how Liam goes about this strategy when he's in the lead, when he doesn't have the counter catchers to rely on. It puts a lot more pressure on Simon to find these resources, and it takes away from the Curse Blast's impact is when you see each of these prize cards falling by the wayside.
Now, how many evolution Pokemon can Simon get into play this turn? That is going to be the question. One Dracloak comes down, one Dusclops, and that Pokemon will blast right away, placing 5 damage counters onto Liam's side of the board. Debating now where to put the damage counters. What do you think?
The likely strategy was Zorua the last time. If you can build on these, remove them from play, and avoid the trades, you'll feel comfortable. But this and Zorua, you can deal a little more damage to it, but it's got a lighter retreat cost. I'm a little taken aback thinking that ends Reshiram when you already see an air balloon could have been a nicer play.
Yeah, true. That is a good point. But maybe the extra damage in play is something Simon is eyeing up here, trying to set up for more powerful Phantom Dives in the future. His Recon Directive now being used after Professor's Research discards the hand for 7 cards. So he gets to see the top 9 cards of his deck. And I don't see any other Dracloaks, but Ultra Ball will be able to find one. He does need to attach an energy this turn. That is a huge piece here for Simon.
Yeah, that's a great point. With the Neo Upper Energy already gone, the prize card's not looking the greatest once your opponent goes with this aggressive approach. You need to find that energy, and he does have that in hand now. He can protect that through the item lock, and it still means that Liam would need boss's orders and a way to move this Pokemon to put pressure on that energy. It's not impossible, but it's a little more difficult.
Yeah, definitely something that could be tough. And the Jamming Tower makes it even less likely now, since Air Balloon no longer provides the free pivot. Liam does play 4 stadium cards.
Liam had the Air Balloon that he found off of the prize cards that's there, so it was all waiting for him.
Night Stretcher brings back a Duskull, and another one brings back the Dusclops, threatening for the Dusknoir on the next turn.
Yep, just confirming that this Duskull was in play. It was a full setup last time with only 1 Dusclops popped. It's ready to evolve on the other one.
Itchy Pollen for 20 damage thanks to that Grass weakness. Now over to Liam. Let's see if he can piece things together here for a response knockout for an attack this turn. There's an energy, so he could retreat this Zorua, but he actually is attaching 2 Monkey Dory. Does this line up for him to have another way to move this in Zorua? He's using Adrenabrain, puts 30 damage onto this Badoo, taking a KO in the middle of his turn. That is one of the most powerful things you can do in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, it's super awkward here now for Simon. He has no idea what to expect. He says, oh, you have a huge hand. I don't want to promote anything too impressive.
Hey, Kyle, look at Simon's hand, by the way. Speaking of which, 2 cards, one is a Dreepy, one is a Night Stretcher.
That doesn't do it. But you know what does? Having an Artisan, an Air Balloon, and all these other great resources. Cyrano to find your end Zoroark and continue trading up through here.
Can even grab the Pheasantipity as well, add that into the mix. Get that thing ready to go, and a couple more trades will be online here shortly. Shaping up really nicely here for Liam with that attachment. Now all the healing power will be available to him. This is feeling like a great position for Liam Halliburton.
Right. The damage is not too impactful here with 20 damage on each of the Zorua. It's just a little bit off of that mark that you're looking for with Dusclops pushing the 50 over, 200 from the Dragapult. It'd have to be a Hawlucha in the mix, but it's in the active spot. The damage just doesn't line up here.
Trade gets rid of counter catcher. Liam's being the aggressor here, so doesn't think he'll need one of those. With another trade, it will be Iono hitting the discard pile. That's 2 more cards found from the top. Liam's got to have like 12 cards in his hand, 15 maybe, who knows. So many cards available. Artisan will bump that jamming tower. Air Balloon means that he can move this In's Zoroark EX, and he is able to attack with the fresh one. No damage counters, and he can use that Night Joker attack to copy Virtuous Flame and take a KO. Going down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Simon still has 6. A massive hill for him to climb.
It's so refreshing to see Liam on this warpath. It's something that you don't see too often with the Zoroark deck, but it works out perfectly here. Has all the resources lining up, moving these Pokemon around left and right. And for Simon, what do you do here? The hand is limited. He has the recon directives. Do you have one last-ditch effort to slow things down, pull Reshiram, and buy a little more time? Because you need to build damage on this Pokemon for a 2-hit KO eventually.
He needs some help, and he does not have very much, but looks like he has found Pheasantipity EX. Not a bad card to see. Flip the script will add a bunch more cards to his hand now. He is drawing them. 3 cards added. Iono is one of them. Okay, so for Simon here, if he can piece together a turn with Dragapult plus Dusknoir, pop the Dusknoir, and set up for a 1-hit KO on the Zoroark, and Iono Liam down to 1 card, that's where we can start to talk about the ways that he can mount a comeback into this game.
Yeah, and we're very close with the way that this sets up. There's the Ultra Ball to go along with this, and Iono to reduce the hand size. Do you ever get really risky and just use the Dusknoir right now, drop it to 1, and see if you can find your Dragapult later on?
I think he maybe will do it because he wants to put Liam to less cards, and he also has a Dragapult EX in his prize cards. So however slim the chance is, a 1 in 6 is a chance that he could just take a Dragapult right now.
Well, if you want to use that to take a KO on a Pokemon, you'd have to see that prize card, but
oh, sure.
It might just
yeah,
be
he's got to set up on the Zoroark. Yes, very true, very true.
Well, we'll see if maybe the Night Stretcher can be used for anything other than defense here to add some additional hit points onto this board so Duskull isn't KO'd by Monkey Dories. If not, you'll just see the Dusclops put back into play and then Iono to get a new hand.
This is going to be it, Kyle. Iono to 1 for Liam, and Simon will draw 6. And off these 6 cards, plus 1 more recon directive, he needs to find a Dragapult and an Energy, and that's 1 check off the list. So now works. It's literally just a Dragapult. He did just discard another Ultra Ball, so his outs may be a little limited. Going to come down to these 6 cards for Simon to stay in this game and have a chance.
Dragapult EX. Oh, do we see it? He's looking with recon directive.
2 cards, Buddy Poffin, Dusclops, and no way to get a Dragapult. And that might be enough for the game to be over. I don't know that Simon has a way to avoid Liam taking a knockout last turn. He can, this coming turn, he can retreat into the Pheasantipity, but things are powered up for the Rage.
Look at powerful Rage. Yeah, it's over. He's got nothing there for him. And Liam takes this in a swift 2-0. 2 different tails of the tape, 1 slow defensive approach and 1 aggressive onslaught. He's got it all, and he's now in the top 4.
Yeah, you got to really see in this match the versatility of Liam's deck. Playing it slow like you mentioned in Game 1, and then going aggressive in Game 2. What a setup for Liam. I think one of the reasons that this matchup can be deemed as more difficult for Zoroark when compared to Gardevoir is because of the Badoo, slowing things down, and that just wasn't a factor in the second game. Liam had the perfect opening with the Secret Box to fill his board with Zorua and was able to get just enough to pull off the attack on turn 2.
And we saw perfectly on the other side for Simon. He had the answer every time to this opening setup with triple Zorua played, Serrano filling the hand with all the Zoroarks. He had the Iono every time. He filled his board every single time, and it still wasn't enough to keep up with what Liam could do.
Congratulations to Simon on the finish. I mean, a top 8 at one of these massive regional championships, an accomplishment he should be very, very proud of, but Liam Halliburton is the one who was able to come away with the victory here.
Yeah, very impressive showing from both of our players. And this was the big play from Simon, an aggressive approach early on, taking out some of the Zorua and trying to reduce the hand size from Liam and avoiding those trades. Setting up for this play here where you take out the Pheasantipity with the 10 additional damage, dealing 200, going down to 2 prize cards remaining, and then just hoping to slow things down. Maybe see those 2 prize cards. It leads to this where you have to attack in, but the energy switch was there. Powerful Rage copied, and the Ends Reshiram takes things out.
Yeah, that play was really, really cool with that energy switch. Just the one of in the deck, but Liam had it right when he needed it. And in game 2, he was able to just go so aggressive. Simon not able to even ever get a Dragapult EX into play before Liam had taken all 6 of his prizes.
Yeah, absolutely flowing on this side. Just 3 prize cards remaining when we got to this point. It was all but over here. Taking out this Dreepy, going down to 1 prize remaining. And the damage was committed here. The Dusknoir was popped, but without a Dragapult, there was no hope left for Simon.
Yeah, if there had been a Dragapult found, things could have gotten interesting. Liam did show he had the Professor Turo in his hand, so could have maybe found a way to get out of a certain situation. So he was probably still feeling okay, and he was going to have at least a trade to work with as well.
Yeah, there were a few different ways to come back from that point. You could like reuse the Monkey Dory if you have a Dark Energy. There was a lot of cool things you could do depending on where the 6 damage was placed and how you worked it out. But I'm sure Liam would have found a pretty cool way to close it out. That was pretty cool too, though, to see an aggressive approach with this deck. And I mean, smiling ear to ear from this point for Mr. Liam. What's waiting for him on the other side, Chip?
We're getting updates still from the floor. There's still tournament games happening. It looks like Lance Bradshaw and Rahul Reddy are still playing in their top 8 match. Calvin Connor and Bradley Curcio are still playing in their top 8 match. We, of course, know Aban has advanced because we saw his game earlier. And Aban and Liam are on opposite sides of the bracket here.
Okay, yeah, it's I know there's a lot of Gardevoir still remaining. We'll see if they all are able to move forward. Aban with a really nice showing in Monterey last week, and now with his top 8 victory that we saw earlier on, is moving into the top 4. Liam facing off against Rahul Reddy will be an absolute great showing for us. And Brad Curcio and Cal Connor is a Gardevoir mirror waiting for Aban. Chip, that's all Gardy.
It's Liam and 3 Gardevoir, which is the position he really wanted to find himself in.
Yeah, you know what? One of these things is not like the other. One of these things is a champion.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough battle for anyone, regardless of how they get to the finals. But we did see Rahul versus Liam yesterday in Swiss, right? And Liam did win, and Rahul did manage to take a game there. You know, Liam did brick. Rahul did also, you know, grab a couple tool cards in a spot maybe he shouldn't have, but you know what? It works out, and that both these players are going to meet here in top 4 now.
Yeah, and maybe the Jellicent is a little extra interesting wrinkle in the matchup. It can slow things down, make things a little more awkward. Sometimes that Frillish can be a cool inclusion too in the early stages of the game to disrupt that setup. Maybe you don't see as many buddies or nest balls there, so a lot to consider. Might not just be all wrapped up yet, but you have to be excited if you're Liam or a fan of Mr. Halliburton.
And Brad Curcio versus Cal Connor, of course, the final top 8 match going. We'll have to see which one of them will be facing off against Aban. An interesting note here, Aban and Rahul on the same 60 cards. This is a couple weekends in a row where a handful of players playing the same 60 end up making a deep run. You know, Aban did win Monterey. Rahul got top 8. They were playing different decks then, but they've locked in the same 60 for this event.
Yeah, I feel like that's not the typical thing we see from Rahul lately. He hasn't been following. He's been marching to the beat of his own drum lately, playing whatever he feels comfortable with. But this time around, he's trusting in the group. And you might as well at this point. I think they won more money than I've seen in the last 5 years. Yes, last week.
Yeah, Henry Chow earned a literal salary last season playing the Pokemon TCG. That's a pretty sick life, if you ask me. Also, while being a student, you know, what a time for sure. We do have an update from the floor. Cal Connor is up 1-0 over Brad Curcio right now.
Okay, yep, something to look out for Cal. He's trying to run this back, had a regional victory just last year, and could build on that even more here with another great performance.
And that one is going to be a Gardevoir mirror match, of course, like we mentioned. We'll take a moment here to congratulate the rest of the players. Of course, Simon Fang, to get to top 8, did take down Alex Szymanski. I actually watched some of that ASIM match playing out on the floor. Alex was able to do ridiculous things, of course, that Terrabox is known to do, sniping damage with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, finishing off the game against Simon's Blood Moon Ursaluna with his Pikachu EX. But it wasn't enough. That was the one game Alex won. Simon was able to take the other 2 down. And Cal Connor able to take down Solomon Surge on the other side of the bracket. Solomon was playing, of course, the Teal Mask Ogerpon box as well. Lots of different options there. Unique ways of playing the deck for both of these players. But this is our top 8. These are the players who made it farthest into the event for Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, a lot of purple guys, and great to see. Love the bit of versatility that we did see. We saw that Golden Go in our top 8 game. Didn't get to show off exactly what it's capable of when you're playing against some of that item locking that you see on the other side from this new iteration of Gardevoir, bringing back the Jellicent. But for Lance Bradshaw, what a great showing, finally breaking through again, seeing that top 8 performance and building on what he's been trying to accomplish over the past year after having a lackluster season, as he put it in his words, and Simon as well, with a great breakthrough as well, with a lot of those top 32s, 64s, now he's got that top 8.
And Destin Hatcher as well getting a top 8 finish with the Golden Go EX with Togekiss. A lot of people were questioning coming into the weekend, who is the best partner for Golden Go? Wancho asked a bunch of players yesterday, and it looks like Togekiss was the best choice for the weekend.
I thought it was Incineroar, right?
I did hear that.
Yeah, the VGC crew came in and tried to take our thunder. Well, we have Liam Halliburton standing alone then with his unique deck. All the others seemingly to the wayside now. And Zoroark EX trading and joking around.
Trading and joking. I like to hear it. I think it's really interesting to see kind of the arc that Zoroark EX has gone through. A lot of people were really nostalgic for it right whenever that reveal happened at Worlds last season. That ability trade flashes up on the screen. Everyone remembers how strong Zoroark GX was all through the Sun and Moon era. Of course, it was a world champion back in 2018. But this deck was just a little bit weaker, right? That didn't have that Riotous Beating attack for 2 colorless. There's no double colorless energy to work with, and you're limited to the attacks of whatever Inns Pokemon existed. And for a long time, people just didn't feel like Inns Darmanitan and Inns Reshiram really cut it. But Liam has found a way to streamline this deck. It's super consistent, and he's been able to capitalize on how the metagame has shifted to such a Gardevoir-heavy meta.
Yeah, I kept waiting for them to release more End Pokemon so that the deck would get better, and it just stopped. There were only those few to work with. I'm like, well, this can't be a deck anymore. We might just have to use it as a draw engine. And,
yeah, we did see that for a while.
It sprinkled itself in. We saw the interesting plays with Stefan Ivanov using it in as a draw engine too, having a little bit of an answer to Gardevoir there. We almost gave up on it, and now sure enough, here we are, all scratching our heads thinking, oh, it had the capability to just go undefeated.
Yeah, and it's got a lot of potential. There's lots of cool plays you can do with this deck. Of course, Liam's got the Maractus in there that can buy some time against some of the more questionable matchups out there. And I have to imagine that a big boost for this deck was kind of the more centralization of the meta. You know, there's less Raging Bolts running around. There's a little bit less of the Joltik box that we've seen that were so popular at the start of this rotation.
Right.
And that's a big help as well for the Zoroark deck.
Yeah, and also neat, we haven't seen very much of it, as Liam just doesn't need it in the matchups we featured it in, but with the Pecharunt and the Binding Mochi, you have this extra wrinkle where you can avoid being trapped in spots, you have your Maractus to trap others, but you can also sprinkle in that little extra damage they're not expecting.
Well, we're finishing up top 8 with one more match still out to decide who will be moving on to top 4, and we will be back very soon with our top 4 here in Pittsburgh. Don't go anywhere. You certainly will not want to miss it.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're still here live at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship, and oh boy, do I have a guest. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the Pokemon World Champion, Riley McKay. Riley, it's good you're here. Good to see you. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's great to be back and playing again.
Yeah, so obviously Riley McKay, the 2025 Pokemon World Champion for the TCG. Riley, you already have your Worlds invite. What are we doing here at the first event of the season at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship?
Well, I have yet to actually get top cut at a regionals, so that's the main goal. Also just here to play my Gardevoir deck again and have some fun.
That's what's important. That's a true hallmark of a champion. Despite reaching the pinnacle of some would say the pinnacle of the Pokemon trading card game, there's still something we can do, and of course we all love the game, right? Okay, Riley, now that you've won the Pokemon World Championship, you won it with the Gardevoir deck. Let's talk about that. Why Gardevoir for that specific event, and are you going to bring it? Are you going to bring it back here at Pittsburgh?
To answer the second question, yes. I mean, how could I not? It's the deck that I've done the best with by far. Same thing for Worlds. Just after NAIC, I felt like I couldn't really switch. NAIC showed that Gardevoir was my thing, so I had to run it back. So yeah, basically just if you do well with one deck, I don't see why you shouldn't stick to it, and that was how I ended up on my decision.
Let's keep improving with the one deck, right? Okay, then let's go back even further. How did you come up with, let's start playing Gardevoir? Like, well, why did we bring it to NAIC then?
Well, I've noticed that Gardevoir won like basically every major event before then, and like also a lot of the new names I saw, they seem to be doing well with Gardevoir, not like these other random decks. So I was like, if I want to be one of those players, this is probably the deck I'm gonna have to play. So like 3 weeks before NAIC, I just grinded games over and over with Gardevoir, and that's how I got to where I am.
I like it. I like it. I like the mindset too of just if I want to be one of those players, and now what? You're the player. You're the world champion. That is very, very hype. Like again, let's talk about the World Championships a little bit too. How did it feel like playing on that stage, on the finals? Like, what was going through your mind? Again, that stage was phenomenal.
Yeah, the stage was like amazing. I'm so glad that I got to play on that. I'm really blessed about that. It was also very nerve-wracking, and the fact that it was finals did not help with that. That was probably the most nervous I've ever been, but I'm very proud of the way I played in those circumstances, and very glad just I was able to show the power of Gardevoir and also all the practice I put in.
Again, it shows. You're probably one of the first two masters to ever play in an arena. That blows my mind. Again, huge congratulations. And let's talk about, you're about to get your own World Championship deck. How does that feel?
Yeah, that feels great. Back in the day when I was first learning the game, I actually learned what a competitive deck was because of World Championship decks. Before that, I didn't know that you were supposed to use cards like Research. Back in the day, I would think it was like Professor Sycamore, but it did the same thing. Or like Ultra Ball, or like those key cards that just make your deck work the way they do. So like having my deck printed, it feels like a full circle moment for me, and I'm just really grateful for that.
I love that you learned how to play using a World Championship deck, and now some kid out there is going to learn how to play, possibly by learning with the Riley McKay Gardevoir EX. That is full circle. That's absolutely beautiful. Before I let you go now, though, I do want to ask you if some advice you want to give to other aspiring Pokemon players. How do you become world champion? How do you improve in the game?
Well, the most obvious one, just play as much as you possibly can. But the other thing, if you have one deck and you get really good at it, try to master that deck. I mean, you can only play one deck per tournament, so having a ton of different decks like semi-mastered is never going to help as much as like truly mastering one deck. Also, just try to develop a group of friends or testing group or whoever that you can just play with, get games in, and just depend upon for everything.
I like it. Great advice. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Noah, Hugh, my parents, and just the rest of the group.
Perfect. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the Pokemon World Champion, Riley McKay. Thank you so much. Best of luck in Pittsburgh. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Thank you.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and it is my absolute pleasure to announce that we are currently in the Juniors Finals here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. It's between two absolutely amazing players. Of course, it is going to be Nathan Casillas against Ryan Wang. Both these kids are on their second season of the game and have a lot more in common that you think. Both players are playing Dragapult Dusknoir. We have a mirror match here in the finals for the juniors in the TCG. But again, not just that, they're mirrored in that this is their second season. This is potentially a first win for either players, and this is the highest ranking they've ever gotten for both of them. So despite both these players having so much in common, we have Ryan inspired to play the Dragapult Dusknoir because it just seems like an unbeatable deck, but has added a couple more cards just for consistency. While Nathan was inspired by Justin Neudorf, of course, second place at the World Championship, to play this Dragapult Dusknoir deck. We're gonna have to wait and see who comes out on top. Well, actually, you don't have to wait that much longer. Let's go ahead and check it out. It is my absolute honor to present to you this year's Pittsburgh Regional Champion in the Juniors Division, Ryan Wang. How are you feeling?
Great, amazing, really good.
Great to hear, great to hear. Again, this is your first regional champion win. Absolutely huge. Again, congratulations, huge accomplishment. How was that finals match?
Well, game one, he prized double Badoo, so I got to go Itchy Paw on him, and he kind of got bricked out, and I just kind of board wiped him after that.
Makes sense, makes sense. Again, you played a Dragapult Dusknoir, very complicated deck, so huge congratulations again for being able to pilot this complicated deck to the finals and winning the entire thing. I want to know, though, how did you prepare going into this tournament?
I tested with my friends, I played with my coach, and I played locals.
Love to hear it. Of course, practice makes perfect. With that, do you have any advice, now that you're a regional champion, any advice you want to give to any aspiring Pokemon champions out there?
Don't stress during regionals, just try and play your best, and just practice a lot, and eventually you'll probably get there if you do those.
Love it. Great advice, Ryan. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
My friends, my mom, my dad, my brother, my coach, Sashi Narian, and that's it.
Perfect. Definitely a lot of support there for Ryan. Again, ladies and gentlemen, your Pittsburgh Regional Champion for the Junior Division. Again, a lot more champions to come, though, here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship, so don't go anywhere. Hello, Pokemon fans. We're still here live at the Pittsburgh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. We are just waiting for one of our key matches to conclude so we can move along in the bracket. Masters Top 4 is underway. We already have one side of the bracket set, but we want to make sure we look at the other side. We've got some cameras out on the floor. This is a special thing we were able to set up last second just to catch the tail end of this match. I'm told by our casters out on the floor, our people out on the street, that it's 1-1. They're in game number 3. We've had our production crew turn down the volume just a little bit of our in-house audio system so that they can't quite hear us, viewers. So we're going to try to peek over the shoulders of these two players and see which one is at an advantage, which one might be able to lock in that spot and advance in the bracket.
Yeah, those of you watching at home have the privilege right now of hearing everything that's happening, watching this unfold. Whoever ends up winning this game will be advancing to the top 4 and playing against who? I don't remember exactly.
It is Aban Ahmed.
Against Aban, yeah, against
Aban. Taking on the winner of this match. This is a Gardevoir mirror, and we're getting a lot of practice for the next potential Gardevoir mirror.
We are seeing a lot of damage being shoved around thanks to those monkey dories. We see 2 dark energies down for call. I don't think I see any dark energy over on Brad's side, which like in this matchup, having at least the same number of Monkey Dories as your opponent is very, very key, so that not too much damage is thrown over to your side. Seems like we're going to see a Roaring Scream going out onto Call's side. 2 energy means 80 damage. Perhaps it's going to be the Krillin. We see the first Dark Energy going down. Could just be knocking out one of your opponent's Monkey Dory. That way, yep, there we go. You even things out with your own Monkey Dory, and you're tied at 1-1 in that regard. And it seems like Brad is definitely ahead in the prize count. He's down to either 5 or 4 prizes here.
And going up against 6, this is devastating. With Gardevoir, you like to be able to take multiple prize cards in a turn. The possibility is definitely there, but we already see shades of the classic arms race of Monkey Dory. Whoever's able to throw more damage over their opponent's side of the board, whoever's got the Gardevoir and enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile is going to be favored just because you can consistently threaten to take multiple prizes, and by assigning damage to your opponent's targets, they also are forced to then respond with their Monkey Dories before they can set up their own Psychic Embraces, rather than having that sort of tempo to make the decisions themselves. Get ahead in the mirror match and don't let go is the name of the game. The modern style of Gardevoir right now with Jellicent EX has been very important for so many matchups we've seen over the course of the day, and in the mirror match that can also be incredibly devastating if your opponent overextends.
And we can definitely see that priority on the Monkey Dory. That's exactly what Cal goes for. Can he match the Screamtail, though? He could possibly double Monkey Dory KO the active with Adrenabrain. He has the Monkey Dory, he has the Dark Energy immediately. Does he have enough Psychics, and does he commit to that play? These Gardevoir matchups are mirror matches are very intricate, Adam. Like, they're definitely not straightforward whatsoever, but we are seeing the damage being piled onto Jellicent, and just a Mind Bend attack knockout for on that Screamtail, possibly tying up the prize count. Could be 5-5, could be 5-4. I'm not exactly sure.
By my eye, I think I'm only seeing, like, what is it, maybe 5-3. We're going to get some confirmation of that, certainly. And the decision to leave a single prizer in the active means that you're trying to buy time, right? You don't want anything to go crazy. Calvin Connor fighting back, has double Gardevoir on the bench. There's 2 ways to approach this. If you're in the mirror match, you're trying to have 2 Gardevoir in play, just tons of HP, something that's very difficult to knock out, or you try to just go single prize for single prize. Slowly building up these damage counters is so important, because eventually this will make a new opportunity for a potential 4 prize turn, 3 or 4 prize turn.
Yeah, and there's a lot of damage piled up on that Jellicent EX, and Brad matches that second Monkey Dory of Call with his own. Now the question is, what do you attack with? I guess it's going to be the Jellicent. That means Super Rod is denied, potential other Night Stretcher is denied, Earthen Vessel is denied as well. Bravery Charm to an extent is also denied, so that's not too shabby. And like, if this is going to go down, you might as well get some use out of it. You also get to heal 30, potentially 60 damage off it. It seems both Adrenabrains being utilized from the active to the Monkey Dory, and just an attack. So Monkey Dory right now is a high-end potion.
The Monkey Dory goes down, another prize card taken for Bradley Curcio, and Gardevoir EX comes into the active spot. It feels like both players are somewhat evenly matched. The Jellicent kind of throws a strange angle into this, not being able to use items or attach tool cards, which Gardevoir loves to do. This is great for recovering your pieces, using your Bravery Charms to fix math, but Bradley does have Mew EX in play, which can put another source of easy prizes in play for his opponent.
Ooh, we're going to see the Lily's Clefairy EX be the chosen Pokemon to take this KO. And that's going to bring Call down to 3 prizes. We couldn't play Counter Catcher because of that Jellicent EX. I don't know if either player's running like raw boss's orders, but Call's hand doesn't seem very strong. He's just trying to decide where to send the damage to and from whom. And yeah, there we see the knockout on the Jellicent with Clefairy, but that 190 HP is very, very low.
Yeah, there's already damage on the Clefairy from Psychic Embrace, and I think Calvin Connor is just focusing on getting Jellicent out of the spot, out of the active spot. So now I have access to my items, I have access to my tools. If we're looking deeper at the prize map, Mew EX, again, very easy target, and with enough Monkey Dories moving damage around, maybe taking down Gardevoir becomes an answer, or just taking down a Monkey Dory. From this position, Bradley can't put any basic Pokemon in play, no routes, anything like that to attach Psychic Embrace or evolve them up, and it's going to be looking for maybe Scream Tail or something, because Calvin Connor's only down to a single Monkey Dory right now.
Yep, single Monkey Dory could get sniped by that Scream Tail that is getting recovered. I'm pretty sure the prize count is now 4 prizes on Bradley's side, 3 prizes on Call's side, so Call ahead in the prize race, but if he's down 0 Monkey Dory to 2, that's a big disadvantage. The double Gardevoir definitely helps. I wonder if there's still the TM Devo option to potentially allow Call to stop Bradley from having access to that Gardevoir EX. So many unknowns here, Adam, with no access to their deck list like immediately. I know we saw Brad previously on stream, so we do have an inkling of what he has and doesn't have, and he definitely has TM Devo, he definitely has Freelish, Jellicent, many resources at his disposal, but I don't know what Bradley is exactly running.
Just a Super Rod. These are classic plays, of course, folks. Super Rod getting Scream Tail back, getting Dark Energy back in the deck. Now an Earthen Vessel to see more energy, shuffling up right now. Once more, just as a reminder for the folks at home, you can knock out Lily Clefairy EX very easily here, but Bradley needs to make sure to do his homework after the fact. Monkey Dory number 3 enters play. Darkness
With
Energy
the
attached,
dark,
but also benches a Ralts. I thought that this might be too much of a liability, but seeing that Calvin only has 1 Monkey Dory and you're about to go to 2 prize cards remaining, I think it's safe to put a backup Ralts in play just to make sure and guarantee you have Gardevoir EX to get your Psychic Embraces and get over that final hurdle.
That's 6 extra damage counters on your side that you can send to someone. Yep, checking the route. So we could see a TM Devo play. That's usually a tell that you can gather from your opponent. Puts all damage onto the Monkey Dory. So there's definitely 3 damage probably heading back. But you have the Monkey Dory advantage guaranteed. And if you don't fully heal this Monkey Dory, you could actually knock out the Monkey Dory with your own Adrenal Brain next turn. But is that enough, though? Like, you still need to take 2 prizes. Knocking out the Monkey Dory is not quite enough. It does limit what Cal could possibly do this turn, because if he commits to something like a Scream Tail or whatnot, that could actually be a way where Brad knocks out the Monkey Dory passively with Adrenal Brain and then just knocks out the Scream Tail for game.
I think that Bradley is favored just because of the triple Monkey Dory. Once you pull so far ahead of your opponent in the ability to send damage back, any big strikes with Miracle Force is going to be off the table, and you need to rely on smaller targets to go for chip damage from here. But if Calvin Connor tries to put a single prize on the active, Bradley's more than happy to just knock that out and go chase down this Monkey Dory. So it is putting Calvin between a rock and a hard place. I think that Gardevoir EX needs to go after this Mew, take it down, go down to 1 prize card remaining, and figure out the final prize cards from there.
Yep, this is going to be a very tight finish to close out this top 8, and we'll see who finally advances to top 4. Advantage Brad for sure, but I don't think you can ever count someone of the caliber that Calvin is. He's such a great player. He won a regional last season. In a very tight Regidrago V-Star mirror match off of a coin flip as well. We've talked about those crucial coin flips, so never count him out.
And now it's Iono trying to disrupt your opponent. This is the final boss of Gardevoir itself. You've either got the big Gardevoir EX in the active, plus a low hand size. Have you set up your board correctly? Have you accumulated and used your resources correctly? That after the Iono, everything is already in play. Everything is already in place to get over the hurdle. Fortunately for Bradley Curcio, has Mew EX in the hand, so, on the bench, so can replenish the hand, maybe drawing an extra 1, 2, or even 3 cards, depending on what was drawn from Iono.
Now, Carl did find Countercatcher and was about to slam it on the table, but then he had second thoughts. He does have Scream Tail to target whatever he could possibly need if he wanted to, but I don't think attacking with Scream Tail is the right call. He's going to play the Countercatcher, still unsure of who to bring up. Seems like it's going to be the Monkey Dory. I think he needs to KO Monkey Dory to protect his own Monkey Dory. And then maybe he can close, if Brad doesn't win the game next turn, which is not exactly easy to do at this point, then Call could close out the game by knocking out that Mew EX. So we'll have to see how this plays out. We're going to tie up this game 2-2 in prizes. Still a Drainabrain to be utilized. I'm pretty sure we have to use it onto the benched Monkidori. But is there a universe where the active Gardevoir could go down with double Adrenabrain and enough damage for Clefairy EX? Or just Gardevoir itself? I think just Gardevoir itself could do it.
Yeah, so it'd be 190 base for the Miracle Force, moving damage over. Of course, you can find that 60 damage now for 250.
And you only need 30, right? If it has 90, oh no, yeah, you need both. Yeah, you need both. So yeah, we're gonna heal the Gardevoir, which means the Monkidori could be in range. If we can use double Adrenabrain, knock out the Monkidori, and then use our own Screamtail to snipe our opponent's Screamtail, that would allow Brad to close out this game. Does he have the pieces, though? There's a few energy stock on the Gardevoir. We can't self-damage that. We'll see. We'll see if he can piece this out. What did he draw for the Iono? Doesn't seem to have it immediately. Otherwise, I'm sure we would be seeing the cards getting slammed down onto the table.
Gardevoir players always go full throttle for that final combo. Because they think so far ahead, they already have that outcome ready to go. And Bradley needed to see that final draw for the turn. Has 3 cards in hand. Once more, Mew EX still up and running. The restart ability could happen. Right now, it is 280 HP on the Gardevoir EX on Calvin Connor's side.
Which means it's definitely out of range of Clefairy EX's full Moon Rondo, right? So the win condition is potentially knocking out Monkidori and then knocking out Screamtail. In order to do that, I don't know if we have enough energy to pull that off. If we have, I guess we're seeing an Iono. If we put 5 energy on a Screamtail, that's 100 damage. We take 6 off, we're left with 40. And then if we have 1 more energy, we could do it. But I don't know if there's 6 energy left, there's 4 energy in the discard pile to go alongside the 2 that you would get from the Retreat Gust from Gardevoir. If there was, I'm sure Brad would be going for it. So seems like we're going to have to do something different.
All right, and does have access to Pheasantipity as well after that knockout. Needs to see just a few more cards. If any of the cards drawn from Flip the Script give way to that final energy that he might need, get into the discard pile, maybe just with an attach for turn, the Screamtail could come online. It's already hitting the bench right now, so bench is full. No Pheasantipity, pardon me.
No Pheasantipity. We see the Screamtail hit the board. And what do you target here? I guess you have to go after the Monkidori to try and make it so that Carl can't use his own Screamtail to target your Mew EX. If you don't have game, that's how you stop Carl from having game. But Carl drew research off of Iono.
Incredible, the research, just being able to get, again, a Night Stretcher, Super Rod. The Artisan is just sticking in play, so all of these single prize attackers are so easily accessible. And this is down to the wire. 11 minutes left on the clock. Game number 3. Winner of this advances into top 4. And this is where things get into the nitty-gritty, looking at your opponent's discard pile. We've seen these mirror matches come to, I would say, almost an anticlimax because one player might overextend, strand some energies, and once one player realizes you don't have the energy to attach, I can just play the rest of the game freely.
Another counter catcher would do it, so if Carl can find Monkidori plus Dark or a counter catcher or a Bravery Charm, then he could walk away the winner. He's going through his discard pile right now. I didn't see another counter catcher, so maybe that is a live option. Does have an Ultra Ball in hand as well, but not enough cards to get Pheasantipity to increase the draw from the research. We will have to see.
Wants to take the snipe. Another energy attached. Stacking this damage up. Needs to respect Calvin Connor's Screamtail. And as I said before, right, having the tempo, the ability to force plays out of your opponent is so strong in the Gardevoir mirror match.
It's the lack of energy that's holding Brad back from being able to win this game. There's no more psychic energy in the discard pile, so he only had 4 to play with. There's 3 on Screamtail, 1 left on Gardevoir EX after the retreat. You could move some damage onto the Monkey Dory, but no, we're just gonna take the KO. Yeah, we do move 1 damage counter onto Monkey Dory. We knock out the Scream Tail. So is it harder to recover the Scream Tail than to get the combination of Monkey Dory plus Psychic? We see the research.
But it's still
Huge
Professor's research
here. There's the Dark. Oh my gosh. No
recovery
help found. No recovery. I wonder if there was a Monkey Dory left in the deck, and that's why Brad went after the Scream Tail. That would be a massive, massive move. No counter catcher found. No Fizz and DPT found either to draw extra cards. Cal shaking his head. I think he knows this is probably game. Well, yeah, it's definitely game over. Yeah, there's no way. Okay, Bravery Charm on Monkey Dory. Is that enough to save it
Gotta
from
try to protect
the
it.
Brains?
Earthen Vessel. Searching through the deck, looking, seeing what was there. The Night Stretcher all the way at the bottom.
Very bottom, along with the Super Rod. Super Rod would have also been potentially pretty good because of the Artisan. How close were we to the counter catcher? I don't see it.
Yeah, we
maybe
don't
it's prize.
know what's in the prizes, folks, for this particular game, but this is a Gardevoir mirror match for sure. Every player has to use every resource, digging deep, scraping the bottom of the barrel, especially to get over this final hurdle. Every other deck in the metagame trembles at trying to get the last 1 or 2 prize cards versus Gardevoir, and we can see in the mirror that it's just as difficult for Gardevoir to do it.
Dang, 2 life out, Super Rod and Night Stretcher, none of them hit, and no Ultra Ball for Fez either. I think Fez was the next card that could have been found. So what do you do now? You heal your Monkey Dory, that puts it out of range. I mean, Gardevoir is still a very tough cookie to take down right now.
Yeah, just Charm on the Monkey Dory, playing very defensively, takes down Screen Tail. A lot of the damage counters as well, leaving play. Seems like Gardevoir is still very safe with only 30 damage on it.
Can Brad recover the Scream Tail now? They're both tied at 1 prize card. Counter catcher no longer an option for either player. And Gardevoir's huge HP could be what stops Brad from winning this game. We just see an Iono. What are we trying to find? I mean, could just come down to powering up Gardevoir and hitting the active and hoping there's no choice or no help. See the Iono.
1 card. Oh, I couldn't even see that card.
Yeah. We see a Judge Shuffle asked by Brad as well. Do we see Super Rod or Night Stretcher any way to recover that Scream Tail? We see an attach for turn. Restart for 3. 3 huge cards here. Do we find it? I mean, we're not slamming it down, so I don't think we did.
Just a Psychic Energy, drawn, attached, restart for 3. I thought the ability on Mew EX would come in clutch, but it is just not enough. Even though that deck is so thin, the discard pile dwarfing what is left in the draw pile.
And this is what I meant earlier when we were talking about like the confusion flips and whatnot. This is such a scrappy Gardevoir game, and that's because both players know exactly what they need to do to win and what they need to stop the other player from doing to win. Now, Brad does know that there was no recovery found off of the research last turn. So with the Iono, he's gotten Cal a little bit closer to that recovery. Cal now needs Night Stretcher or Super Rod in order to win this match with Scream Tail. Thanks to Artisan, both cards are available to him. I think it's just going to be an attack with Gardevoir EX for 190 and call it a day. Brad just checking everything, wondering if there's anything else he could be doing or he could have done.
Yeah, just an Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball, okay. We're going for the Guardy.
Taking that Curlia out of the play, out of the, danger zone. Still Mew EX and Monkey Dory.
Yeah,
easy
so
targets.
I don't think that's making a big difference. It's thinning the deck. You have restart. You're getting damage into play as well to use double Monkey Dory. You see 6 damage counters being moved to the opponent's Monkey Dory. And we're going to see, I forget the name of the attack of Gardevoir EX, 190
Miracle
damage.
Force, yes.
Miracle Force, 190.
And
we see the Arban on the top. That's
right
the Night
off
Stretcher.
the top for Night Stretcher.
My
Gets Scream Tail,
goodness.
gets the bench snipe.
What was
a game.
the other card? I don't know, but Arban off the top does it for Calvin Connor. What a way to end this. And yeah, that was the risk of the Iono. I mean, Gall could have been holding another research, right? So you definitely want to reduce your opponent's hand size, but this is part of the interesting dynamic with Iono, where if your opponent doesn't have it and you Iono them, you're definitely getting them closer to whatever they were looking for. And I mean, Arven was the top deck, right? Which means the card that Gall had in his hand was going to be his top deck if he didn't get Iono'd. So if he didn't have a way to draw, but like, you don't know that. Brad doesn't know all of that. So
yeah,
the Iono is 100% correct. It just always feels bad to Iono your opponent when you know they don't have it.
And as much as the tournaments have grown, the production has grown, it is nice to just see some over-the-shoulder, watching the table kind of Pokemon. And shout out, of course, to our casters out on the floor, Kyle Sablehouse, giving us some eyes on the game state, helping us kind of track what was going on there, because we didn't have all of our fancy bells and whistles this time around, folks, but still a fantastic tail end to that Gardevoir mirror match. Came down to the wire, Game 3. If your run is going to be ended in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, I think that that's probably how the best you could accept is a mirror match where it comes down to one prize card remaining, one potential final top deck, and it went in Cal Connor's way.
And that means we finally get to see the updated bracket with our top 4 competitors. We will be having our match starting here at the stage very soon. We have Liam Halliburton against Rahul Reddy, 3 Gardevoir decks, Calvin Connor against Aban, that Gardevoir mirror match. I mean, it's all on Zorg, right? Zorg has a chance to make history, become one of the 2 decks that have won a tournament since rotation happened. That is not Gardevoir, the only other example being Raging Bolt by Christian Labella back last season. But since rotation, Gardevoir has dominated every single event. Zorg has a chance to change that this weekend, but we're gonna be watching Calvin versus Aban. Aban once again on stream played that Golden Go match flawlessly, did really, really well, and it's gonna be, I think, well, we'll see what Gardevoir decks these 2 have in store for us. I don't know, a Gardevoir mirror, we just saw how back and forth it was, and we're about to watch one more really high-level Gardevoir mirror match.
And this will potentially demonstrate the subtle nuances and differences of Gardevoir builds as more players have picked up the deck, have recognized its power, have begun to practice and train with the deck. Of course, you're going to get a splintering of deck building philosophy and how the meta should be approached. Well, all the Gardevoir players seem to have arrived at the same conclusion that I don't need Shaman, though, it's totally fine. And we'll see where it goes from there. Is it aggressive with rare candies, TM evolutions? Are you playing more defensive, more disruptive with the Jellicent EX? At the end of the day, you have to remember specifically for the mirror match, things like Screamtail, things like Monkey Dory are incredibly important. So hopefully players are able to get their Monkey Dories and their Darkness Energies properly set up along the way while navigating all of the intricacies and traps that can be set by their opponent's Gardevoir deck.
And I think if you watch this game, you're thinking, okay, well, I mean, Shaman not only protects from like the Wellspring Ogerpon, but also protects from Screamtail, so perhaps it's a good enough addition. However, because there's all this Monkey Dory damage flying around, Shaman just gets caught in the crossfire, and it's just gonna go down. That 80 HP, eventually it's gonna be able to be removed during your turn, and then you're free to continue with the Screamtail KOs on the bench. So I think that's part of the reason why Shaman is less effective or not as played right now, because it can just be taken down by a boss's orders. It cannot be searched for by Buddy Puffin. That's another important thing. Like that 80 HP actually works against Shaman because it's not as easily accessible as you would like it to be. So it's not just like you get a Buddy Puffin and you're protected from any bench damage. You need something extra on top of the Buddy Puffin to have your Pokemon set, your 70 HP Pokemon set up, whether it's Dreepy, whether it's Ralt, whether it's Charmander, Pidgey, whatever it is, and you need something else, Artisan or Nest Ball or Ultra Ball, to establish the Shaman. And there's also the possibility that it could be living in your prize cards for that game.
And that's such a great point. You have Artisan, you're going to grab Shaman? No, you're going to grab Ralts or Monkey Dory. That's foundational to even pretend that you can play the matchup.
Yeah, so Shaman definitely has its space in the meta, but bench space is at a premium, deck space is at a premium, and a lot of these players just saying, you know what, I'm just going to wing it. There's no need for Shaman. Terrabox is not real. And here we are with, I don't know how many Gardevoir EXs in top 8 and very few or no Terraboxes as well.
Shaman is not needed. Gardevoir players since the dawn of time had said, nah, I'll just outplay or I'll dodge the bad matchup. And that's in air quotes, people, the bad matchup for Gardevoir. We'll see if Liam Halliburton is going to show us true. Every time he's been showcased on stream, it's been versus Dragapult. So we have not borne witness to the Zoroark versus Gardevoir matchup yet. There is potential to see one for the finals if Liam can go up against Rahul ready and arise victorious.
Yeah, it's all on Rahul to stop Zoroark and have Gardevoir be guaranteed another win. But honestly, I mean, Zoroark being a dark type, the high HP, everything's definitely, like, if I were a betting man, my money would definitely be on Zoroark EX taking this event. But you never know. I mean,
never know.
The
Certainly.
lock of the draw, the starting hands, the decision making that either player could have, the cards in Rahul's deck that could help him achieve victory. Like, there's so many, and I think that's part of the reason why the Pokemon trading card game is such a fantastic game, because you can never count anyone out, whether it's by luck, whether it's by skill, whether it's by decision making, mistakes, whatever it is. You always have a chance regardless of the matchup. It's not like your opponent flips over as a rule and you shake their hand and go pick up your trophy, right? It's
Exactly.
Like,
you still have to play the games.
Yeah.
You still have to execute. And supposing that Liam Halliburton takes down this whole tournament, that's not necessarily going to cement Zoroark EX as the deck to beat Gardevoir, because Gardevoir still has so many tools in its repertoire that I can just pivot back into. Maybe it just starts going aggressive and starts taking out Zoruas before they can evolve or something. Maybe Drifloon comes through to start getting some of these bigger KO numbers that Gardevoir tended to take when the meta called for it. But right now, moving damage counters around, getting multi-prize turns, chipping away at your opponent's board, sort of forcing other decks to give up space for Monkey Dory and Darkness Energy as well. Gardevoir is such a powerful deck that it literally forces other decks to change just because of its presence.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Monkey Dory, I feel like, is in more decks than it normally would be, just because if your opponent has Monkey Dory, you probably need your own. Otherwise, you're at a disadvantage. Your opponent has 2 Monkey Dories, you probably need to match with them with at least 1. If your opponent has triple Monkey Dory and you don't have any, you're probably in a lot of trouble.
The bombardment will begin. The Adrenabrain will not let up. And you think you have the game in the bag. You think you have time. And we've seen the power of a triple Adrenabrain, right? 90 damage that you didn't account for, setting up a 3-prize or 4-prize turn. And you think you have the time against Gardevoir. You consider it to be a slow deck, and suddenly it just turns up the gas on you.
Yeah, Monkey Dory is such a crazy powerful card, and when you combine it with, I mean, another big feature of Monkey Dory is the fact that it becomes even stronger if you can self-generate damage. That's why combining with Frostless was everyone's first intuition. Another card from Twilight Masquerade, by the way. Frostless, just a very nice way to get damage on your opponent's side of the board and on your side of the board to then continue to send back. And then Gardevoir, of course, the perfect partner. Monkey Dory is a psychic Pokemon. You can damage that, you can damage yourself, and all of that damage all of a sudden becomes an asset, whereas it used to be a drawback, essentially.
Yes, the Frostless Monkey Dory engine has given rise to just separate rogue archetypes, right? We remember the Feraligatr deck that was using it. Players would just run actually Frostless and Monkey Dory and Mimikyu, setting up for these TM Devolution plays. And Gardevoir just can kind of wrap up this whole package into it whenever it needs to. Devolution weaves in and out of the deck with the ebb and flow of the metagame.
Now, we are setting up our top 4 match. We should be getting that ready. I see our crowd already there watching. I see some plushies flying in the back. I love that, in the front as well. So yeah, I'm sure we're all excited. We're all excited to get this match running and see all those Screamtails and all that Monkey Dory damage flying around from one side of the board to the other.
This is going to be a treat. I think that this is one of the first Gardevoir mirror matches that we've shown on stream, maybe the second one, but we kind of knew that this was going to happen at least once in our top 8. We saw the tail end of one, but now we get to see the origin of a new best of 3. See how the players are going to feel each other out in game 1 and make those adaptations in game number 2 and game number 3. Calvin Connor coming right immediately off of a mirror match is kind of already in the mindset of fixing damage, going for strategies, while Aban maybe has some time to rest, really recuperate, and we'll see which idea maybe benefits which player. Being warmed up or having some time to rest and meditate before going into a big match such as this.
Yeah, hot or cold, right? Calvin coming from that very clutch victory against Brad, high-level opponent, high-level game. You pull it off, you're feeling good. Aban, time to chill, had time to relax, perhaps even watch the previous game, see some of his opponent's moves from this earlier round. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know which one you would prefer. I feel like if I'm already in the rhythm of things, I'd rather just keep going, right? Yeah. But, I mean, different styles for different people, and we'll see if that has, I doubt it will have any big effect on either player. Both are very seasoned competitors. Aban, a regional winner last weekend, but a very accomplished player overall. Even before that, Calvin Connor, a regional winner from last season as well. Very accomplished player outside of that as well. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Liam Halliburton, former world champion in the seniors division and regional winner from 2 seasons ago. And then I think Rahul is the only person left in that 4 who hasn't won a regional, which is crazy to say.
And it might be his time. I know that he's got a big hurdle, right, in Liam Halliburton, but whichever Gardevoir makes it to the finals would theoretically have to go through one bad matchup, one Zoroark, one really decked out Dragapult. Who knows? Gardevoir has the biggest target on its back out of any deck in recent history, I would say. There's so many theoretical possibilities to counter this list, but Gardevoir always...
Always pull through.
Always wins through, exactly.
Now we are seeing some accolades of these players that I was talking about. Both are regional champions, Aban in Monterrey, Calvin in Toronto last season. Calvin also getting top 16 at Worlds just under a month ago, pretty much. Getting top 16 at London Worlds as well, and top 4 at NAIC, whereas Aban has a good accumulation of regional accolades. 2 top 8s last season, 1 top 8 2 seasons ago, and a regional win already this season with another top 4, right? So already this season, he's had better accomplishments than every other season beforehand.
And that's what it takes, right? Play good deck, go to tournament, maybe just outskill your opponents. We'll see, because there's 2 sides of the player base. The prodigies, the people who are aging up from the seniors division into masters, taking the game very seriously. There's so many learning resources nowadays where you can get brought up to speed, so to speak, on the game, on the meta, how these decks really flow and operate at a high level very quickly. But, you know, it's not necessarily going to teach the unteachable. Just having the mental and physical endurance to play all the way to this moment in the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Prizes down. Aban, no secret box. Cal Connor, much nicer prizes, missing a couple Psychics, and a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, the energy, definitely a very important resource that seems like Calvin will not have access to throughout the early and the middle stages of the game. Being 2 Psychic down means you get 5 to play with, which 5 is still plenty, but also doesn't let you accumulate like 5 on a Screamtail, and then it leaves you very vulnerable to a counter-catcher play onto your Gardevoir of sorts. And I mean, that might be a risk that Cal has to take at some point, or if the energy gets spread somehow. Starting Mew EX for Aban, it also means there's already a 2-prize liability that can be picked off by Screamtail right off the bat or at any moment by Calvin. So that's going to be a pretty big target for Cal to go hunt for towards the end of the game as resources are utilized and as we get into a more scrappy situation.
Mew EX is a liability in this matchup for sure. Does give some free pivots. We'll see if it does matter in the long run. But for now, Aban's just going to open things up with Earthen Vessel, discards the Psychic Energy, search the deck for 2 more. There's always a chance you get 2 Psychic, maybe a Psychic and a Dark, but we can see Aban already taking stock of where are all my Monkey Dories, where are all my Darkness Energies, what's my Jellicent looking like, and figuring out basically the entire prize map, the entire matchup from here. This has been Aban's signature. It's essentially taking stock of the entire game right away and leaning very heavily into that game plan.
the big card here missing for Aban is definitely that secret box that you mentioned was prized. We saw Aban start back-to-back raw secret box, I think, in the top 8 games. Now it's no longer accessible whatsoever. We see only one Psychic getting picked out from the deck. I see Bravery Charm. I saw maybe a couple Night Stretchers. I don't know what else he has in his hand. Choosing only one Psychic means you're not thinning as much as you possibly could. There's no rolls that hit the board either, so...
And Calvin is benching. This is just a pass.
Yeah, it was a search for Psychic and nothing else. Call already on his turn as we are advancing this game. He's going to have the Arven, and guess what he's going to be able to search for? That secret box.
Incredible. When you're going second, having access to a supporter, access to Arven, opens up the possibilities to gain Secret Box, and this is going to snowball even further, folks. Getting the Earthen Vessel for energies, getting the TM Evolution, getting Kirlia's down immediately.
Yeah, pretty good find here for Call that turn 1 Arven. Like, these 6 are not focused on Arven, but when you have that Arven turn 1 into the Secret Box, that's pretty powerful. We do see that Calvin is playing 2 Arven. Aban is playing 3, so a little bit of higher focus, a little bit of increased chance of having that turn 1 secret box that is so coveted.
And even though Calvin is in such a massive position to take over this game, immediately get a strong setup, still has to do his due diligence. Search the deck, check the prize cards, figure out where the Monkey Dories are. This is going to be a slow turn technically. You know, you're just evolving some Pokemon, getting your threats established, getting your engines up and running. But maybe Aban can say, okay, well, maybe I can strand something. Maybe I can lean into Frillish, get some item locking going, slow you down completely. And Calvin Connor wants to avoid some small percentage scenario like that at all costs. Secret Box is indeed grabbed, of course. Needs to make another tough decision about which 3 cards to discard to achieve this powerful effect.
Yeah, having a tough time deciding in this particular spot. He is playing 2 copies of Technical Machine Evolution, so I'm surprised Technical Machine Evolution isn't one of those cards hitting the discard pile. He's definitely having a rough time. He's considering Bravery Charm over the Technical Machine Evolution. Maybe thinking that if Aban has an Iono and the Technical Machine, well, no, he's going to use it now, right? So the other Kirlia is available. Yeah, I mean, Call choosing the Kirlia, the Artisan, and the Fez, keeping that Technical Machine Evolution in hand. Now he has 2. He's going for a research for next turn in case Aban's hand is not very powerful. He'd rather go for the research instead of the Iono. And I'm sure we're going to see, yeah, an Earthen Vessel here in order to get the energy needed for the Technical Machine Evolution, which will probably be the discard of choice. So we are seeing one. No, it's going to be the Artisan.
Ooh, okay. So is keeping double TM Evolution going to try to just turbo into a Gardevoir EX, perhaps? And by discarding the Artisan, Calvin Connor is trying to make a bad situation worse for his opponent. You didn't bench any Pokemon. I'm not going to give you any help. You've got to draw out of the situation yourself. Darkness Energy attached to Monkey Dory. TM Evolution also attached. There's just one route. Kirlia was discarded, but the second one is, of course, still in the deck. There's an Evolution, and it's back over to Aban Ahmed. Can he fight back with just a Mew EX in play, essentially completely skipping his first turn?
My goodness, he top-decked a Psychic Energy, maybe the one that he chose not to grab off of that Earthen Vessel. His hand is
don't do it like that.
Dead. Yeah, I mean, I don't know which
He's
Psychic
smiling.
Energy.
Maybe he realizes that there was a small percentage there to thin one more energy, perhaps hoping that his opponent, surely my opponent's just going to play Iono or put an Artisan down. Sometimes you wonder your opponent needs to do a setup, passes, another TM Evo. I can't even see when Aban is ending his turn because there's nothing to be done.
You see Bravery Charm onto the Kirlia just in case. You never know. Aban asking him why he didn't play the Iono instead of the research. We see the Ultra Ball, and we actually, that's game. Ultra Ball for Gardevoir EX. Discard the 3rd Psychic. Power up Gardevoir EX with Psychic Embrace, and that's going to be game 1 in this top 4 match, Adam.
Calvin Connor comes into game 1 hot off of his win in top 8, moves into top 4, and takes it down. Aban Ahmed finding Gardevoir's worst opponent, dead draws in the opener.
Yep, dead draw can be pretty brutal. And, I mean, I think he had like double counter catcher, bravery charm, psychic energies, rescue stretcher, a night stretcher, pardon me, and maybe something else. I don't know.
Cal Connor was
great here. Yeah.
was so thankful to play solitaire that game. Aban played Earthen Vessel, and that's it. Didn't even attach the energy.
Didn't even attach the energy. Didn't even use the full value of the Earthen Vessel to fully thin his deck. I mean, at that point, one extra card, more or less, percentage-wise is not very impactful. It always feels bad when you choose not to thin a card and then you top deck exactly a card. I mean, it could have been any of the other psychic energies.
I'd like to believe it was exactly.
I'd like to believe that too.
The psychic energy. What a punish. Unbelievable. How could he have not seen the future? But I do truly believe that Aban was expecting his opponent to probably just put an Artisan down just for the sake of their own setup. Sometimes your opponent seems to have a dead hand, but it's just because they have a really powerful supporter that's going to open up that hand on the next turn. But Calvin Connor took the read and said, I'm not giving you any help. Good luck, bro. Earthen Vessel to now kick things off. Calvin Connor with routes in the active spot. Discards a Psychic, always the best discard target early to find 2 more energy from the deck. Aban, meanwhile, starting with Monkey Dory. 1 Psychic is grabbed. Are you going to find another one?
I thought we were going to have a reverse situation where Calvin's hand was not great and he was just going to have the rolls, but did see an Iono in his hand, so he's definitely going to be able to see at least a few more cards next turn to hopefully set up and find other resources. Now, in terms of prizes, Countercatcher being priced could be detrimental. The Bravery Charm as well. And the 3rd Monkey Dory, probably not a big deal. It's actually the 4th Monkey Dory. There's 4 copies of Monkey Dory here in Calvin's deck.
Yeah, Calvin Connor on the 4 Darkness, 4 Monkey Dory. A lot of Gardevoir players have backed off of these counts just to open up a couple more slots, have some more play, find a way to squeeze in counter catchers and bravery charms that are now at a premium for this metagame. But Cal Connor sticking to his guns, 4 Monkey Dory, 4 Darkness, 2 bravery charm.
8 Psychic. That's also a little bit off the norm. I mean, we saw 8 Psychic, 4 Earthen Vessel do really well in Monterey, where Aban won, and in Frankfurt, where Rune won. And we're seeing Calvin like have a mishmash of all the Gardevoir variants. 4 Monkey Dory, extra Psychic Energy, extra Darkness Energy, extra Bravery Charms. These Gardevoir players are just all over the place today.
This is a very aggressive take on the mirror match. Just going to be an attach to Ralts, and Aban is already off to the races. Knows that this is going to go to a game 3. I'm going to need all the time in the world immediately. Ultra Ball, searching through the deck, evaluating the prizes, and what's the pickup here? Maybe a Ralts of his own.
Yeah, you can tell he's not like very, very happy about what happened in the previous game. He has no more margin for error to advance to the finals, right? Whereas Calvin can lose a very close, fully drawn out game and still have another chance where he will also get to choose who goes first and what happens. Now,
is that a Frillish?
Yeah, that is a Frillish being grabbed by the Ultra Ball. Jellicent DX is priced. Copy of Rare Candy is also priced. So Aban really favoring those early Frillish to stop your opponent from attacking or advancing their game state. It's almost like this is Body version 2.0, right? We have the item lock, really deny, and I mean, Body is usually how you give yourself a chance against Gardevoir as a Dragapult deck, so why not try to use that very same advantage? It's the differential, right? The difference between Calvin's deck and Aban's deck is that there's item lock on one side, there's no item lock on the other.
Yeah, exactly. 2 different ideas, opposed ideas on how to approach the mirror match. Keep my opponent from playing, or just have the potential for explosive early aggression and momentum. The extra Monkey Dories and the extra Psychic Energies translate directly to damage output, being able to deflect the counter attacks that your opponent are trying to put up to stop your momentum. Monkey Dory in the active spot finds Air Balloon, can retreat into Frillish, plus routes and a Professor's Research. 7 fresh cards, massive. Turn 2 from Aban, going to conclude with Oceanic Gloom for item lock.
I mean, already a huge, huge difference from the first game, right? We've already played 10 more cards than we did in that very first game. We see the Oceanic Gloom for 20, and now it's on Calvin to do stuff, and there's no more Nest Ball available. Secret Box cannot be played. Ultra Ball cannot be played. Rare Candy cannot be played either, so we cannot have an explosive turn 1 aggression. We see the Iono. Call needs a lot of help here.
can retreat the Ralts. There might be another energy to just manually attach to Clefairy. Kirlia evolves in the active and retreats.
Yep.
Lily's Clefairy EX enters the active spot. Full Moon Rondo does 20 damage plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon. There is enough bench space Pokemon on the bench for Full Moon Rondo to take the knockout, but doesn't have the energy attached, passes over Aban, already going full throttle with his own game plan. Frillish number 2, Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy. Professor's Research, 7 more cards. It just, the gap gets wider and wider. This double Frillish strategy, we saw shades of this in Aban's match versus Goldengo, and now in the Gardevoir mirror, it's bearing fruit.
With Jellicent DX being prized, there's not a huge threat we can pose. I mean, we already attached energy to Monkey Dory, so we weren't going to be able to attack with it anyways. Just going to establish the Kirlia, but Aban very close to going all cylinders. If Call doesn't get much help here, he could be down 2 prize cards, or we could see a Screamtail snipe this Kirlia and leave Calvin with nothing on the board.
Absolutely devastating.
Huge find
Artisan off the top.
Into an Iono. Aban hadn't even finished shuffling his deck. Both players playing at a super fast pace, which honestly I love to see.
Yeah, we know that this matchup can get very, very intricate when it comes down to the wire in the final stages of the game. And while the pressure is off, so to speak, while the plays are still a little bit more straightforward, the players are confidently executing on the lines that are going to give them the best chance to hang on in this match. Calvin Connor's back is completely against the wall. He's got Gardevoir EX now. This is going to keep his Psychic Embraces going, and I think he's only got 1 Psychic in the discard so far.
Yep. The item log is actually saving this Kirlia right now. Otherwise, if Gal could play item cards, could play that secret box that he found, he could get another Psychic in the discard pile, grab Screamtail, and snipe his opponent's only Kirlia in play with no backup Ralts either. We are seeing the Screamtail anyways, though, so are we planning on sniping the other Frillish? Are we just going to take the knockout on the active, perhaps, so that the Clefairy is not exposed in the active spot? Now that we've set up the Gardevoir, that's pretty well protected. Like, Gardevoir decks right now lack an option to do huge damage outside of Clefairy X.
So 3
Oh,
Psychic...
there's 3!
Ooh, I missed that one. Okay, Calvin Connor, 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
Vessel from the beginning. That discarded 1, the retreat discarded 2. And then this next retreat discarded the 3rd. So Kirlia goes down, Screamtail and Gardevoir already up, and now Aban has the item lock, but doesn't have anything else.
Well played. Okay, Aban is maybe having to pivot massively from this point. Now that Screamtail is in the active, Aban has to respond. It has 30 HP remaining, which does mean that Oceanic Gloom is not going to take it down.
There's only 1 Ralt available because the 3rd copy of Ralts is prized. There's 1 in the discard pile, 1 is right here, and there's 1 in the prize cards over there. So that means if Aban can't bench 2 Ralts at once, Screamtail can't just snipe these Ralts forever, but Aban probably gonna be going ahead and grabbing either Superrod or Night Stretcher to make sure that he has 2 Ralts down, therefore guaranteeing that at least one of them survives the turn.
Incredible. I thought Aban was going to run away with this game, and Calvin Connor swings the game on a dime. Thanks to the Screamtail having just enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile to snipe that Kirlia, and now Aban has to play responsive. Night Stretcher is indeed found, 2 routes on the bench. Screamtail, not too much of a threat at this point to keep Gardevoir contained.
Now there's 2 Ralts on the board. Thankfully, this 20 extra damage is actually going to help Calvin do even more damage. Not that he needs it, everything was in range of that Roaring Scream already, but could be a little bit of extra damage for Monkey Dory. We're going to start seeing that. So now that there's 2 Ralts in play, and you get no benefit really from knocking out either one, because the other one remains, then you can probably snipe your opponent's Monkey Dory, therefore giving you the Monkey Dory advantage. However, because there's still Ralts, if you snipe one, you're asking Aban, do you have Rare Candy Gardevoir? Otherwise, I'm going to stop you from getting Gardevoir at all. So there is definitely merit to perhaps sniping a Ralts, but you know Aban also searched for Secret Box last turn. So Calvin going for that Monkey Dory denial. We're going to see Rare Candy Gardevoir, and we're finally going to see Aban get into the board, but he's already 2 prizes behind that.
Yeah, taking 2 prizes while also prioritizing, trying to get ahead in the Monkey Dory setup is so important. I think really means that he's sticking to his philosophy for the mirror match of being aggressive, maintaining a forward stance, and building up pressure on the opponent. Aban Ahmed uses Secret Box, discards, looks to be Mew EX, Screamtail, and Technical Machine Evolution, picks up Professor's Research, Artisan, can get an item and a tool as well. Earthen Vessel being searched, and Air Balloon already in play. Is Bravery Charm available?
For a second, I thought we didn't have Ultra Ball, so we couldn't search for Gardevoir, but the last remaining Ultra Ball that's available to us right now is in the hand. So otherwise, there's one prize, 2 have been played, I believe. There's none left in the deck, but the last one is in the hand. Now, do we have enough cards to discard? It's going to be, the Artisan for, yeah, we definitely have. So Artisan discarded, 2 Psychics found, and those get discarded with the Ultra Ball. We have a Dark Energy as well for our Monkey Dory, so there will be a pretty big response here from Aban. He can also just knock out this Screamtail with Adrenabrain since it only has 10 HP left and get an attack off against something over on Call's side. Probably the Monkey Dory. I don't think Call is going to give him the 2 prizes from Clefairy EX.
Whenever we count out a player, they find the line, they already have it in their minds, in their lines of Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX. Artisan has to be used now. Picking up another Monkey Dory, just replacing the one that went down. Pulling ahead once more. This tug of war, this back of forth is so important.
The man has in his hand Research, Darkness Energy, and Bravery Charm, which all go down to the Monkey Dory and a fresh 7 new cards.
These researches are so filthy.
Yeah, they really are. Gardevoir players just have such a big advantage when Research gets played. Only 2 energy in the discard pile. No, there's 4. Yeah, I was wondering where they all went.
4 Psychic Energy to work with in the discard pile, 1 being assigned thanks to Psychic Embrace, already stacking up damage for Monkey Dory to reassign. Adrenabrain number 1 is used, and 1 damage counter goes to Screamtail for the knockout. 1 prize card for Aban Ahmed.
And it was the Jellicent EX. The Jellicent EX was grabbed off the prize cards, immediately slammed into the table out of excitement. And, I mean, Call hadn't even promoted, so now he has the piece of information that the Jellicent EX is coming. Probably wasn't going to change the decision, but yeah, a lot of excitement there shown by Aban. A little preemptive there.
Monkey Dory now in the active. We thought that Calvin Connor could pull ahead, could put down some pressure. That Screamtail, so important to just take down a Monkey Dory, taking down Curlia. But after recovering, thanks to the double Ralts, Aban is back at it with Oceanic Curse in the active spot. Calvin Connor needs to somehow take down this big jellyfish with no items and no tools.
And this is huge. Like, Aban might actually choose not to KO here, just deal 80 damage. There's no dark energy put there. And, like, if he committed all energies, all 4 energy to do 160 damage with Power Press and get the KO onto this Monkey Dory, he would have no more energy left over in his discard pile, and with 1 Psychic being prized, that could potentially cause him problems in terms of retreating, finding that last energy to be able to get that Gardevoir out of the active eventually. I mean, with the item lock, he's pretty safe from Counter Catcher, but you never know when your opponent decides to play a copy of Boss's Orders instead of Counter Catcher, and I don't think either of these players knows their exact 60 cards.
Monkey Dory going to retreat, Artisan giving a lot of help to both players. It's Psychic Embrace for 2 Psychic Energy, setting up a Mind Bend.
My goodness, now the Monkey Dory on the bench can be knocked out by Adrenabrain. The active Monkey Dory could go down as well. The confusion is certainly annoying to deal with at this point in time. You can just go out into your Frillish, keep the item lock that is clearly hurting Call quite a bit, and still get a knockout.
Darkness Energy picked up from Earthen Vessel, attached to Monkey Dory. There's 2 Adrenabrains available for Aban. 1 goes to knock out the benched Monkey Dory with 10, once again, 10 HP remaining, gets knocked out. Another prize card to Aban Ahmed, and another one to be taken after an attack is announced.
And the Ultra Ball of the prize cards is actually huge. If the Curlia is still in the deck, you can get your backup Gardevoir as well, and gives you a bit more freedom to use the active, the one already on the bench, and just goes for the coin flip.
Wow, goes off the table. Another coin flip, Tails.
Tails, not really fearing that 60 damage from the Monkey Dory. Tried to get the KO, that's fine. He's really valuing having this item lock down.
And Jellicent can damage itself at Confusion if it wants, because you're planning on sending any residual damage over to your opponent's side of the board. Typically, this would be a big detriment, but Aban is okay with either outcome. Monkey Dory retreats from the active spot now. But what takes its place? 220 damage on Jellicent EX. With a little bit of help, Gardevoir EX can take this down.
Yep, does have access to Monkey Dory. Did top deck a Dark Energy, I believe. So it's going to be just enough to take down this Jellicent EX with 220 damage total after Adrenabrain and with Miracle Force.
Math works out perfectly. Jellicent EX goes down, and Calvin Connor still trying to hang on in this match by putting a big amount of HP and a lot of pressure in the active spot. One Darkness Energy attached to Monkey Dory. Both sides currently even on Adrenabrain numbers. Healing the Gardevoir, very important here.
Taking a knockout on the Jellicent EX. Very nicely done. Huge hand for Aban, though. Can probably pull off whatever he needs. He might be able to just get back the Jellicent, keep that pressure, keep the item lock, and now with that combined with an Iono 2-2, whilst using double Monkey Dory to take down his opponent's damaged Monkey Dory right on the bench. I mean, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't do that. You could also counter catcher, knock out your opponent's Clefairy whilst knocking out Monkey Dory, putting you down to 1 prize card and 1 Screamtail away from winning the game.
And based on the amount of Monkey Dories, because you already have a Gardevoir EX as well, getting Iono potentially to 1 is probably fine. Jellicent recovered with Night Stretcher. Iono being showed, being considered 3 copies in the hand.
Do you play the counter catcher? I think that's what stopped him. We're going to see the counter catcher. We're going to see a Clefairy. So we're going to see a 3-prize turn, bringing the Calvin down to 2 cards in hand, bringing or keeping the item lock as well. Both players unfaced as we see them both completely concentrated. Calvin knows that if he loses this game, this is still fine. He still has another chance to walk away the winner. But this turn is huge. Double Adrenabrain, KO Monkey Dory, 160. Oh, it's actually 10 short of knocking out the Clefairy.
So send some damage over to Gardevoir EX instead.
Ooh,
TM Devo.
TM Devo. Bye-bye, Guardy.
Unreal. Another line we hadn't considered is the TMD evolution. If you know if Gardevoir, you can't attack to energy. The Lilius Clefairy is just chilling in the active. You aren't going to be able to power it up.
And we're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
This match is so dynamic. It seemed that it was in Calvin Connor's favor, and then suddenly Aban swings it back in his favor. Calvin was trying to mount a comeback, but Aban leaning into, once again, Oceanic Curse and Monkey Dory to take down every avenue back into the game. What a clean game number 2. And now as we head into game number 3, this is going to be incredibly exciting because now both players know what their opponent's about. We're going to see a lot of adjustments here, and I hope that the prize cards are kind.
I mean, game 1 was pretty much a dud game. Like, we didn't see Aban do anything, but now we saw his deck running in all cylinders. We saw the power of the item lock, that Frillish Oceanic Gloom into the Jellicent EX, and it's also especially strong against decks that usually don't play Boss's Orders, right? So Calvin had no genuine way to move that Jellicent EX from the active to the bench. Let's take a look at what happened in this game 2, which was definitely very one-sided by Aban, but Calvin was never truly out of it until that TM Devo happened.
And moving Monkey Dory damage over to take the knockout mid-turn, pulling Jellicent from the prize cards, completely shifted the match. That way you get the knockout plus Oceanic Curse, not needing to retreat into the Frillish, putting something even bigger in the active spot. Brings Calvin Connor's Gardevoir EX into the active spot to take the knockout instead. And after it was devolved into Kirlia and knocked out, there was nothing else to be said. I was wondering about a line, Pablo. If somehow Calvin Connor could get a monstrously strong setup, ton of bench vaults, etc. in play before the item lock hits, have tons of wiggle room to work with. And taking a closer look at the deck list, we've got Artisan, so a couple Nest Balls, nobody Buddy Poffin here to try to go for double Ralts. Both players trying to opt for much slower setups, but it is Aban who is at the advantage in an environment like this.
Yeah, and I mean, you really can't delay a turn 1 item lock if your opponent starts the Frillish, right? So we do see 2 Ultra Balls prized, a Kirlia and a Gardevoir, so that could definitely play into Aban struggling a little bit to set up he wants to keep the item lock, but he also wants to TM Devo as well at some point, so he's going to rely on the Jellicent as well. We see the priority on the Monkey Dory and not on the Ralts once more. I don't know what else he has in his hand currently. I think I saw a bunch of Dark Energy, I think all 3 of them in his hand. So
yeah, Aban has shown us he's not afraid to lean into the Frillish.
Yeah, Frillish is definitely his way to slow things down, give himself time to just set up and take over games. Yeah, I see 3 Dark Energies, Rare Candy, TM Devo, and an Iono. So, I mean, the Artisan is going to stick. Next turn you'll definitely be able to grab a Ralt if you need to. You could even have double Monkey Dory set up before you even have the Ralt, so you can benefit from having these 3 Dark Energies already thanks to that Artisan.
Aban has a very interesting way to track whether or not or when he can put Ralts in play. It's just how many Psychic Energies can Calvin Connor put in the discard pile? We saw he was just barely able to get over that hurdle with the Scream Tail and get the snipe, but if your opponent's under item lock, I don't know if he's going to be able to press the advantage. Ultra Ball, discarding a
Rare Candy.
Research and Rare Candy. For a second I was like, is that a luxurious cape?
No,
but
no.
These old school, beautiful, rare candies coming through. The Blue Clefairy in the active spot with the Darkness Energy. TM Evo already prepped. And Ralts considered being grabbed. And Artisan still can be used as well. So TM Evo on a double Ralt still looking very enticing right now.
Yeah, actually choosing to go the Monkey Dory route instead of the Ralts. I mean, Call has a Bravery Charm in his hand, and he's guaranteed a Ralt with this Artisan that's already in play. So I don't think he minds too much, and he's going to be able to get at least some use out of the Bravery Charm for sure. So I like that reconsideration, and I think grabbing that Ralts is like automatic pilot kicking in. I want the Ralts out, but actually evaluating fully my hand. The 2 cards left here are Research and Bravery Charm, so at least you get some use out of the Bravery Charm. But now, unlike Game 1, Call is a player that has a liability, right? He started Lily's Clefairy EX again this time around, and that's going to be a problem perhaps later down the line, just like the Mew EX could have been a problem for Aban in Game 1. It didn't end up mattering, but being forced to start a 2-prizer is never a good thing in these sort of mirror matches.
Empty hand Research. Calvin Connor also taking a page from Aban's book, getting 7 fresh cards after everything is said and done. Bravery Charm on Monkey Dory. Also taking note with 1 Darkness Energy and 2 Monkey Dory in the prize cards. Calvin Connor wants to prioritize getting Monkey Dories down. That way you can use your attachment for turn for the Darkness Energy. If Ralts enters play, gets evolved into Kirlia, you've got Gardevoir. 1 Psychic Embrace is taking over for your energy attachments for your attackers for turn. Your main attachment for turn, your once per turn from hand, can be used for Darkness Energy, and hopefully he will have the tempo of getting Darkness Energy, Adrenabrains, and throwing that damage back over.
What a turn. Double Kirlia in play off that. Ultra Ball doesn't even need the Rare Candy that he already has in his hand. And I think he has a Research to follow up. So Call's board already looking extremely, extremely developed. And guess what Aban has off of this turn? He top-decked the Secret Box, I do believe.
If you ever doubted that he wasn't going to have a strong turn, Secret Box is here to guarantee he's in this Game 3. Calvin Connor was more than happy to just get 1 Ralts, 1 Kirlia, but after the Research, finds a second Ultra Ball to discard 2 Psychic Energy and get the second Kirlia down as well. Aban now using Artisan to thin the deck, get a basic Pokemon.
I honestly think that Secret Box might not have been like an ideal top deck just because of everything in Aban's hand. Like now you're like, if you don't play it, it's a little awkward, and it can help you get like the Jellicent up and running with a TM Evo into Ralt pretty much, so that you get to keep the item lock, match your opponent's setup, but you also have a Kirlia prize. And yeah, I mean, if you have to discard the Candy and the TM Devo, the Iono is like the least useful card. Having Secret Box is always good, but at this point in time, like if it had only been the second card off the top instead of the first one and you Iono into it, then that's really strong.
Making the right decision on what to discard means that you have to see into the future accurately. And the only way to do that is if you played tons of the Gardevoir mirror. Aban has shown us time and time again that his calculations right from the opening of games will come true later on. But after the secret box resolved, Professor's Research, TM Evo, Ultra Ball, and Artisan are the pickups.
Yeah, we're going to try and do the TM. Well, we're definitely going to do TM Evo, and we're going to research as well. And so we're going to be able to evolve into a Kirlia through with item luck. But the item luck is definitely less good now than it was the previous game. I think there's already a couple Psychic in the discard pile that Carl was able to discard off the Earthen Vessel, and the Ultra Ball might be 3, actually. And we can, I mean, the hard part is now getting Gardevoir EX. You cannot Ultra Ball for Gardevoir EX as long as the Jellicent EX is in the active. So that's going to be the tough part. But if you find it, and all of a sudden you can get Screamtail through the Artisan very easily, then once again, bye-bye Kirlia.
And leaning into Jellicent can be dangerous in this specific scenario, but I don't know if Aban has any other choice. Ultra Ball discarding once more the TM Devo and Artisan. Just digging a little bit deeper now. Jellicent evolves in the active spot. And a research for 7 fresh cards.
Not even attaching the Darkness Energy to the Jellicent, risking it all on finding one, which you have pretty good odds at finding a Psychic, right? But I don't know. I don't know if I'd be brave enough to take that calculated risk that I won't whiff energy at that point in time.
And that's the boldness of these top players, sometimes taking a big risk. I want to put this Darkness Energy in the discard pile so I can get it onto a Monkey Dory much easier later. If Ralts goes down, being able to easily attach Psychic Energy to pay for Jellicent's retreat cost is going to be a tall order.
All right, Ultra Ball preemptively to get those Psychics in the discard pile. Grab that Gardevoir EX, which will be ready in the hand. Basically betting that your opponent will not have Iono, because the other Gardevoir EX is in the prize card, along with 2 Ultra Balls. So if Carl does have an Iono, and that Gardevoir EX goes to the bottom, I don't know how easy it will be to find later down the line. There's 2 Ultra Ball already played, so there will actually be no actual search available for a Gardevoir EX if it even survives the turn. We see the Gardevoir hit the board already in hand. We see the attachment for turn. If Screamtail is available, which I believe it is, that Kirlia is long gone here, Adam.
Getting rid of Kirlia, your opponent just has Jellicent in the active spot, and Calvin Connor seeing exactly what he wanted to see in game number 2, getting this early aggressive snipe, and indeed it is Screamtail with Gardevoir, and I don't know if Aban can hold back the onslaught from this point.
Yeah, Carl's setup was just too strong on that one turn where he had items. Jellicent TX, of course, is a nuisance. We're going to see the Iono on top. I mean, the Gardevoir being down in the bottom of the deck doesn't matter anymore because there won't be a Kirlia to evolve into it.
And after drawing from Iono, retreat from Lily's Clefairy, Screamtail comes into the active spot, 3 Psychic Energy attached to it, and that is plenty. Snipes on Kirlia. No items, no tool cards required. Aban Ahmed can attach for turn onto Jellicent if you want to go for Power Press. I think that's almost forced at this point. Calvin Connor won't be able to recover Screamtail at the very least without the use of item cards.
Yep, that's a pretty big deal. That means you don't need double Ralts this upcoming turn as long as that Screamtail goes down, and it's definitely going down, right? One more attachment will do the trick. That's what we're going to see. You have to stretch her for the Ralts here, right? I mean, he's considering not doing it. Are we going to see a Gardevoir less mirror match? We're not doing it. Okay.
Iono just shuffling the hand back to the bottom, wants to draw 6 before committing to Night Stretcher, is not confident that Gardevoir is going to be the key to this matchup. Is pure Jellicent the way to go? Nest Ball for Pheasantipity as well.
Okay, I guess he had guaranteed Ralts anyways with the Artisan. I was thinking one of them was priced or something. But yeah, we have guaranteed Ralts. Never mind. It was completely fine to not commit the stretcher right there. We were always guaranteed the Ralts. We get extra cards thanks to the Pheasantipity. We take down this Screamtail, and we get back those 2 Dark Energies that we had to discard in the beginning of the game, along with the Kirlia, because the other Kirlia is stuck in the prize cards and at the very top as well.
And the last time Calvin Connor was able to snipe Ralts, keep the Gardevoir under control, Aban just chilled, waited for it to come back into play, evolved up, and we'll see after Screamtail goes down if that's going to be the best outcome for Aban? Can Calvin Connor keep the pressure going? Gardevoir EX is on the bench. Plenty of attackers still to be seen, and both benches full. Lilius Clefairy has managed to survive all this time. You talked about it being a potential liability, Pablo, and I think that is the case for low HP attackers. But if you can keep up the pressure and force your opponent to be unable to choose their targets, maybe this Clefairy can stay safe and be a clutch attacker in the finale of this game number 3.
Have to see how Calvin responds to this. No more items available. This Jellicent TX very tough to take down. Confusion could be a nuisance, especially because there's no possibility of Gardevoir EX anytime soon, pretty much, for Aban. So the Confusion could put in some work here, give Calvin a breathing turn. We still have plenty of time, so I'm definitely hoping we see this game fully conclude at this point in time. And yeah, we're going to see the retreat. Is it a big Clefairy attack? I guess it is.
Lilius Clefairy in the active spot gets another Psychic attached with Psychic Embrace, and Calvin Connor has 1 Monkey Dory to move damage over.
3 damage counters on the active. Full Moon Rondo does
180, I think I'm calculating here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 160, I believe.
Oh, pardon, pardon.
140, actually. 140 damage total. With 30 from the Monkey Dory, that's when we have 100. Oh, no, yeah. 100.
Yeah, it's 20 and then 20 more for each bench.
160 total plus the 30. That's why there's 80 damage, 80 HP left on the Jellicent TX. All right, so now it's on Aban. He definitely got like this turn where he didn't get knocked out. The Ralts was guaranteed to survive. He's holding Rare Candy in his hand. Gardevoir EX at the very bottom. The other Gardevoir EX was not grabbed, but we do have Arven for that Ultra Ball, which was the prize card from the Streamtail, so that ended up working out beautifully.
Still searching the deck now, finding Bravery Charm alongside Ultra Ball from Arven. Immediately plays Ultra Ball, discards Mew EX.
And the Kirlia.
Okay, and Artisan for Monkey Dory. Gardevoir picked up from the Ultra Ball.
I wonder if that Pheasantipity on the bench will ever be a liability here for Aban. It's going to give him a very solid amount of cards throughout the game. Does have double Monkey Dory axes, and this is worst case scenario for Calvin. Aban was able to find Rare Candy. Gardevoir will be able to attach 2 more energies. That 20 damage left over on the Clefairy will guarantee that it's getting KO'd, and now Aban has 2 Adrenabrains that he can utilize onto anything he wants.
Time and time again, you count Aban Ahmed out, and he just buys some time behind Jellicent. It takes a hit. Gardevoir EX comes through with Rare Candy, and now the Adrenabrains are up and running.
Now this, by doing 6 on the Kirlia, means if Cal isn't able to set up a second Monkey Dory right here, then he can send 3 damage back, heal that Kirlia, but then Aban will just send 6 more damage and get an extra prize card that way. And that's been the theme of this weekend, right? How to get extra prizes without really fully attacking. Seeing an Iono here for Cal. Monkey Dory was in hand, but with no Darkness Energy, there's no point in benching it. And actually, the 3rd Darkness Energies in the prize cards, Cal does play 4, but it was not found right here. So that Kirlia is for sure gone next turn, along with possibly the Clefairy as well, if Aban is able to get a 3rd Monkey Dory going here.
An incredible measure against the opponent. Calvin Connor backed into a corner, and this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, right, Pablo, of forcing your opponent to Monkey Dory, forcing your opponent to move damage off of certain targets in order to preserve their board. Otherwise, if they can't, you take a massive turn. But if they're moving damage off of their board just to maintain their position, they aren't using it to pressure you, and you still maintain your advantage. So I love this 2-pronged attack, so to speak, from Aban, and Calvin Connor moves a little bit of damage over and does finally take the knockout on Jellicent EX. And once again, this is all to be done with no items and no tool cards. Calvin Connor was under a massive restriction these last couple turns, and Aban now comes roaring out from the bench with Gardevoir EX.
Interestingly enough, Calvin did grab the top 2 prizes instead of the bottom 2. And was able to grab that Darkness Energy off the top. So now it's on to Aban to see what he can make of this. He has double Monkey Dory to potentially KO the Clefairy, or utilize one to KO the Kirlia. If he can find that third Darkness Energy, which his deck doesn't have too many cards remaining, he could KO both and still be able to attack. So we see 3 damage from the Gardevoir going onto Kirlia, getting that KO, freeing up the Gardevoir EX from the prize cards. Can we... And we have the other
Earthen
Darkness
Vessel.
Energy. Or not. Where is it? Is it already in hand? Do we have a third Monkey Dory?
I think, is that in the...
Yeah,
it is in the hand.
It is in hand already. Okay, so we're just getting the Psychic into a discard pile. We're going to get the Night Stretcher. We're going to get the Jilsent. We're going to get possibly the KO on the active with 2 more Monkey Dories. And we're going to counter Catcher and continue the item lock. Yep, there we have it. There's the other Monkey Dory. Is Clefairy going down here? Do you want to keep the energy stock here to potentially prevent a retreat maybe? We'll have to see, but Aban definitely in the commanding spot here.
All of the energy and damage going to Jellicent, moves damage to Lily's Clefairy, takes 2 more prize cards, and item lock is maintained with Oceanic Curse. 4 energy on Jellicent means that Power Press does 160 damage.
What a turn. Adrenabrain really showcasing its strength, just being able to draw 3 prizes before even attacking. Down to 2 prizes for Aban, active Gardevoir EX, fully damaged. You can see it in Calvin's face. He's not happy about this. He knows the doors are closing for him.
Jellicent EX seems to be a monstrous mirror breaker. We thought that he would fall behind in the Monkey Dory attachments, but Jellicent slowing down the opponent is so devastating for this mirror. I thought that Gardevoir would be able to set up completely fine. You have Artisan. It should be fine to just evolve. You have 1 turn of maybe if using a supporter, getting TM Evo, but it's simply not enough.
I mean, we can retreat. I don't think Aban can close the game next turn, but this just doesn't feel great. We're going to see the confusion. Like, Aban's Monkey Dories are just doing more damage than Calvin is doing each turn, basically. So he can probably risk the confusion as well and be completely fine. I don't know if there's a way to close out the game just now. We don't have space for a Scream Tail, so we can't get a double knockout anywhere. We can't snipe the Gardevoir EX. There's no Professor Turo or Penny that could help us. Aban really trying to figure out exactly what to do in this situation. I feel like he's probably very close to locking this up. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't make any sort of mistake. That Bravery Charm putting in a lot of weight here.
When you are in a commanding position like this, you absolutely cannot lose focus. As the game grinds on, Aban's Monkey Dories are going to slowly take over the advantage of the game, right? Being able to move 90 damage counters, Calvin Connor only able to take advantage of moving 60 damage back.
This confusion being extremely annoying. We're going to see the triple Monkey Dory moving 90 damage. That's so much damage onto the Gardevoir EX. Do you pass here? Do you try to attack? That's a lot of damage on the Gardevoir. 90 HP left total. We're going to see the coin flip. And it's a tails. That's 0 for 2 for Aban on confusion flips so far on stream.
And that puts Jellicent down to 190 HP. Gardevoir can come into the active spot, knock it out with Miracle Force, but that still leaves Calvin Connor with just 1 prize card remaining. Meanwhile, Aban needs to just deal a pittance of damage to Gardevoir EX to take his remaining 2 prize cards and advance to the finals.
Can Calvin match the 3rd Monkey Dory? It is in play now. Can he find that Darkness Energy that he grabbed off the prize cards? He can't play item cards. That's such a big deal. So, I mean, yeah, there's 1 Darkness Energy in the discard pile. There's still 1 left in the deck because Calvin does play 4 copies. We're going to see the Arvin, but both cards will be unplayable. So basically just thinning your deck of 2 cards at this point in time. If Calvin can't find the Darkness Energy next turn and send 90 damage back, this 90 damage that Aban is sending to the Gardevoir EX, yep, the Bravery Charm cannot be played. There's no tools, there's no item possibilities. The Bravery Charm was in play since the very beginning, right, on the first turn actually. But Calvin is down to this last turn. He needs to find the Darkness Energy off the top next turn. Otherwise, that 90 damage being sent through Adrenabrain is gonna allow Aban to take the knockout.
And now, finally, after Adrenabrain, Calvin Connor Mind Bend once more for another 60 damage. Jellicent heavily damaged in the active spot. Still plenty of damage to send back over to Calvin Connor's side. The ping-ponging of damage counters in these board states for Gardevoir is where things get immensely tricky. So there is the straightforward idea of piling so much damage on one target, but then you see players go that next layer deeper of assigning a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there to make their opponents.
Tails again off of that confusion power press. Not able to get through. That's 0 for 3 here.
One more turn itself.
Yep, one more turn for Calvin here. With 60 HP remaining, if you heal twice, you're left with 120 HP. So Calvin still has one more turn. No help off the top. No possible good attacker left here at this point in time. That deniability of Oceanic Curse onto the Night Stretchers and the Super Rods and no way to move this Jellicent EX off the active is just so huge. And Calvin just 10 damage off from knocking out the Jellicent EX this turn. You have to wonder if that 90 damage wouldn't have been better spent onto the benched Monkey Dory, then the game would be over this previous turn.
And it's just a matter of figuring out where damage should go. Am I going to attack? Can I flip heads? And moves damage back. Another Mind Bend. Jellicent EX all the way down to 10 HP remaining.
Oh my goodness. Now, we can send 90 damage onto the Gardevoir. Leave it with 30 HP left and try to flip heads again. Is that being a little stubborn at this point? If we had targeted down the bench Monkey Dory, the game would have been over already. All right, we're going to see an Ultra Ball. We're going to see a little bit of thinning. I don't know if we're going to see an Iono. Like, you know your opponent doesn't have anything good, right? I mean, they have very good cards in their hand. They just can't play them. So I don't think you Iono. I think at this point, you don't attack anymore. You just say pass. You don't risk the coin flip. There's no need. And 280? Yeah, 280 damage on the Gardevoir. Yeah, we just see a pass. I do believe we just see a pass. This has to be a Dark Energy off the top, and it's not.
Mew EX and no way to thin the hand down. All of these items and tool cards clogged in the hand. Unplayable Oceanic Curse claiming another victim.
Yep. Triple Adrenabrain onto the Gardevoir EX. Calvin can only send 6 damage back, but that's going to leave 90 damage onto the Gardevoir. And I think that's going to be the game. That isn't even enough.
The accumulation of damage. We saw this several turns ago, and after Jellicent EX goes down, there's still 3 Monkey Dory on Aban's side.
And Screamtail seals it, and Aban advances to the finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
An incredible mirror match, even after a disastrous game number 1 put him behind. Aban Ahmed brings it back 2-0 in dominant fashion. Every time I thought that he was going to be behind or struggle whatsoever, immediately flips the game on a dime.
No margin for error, and he didn't make a single one. Aban, everything was calculated. That new EX game, it's like it never happened. Adam, a quick, swift 2-0. Very well done. Every damage counter perfectly placed. Let's take a look at what happened in this series, because it was one for the ages.
Yeah, Monkey Dory, TM Evo. I love this. Thinning everything down for Professor's research. And Screamtail gets knocked out. Jellicent pulled off of the prize cards. Beautiful multi-prize turn. Another Monkey Dory goes down and didn't even need to flip heads. The confusion was sticking. Calvin Connor was getting all the potentially lucky flips in the world to keep Jellicent under control, but it was just the inevitability of Monkey Dory and Adrenabrain.
Jellicent EX of the prize in Game 2 was so clutch, and then Jellicent EX being the MVP. I guess that's why Aban just completely prioritized Jellicent EX over and over and over, and that Frillish, right? Even over the Waltz at some points, like just making sure you keep the item lock basically the whole game, and that's exactly what happened. Calvin had 1 turn of items each turn, and that was it in Game 2 and Game 3. We don't talk about Game 1.
Your opponent, you know, you get the Frillish set up, you get Jellicent set up, and then you establish routes. And every time that happened, Calvin Connor had the opportunity and sniped that route and said, I'm going to deny your Gardevoir, I'm not going to let you accelerate energy. And once that happens, Aban says, okay, I knock out Screamtail,
Yep.
and you can't use items, so you can't get it back. So now my Ralts is completely free and fine to get onto the bench and then evolve slowly up. And as the game advances, without access to items, without access to tools, you're also falling behind in establishing the rest of your board. And Monkey Dory and the macro play from Aban Ahmed pays off beautifully.
Can't Earthen Vessel for the Darkness energies, can't Ultra Ball away the Psychics either. You just have to find the energies and the researches like raw without any sort of help, and that's where the deck clearly fell apart. It's what our Dragapult friends are trying to do with the Bodyu, but Freelish, it feels like it's an even stronger Bodyu at this point. And then Jealous NTX, when there's no Boss's Orders available for your opponent, it feels insane.
And I don't think that Calvin Connor could have played that matchup any differently. I think that he approached the matchup specifically the way his deck was built to do. He played very aggressively, and if Aban had slipped up at all, didn't focus on Frillish as hard, wasn't as studied up on the mirror or on this particular way to play the mirror, it probably could have gone in his favor very easily. So congratulations certainly to both of our players, but Aban Ahmed advances to the finals, which is coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
Step, and they are getting a knockout. They either way in. Break Queen does low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He has
in the
the
back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if it's Sparkling Arch going to be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow!
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt.
It's lightning energy.
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive's being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game, it's over!
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer.
Oh,
no,
survive!
Here comes the KO. Now the Counter X Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, Aban!
Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge
I don't think it's going to take it.
And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO, and Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chi-Yu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
It is time, Pokemon fans, for our final match for the trading card game Masters Division here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The regional championships has just one single game remaining. One single game to decide who will be a champion. Our two competitors are at the stage and ready to kick things off. Liam Halliburton on the left, Aban Ahmed on the right. My name is Chip Ritchie, and I'm joined here by Kyle Sablehouse to take you through this exciting finals match.
Yeah, what a match we have. I feel like we've been foreshadowing this the entire tournament, but here we are. Liam Halliburton on an undefeated run with Enz Zoroark here with a world championship under his belt in the senior division 2022. Some great results here over the last few years, but nothing like this. He's back at a big stage, and he's got the deck he's looking for. Gardevoir waiting on the other side, but it may have a little more accomplishments than he was ready for.
Yeah, Aban Ahmed on the right side of the table is just 1 week removed from his champion title at the Monterrey Regional Championships in Mexico. That's right, and with the same archetype as well. Gardevoir EX last weekend and Gardevoir EX this weekend, but some things have changed.
Yeah, sprinkling in the Jellicent there as a counter to some of the mirror matches he ran into. We've seen how effective that's been. And sometimes, some ways, the item lock does its job, it slows things down. You can certainly see how that could make an impact here, slowing down the setup from Liam. Is that what we're looking at, or is it going to be the Dark deck taking down Gardevoir once more?
And we're not going to sugarcoat it here too much, folks. This is a very, very good matchup for Liam. His deck is extremely favored into the archetype that Aban has chosen to bring this weekend. Aban even joked earlier backstage that he was playing for second place at this point because he knows this matchup is extremely tough. But if there is a way to navigate the board position that Aban finds himself in that will put him in a spot to potentially sneak out a champion title, you know he's going to capitalize.
7-0-1 against Gardevoir. He's seen so many of them. The only tie was to bring one into the top cut with him. Liam Halliburton knows exactly what he's doing with this matchup, and he is prepared. Both players in great spirits as we see what is at store here. This is looking like we've seen some mulligans, however, and you do not want to give any ammunition to Liam.
As if the matchup wasn't bad enough, Liam is going to have extra cards to work with after these prize cards go out. And worth noting, like you mentioned, 7-0-1 Liam is this weekend against Gardevoir, but he has also defeated Rahul Reddy twice this weekend, and Rahul was playing the same 60 cards as Aban. He knows the 60 that he's up against inside and out, and this could be a big factor here. These prize cards being laid out for both of these players.
Okay.
Both of Liam's ends PP up in the prize cards. That could be a little cause for concern potentially, but nothing too bad.
And as we see the one copy of Boss's orders there from Liam, he has two in the deck, but as you think about ways to work around Jellicent, if this were to be the main strategy for Aban, that is one lost in the prizes for now.
Dark Energy, Psychic Energy, the Vessel, a couple of pieces, nothing too bad really for either player. Hopefully we'll have a good, clean, fair fight. We'll have to see as the game progresses here who's going first, who's going second. These are big, important pieces for both of these setup-based decks. And I think it is time, folks. Let's hear it for both of our finalists, and let's get into this final match. And it does appear that Aban will be the one kicking things off. Frillish in his active spot. Liam on the other side of the table. Ins Reshiram up in his active. Aban does find a nest ball immediately, and we'll take a moment to now check his prize cards. The Frillish start, I have to imagine, is pretty good for him.
Yeah, this lines up so well. If you have the energy to go along with this, you are threatening early and often that Jellicent. We see it in the deck there. He's getting a great look at his resources for the game, and you have the item lock that you've been looking for. This slows down a lot of plays. We see even the Dragon Ball players in this matchup against Enzor continually leaning into that Itchy Pollen, trying to slow things down, maybe avoid that one Zoroark, whatever it may be, and then you can start to pounce.
Nest Ball will find a route. It's of course important to get that Pokemon established, as Gardevoir EX, the namesake of this archetype, is the most important Pokemon for Aban to get into play. But he does need to be mindful about when it comes down because it is weak to dark. And that is really what makes this matchup so difficult. All of Aban's options are weak to dark. The Gardevoir, the Jellicent, and then even something like the Lily's Clefairy doesn't have that much HP. These Pokemon can be dealt with rather easily.
It makes you wonder if Aban has any other strategy that involves light damage input, slowing down on the items, or even trying to lock some cards in play. You have to do something unique in situations like this to remove these Pokemon before the threat is live.
What Aban needs here is for Liam to not play that many item cards this turn and not get that set up. But Liam has found the perfect item card to start with in a game of the Pokemon TCG, Buddy Poffin, as he is playing that now, searching his deck for two basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, putting them directly onto the bench. Of course, a pair of Inzarua found right away, looking to get into Inz Zoroark EX on the next turn.
Yeah, I can think of one other perfect item card to go along with this, and it's in the hand. It's
Secret Box.
It's that pink guy, and it's devastating to see, not only now, but I don't even think he really has to use it, but it'd be great to. You might as well. You have the nest ball to go along with this. I think there's another Zorua in the hand too. A full setup just waiting to go. All the items that Aban wants to avoid, he's staring at right in the face.
Yeah, Liam better play the Secret Box now because he knows he will not be able to play it on the next turn. Oceanic Gloom, the attack on the Frillish. 20 damage, and it prevents your opponent from playing any item cards on their next turn. So Liam might as well try to capitalize. And I have to imagine putting a Cyrano in his hand wouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah, we've seen this from him many times before, just loading up the hand, forcing Iono from the opponent, and you're likely to draw into something fairly reasonable if you have all of those additional cards thrown down to the bottom.
Nest Ball is the second item card played, grabbing Monkey Dory out of the deck. Of course, its Adrenabrain ability is one we will see utilized by both of these players throughout the course of this match, moving 3 damage counters from your side of the field over to your opponent's side. And Liam actually will hold off on playing the Secret Box. What do you make of that, Kyle?
Yeah, this is a bit of what I was leaning towards. It's like a hedge because you know that you can handle Jellicent fairly easily in this matchup as long as you get one good attack off, and maybe you need that Secret Box for later on in the game. It could find that whatever closeout you'll need when you're already down a few prize cards and you see an Iono.
Off the draw for Aban, see a Artisan, but I don't see a Curlia. No Ultra Ball, no way to search out evolutions, no Technical Machine evolution. So that could be a big miss here if Aban is not able to get into a Curlia to threaten a Gardevoir quickly.
Yeah, it's Frillish against the world right now, but it's where Aban's been pretty comfortable, just locking out some of those items, biding his time, and trying to find another supporter for a future turn.
Oh, and look at this. Off of Aban's Iono, Liam has found himself a pair of Ins Zoark EX. Trade is already online. He uses Artisan here not to grab a basic Pokemon from the deck, but to shuffle his deck. So now he will have access to any of those cards that were Iono to the bottom on the previous turn.
Yes, Aban, smile through the pain. That's there's definitely something coming right now. As we know, trades are online fairly soon, and there's a lot of great cards to see. It might not be attacks just yet, but we'll see it as soon as some dark energies are found.
Draw from the first trade, and now the second with the Artisan being discarded. Found the Secret Box once again, of course, unable to play that. Does look like Iono is in the hand. One thing that Liam would like to find, I'm sure, would be a Darkness Energy. But the thing with this matchup is he is not going to be that pressured. He can play a slow game, and he's going to do just that with that Professor Turo's scenario, picking up his Ins Zoroark, evolving the other Zorua into Zoroark, and look at that, he's rewarded with a Darkness Energy.
Finds the Dark Energy. It has to feel good. He even points it out to him, says, look at this. This is what happens sometimes when you make the big plays. He's got Pal Pad. He's got a bunch of resources for later on. So when you see the frivolous use of these one-of supporter cards, in this case it's a two-of, you'll see that he's definitely going to have that opportunity later on.
And what a read from Liam, by the way, to not go for the Iono in that spot. Go for the Turo, play it slower. Aban didn't do much on the other end of his Iono. He didn't play that many cards. Perhaps he gave something away with his body language as well that led to Liam not wanting to see more cards on his end because he knew his opponent didn't have much to work with.
Right, and you're completely content as Liam here, stacking up the damage on the Ends Reshiram. You will dictate when the damage starts to fly with your Monkey Dory, and when you're ready to move this Pokemon, it shouldn't be too hard. You're just going to fill your hand with trades from there on out.
Oceanic Gloom, once again, 20 more damage and no items for Liam, but he is content to just trade away these Cyranos with the pair of Zoroark he has in play. Hilda can search out another Ins Zoroark and the energy card to get an energy attachment to this Zoroark EX. If he's able to have Air Balloon here, we could see him start to attack. But as we've seen so often from Liam's games, he's willing to play it slow, wait until he has a very, very strong board, and then strike.
Right, we'll see how he feels, how comfortable he is right now. He has not seen very much from Aban. This might be a moment where you feel comfortable. It's just a Ralts, a Lily's Clefairy, not much that you're threatened by. This energy attachment means that he's ready, but still needs to move this Pokemon.
Will choose to just pass. No Air Balloon, no attack lined up, and what a draw for Aban. Professor's Research as the top deck for turn. Will be able to discard this hand and draw 7 more. The perfect card to find whenever you have nothing working for you in your hand.
A few cards would be great to see here, especially if you want to accelerate energies on the board anytime soon. Just getting the energies in the discard pile is the #1 piece, and thankfully Aban has the Psychic along with the Earthen Vessel, can thin out a little bit more here, and we'll have some dark energies to work with.
But still here, Kyle, I do not see a Curlia nor an Ultra Ball. No way to get that Pokemon into play unless Aban wanted to break his Oceanic Gloom lock and go for Technical Machine Evolution. Would that be worth it?
Oh, what items are really disrupting you at this point? You're sitting here at a 6-6 prize exchange. You don't have much else you'd be nervous about with nest balls or anything like that. So if you did want to take a turn, we're getting close to that point.
Liam kicking things right back off with his turn. Trade #1 discards Toad Scroll, #2 discards Toad School, and then now one more trade looking here for potentially an Air Balloon. Getting through the deck here. There's an energy switch. I still do not see an Air Balloon.
It's taking quite a long time here to find the resources to move this Pokemon.
Oh, should there be more damage? Yeah, there should be more damage on the Inns Reshiram because of the weakness of the Lily's Clefairy EX. So it should be boosted. Yeah, I think this is right. It was hit 2 times without the Lily's Clefairy in play, and then 2 times with the Lily's Clefairy in play. So that would be the total of 100 damage on it.
Okay, well, Aban a little overplaying there with the damage counters now. Maybe not be prepared for that much damage to fly around on this side. And Liam, he may have been using Monkey Dory if that were the case, or at least eyeing up a second Monkey Dory to start shifting those counters.
Use of the Artisan from Liam just to check the deck, give it a shuffle. Yes, Air Balloons are still hiding out in there. He did use Professor Turo's Scenario earlier. He does play 2 copies, but there's just 1 remaining. That would be another way for him to get this Reshiram out of the active spot. I do wonder if he would be willing to push the advantage here if he had it available. We do see now a second Monkey Dory, 2 Adrenabrains that'll heal 60 damage from this Inns Reshiram, placing it onto the Ralts, putting some pressure on it for the next turn. Let's see what Aban is able to do.
Yeah, energy over to the Frillish now, as loading up for what would be quite a retreat, or finding that Jellicent and taking that initial attack in, loading up on that trainers that you can lock out, but just dealing some damage that could knock out this Reshiram here. Doesn't feel great, but you have that prize card available now with the damage that you have with the Lily's Clefairy.
Aban able to find a Curlia, and it will be a KO now.
He didn't mean to.
I think he did not want to KO this Inns Reshiram.
Yep, you have to.
He's announced it. He has tapped the Pokemon. He announced his attack. That is a KO. Aban wanted to leave that Pokemon locked into the active spot for a little bit longer while he tried to perhaps establish his Gardevoir EX into play. But now Zoroark is here, and Liam Halliburton is behind on prize cards. That means Counter Catcher is live. He has every play in the world available to him.
Yeah, would be if it weren't for Frillish, but at least Boss's Orders could be a nice target here. Off the Iono, still not seeing those resources just yet, but he is starting to flood the hand. Of course, now as this Pokemon's knocked out, Air Balloon's waiting for him.
He does find the Rocket's Watchtower, which could be nice to bump the Artisan over on Aban's side, just limit his access to getting more Pokemon into play. But from here, as long as Liam is finding attachments to Zoroarks turn after turn and has Air Balloons to pivot out of Monkey Dory Mind Bend plays, he's going to be feeling pretty good. But he is still playing it slow. We saw this in his game against Rahul yesterday. Just willing to pass and send Pokemon up, let them take hits, allow Aban to keep doing his thing while he just gets his board totally established.
Right, he's just whittling away at the deck. Each trade that he takes 1 useless card out of his deck until everything is perfect. And once your opponent takes some prize cards, that Iono in combination with whatever you may find, you can have that perfect Boss's Orders or whatever it may be. Great setup here too, as you don't see any target for Aban to try to lock in place.
Speaking of the lock, Aban does keep up the Oceanic Gloom with the attack. 20 damage now laid down. Liam will trade and just continue to get through his deck. I imagine what he's aiming to do here is just make sure all of the bad cards are out of his deck so that Iono from Aban does not hurt him that much.
Exactly. All these cards are basically useless for him at this point. All the items he doesn't want to see. Any combination where he's amplifying damage, moving Pokemon around, Pecharunt, binding Mochi, any of those combos. He doesn't need that this game.
He does have the ability to use Adrenabrain, move this 20 damage over to one of Aban's Pokemon. It will be the Curlia on the bench receiving that damage. Of course, Aban would be happy to and probably will just ping-pong that back over to Liam's side somewhere.
Yeah, you start to wonder, how does Aban really break this setup? There's no attack that knocks out an Zoroark at any point. Any damage that you see, it's already telegraphed. You both have the same amount of Monkey Dories to work with. And for Liam, he's got that extra bench space, and maybe he comes up with a surprise at some point, but he doesn't really need to do much else.
Yeah, and that's just a testament to how strong the matchup is for Liam. And Aban doesn't have much else to do, just a Adrenabrain, an Oceanic Gloom, and a thumbs up, and back over now to Liam.
Sometimes that's all that's left, but for Liam, he's done a great job of burning through the deck. He still has plenty of resources to work with. When he does pull the trigger, start to attack in, and this is the turn. He's got the Reshiram. He has the boss's orders. He removes the only way to accelerate energies on this side of the board. Everything telegraphed from this point forward from Aban.
And here we go, Night Joker. The attack from Zoroark EX allows you to use one of the attacks of one of your benched Ins Pokemon, copying the Virtuous Flame from the Ins Reshiram, taking the knockout. Liam has finally decided to strike.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid spot to do this too. You take that single prize KO as opposed to an EX. Now your opponent doesn't have access to a counter catcher, targeting down on a niche piece of your setup like that Monkey Dory or the Ents Reshiram. And that's basically the one way you can see Aban trying to work out this situation, is if you remove one piece of the puzzle, maybe the whole setup can't come get you.
Liam also did not utilize Adrenabrain last turn, wants to keep that damage on his Zoroark EX so that he can utilize it to take out something like the Fezandipiti EX for a couple prizes, perhaps the Lily's Clefairy EX if that comes into the active spot.
Suppose considerations for Aban's strategy to maybe try to work in the technical machine devolution at some points, but it's such a telegraphed play. You see the Monkey Dories, you have to get the damage on board, but then you're walking right into KOs from the Zoroark. But I suppose they're already there with the amount of damage you have from Liam's side, but he's content to watch the damage build up right now.
And that's what he wants. He wants this damage in play so that he can utilize it in future turns. Aban, of course, will oblige and keep that item lock available, but I have to wonder how strong and effective that item locking ability is now.
Well, one card away, if it were only that easy for Aban.
Yeah, Liam, of course, holding on to Iono in the hand. That will be a way for him to just refresh the deck. He does also have Super Item Palpad. Of course, can't play those cards right now with the Frillish attacking turn after turn, but Iono will work just fine.
Plenty of work done so far. A lot still left to be done.
5 cards drawn now for each of these players. And now with 40 damage on both of his Zoroark, perhaps now Liam will attack. I feel like every time I say that, he passes again, but we'll see. We'll see. Is this the moment, Kyle?
Well, is this the Pokemon you really want to knock out at this point? You open up the counter catcher plays from your opponent, the 4 or 5 prizes. Doesn't work out great for you. But at some point, do you have to make this play?
And he's got to do something at some point. He does have less cards in deck than Aban, so if he does nothing for forever, that would lead to Aban eventually winning by deck out. So he's got to start making moves eventually. Not that pressured, but oh, wow. And look at this.
So
he's
cute.
He's going for the powerful Rage. The other attack on Ins Reshiram, 20 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon, with just one singular damage counter on the Zoroark that allows Liam to place 40 damage onto this Dark Weak Frillish.
Yeah, softening both of these up. We'd like to remove both at the same time.
Wow.
And meanwhile, Aban's thinking very similarly about these end Zoroarks. He wants to push as much damage over there and then use the TM Devolution to clear these up and avoid the trades.
Yeah, now we're getting a good look into Liam's game plan here. Next turn with Adrenabrain, he will aim to clear both of these Frillish out of play. The problem, though, is Aban has the way to ping-pong those damage counters right back. So it may be a few turns before Liam fully completes this play. So looks like we are having a judge review at the moment. Perhaps an issue with the Lily's Clefairy dealing damage in those early turns into the Dragon type in Reshiram. So having both the players keep their headsets on as our judges are taking just a count of something here.
Yeah, we had the Iono played, so checking the amount of cards that we have there, and
we'll get word as soon as we have it and give you all an update on what the review is about. It looks like they're counting Aban's deck and discard pile. Seems like they perhaps think that he doesn't have 60 cards. Has a card gone missing somewhere between his top 4 in finals match?
What card would you want here, Chip?
It looks like he may be missing a card. He may have set up for this game with only 59 cards in his deck. This is a really interesting spot here, Kyle. I think that there may be an issue with something that happened between his top 4 in finals match.
Yeah, with the celebration, I think he lost one of his cards as he popped off his top 4 victory. That's a new one.
That's what we're hearing here, folks. So we'll keep you updated as we get more word, but it does, for the moment, appear that Aban has played this first game up to this point with 59 cards in his deck. We'll get full confirmation if that is the case, and if so, how things will proceed. And I have to imagine, you know, my knowledge of the rule book would lean into this leading to a game loss for Aban.
Yeah, I'm looking at game loss here, Chip. That's you kind of need the 60 cards to play the game.
Yeah, so to set up and play a game of Pokemon TCG, you have to have 60 cards. And we've got a situation here where a player has played a game with an illegal deck, a deck that is not legal for tournament play. It does not have exactly 60 cards in it. And the result of that situation generally is a game loss. And this is the way that ruling normally happens. You know, someone maybe accidentally shows up to a tournament with a 61st card in their deck, you know, didn't quite cut the last card they wanted to, or someone loses a card somewhere along the way throughout a tournament, which appears to be the case here.
Yeah.
I mean, no fault to Aban for this, but I mean, what a tough spot to be in here in the finals. It's already such a tough matchup, and he set up with an illegal deck.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well. And yeah, we've run into situations like this before where you maybe have the same stadium as your opponent, and they accidentally take that with them.
With the same color sleeves, right?
Yeah, that's why you got to play the pink sleeves, Chip. Spice things up a little bit.
Them?
Well, now they do. They've caught on.
Try to differentiate yourself as much as possible there. Yeah, really interesting spot. We'll get the full ruling. We got our judges on this situation here, and we'll get full word to everyone as soon as we have it. But yeah, really, really tough, unfortunate situation here for Aban. He's going to check the deck box. Is the card hiding in there?
Wow.
Wow.
Not sure if that's an extra sleeve or the card itself. But
yeah, that would be really interesting.
Now, what do we do if the situation is that he was handed this deck with just the 59? Because that's where it gets interesting. I suppose it's his.
It's still ultimately, at the end of the day, it is the player's responsibility. Yeah. This is why some players like to, you know, pile count before they play their game, make sure they've got all 60 cards with them. So
I've heard thoughts about that.
Yeah, so rulings are happening, discussions are being made. Every avenue is being explored, I'm sure, here, as this is the finals match. There is a lot on the line, so we want to make sure that the rulings are fair, but also correct and just for what they should be.
Right, and you can only imagine what Liam's thinking going through this. He's set up on the other side.
Yeah, I think Liam's thinking about his dinner tonight, honestly.
He might be able to get an upgrade or two. it's
upgrade
pretty
on the
nice.
Back home. Yeah, good situation if you're on Liam's side. An absolute nightmare on the side of Aban. And yeah, I mean, no fault to, I mean, it sounds like it's a innocent mistake, and hopefully we'll be able to get that resolved and get that 60th card back to Aban for this next match, next game potentially here in this match. And here we go, look at the card. There it is. It's a Monkey Dory as well.
That would have been pretty nice. Maybe could have.
He wrote down that he prized a Monkey Dory.
It's like, I've prized 7 cards, so something's wrong here.
Which card do you think he misplaced that he didn't? It's probably the Ultra Ball. No one ever checks to see if they have all 4 Ultra Ball, right?
No, we're good. It's ready to...
Wow.
All
wow,
right,
and we're getting word. Aban has actually chosen to concede the match, and that means that Liam Halliburton is going to come away from this situation as the Pittsburgh regional champion.
That's Pokemon.
Here we are. Yeah, wow, what an interesting finals. What an interesting spot to be in. But yeah, Liam Halliburton here, not the way he maybe would have wanted it, but he is indeed our regional champion here in Pittsburgh. Let's hear it for him, folks.
Yep, still an unbelievably well-earned victory throughout the course of this tournament for Liam. He played so well, and he was truly undefeated. He made his way all the way to 12-0, and after that point, he was allowing Gardevoirs to join him. He let a Golden Go in there too. Didn't matter. He saw a lot of great plays, and he made it all the way to this table. And apparently that's all he needed to do, sit down.
I cannot believe that this is how our final match has ended here, Kyle. But regardless, the result, I mean, I think if the game's played out on average, you would expect this to be the result, right? The matchup is so good for Liam. Aban is an excellent player, but there's only so much you can do when you find your back against the wall with just how the matchup is from the start. Aban looking out into the crowd, questioning the situation, but let's get a replay of how that first game broke down as we were leading into those final turns. So what an interesting spot. What an interesting way for this tournament to conclude. But you said it, Kyle. Liam Halliburton really was the story of this event. You know, he picked the deck, he knew, and this is where it happened right here. They're showing the moment. The Monkey Dory flies over to his opponent's side of the field. And as Calvin Connor is packing up, he inadvertently picks up the Monkey Dory. Oh, and Aban sets up without 60 cards in his deck.
Yeah, Cal has 5 Monkey Dory in his deck now.
I cannot believe that.
I really hope he went to lay out his list to show everybody on Twitter.
Yeah, he's going to post his top 4 deck picture.
In there.
5 Monkey Dory in Cal's deck. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a first for me. That's a new one, but you know, that's part of the experience here at a Pokemon tournament. You never know how things are going to work. It can never hurt to count to make sure you've got 60 cards when you sit down at the table, folks.
Yeah, fun fact, that's the only time I've ever been DQ'd from an event was when somebody took my stadium card.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so, it's happened like that. I didn't have a pop-off Monkey Dory throw, though. That's a new one for me.
Wow, that is really unfortunate for Aban. It looked like it was going to be rough regardless. We talked about the matchup, the way that game was playing out as well. Regardless of the fact that he only had 59 cards. I mean, I think you can see from the evidence, we've shown the photo evidence, it seems like a total mistake, totally inadvertent thing from all parties involved. But unfortunately, the result is that Aban was going to get a game loss there for game number 1, and then just chose to concede the match. I mean, it was a mess. I can understand it from his point. He knows that the matchup is really tough. And so Liam is going to be the one to walk away as now a 2-time regional champion in the Masters division.
Yeah, and what a way to do that, too. With the end Zoroark deck, it's just something that players were continuing to count out. But they both players that reached the final table had the exact same thought of Gardevoir is going to be targeted, at least in the way that it was played in Frankfurt and Monterey, especially Aban, because he was the one playing it. He knew exactly what he was walking into. So what do? Counter for that deck. You can adjust your Gardevoir, or you can destroy Gardevoir. And guess which one came out on top?
Yeah, what a sick week, honestly, for Aban, going from a first-place finish directly into a second-place finish, just a casual 17K over the course of 7 days. That's a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, Riley McKay had a pretty great summer, but I think Aban's winning the fall if we want to look at it that way. This is a pretty wild start, and I mean, we've got a lot of great players that are on quite a run here. Piper Lapine as well on a fantastic start too. Just so much to be excited for as we look forward to the rest of our tournaments that we'll have here soon enough. But this is what we had as we moved into Phase 2. We had our one game in day number 1 where players got to test the waters a little bit, see if they were going to be the lucky ones going into the next day. Gardevoir was on top.
And look how top-heavy this meta is, right? Gardevoir, Dragapult, Dusknoir, but there's also the other Dragapult variants that were out there, right?
Right.
We've got Raging Bolt, and then there's 2 Golden Go variants as well. Though I will say Golden Go Joltik is really more of a Joltik deck, just with Golden Go, right?
Yeah.
But really, really top-heavy here for the top 3 or 4 decks.
And then we saw the Ogerpon toolboxes. We saw the Flareons there too. There was some pretty fun decks that were popping up, and those are the ones that disrupt the system. And Zoroark does not like to see that. It does not want to see these aggressive, random 5%ers that sneak into the mix. As soon as Liam saw that he was 4-0, I'm sure he had a big sigh of relief, because that's when you can start to look at the rest of this top-heavy portion, and you know that you will run into his 8th and 9th Gardevoirs of the tournament.
Coming into the weekend, those of us casting this event did have our own predictions for what we thought was going to do well this weekend. How do you feel like you did, buddy?
I mean, I kind of cheated. These cards are broken, and they're in a lot of good stuff. So
yeah, there was 2 Terrabox in cuts. They both lost in ASIM, but they were both in cuts.
Willie's Clefairy was 100% a Gardevoir one. So
I do respect that none of us went the Gardevoir route, because I think deep down we all know Gardevoir's got a good shot to have a deep run, as it always does, but yeah, what an interesting weekend.
Your Shaman showed up. I think we had at least 2 counts
Yeah, I
in
would
the
have
top
thought
8.
to see it a little bit more, to be honest. It may not be as strong of an answer to the popular things in the metagame, or there may not be enough things in the metagame to warrant its inclusion. Not enough Terrabox, not enough worry of Screentail coming in for the bench.
I think everybody just wants a 6th bench slot so that they don't have to worry about that, because it's when you play down Shaman, that's just the Pokemon that would have been knocked out by the Wellspring anyways. So
you got any thoughts on Wancho's predictions?
So Skarzig had a pretty cool one with his Flareon EX and his Charizard.
Hey, we saw Flareon for a moment. There was a couple in day 2, right?
Yeah, and then of course we had the really interesting Charizard EX Terrabox variant that we saw. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And Pablo, he's really banking on these stage 2s. He just slap Grand Tree on there and move on, right?
Pretty good choices there. So let's move on to the regional schedule. You know, we are finishing up here in Pittsburgh, wrapping up this event, but there are tons of more Pokemon tournaments coming up through the rest of the season. We'll be over in Milwaukee in just a few weeks, and then another month or so we'll follow up with Las Vegas regionals, all leading into the first IC of the season in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, this is a really exciting time for the Pokemon TCG. We are just starting. You have not missed much. As you see this tournament in Pittsburgh, you have plenty of time to start to book some of these tournaments. If you live close to any of these, be sure to come out and check out the scene. If you're not already going to be playing in the event, there's still plenty to do in the venues.
Yep, we certainly would love to see you out here. We've got a couple of events coming up. The next one on the docket is going to be the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Of course, you're certainly not going to want to miss it. It's been a couple years since we've been in Milwaukee. I'm excited to go back, and I'm sure our player base is as well as those in the Midwest finding themselves close to that for a hometown regionals. And then the Lille Regional Championships will be following that one up over in Europe, over in France.
Yeah, does Clefairy get an extra bonus here?
That's Lily.
You're not going to give me that one?
No. We're not giving any passes to the American education system here. Yeah, what a great event, Kyle. Not the most exciting of ends, but it does end at least with the Liam Halliburton win, which is a really cool story. You know, he picked a cool deck for the event. You know, Liam's someone who I'm a fan of as well. Love getting to watch him play, and always love to see, you know, his banter online and the decks that he chooses to bring to an event.
Yeah, he puts in a lot of work, and it pays off for him. We talked about some of these players that have been grinding it out. We've seen the accomplishments. We just had Justin make it to the finals of the World Championships. He plays so much online. That really was Liam for quite a while in the few years of going to the online scene. He just grinded so many games. He was always so prepared. He got the success at the World Championships, and it's just continued to build from there.
Well, we are getting ready to crown our regional champion this weekend, but we have already crowned some regional champions. Let's take a look at what happened in our younger age divisions.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and happening right behind me right now is the finals for the senior division in the TCG for the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Yes, one of the trainers behind me will be crowned this year's regional champion. It's a close one. This is going to be between Prince Williams and William Stahl, both very decorated trainers. Prince William playing the Gardevoir with Jellicent, a new iteration of Gardevoir that just popped up this week. In fact, Prince only picked up this deck 3 days ago, but definitely has been practicing. Prince, of course, has won LAIC, second place NAIC, top 4 the World Championship, as well as winning the Orlando Regional Championships, which at the time was the biggest regional championship to date. Of course, going into this tournament, Prince has played against 2 of his friends, one in top 8. And of course, he picked Gardevoir because Gardevoir's won multiple tournaments before this. It seemed like a good pick for this tournament, and making finals definitely is. William Stahl, though, is no slouch, bringing Flareon box, definitely a little flair in his deck. William has made top 4 NAIC, top 8 Atlanta, top 8 Dallas, top 8 Arlington, multiple top cuts, but right now is looking for his first regional win. And he wanted to note he did go into this tournament same 6C as 4 of his friends, Owen, Marco, Jacob, and Sean. But more importantly, made day 2 with his dad for the first time. Absolutely amazing. He chose Flareon because there are a lot of favored matchups, but Gardevoir may be a tough one. We'll have to see which of these 2 trainers comes out on top. You know what? Let's check it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to present to everyone here the Pittsburgh Regional Champion in the senior division, William Stahl. William, absolutely massive win. This is your first regional championship win. You finally got it. How are you feeling?
I'm actually feeling amazing. I never thought I'd actually win a regional.
Well, you made it to the finals. I bet it was a tough matchup as well. I was talking to you beforehand. You said Gardevoir was a tough matchup. You faced Gardevoir in the finals. Tell us a little bit about that.
Game 1, he prized, I think, double Curlia, and I just got amazing board state. And game 2, I decided to go for the Burning Charge turn 1 instead of Fan Rotom, and it paid off a lot.
Absolutely. Here, sometimes you have to make those minor changes in your gameplay to definitely get those wins. Now tell us, how did we prepare for the Pittsburgh Regional Championships?
I tested with 4 of my friends a lot. We all same 16 EVs, and we would just go in rotations of each deck that we played versus each other.
I like it. Definitely work together. Friendship is power. With that, any advice you want to give out there? You want to give to any aspiring Pokemon champion?
You can make any deck good. Just put the time and effort into it.
I love it. I love it. Just time and effort, definitely. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
I want to shout out my dad for taking me. I love him so much. And my friends, Owen, Jacob, Marco, and Sean for same 16 with me. They're my best friends.
Love it, love it. With that, again, congratulations. Again, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, our Pittsburgh Regional Champion in the senior division. With that, there's only one more champion to crown, so we're gonna have to wait and see. Don't go anywhere. What an amazing past couple of days it's been here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Again, so much Pokemon has been played. Thousands of players have been playing. But right now, there's only 2 more things we have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, your finalist here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, Aban Ahmed! Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff, Aban. Again, such a decorated player. Just won a regional last week. Now he's a finalist. Definitely the best. One of the best. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Pittsburgh Regional Champion, Liam Halliburton! Woo! Liam, undefeated throughout 2 days, 2,600 players. What is going through your mind right now?
It was not a good way to win the last game, bro. Obviously, Aban's a friend. That's the lame way to win, but I'm glad it was a good weekend. Pretty much other than that, so happy.
100%. I mean, it was good to see both of you still laughing about the final, but it was a great matchup either way. You had a great route into your top 8 after winning the Dragapult matchup, winning against Rahul as well with Gardevoir. Again, absolutely amazing. Tell us about your deck, your Zoroark, why we decided to bring it to this tournament.
I think it's a really good deck. You have a lot of agency. I think you can beat pretty much any matchup if you play perfect. My play in day 2 was like not really where it needed to be, but I think throughout day 1 I played pretty well. So happy with that.
I agree. I mean, undefeated once again throughout the entire thing. That is quite an accomplishment on top of winning the regional championship. Amazing plays, amazing deck choice, amazing call. Just amazing 2 days, to be honest. Amazing player too. Is there any, just a couple of words for all your fans out there now that now that you just won the Pittsburgh Regional Championships? Yes.
Yeah. Shout out the Trashlands crew, Henry and Aban. Shout out my family. Shout out the Falcon. Shout out everyone we test with, Bradner, Drake, MD, Mema, T. They've all been such great friends.
Amazing stuff. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your Pittsburgh Regional Champion, Liam Halliburton. Oh, one more thing.
Yeah, G-Shen and Zing. Didn't forget you, bro.
Didn't forget one of his friends, that's for sure. Again, congratulations, Liam. With that does bring our event to a close. It's been absolutely amazing. So much fun. So many fond memories have been made. But now, unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. But before anything, of course, I just want to remind all the folks at home to follow all the socials. Make sure you're following here on Twitch, /Pokemon.com, or at YouTube/Pokemon.com, or, of course, our broadcast channels, Pokemon.com/broadcast. With that was the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. We'll see you all next time. Players are making their way to top hut right now.
The players are set up and ready to go.
He sees the writing on the wall, and Rowan Stavino gets a 2-0. Things are powered up for the Rage.
Look at powerful Rage. Yeah, it's over. He's got nothing. There's still Fury on Aban's side.
And Screamtail seals it, and Aban advances to the finals.
Bye.